society. We have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up beautifully. Yeah. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
That was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out .1. During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. .2 however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial. but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turin adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. That look strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. Come I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard when it works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to stop for you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, jiggle.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the updating green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to the presence, sharpen their psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alawi brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within constructions, nanonet filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes to hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the heart routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the record.
The League of Extraordinary Nobodies was filmed in front of a live studio audience.
I just counted in my head how many people in this room I'm talking to that I would never get a time. But here we all being vain and looking at ourselves in mirrors very closely, nodding straight up in a line. And all the funny little stories that are told are being fueled by what amounts to nothing more than minor crime. But I'm a whore and I'm exploring territory with a party and a pussy, both a number with a dime. I've been thinking that this frozen glow I've chosen is a candidate to lead me to a very sudden end. Another room up in the tombs, a lovely substance with a grave diggers are shoveling that dirt up in their heads. The very fact is I'm sitting here with zombies talking endlessly but couldn't tell you one thing that was said. Again surrounded by the friendliest of strangers who would sooner kill themselves than give a fuck if I were dead. I just realized the tragedy of this is that her hand is on my leg and she so clearly wants to fuck. I know I'm wide and I would certainly oblige. I can't continue getting high and then confusing it for lust. I'm not an angel, but the bag can be unfolded and just split to give a lick is dripping out me colored rust. And you seem nice, but I still hate you for the moment, cause I'm too smart to be open. This is artificial trust. I've been noticing the fact that nothing glorious can happen anymore. We run the gamut of our filth. But here I am again, pretending spontaneity exists with idiots all lifted out their little gills. Aren't you disturbed that everything you did tonight is something else you did already and its meaning is still new? And all the people in your presence are just weapons. It's as simple as the theory that the dying love to kill. Everybody, 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 everybody here is so alive. Brooklyn. Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night. Yeah, you would tell me if I was crazy, right? I've been wondering how arrogant it is for me to keep doing the things that killed so many that we know. No. I've been noticing how quickly motherfuckers had the answers to existence just as soon as someone goes. We changed the channel for a week or so of cleansing and reflecting on ourselves, but then it's back to that old show. I hear the cackles of the crowd, they're laughing at us, and we haven't even gotten to the part where it's a joke.
A modern day marvel, but terrible, better horrible. When he grabbed the mic from Sun and crushed up all his metacarpals, he said he ain't mean it, totally by accident. After the show, he didn't follow where y'all taxi went. Will this be available on Wax Axe Max Mill? They all in opposition to his ass whack tax bill, but will it pass the Senate? Slumlord tenant and the super like 1A. Have a fun stay. One day, he planned to put in a runway with enough land for his own projects and gunplay. Section 8 penthouse made look like Faye Dunaway. A lot of y'all ass out like gay runaway. It's how they say semi-risque. All day, every day, give out Emmys the quick way. Have the average MC say, give me a sick day. They really ain't got shit to say like Timmy McVeigh. Get a hunch, a real ragtag bunch. In school he kept a do-rag in a bag lunch, just to eat heads on some breakdance shit and spit. He writ this skit in Sanskrit. If the pants fit, sport them, but rock 'em low. Your man like Rollo on the slow, can't knock it though. It's like the same hustle, bro, 2 knuckles glow. Tucked in the Tigre, just let the name buckle show. Good googly moogly, see that loogie? Yeah, keep it on the DL Hughley. You don't watch her, he might house her like Doogie. Just to cut a loosey like Mitsurugi. Gooey gumdrops, who he got his style from his pops. You gotta give the bum some props. Ask his sister, her beatbox is more thicker. Doom that nigga, detox with more liquor. Villain for hire, admire the sound. Make sure the price is right before you come on down. Rappers be on some you. Forgot who they talking to. Too much pork stew. They need to not come out with nothing new. Blew the whole shit up on some what this button do. Doom cheat the game like walkthrough. Run them, son them like Mr. Walk through tattoo. The way a lot of clowns get down is unnatural. This flow flip like oranges, apples. Rhymes is like limes with a lemonade snapple. Leave it at the chapel, don't eat scrapple. First thing they notice when they come to is they bling is gone. Then they start remembering the Klingon with the rings on. In came the villain with the old gear like hi there. Y'all play the rare, this whole year, my year. Metal face beard like Brillo pad. Y'all know his still old, so don't feel so bad. See, call him old dad, the one the old hoe had. Knew he was a winner since swimmer in the gonads. Okay, pal, pay him like PayPal, so we can be A-OK, not okay corral. I think today I'll make the ladies say ouch. And maybe fuck around, take a bow now. Who made his first meal and still carry razor blades? Used to be straight A's and still made the grade. Retarded ass, how you get cash so fast? Yeah, after last left back in the retarded class. Should've went to Bolson's, watch him walk closely. Who he think he's supposed to be? Villain who always wins, at least stay consistent. Find him where that bitch went, get a room, pitch a tent. Yo, Max, yo, change that beat, yo. You got another one? Nah, yo.
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And let me roll through with the chat box here. Look at the few conversations we have here. I'm grabbing some coffee for myself as we start up here. And so blessings to the people, and then we'll get the ball rolling. And it's about to be pretty heavy today, right? As a continuation of the last stream, right? So I greatly appreciate the correspondence from people like Lorp. Greatly appreciate you, man. Yeah, exactly, man. You know, we're not giving up on anything. We're doubling down. We doubling down. You know what I mean? Round 2, motherfucker. Let's go. So I appreciate you guys, man. We got US Ape. I appreciate you, brother. Bear Jew. Man, did Bear Jew get doxxed? Is he trying to like hide from people? I don't want to say if it's, you know what I mean, right? If he's trying to hide out. But yeah, I appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much for watching. Emily, back in the day. Cool. Yeah, we got banned in Japan. We did a music show. We got banned in Japan. Right? You know that song Banned in the USA by 2 Live Crew? Banned in the USA. Right? I think they're copying Bruce Springfield. Right, but we need like a screamo song called Banned in Japan, right? It's like banned in Japan, banned in Japan, banned in Japan. Right? Some shit like that. Banned in Japan. Right, like some shit like where it goes hard. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Blessings TML. Yeah, I appreciate you, brother. You know, we got GRV Productions. Uh-oh, we got Ezra Cohen possibly on the tail end of that. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We got the NSA on our tail now. Just by putting one comment up. You see how that works, folks? Crystal Sean, blessings. Rachel Zinger, blessings. Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate you guys. Rachel, what's going on? Yeah, we got Rachel up in the house. We got Sleeper Cell Girl. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we got the homies. I love you too, for sure. Yeah, I love it. We got I love you. I love it. It is what it is. There's a lot of love going on. I appreciate you guys. Right? Yeah, we got this dogma free out here. Blessings. Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. 2 of them now. Yeah. Okay, banned in the USA. Exactly. Okay, give me a second. I'll be right back. Let me grab this coffee. You know, let me put a little song on for you guys. I'll be right back in a second here. What should I go with? Let's go with this here. And we'll be right back in about 2 minutes here. I appreciate you guys, man. You know what I mean? Spooky Saturday, you know?
Buried on the battlefield. I was buried on the battlefield, located near Israel. The rest of my platoon was trapped upon the hill. I heard real. I was buried on the battlefield. I heard mega bombs, firearms, and war alarms, hand grenades, man rage and evil ways. My destination was to seek life. I mean, stars were so low, they appeared as street lights. I was shown the crucifixion by 2 Egyptians with war in heaven. I saw Christ with a Mac 11, so I joined his army. Prepared for Armageddon.
All right, I appreciate you guys a lot. And yeah, let's move on to the things here. I appreciate you guys, man. Running around a little bit, right? A little bit unprepared for the show in terms of just my usual setup, right? We usually got like coffee poured out and all this stuff. We usually got 1 or 2 people on the stage already, right? To help me out with this. But yeah, nonetheless, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the people that are watching this. And let's get up in the ideas, right? So I was talking to Sam earlier, right? And we were talking about sort of a lot of different concepts, like where do ideas come from, right? That's one of the primary moves that we're sort of going with, is where do ideas come from, right? And, you know, there's different options in terms of the way mind functions, right? And you can sort of think of, you know, a sort of universal mind, right? Where maybe all ideas are sort of contained, right? And within that option, there's sort of an idea where, you know, you could say that there is sort of no sort of universal mind, right? But there's instead a sort of temporal plane, right? Where all ideas exist. See, if time is sort of like a linear, right, movement, right? And everything can be placed within that movement. So it's all deterministic. There's only one time, right, that persists throughout, right? And this time is sort of growing and changing and so on and so forth, right? And it's moving in a sort of linear fashion. So you could say that whatever is going to unfold is already contained within the present moment, right? So there's a sense in which we can understand the mind through understanding time, right? Whereas if we understand this sort of immaterial and detached sort of universal mind as sort of the starting point for, you know, ideas, right? Then that's sort of a different framework, right? And that's why sort of, you know, Plato's got the forms, right? Which is these universal concepts that exist apart from nature, right? And Aristotle's got the telos, which is this great attractor that exists within everything, that things are sort of moving towards, right? And what's really moving them towards their perfectibility is this universal mind, right? So you could look at this universal mind either within the scope of encompassing nature and the ideas, right? Or you could think of it in terms of a totally different scope, right? Right? You know, which is that, you know, it functions as time, right? And you could think of various ways to combine these various frameworks, right? But you could think of like something like if you had like a vision of deja vu, right? It could be something as simple as that, right? Is it an idea that exists within a universal mind, right? So you tapped into it, right? Because all ideas exist within this plane of existence, right? So there, you could think of something like the Akashic records or something like that, right? Where all of these ideas exist, right? You've heard that sort of thing be, mentioned before, right? There's a sort of similar concept within Islam of this tablet of destiny, right? So you could think of like there's a preserved tablet, right? Where like everything that is going to happen is already set forth, right? And so you could think of that in terms of the universal mind or nature, as I was saying before, right? Right. You could think of it in terms of that you saw something that happened before it happened, right? Because time is all on one line, right? So you'd be tapping into something, right? Because time is just one body, right? As I said, whatever that's going to be developed into something that exists here now, right? Therefore, you can tap into it, right? You could see into the future, right? Or it could be sort of telepathy, right? In terms of the information exists somewhere, right? And you simply channel the information, right? So either way, there's a lessening input from this sort of universal mind or sort of detached realm of ideas, right? And similarly, when you perceive something in a dream, right, there's pretty much three options, right? One is that you constructed it with your own mind out of whole cloth, right? That means that you imagine something, right? And it's hard to do that with sort of hallucinations and dreams, right? Because certain hallucinations and dreams, they seem very complex, almost too complex to imagine, right? So you could think of sort of a hallucination and a dream was like it's information that's been shoved into your head from the outside, right? It's definitely not information that you can conjure up or create on your own, right? So then there's two other options, right? One is that it's a vision of something that either happened or is going to happen, right? Meaning it's a place that you thought of, saw, but you forgot, and it's somewhere buried in your memory, or it's a place that you're going to go to that you haven't been to yet, right? Or it's a place that exists somewhere and you're perceiving it with your mind somehow, remotely. And I think there's instances in which we can separate our experiences in which we dream or have hallucinations into these, or deja vu into these like sort of different categories, right? And understand whether it's the mind, nature, or time, right? That's sort of responsible for creating like this hallucination, right? Because there's sort of three options on the table, right? It could be a time anomaly, a mind anomaly, or a disturbance within nature itself, right? An alteration of the natural framework or the disturbance of, the cosmic, sort of game, if you will, right? Whatever way that's accomplished. It could be divine intervention, right? Or it could be demonic intervention? Who knows? Right? There's lots of different possibilities, right? But when we set to explore ideas, right, we're looking at these three things, right? Nature, mind, or time. And we're sort of seeing like which one is primary to creativity. Right? Right? Are things based on causality? Which means that you can look at things in terms of causal relations, which is sort of temporal, right? And you can look at how things relate that way, right? You could look at how things are composed and relate to each other, right, within an environment, right, which is sort of understanding how they relate within nature. Or you could look at those vehicles of perception, right, and look at logic and math and look at the categories of the mind and understand where those ideas came from, right? But as we're going through a lot of these different thinkers, especially the pre-Socratics, right, they had sort of different answers, right? And in the beginning, they sort of say it's nature that's doing the main moving, right? And then they get to this idea of mind, right? That knows mind or sort of thinking or creative element behind the function of the world, right? And then some of them seem to reject that notion for a sort of base sort of naturalism, where they say it's just causality and sort of determinism and, the way things function in relation to each other. And there's no ultimate truth behind things. Right? So there's various opinions about the nature of existence, right? But let me sort of say hello to the panelists that have joined us. Blessings to Reddington and the homie. Thank you guys for joining. And let me go grab my coffee here. But yeah, blessings.
Yo.
Yeah.
Blessings. Can you hear me? I want to make sure.
Loud and clear.
Alrighty then.
So you have chosen rage.
Exactly, right? And I appreciate the people that are joining us here. Right, we'll be starting here with the Parmenides, and of course we're going through the Parmenides and looking at somebody who started saying, right now, obviously the ideas of Parmenides sort of had a huge effect on Plato, and I'll sort of explain how that happened. Right, the reason that happened was because the force of the arguments, right, that Parmenides and Heraclitus sort of laid down were too powerful, right? Okay, to sort of go back to the old ways of understanding nature, either Homer, right? Right, Homer, and this is why it sort of set everybody up for monotheism, right? Here's a huge problem, right? People totally, miss this idea of Parmenides, right? When they get to, these notions like, monotheism. Obviously, the huge impact of Plato on monotheism, right? Plato rejected Homer's gods and goddesses, right? He said that stuff is kooky, right? The fact is that if this world is functioning based on perfect mathematical laws, there's no reason in which there's gods up there that are sleeping with each other and having bar fights and this guy killed his own dad and all this crazy shit going on, fucked his own mom and all this crazy shit that's going on, right, in the heaven and the earth, right? They thought there's no way that the heavens are so disordered if the earth is so ordered, right? So they thought that's A, right? There's no way that that's happening, right? Right? They thought, that sort of anthropomorphism, right, doesn't really reflect universal law, right? And we see this misanthropic attitude of Heraclitus, right? right? And what's another idea that sort of gets thrown under the bus is this idea that nature is God, right? Now, you can have this with Parmenides, but you can't, really have it with Plato, right? We talked about that, right? We talked about how you can have this concept with Parmenides and Heraclitus, that nature is God, but you can't really have it with Plato. So there's different changes that add to the scope, right, of monotheism. It was pretty natural that this idea sort of blossomed up in time, right? Because they first laid down the idea that there's a total being, right? So they first came up with the idea that, there's no such thing as pure becoming in nature, right? Nature abhors a vacuum, right? There's no sort of emptiness or place where this, becoming could sort of be on its own, right? So they said, look, the nature of existence is that, being with a capital B is, right? So they said existence is, right? So they said that you can't deny that there's a such thing as reality, there's a such thing as nature, there's a such thing as the universe, right? Whether it's nature or time that's primary in this, right? We can all agree that nature exists, time exists, right? That one of these things exists, right? So that we can look at what is, right? We could study what is, right? Now, Plato came to a different idea. He said, not only is there being, that means there's a true nature, ultimate nature of reality and existence that is here now. It's not in some other realm of being, right? But it's here now. That means the truth is a living truth that exists here with us now, right? So we could study it, we can understand things, we can comprehend nature, right? And we can know the true nature of existence, right? Right? They thought that because there's change that exists within nature, right? They said there has to be a sort of changeless nature to things. And this changeless nature is actually within the ideas and not the things themselves, right? So they thought, well, not only is existence real, right? And there's people that denied this idea, right? They said, look, there's no such thing as true nature of existence, right? They said you can't define anything. Things are constantly changing, right? And Parmenides sort of rejected that, right? So he came up with this idea that from nothing, nothing comes, right? From nothing, nothing comes, right? And that everything that's in existence is something that is real, right? Now, Plato said that's only partly true, right? So he rejected part of that. He said there are real things, right? But reality is based on those real things. It's not real in and of itself. Whereas Parmenides would disagree. He'd say it's all real. Right? Plato said, look, reality isn't real in and of itself. It's based on ideas that are real, but it is not real. Right? Because nature is it's becoming. Right? Nature is subject to change and becoming. It's made of parts. Right? Everything in nature withers or dies away. So nature is not in a state of being. It's in a state of becoming. You can observe the changes in nature. Right? So he said, since things in nature perish and die and pass away, and they're composed of parts and they don't last forever, there must be ideas that exist apart from nature, things that last forever, right? And so he created the world of the forms, right? And he said that this world is actually virtual, right? It's kind of like, you know, a hologram, an emanation of real ideas, right? So here you have this term emanation. You know this term of the universal mind, right? Right, and you also have some other key ideas, right? But yeah, anyway, so I'm gonna take a bite of this payday.
A payday? I haven't seen one of those in a while.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I bought a bag of them the other day.
Nice.
I only got 2 left. There are 16 in the bag. It was like $4.
Dang.
Yeah, I know. It's like $2 for a chocolate bar. It's insane. Like $2 for a chocolate bar or a bag of chips. It's insanity.
Yeah. Yeah, recently, well, not recently, but there is something, you know, in Indian Buddhism, there's something called nimitta, and it's like a sign or mark by which objects are recognized. And, Nagarjuna and others say by appropriating the signs, and then, you treat them in an instrumental way or in a way to guide oneself for progress or whatever, for like guiding things. That would be like the root of the, Aristotelian or instrumental way of thinking, the appropriation of the science. And, Nagarjuna also said prior to enlightenment or the experience of suchness, one has sees the signlessness, which is called anamita. That one's called anamita. Yeah, that's what I was mentioning. I can share that picture. This is more like, this is more like Buddhist philosophy, but I wanted to just say that because, I don't know if, let me think, yeah. Oh, what's that? Yeah.
Oh, whoops. All right. What the hell? All right, give me a second. There we go.
Yeah. The realization of emptiness in Madhyamaka is connected to the meditational state of the signless, anamita, and that the Buddha says immediately precedes the attainment of nirvana. And I was thinking, is there, because in Parmenides, what is and what is not, the being and Parmenides is still a kind of can be discussed in terms of sign. Like the being and Parmenides, or what is not signless, I think. Am I right about that, or is it signless? Or because I know Parmenides, I read the fragment. He says ungenerated and imperishable, but it doesn't seem like he frames it in terms of being signless, or it cannot be, because it still has attributes, at least to Parmenides. Or you get what I'm trying to say? That's my question. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the nature of existence, it's one, right? So can it be signified, right? Because who's seeing the totality of things, right?
Yeah, 100%. That's what I was asking.
Nobody, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, unless all of the universe or nature is a symbol for something that points outside of nature, right? So, but I would think maybe language may be part of the way of seeming, whereas in Heraclitus, it takes a central importance. As we said, you cannot define anything, right? Because things are and are not. But of course, Parmenides would not accept that, right? He would say all definitions are part of the way of seeming, right? So I'm wondering about that. But I wonder if he would say you could still keep them, right?
Yeah, it's like I think it's like a con in my view, because when one tries to intellectualize it, there are limitations. At least the way I see it, because there are certain paradoxes involved and such. So yeah, but I do think ultimately that there is a kind of ultimate that is it cannot really be. It's like incognizable. So at least that's how I would see it. But yeah, I would say Parmenides comes close to it, but yeah, but not. Yeah, I would say please come close to it, but yeah. So yeah, at least more than Heraclitus, because Heraclitus seems to think that you can just proliferate more and more, and with the more proliferation of the science and more grasping of the science, which is it's a flux, but it's an unfolding from the logos. But it seems like
because he adds this notion of divine reason.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
So I think that is a little bit, that is like that there's a divine reason or logos, right? That sort of functions behind everything, and I think that leads the way open for nature's laws, right? And and that gets a little bit into sort of the Pythagorean space. So I think that it's obvious why both of these were used over saying like nature is God, right? They put nature in the state of becoming and kept being, and I think that's the one that most closely fit the religious cosmology. And whether the religious cosmology allowed for it to happen, right, or it caused the religious cosmology to develop in this way because it was earlier than the religious cosmology, right? That is a good question, right? And I think it's a good question for philosophers and theologians and historians to analyze the information, right, and put it to the test and see which one came first, right? But yeah, it seems like it would have exercise a key influence on people like Augustine. Obviously, Augustine is extrapolating on Proclus, right, who is talking about the Neoplatonic notion that evil is a privation on the good, right? And they did this to prove that God is good, even though there's evil in the world, right? They wanted to claim that God can only do good, right? So they claim that God is omnibenevolent, right? You know what I mean? So since it was important for Christians also to claim this, right, saying that God is love, God is good, and all this sort of stuff, right? They seem to hold to a greater view of that, right? Then a lot of Muslims or Jews, they sort of think like they don't have to justify something like that, right? Right? Like, what do you mean God is good? Like, what are you going to question God for anyways? If he's good or bad, what are you going to do about it? It's kind of the way they see things, right? Right. So it's kind of funny. But yeah. But so the times of the kind of theodicy being particularly influenced or having a ideological genealogy, right, from ideas like Plotinus, Proclus, going all the way, right? Parmenides, Plotinus, Proclus, the three P's, right?
That's like, don't you think, in a sense, that the problem began with Socrates, or at least Plato, Socrates? Because I was reading some of the dialogues, and it's just strange because he thinks that he can just question it and constantly press people in terms of rationality. Like, there's no way of knowing, such as inspiration or like non-conceptual knowing. Like Socrates, like he really wants to like conceptualize and categorize everything according to the forms, and and he just thinks that rationality can grasp it and stuff.
Yeah.
That's kind of
Yeah, well,
what.
that was questionable whether Socrates actually behaved or carried himself out in this way, or if this is just Plato's version of Socrates.
Yeah, I think Socrates probably didn't exist. Plato just made him up or something. I don't know.
Right, because there's other views of Socrates, right? Like, for example, there's dialogues that are composed by Xenophon, the Spartan. Right. He also wrote an apology, and he also wrote a symposium. Right. And it also appears that he was there in both instances. Right. So whereas Plato did not attend the apology of Socrates, right, he didn't attend the symposium. Right. He writes about these events. So it's hard to tell. What is he writing? He's writing basically a theatrical performance full of philosophical jargon and so on and so forth, right? So Plato is sort of composing a secondhand account of these gatherings, right? So he's no stenographer of Socrates for sure, right, John? So
certainly not.
Yeah, so that's for sure. But also, I think Xenophon mentions how Socrates would have been in ill repute for talking to people like Timaeus, right, who was sort of a Pythagorean philosopher, right? So Plato sort of fabricates these meetings, right? And him putting Socrates in this sort of setting where he's talking to these sort of humanistic philosophers, right? That sort of diminishes what he was trying to do, right? By sort of having a more critical view of Athens, right? And so on and so forth. So we're going to look at how Plato was sort of a pogo, right? Privately owned, government operated. There's proof that Plato was actually just like embedded within Athens in a way that Socrates wasn't, right? And of course, Xenophon kind of proves this, right? And so on and so forth, right? That he's kind of playing fast and loose with this character, right? And of course, Nietzsche said that Plato's Socrates is actually Plato in the front and Plato behind and Socrates in the middle, right? So there's another account from a philologist, right? Somebody who studied the text in the Greek language and came to the conclusion that a lot of the stuff that Plato was saying about Socrates was just fabricated, right? But yeah, so who knows what the real deal is, right? But we do see a lot of parallels between Socrates and Jesus. So why did they write these stories similarly, right? Or there's some other thing. Obviously, Professor Jiang, right? His whole nonsense, right? But yeah, it is fascinating. Sort of parallel, right? Of like this homeless guy going around saying things to sort of wake people up and getting them to question the society in which they lived in, and the society put them to death for it, right? And so it's sort of the same archetypal tale, right? In a lot of ways, right? And but of course, going back to the foundational, right, elements, right, is this idea that, as I said, that there's a impermanent, immaterial reality that doesn't change, that cannot be described, right, and a perishable, perishable worlds, right, composed of parts, right, that can be defined, right, and that's the world of becoming, right? So how they got the world of being to function with the world of becoming, and sort of make a whole mess of things, form all these categories of existence, where you got the you got spirit on the top, then mind and spirit mixed in the intermediary realm, then just mind, then just mind and matter mix than just matter, right? Then and it is just and then there you got 16 categories to go with each one of them, and then those also count as the anatomy of the soul. So this is also how you reach spiritual ascension, and it's not for the best, right? That we've invented this idea of transcending nature through spiritual alchemy and leave this so it's a fundamental way in which they cause people to create a false map of reality, right? And try to engineer the world how God made it, but it's really just a false representation of the way God made it, to try to change nature and reality, right? Try to falsify it, try to obfuscate what is real, right? So this is the huge issue, right? We have a bunch of people that have falsified truth or creation to create a map that is now bigger than the real world, right? Right, and it's falsified real life, right? Our thoughts have imaginations of their own, right? And our creations, right? We don't own our creations, right? They come from nature, right? And sort of the world of ideas, right? And when we create something, right, it sort of creates, and we can't control what it creates, right? We're entitled to our actions and not the fruit of them, right? So this is a problem, is that we're using things that we don't understand to create a world that we're not sure if we want to live in, right? And so on and so forth, right? So so all this is a sort of false engineering, false scope, right? And yeah, so how we can sort of get out of this matrix of control, right, is sort of to go back to first principles, to analyze first principles, right? Reanalyze, to sort of go back to the drawing board, as they say, right? Understand these three concepts, as I said, right? Nature, time, and mind, and what's primary about these concepts, right? So that we can analyze, right, and not have a sort of falsified view, right, of what is the nature of change, right? Or where do ideas come from? Okay, because that is a dangerous place to either think that we're creating our own reality, right? Right, or that the ideas that we make are sort of part of a framework that is outside of our understanding, that we can't control, that we're sort of bringing it into this world, right? And channeling this higher ideal, right, to sort of change the world, right, and sort of change reality, right? So there's many different ways in which this project has gone wrong, right? First, the idea of this virtual world or this virtual reality, right? And bringing these ideas into existence and polluting the world, right, with these sort of false creations.
Yeah, can I
And then defining
ask
the world through these creations. Yeah, please.
So you said that Plato was most likely in bed with the elite, right? So maybe this is speculation on my part, but maybe the sophists and Plato were like controlled opposition to, because it's like interpenetration or something, like they're like blurring. Because when you think about it, the sophist mentality, which is kind of bureaucratic and concerned with only worldly things and with organization and with increasing with like resolving illegal disputes or something, like like a somewhat like a proto lawyer. It seems like it has to involve certain presuppositions to some extent of Plato or something, like maybe they're like mirrors of each other. You see what I'm saying? Like, or is that too speculative. You get what I'm trying to say, or something, or because I know Plato and the sophists, they had some kind of rivalry going on, or am I wrong about it?
Yeah. So, you know, and I think the rivalry is in this concept of the political, right? How you define the political scope, right? So, so the sophists sort of thought that, man had an incredible capacity to define the sort of political scope, right, through the art of rhetoric, right? Whereas Plato said that language and sort of symbols and ideas, right, they're not something to be played with because they don't exist here. They're sort of part of a realm of sort of as Heraclitus said, divine reason, where we intermediate his idea that politics should function as a reflection of the sort of cosmological and metaphysical drive, right? Whereas the sophists said, look, poetry and society, right, it's all a function of humanity and what humans want, right, and how they define themselves, right? It's not nature that defines humanity, it's humanity that defines nature, right? This conflict between them, right, and I think it's sort of represented in this idea where Plato looks at words that the sophists use, like justice or piety or any of these things, right? And he sort of tries to define it, right? And he says these ideas have complex definitions that you can't readily define, even though everybody knows and relies on these sort of concepts, right? Nobody really knows what it is, right? So the function of these ideas is really how they function within society as a whole, right? And their relation to others, and how we plan everything, right? And it's planned on nature. So I mean, in terms of the sophists, right, what's really interesting is, as we talk about sort of the relation of words and I would have to say that maybe the Pythagoreans were not seen as, like legit teachers at the time, right? So it took a while for Pythagoreanism, and that's why we sort of gave this whole section on Pythagoreanism, right? By the time you get to like Copernicus and Galileo, they're all about what Pythagoras is saying, right? But all the time before that, okay, they were kind of thinking like, is it really, and of course, the Christians had a lot of influence on this, right? Because as we saw, like a lot of the Christian thinkers, right, they thought it was very, important to sort of talk about, Plato and Pythagoras, right, and talk about how, the world is in sort of a state of becoming, right? They understood this, right, because they had a sort of idea about, the flesh versus the spirit. And I found this remarkable when, Paul is talking about the flesh versus the spirit, and, and I'm reading like, the Phaedo, You know, and it sort of seems like, you know, they're talking about the same thing. You know, like, you know, Socrates is basically saying like the flesh is, you know, not the important part. It's the spirit that's the important part. You know, that's kind of what Paul is saying in Romans, right? So it gets into some pretty interesting territory about, you know, and I could definitely see how the Protestants, you know, sort of had this idea that, you know, the flesh is so corrupted that works can't even save you. You know, that nature is so much in a like a sort of state of becoming and sinfulness that not even, you know, righteousness can save you. It's not part of the sort of holy system righteousness in this world, right? Right. Or the idea that evil has no existence except for a privation on the good, right? That evil is sort of not part of the nature of existence, because anything that exists is good in the fact that it exists.
Would you also say that Anaxagoras, yeah, as much influence as Heraclitus or Parmenides or Pythagoras, or not really?
Oh, yeah.
Anaxagoras.
Yeah. And we're going to get to Anaxagoras too.
Yeah, Anaxagoras, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to come up soon.
Yeah, his stuff seems kind of like Leibniz, actually, when I look at it. Kind of like the windowless monads, when I look at his idea of seats and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that influenced Plato a lot, Anaxagoras. Right. Anaxagoras seems like probably the most influential because, see, he comes to the idea that it's nous or mind. Right. So he just comes out and says it. He doesn't say, like, look, being or becoming are part of this intelligence that unfolds. Right. No, he says, no, it's mind that's stirring everything. And that really affects Plato, because Plato combines, obviously, the idea that, you know, there's a sort of being that doesn't change and a becoming in nature that changes. But what is the communication between these two? Right? It's the universal mind, right? So mind, or nous, is the one stirring the pot between the eternal forms and the, you know, changing world, right? Sort of mixing the two together, right? So yeah, so mind is the thing that's stirring all things in this sort of cyclical motion, right? For Anaxagoras, and yeah, that, so this universal mind becomes an intermediator, right? So yeah, that's a very important concept.
Yeah,
and
it's
of course
also,
we'll get, yeah.
It's also like Empedocles to some extent, yeah.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and because he talks about emanations, right? So Empedocles is the guy who comes up with this concept of emanations. He calls them effluences, right? So it's interesting, right? It's like these like emotional states of the world, right? Oh yeah. So yeah, we're gonna go over a lot of these ideas. Now, obviously, we came from talking about, you know, Thales, Anaximenes, Anaximander, Heraclitus, and Pythagoras. Right. So we've mentioned a few of the names, right, that set forth the foundation and what they set down. That's sort of foundational, right? In terms of early Greek philosophy, also known as the pre-Socratics, right? It used to be called early Greek philosophy, but then they changed it to calling it pre-Socratic philosophy. So I wonder why they did that at the universities, right? It's an interesting change, right? But yeah, let's pull up a song, and then we'll move to the poem of Parmenides. After we look at some more information in terms of background information about, you know, Parmenides, right? Because there's a lot of interesting information about him, you know, that we've come across. Of course, we've looked at two different sources for that information, right? And we'll kind of go over again what some of that said, right, before we move to the next sort of thing here. But yeah, enjoy this sort of video I made, right? Music video we made here, right? Yeah. So yeah, let's see if you guys like this. What do we got here first? Oh yeah, Caked Up. Caked Up. It's got Cool G rap in it. So yeah, please enjoy this one, man. This is actually I really enjoyed looking at this one too, you know what I mean? But yeah, blessings to all the people. It's kind of like rock and roll type of thing. But yeah, blessings.
Yeah. There he goes with his guinea charm and olive oil voice. Wrecking machine and I'm hungry to pot boil twice. Not a royal life, so I rip on feds. Since the days of jumpsuits with the slip-on kids. And with that said, when Vic's on edge, I need a second to manage, weapon to brandish. Step and threaten to man, it's like your head's a paintbrush. How it's next to the canvas. This is action, not words. Def Leppard advantage, you lack the minerals and vitamins. Syllable Leviathan Vic. Playing rappers as if the fiddles are violins. I am ready, who said he ain't? Plenty of penny lanes. When you're almost famous, your brain is like the stainless with steady aim. And I know many came and went acting like escorts. The next boss, all the previous leaders are X'd off. And the best part about kids, they know they ain't gotta pay Kareem to see a big KO. But hey yo, it's Giancarlo Costello, something to be a part of. Hire a psychic and still ain't gonna see tomorrow. Yeah. Cool G rap. Cool G rap. Cool G rap. Yeah, you know your boy ride dirty like Little John in the East Side Boys click. Run on the big boys, see what the boy click. 3-5-4 heaters, 4-5 blow creepers. Dumping they jumping like Mexican beans. Mean Big Smith and West with a beam. Don't take a lot of effort to lean. We spin niggas like parade batons. My apron on, chef's hat caps in me. Heat saline beef like filet mignon. When I pull up a shot of your whip, it ain't with Grey Poupon. And that EMS niggas better have their safe coupons. 3 pound need to be Chinese, it's way too long. Got the collard greens camouflage, the name Blue John. Squeeze on this trigger like a silly buddy. Kid, you know we get gully. Front on my click, a little Vic to catch a clip, buddy. Niggas party round down, bitches shit bubbly. Nigga clown around the click, I put your click in huggies. KGR niggas. Yeah. I see a change, it be the same, I'm so ready to blow. Free the lanes up, speak with the heathens makeup, I just been watching the clock tick. She popping, no stopping Vic, stay mobile and dropping fists. Who the fuck you boxing with? I'm saying no pot to piss in that ass. It's not for kissing, for kicking the competition, that's Vic. And apocalypse is upon us, I'm honest, no Nostradamus. Catch a living street dreams and wake up when they get pinched. Think of Vic if a king exists. Peasants biting on my lyrics like dead skin on their fingertips. Bring a wrist to slit or sing a quick verse, whistling past the cemetery, little Vic curse.
All right, let me pull this up here. Well, we got 3 different sources here. as I was sort of laying it out here for you guys. And in the first one, we sort of talked about different things. We talked about the different interpretations of his sort of doctrines, right? Whether or not he's a sort of a monist, right? I said a lot of sources said that he was, right? A lot of the ancient sources said that he was a student of Xenophanes. But there's a possibility that he was in line with Pythagoras instead, right? So we talked about this, right? There's a huge problem of interpretation. There's a sort of nod to the Homeric style of poetry, right? Dactylic hexameters is the relevant style that we're referring to, right? And there's obviously the claim that sort of, Parmenides is sort of the inventor of metaphysics. Right? And obviously there's a question about to what extent his poem is allegorical. Right? And in another source that we sort of looked at, right, we found out that he was born in 515 BCE, that he wrote the legal code of Aleia, and they followed it for 500 years. He was well known among the other Eleatic people, that he was a person who taught Zeno philosophy. So Zeno, right, of Aleia, not Zeno of Citium, right, to be confused with Zeno of Citium. Zeno of Citium was a Stoic philosopher. Right, so if you want to know a primary source for Stoic philosophy, you go to Zeno of Citium, not Marcus Aurelius, as most people have. Right, they think like he was the top Stoic philosopher of all time. That's far from the truth. It was probably Epictetus or Zeno of Citium that was the greatest Stoic philosophers that ever lived. Right, so if you want to read some real Stoic philosophy, you go to those guys, right? Not to Marcus Aurelius. I'm not saying that, Marcus Aurelius isn't great writing, or, I'm just saying like, but so what else? Not too many people watching today. Oh my God. I've somehow incurred a lot of hatred or something like that. Who knows? But yeah, anyways, I appreciate the people that are watching, right? Greatly appreciate you guys, right? And yeah, like this other shit about, it says ancient biographies report that Parmenides studied with Xenophanes, right? So that his monistic style may have been influenced by that teacher's account of one supreme God. Another possible might be that he's connected with the Pythagoreans. Now, what are the connections with Xenophanes? Well, Xenophanes sort of says Homer is ridiculous because there's only one God, and all of him thinks, all of him sees, all of him hears. Right? So he sort of said, like, look, God is this unique being that exists as part of the world and is sort of everywhere at the same time, right? So it's sort of a lot like, like sort of like Allah, right? Honestly, right? So it's interesting that he come up with this concept, right? But what's fascinating about it is that this concept applied to nature, right? With this idea that nature doesn't change, that it's one being, right? As then Zeno goes on to prove, right? That there's no, that there's not separate things that are, right? You know, that there's only one nature of all things.
Yeah,
So,
I don't mean to
yeah.
interrupt, but you know, it's just me, but I feel like there was more richness in the pre-Socratics than the post-Socratics, and also the way they wrote is just like better than like the way Plato and Aristotle are. It's just like a, I mean, that's just my personal opinion, because you know, like
Right.
Xenophanes and stuff. Like, do you agree? Like, there's something
Yeah.
more authentic and more sincere about the way the pre-Socratics write.
Right. And also the Tao Te Ching and you know, and like, you know, like, you know, the Buddhist texts and stuff like that. It just seems like more, honestly, it's more simple and deep at the same time. That's what's weird about it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say. Yes.
Yeah. Like Plato's stuff is infinitely more complex, but when you really analyze what he's trying to say, it's pretty shallow. It's like there's not a, it's like you know, so it's like he took
The
the flavor out of it.
complexification of explanation.
Yeah, it's like you took the flavor out of it all. Right? So there's, you know, you get this.
Where's the beef?
Yeah, you get this weird feeling, right, when you're done reading it, right? Like it's empty feeling when you read something like Proclus or something, like, you know, like, you know, it's like they explain the things away more than they actually explain them, right? Right. And so it says here, right, in the other text, right, that that the Eleatic successors defended and elaborated his arguments, and the so-called pluralists Anaxagoras, Empedocles, and Adamus tried to rehabilitate motion and change in the face of these in the face of his criticisms, right? All right. Woof. Looking at this screen and then having sunglasses on and trying to read this book is actually a bad deal. You know, I need other sunglasses, right? Where I don't know exactly where I put them, but I got to find out where I put my little, you know, yellow frame things, right? Because those would come in handy right about now, right? But yeah, I got to refine those. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. And, but yeah, let me move to the text, right, that we're reading of Parmenides, right, by John Burnett. John Burnett. Right, and I can put this one on the screen for now. I'll put it on the screen when I find this part here. Give me 1 second here. And let me find the part about Parmenides. There's a lot here. And I got to send this to Hyperborean, because I'm sure he'll get a kick out of this. You know, because he's interested in these types of resources as well. But let's go to the ideas, what John Burnett says about Parmenides and what we can glean from his explanations, right, of the text. He says Parmenides, son of Pyrrhus. Whoa, so he knows who his daddy was. That's a little strange, I'm going to admit, right? Was a citizen of Hyele. Hyele, Alia, or Velia, Velia, a colony founded in Oinotria. Fuck, man. I'll just put this on the screen so you guys can see why I'm struggling here. Because mother fudge. Okay, that's too big. Okay, there we go. Let me sort of. Oh, whoops. Are we frozen? Oh, no, wait. I got to dunk this first. Remove this from the studio. Okay, there we go. And let me put myself down here. Well, that's no good. Now we're cut off from the. Don't worry, folks. We'll figure this out in just a jiffy. There we go. Perfect. So let me actually go up here. So as you can see here, we're right here. Oinotria is what I was attempting to say. Oinotria. Right. Okay. By refugees from Phocaea in 536 BC, right? His date is not so easily fixed with certainty. Diogenes, that's probably Diogenes Laertius, right? Laertius, right? Tells us that he quote unquote flourished in 504 to 501 BC. And that's also the time when Pythagoras lived and taught, right? In that sort of 100-year span, right? In the 500s, right? I guess we'll see it, of BC era, right? Right. So we're putting this sort of time into context, right? It says, on the other hand, Plato says quite distinctly that Parmenides came to Athens in 65th year. The fuck does that mean? In his 65th year. Oh, sorry. 65th year, accompanied by Zeno, right? And conversed with Socrates. Whoa! Who was then quite young. Right, that's the dialogue, right? So I think he's referring to the dialogue, Parmenides, right? Now, Socrates was just over 70 when he was put to death in 399 BC. Therefore, if we suppose him to have been an ephebos, that is, I don't know what that means. Right, that is from 18 to 20 years old at the time of his interview with Parmenides. We get 451 to 449 BC as the date of that event. Yeah, I mean, Plato made so much shit up, as we were saying. It's foolish to corroborate events this way, right? I would say, right? But yeah, I do not hesitate to accept this. What? Especially as the year given by Diogenes would make the birth of Parmenides some years earlier than the foundation of Aelia. Oh, okay, I guess that is a pretty good reason, right? Of which city he is said to have been a native. I cannot explain the origin of the mistake. DLs, I don't know who that is, holds that Apollodorus merely synchronized Parmenides with Heraclitus. Right? So look at how he spelled Heraclitus. Right? There's no clit in there. But yeah, interesting, right? I guess I'm going to start spelling it like that, right? Heraclitus. Right? But it is very strange that he should have neglected the data furnished by Plato. So, yeah, that is interesting, right? Why did Diogenes neglect Plato's date, right, of when he met Socrates? Did he know it was simply allegorical, what he was writing, right? And that this didn't refer to a real meeting, right? And how come our friend Burnett did not ask this question, right? Isn't his name Burnett, right? John Burnett, right? But yeah, we have already that Aristotle records a tradition which made Parmenides the disciple of Xenophanes. Oh, so it's Aristotle who's saying that he's a disciple of Xenophanes. Interesting, right? Interesting. That's pretty interesting, right? Let me see how far we've gotten into the show. We're almost 2 hours into the show already. What? What's going on out there? Is there a fucking solar event? Like, what is happening, dude?
A lot of states are getting winter storm.
Yeah, yeah, this is wild. Like,
Winter storm.
it's pretty dead out there right now. Like, is this thing on? Right? Holy smokes!
Is there anybody out there?
Yeah, right. Well, at least I grabbed a bunch of music before. But yeah,
Yeah, I'll ask some friends if they're interested. Maybe some friends.
yeah, I would liven things up. But yeah, who knows? But yeah, I know people are a little shy too. But yeah, let's see what happens. But yeah, so we have we have seen already. So this is Aristotle that's saying he's a disciple of Xenophanes, right? And that would, as we said, it's interesting because wait, what? What, Dom? Have I been muted this whole time? What is going on? But yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't think you've been muted. Let me.
Yeah, I don't think I've been muted. But yeah, this thing here.
I think Dom is saying he just got here, maybe.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because that second comment, because he said I just turned it on, me, and then the second comment, I don't know what that means. Me set all. So yeah, I think he accidentally.
Maybe he meant to say blessings all or something.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that does make sense.
He might be trying to type on his phone and it just came out goofy.
Right. So we got Dom out here. Blessings. He said it is clear that he had no authentic information on the point. Huh. He said, which made Parmenides the disciples, but the value of this testimony is diminished by the doubtful way he speaks. It is clear that he had no authentic information on this point. It is, we also saw, very unlikely that Xenophanes actually founded the school of Alea, though it is quite possible he visited that city. He tells us himself that in his 92nd year, he was still wandering up and down. Okay, so interesting. At that time, Parmenides would be well advanced in his life, nor was Xenophanes at all the sort of man who we should expect to find gathering disciples round him and establishing a school. Interesting. More probably, his influence on Parmenides, if he really had any, was of a different kind. His vigorous satire may have awakened in the mind of a younger man that dissatisfaction with Pythagorean dualism, which, as we shall see, was his starting point. Interesting. As we must not overlook the statement of Sotion, I don't know who that is, preserved to us by Diogenes, that though Parmenides, quote unquote, heard Xenophanes, he did not, quote unquote, follow him. According to his, according to this account, our philosopher was the associate of two Pythagoreans, Amenius and Diocrates. So there's the other account of him being associated with the Pythagoreans, right? A poor but noble man whom afterwards built a shrine as to a hero. It was Amenius, not Xenophanes, that quote unquote converted Parmenides to philosophic life. So Pythagoreans, right? Now, remember I said, what's the connection to the Pythagoreans, right? It's this concept of the one, right? How the one is better than the two, right? How odd numbers are better than even numbers, and so on and so forth, right? Is this sort of idea, right? By the Pythagoreans, that there's a sort of state to the world in which sort of uniqueness is sort of elevated above, being first is elevated above, being the thing that composes all other things is sort of elevated above, right? So on and so forth, right? All right. I appreciate you guys, right? It should be it should be mentioned that Strabo describes Parmenides and Zeno as Pythagoreans, and that Kebs talks of a Parmenidean and Pythagorean way of life. Zeller explains all this by supposing that, like Empedocles, Parmenides approved of and followed Pythagorean mode of life without adopting the Pythagorean system. It is possibly true that Parmenides believed a philosophic life, quote unquote, and that he got the idea from the Pythagoreans, but there is absolutely no trace either in his writings or in what we're told about him having been affected permanently by the superstitious elements in Pythagoreanism. The writing of Empedocles is obviously modeled upon that of of Parmenides, and yet there is an impassable gulf between the two. The touch, the touch of charlatanism, which is such an unpleasant feature in the copy, is altogether absent from the model. I don't know what he's talking about. It's a very old style of writing, but I don't know what he's saying in that last thing. It is true, no doubt, as O. Kern has pointed out, that there are traces of Orphic ideas in the poem of Parmenides. Right, this might be attached to the pagan elements, the goddesses, and so on and so forth, right? But they are all to be found either in the allegorical introduction, right, that's what I said, or in the second part of the poem, and we need not therefore believe that we were taken seriously, that they were taken very seriously. Now, Parmenides was a Western Hellene and had probably been a Pythagorean. I don't know why he assumes that, right? But yeah, especially when there's no reflection of that in his philosophy, as you mentioned, right? But yeah, it is therefore not a little remarkable that he should be so free from the common faults of his age and country as regards the relation of Parmenides to the Pythagorean system. Okay, he just keeps going back to that for some reason. But yeah, present we need to know only further that, like most of the oldest philosophers, he took part in politics. Right, this was actually a very interesting element of the last thing I read, right? The Speusippos, what the fuck is that? Recorded that the magistrates of Aelia made the citizens swear every year to abide the laws which Parmenides had given them. So there's a second source for the fact that Parmenides created the laws of Aelia. This is very strange, right? I'd like to see what some of those laws prescribed. Honestly, it would be fascinating. Sure. Yeah, it'd be fascinating to figure it out.
Yeah, I can look for it while you read. Like maybe I can find a document and share it.
Yeah, like what? Like this is actually really, yeah, if something like that is out there, that would be fascinating. Honestly, I'd be enthralled to hear about his political intrigues. But yeah, and that might give us more information about his, whether he was part of any of these schools. But yeah, it says Parmenides was really the first philosopher to expound his system in metrical language, as there is a good deal of confusion on this subject. It deserves a few words of explanation. In the writing of Empedocles, Mr. J.A. Simons says, quote, the age in which he lived had not yet thrown off the form of poetry and philosophical composition. Even Parmenides had committed his austere theories to hexameter verse. Now, this altogether wrongly put. The earliest philosophers, Anaximander, Anaximenes, and Heraclitus, all wrote in prose, or what they meant for prose. And the only Greeks who ever wrote philosophy in verse at all were just the two, Parmenides and Empedocles. Yeah, but these are the ones that we found, dude. Like, don't you think there's other people there that we don't know about? I don't know, man. Empedocles copied Parmenides, and he no doubt was influenced by the writings of Xenophanes. But the thing was an innovation, and one which luckily did not maintain itself. Did not maintain itself. The fragments of Parmenides are preserved for the most part by Simplicius, who fortunately inserted them in his commentary, because in his time the original work was already rare. I followed the arrangement of Karsten, adopting, however, the improved text of DL's. So here he goes to read the poem of Parmenides. But first we'll go ahead and play some music before we get into these fragments. And I think the next hour of the show will easily consist of reading the fragments of Parmenides. And I know there's not a lot of people watching here today, but honestly, this is my favorite part of, some of the most significant texts I've ever read in terms of philosophy. They've exercised a huge influence on my understanding of the world. And yeah, when I was looking at Plato and stuff, it was sort of a breath of fresh air to read the views of Parmenides and understand how they influence subsequent thought, right? And just how interesting his presentation was. And I rather do appreciate the poetic style as well. Blessings to Mimsy Limbs, to Dom. Thank you for joining, guys. To Leslie, Madam, blessings. And all you guys. Lizard Tree was watching. Crystal Shaman, I think, went to bed. The Freak was here too. Blessings, sir. We had ATL Transparency News. Good to see you. All right.
Yeah, it seems that we've lost the laws of Elia. Really, but
nice.
It involves just swearing oaths or loyalty to the laws that Parmenides set down. So they had to do that in Elia.
That's dope.
I do think.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think Parmenides was an aristocrat. Yeah, definitely. So that's why he was able to do that. So he was definitely up there and important. Yeah, I mean that's why. Yeah. So yeah. But yeah. So I think we could say he values stability. I think so. I mean that seems to be the case. Yeah.
Right, like social stability and stuff. Along with this very stable view of the world. No change. Pretty interesting, right? And yeah. So fascinating stuff. We'll pull up on a song here. And this is one I made for Access Rap Blood called Electric Lady.
Trying to summon him?
Yeah, maybe we'll summon him with Lilith. But it's Spooky Saturday, right? We got Lilith from the game Diablo. Right. Enjoy, folks. Blessings. Right? And of course the instrumental is called Dyed Camel Skins or something like that.
Yeah. Dried camel.
Yeah, dried camel skins.
I remember from earlier when he played it in the VC.
Right.
Doom Guy.
So give me a second. Yeah, Doom Guy's got an interesting channel where he just posted just that album and then didn't post anything else. So yeah, he's an interesting character. But yeah, it kind of sounds like the Fight Club soundtrack, the album, honestly, to me. It sounds like, like that kind of music by the Dust Brothers. But yeah, so enjoy this, folks. And yeah, we'll talk to you guys soon. Blessings.
Yeah. Electric Lady. Yeah. This is an interactive tale of a computer hacker. A man and a female android named Andromeda. I was in the lab, minding my own business. Up comes the email. Oh man, what is this? Who is it now? A totally interactive situation. You said you need the alienation information. A computer hacker by the name of Andromeda is carrying the virus that can blow the whole matrix up. I'm transforming sound waves, metamorphing my secret identity unknown to the public. Cyber Christ 10-12-70, computer cowboy. Act like you heard of me. If not, I'll put the laser beam docked on the right spot. Your brain goes blotch.
Codename the Black Crow. Transmission comes in. Access for 1968. I activate the programs. The Nova Link sinks into the microchip sands. I'm from the Institution for Advanced Professional Training for Scientific Visualization. I'm getting strange blips on my screen. Windows up, I'm that cyberpunk that transmits laser-guided streams of digital images. 100,000 mirrors of the disk. The AOL to the MCI, the FCC to the AT&T. The cybernetic sisters on my CD-ROM. Alienation transmute powers on.
Cybernetic sister, electric lady. Future used to be so bright, and now it's looking shady. I materialize on the 6th Avenue. That's the way of America. Freaks on West 4th Manhattan. New Babylonia is happening all over again. I seen the group sin at the Lion's Den. Andromeda was in cybernetic freaky dicky effect mode. That's when I quickly activated my holographic cloak. Riding you through cyberspace would be so very nice. But I heard tales of 1,000 men who couldn't pay Andromeda's price. Why should I sacrifice myself for the system? Information highway ain't never been my way. I'm a rebel with a pause. Delete Andromeda, the choice is now yours.
I need the virtual reality visor. Give me sight beyond seeing the megabyte and the megabit. Futuristic, metaphysical tech tricks. As information transmits the drama through the fiber optic lines. The IBM 3000 computer is very deep. There's no escape in cyberspace. We can see computers all over the place. Big brother, one line coming soon to a reality towards you. Until that time, the hackers keep hacking. The illegal acting is what's backing my highway information. Plus my internet says I can. You know I can, yes I can because I overstand.
Cybernetic sister, electric lady. Future used to be so bright, and now it's looking shady. We both hopped on the cyber dish to Andromeda's residence. He had enough electric cats that's more than dead presidents. Operation Hardware 1 tracked down the hacker, but she's still on the run. What's that you say? Put these goggles on my face. You want to totally interact with me in cyberspace.
Are you ready?
Computer love, microchip fantasy, cyber sex, and virtual reality. Caution.
Climaxing with Andromeda may cause total out-of-body experience due to pleasure beyond man's reach.
The OVX. Enter at your own risk.
I'm in the matrix now. As I search for the cybernetic chip, I wonder where it went. I have to search the files. So much memory to scan, but little time is spent. My network says that I have enough megs. In other words, my power is like a supernova. Enough of that getting over.
I finally rolled over out the bed, ran my fingers through my dreads and started yawning. It's morning, and we both slept the night away in cyberspace. Information highway is where it took place. Cybernetic anthropomorphic machinery almost got the best of me, but Neo be me when the rhythm I'm never giving up. I cyberpunk Andromeda so hard the microchip blew up. Let me collect myself, I turn my head and just as soon she dematerialized into an object in the room. I never ever found above the matrix is safe. Somewhere some deep down in my heart I'm gonna be Andromeda's slave for eternity. It's that cybernetic sister, electric lady. Future used to be so bright, now it's looking shady. Cybernetic sister, electric lady. Future used to be so bright, looking shady.
Cybernetic sister, electric lady, electric lady. Future used to be so bright.
Yeah, so we will be playing the OG version. The OG version is way better than the one I made, honestly. I'll just go ahead and admit that. The OG version of the
Bad
song
trombone.
is so good. But I'm afraid it doesn't exactly fit the mood of the song. Because it's very like chill. Sounds like jazz hip hop. And it sounds like Diggable Planets or something. So it's too jazzy for today, I mean, for sure. But because it's spooky Saturday. So you know how we do out here. You know, we're doing a lot of weird shit here. And of course, the content is interesting. We're looking at a fundamental aspect of the matrix itself. Right? The idea that you know, there could be a false reality next to a true reality. Right? I think Dom's having problem connecting there. But yeah, blessings, brother. You know, appreciate you. Oh, there he is. So yeah. So this idea of, you know, false perception of things, right? Falsehood and truth, and of course, you know, as I said, the false reality existing next to the true one and their relationship to each other, and how, you know, truth and falsehood exist, how perception and truth correspond, right? And, you know, what is in the state of being and what is in the state of becoming. Now, obviously, Parmenides comes to the conclusion that truth is in the realm of being and becoming is in the realm of falsehood. Right? So this is a very, very simple way to explain his understanding. Right? And as we said, it's a general principle that is a starting point for all sorts of philosophies. Right? Right? You know, and of course it's persisted from Plato to Descartes to Heidegger, right? To Bernardo Kastrup and everyone, pretty much. Right, you go into like a whole line of people, but yeah, let's look at some of these fragments, right? The mayors carry me as far as my spirit ever aspired, were escorting me, where they brought me and proceeded along the renowned road of the goddess, which brings a knowing mortal to all cities one by one. On this path, I was being brought on it, wise mayors were bringing me, staining the chariot, and maidens were guiding the way. The axle in the center of the wheel was shrilling forth the bright sound of a musical pipe, ablaze, for it was being driven forward by two rounded wheels at either end, as the daughter of the sun were hastening to escort me after the house of night. So, you know, it's getting pretty real out here.
Yeah, something about Parmenides' fragment is very epic. Like it,
yeah, that's epic as fuck.
Yeah, it's very epic. Yeah.
Yeah, he said the chariot was just, you know, basically it's flying, right? So he's just in like like just he's driving in a Cadillac that's kind of flying, but it's being driven by like the daughters of the sun, and it's
Yeah,
also like wild because there's music playing in it. Like it's just playing
also,
like the sickest jams.
when you think about it, when you see an epic moment like that, it does kind of make you feel like time stopped. You know what I mean? Like, you see what I mean? Like that's
Yeah.
that's one thing to say.
Yeah, but imagine like flying and like like our friend like our friend Sterling said, a purple Cadillac. There's like, and it's just playing like Nujabes, and you're just like flying. And there's like these goddesses just driving it. But yeah. Yeah, it's pretty epic. It's pretty cool how the chariot's playing music too.
To,
they're like
to me, it kind of sounds like Ra flying around on his bark, except there's no goddesses.
Right.
Were they coming from the sun, or where were they coming from, flying from?
Yeah, he says, as the daughters of the sun were hastening to escort me after leaving the house of night for the light. So I don't know what that means, right? He said he says there are the gates of the roads of night and day. So I think he's being allegorical.
There are goddesses who protect Ra as his. I think they're his daughters.
Right. Yeah, I was gonna say there are goddesses. Right? Yeah, so.
Wadjet and Nekbeth.
Nice.
Yeah. Wadjet's like a serpent who protects the ground, and then what was the other one's name? Fuck, I'm kind of fucked up today.
Well, there's Newt, right? Isn't there Newt? It's like night.
No, it's just something short, but
I know Newt. I just can't put my mind on Newt right now.
Yeah, because there's like a god of the night, but yeah, I think there's one of like the sun too, right? There's like a goddess whose head is like a sun, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think that might be. I don't think it's Wadjet, but Wadjet is the serpent around the sun on the top of Ra's head and protects Ra. So that might be what that's referring to.
Yeah, I like Newt because the way the depiction looks is pretty cool.
Yeah, what's interesting is in Japanese mythology.
Okay, I know who Newt is. Okay, I remember Newt. Go ahead, Avian.
Yeah, she's like
in Japanese mythology.
This is what I'm talking about. This is pretty
goddesses, or rather, I think they're Gandharvas. I have to think, but in the famous myth of Princess Kaguya, they come from the moon, and they take the princess, and when they take the princess from the moon, she loses her memory. So in a way, they get amnesia, and then they go back to the moon. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. Yeah, but in mythology, you do see like a lot of divine beings come from the moon or the sun, like the goddesses associated with that and God. I just want to say that. That was some interesting parallel. Yeah, because I feel like yeah, maybe not really. No, I don't. Yeah. That was just an interesting parallel. Yeah, still, yeah. There's yeah. Some cultures personify the sun as female or male. Other ones personify the moon as male or female. It's interesting. The ancient Greeks, I think they personified the sun as male, though, right? Or am I wrong? Or wait,
Helios.
Yeah, Helios.
And Dionysus, and I think there's another one, Apollo or Apollonius, or not Apollonius, Apollyon.
Yeah, they personify. ancient Celts and the Germanic people personified the sun as female, though. The sun is female.
Yeah, I'd say they're more correct because the sun is, they say, where the energy for life even comes from. That's more of a feminine type of thing, the force that generates life. And then the moon is following the sun. You know, men follow women around and basically do whatever because they think that if they conform to the woman's standard, they could have sex. And, you know, that's pretty much the dynamic of, or what I think was the dynamic of the sun and moon and how the ancients saw it.
Yeah, there are many ancients, they saw it differently. Like, like the Greeks saw it as male. I mean, yeah, there are different ways, but yeah, it does seem interesting. You see, the sun is, the book I'm reading right now, I'm 1/3 into it. The sun is a big ball of plasma, and there are like lines that are like spiraling lines. I forgot what you call it.
Yes, sir.
That and they're like sending solar winds to the earth. So in a way, our breath is connected to the sun too. So I mean, the Upanishads say our breath is connected to the sun. Yeah, but what was that? Oh yeah, Birkeland current. Yeah, Birkeland current is which is like a stream of either negatively charged particles or positively charged particles, protons and positive ions, that can travel for immense distances through space and along a twisted rope not made of dense matter at all. The rope is made entirely of charged particles themselves and the magnetic fields generated by those stream of currents. But basically, it's like ether. You know what I mean? The plasma is like ether. And it's like a kind of weird kind of circular thing. Like scientists are like, oh, blah blah, the superstitious ancient people, but now we're seeing that the ancient people knew more than most scientists. But now it's like, but
they need to synthesize the modern scientific information with the ancient wisdom.
Well, that is happening. Yeah, that's happening. Yeah. So.
Well, you said they are doing that now?
Yes, with books like A New Science of Heaven by Robert Temple. It's a very good book. I'm only 1/3 into it though.
It also sounds like what's that guy? Capra, right? Friedjof.
Actually, he references Pirganov. You know that guy who talked about dissipative structures? Like that one
Prigozhin.
Oh yeah, Prigozhin. Excuse me.
Yeah, Prigozhin is another huge guy, right? Yeah, Prigozhin is cited all over the place, right?
Yeah,
he's cited by like Terence McKenna and like Skolimowski and stuff.
Yeah, and also biosemiotics. Yeah, Prigozhin is probably
one. No way!
Oh
no way! They talk about Prigozhin and biosemiotics too. Oh yeah, you showed me that, right?
Yes, they do. Yes. Like they refer to his stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that was on your channel where you showed us that. Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, channel.
I'll revive it.
Yeah, eventually. You're gonna revive it. We're gonna resurrect.
Resurrection from the dead.
Oh yeah.
So basically, Prigozhin is he just basically Prigozhin discovered and proved that energy brought into a chemical system instead of always contributing by a process known as the increase of entropy, the progressive increase of disorder could be dissipated away into other directions and purposes that were productive and could form open, interactive structures such as life forms known as dissipative structures. And even biocivilizations talk about him too, Pridrak and stuff. So yeah, he's probably one of the most
dissipative is not what that term is not what people would normally think of.
It's like he means forming into a new thing, pretty much, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like a misnomer almost.
I know, right? It's
a little confusing.
Yeah, exactly, because I think it's about the self-organization. Like, you're taking the entropy, but you're exporting the entropy, and you do that in a way that you don't violate the second law, but you can still get increasing self-organization. So it has to do with self-organization.
Yep.
Yeah, but Dusty Plasma is that one chapter he had on Gnostics. That was kind of mind blowing.
did?
Chapter on Gnosticism. You believe that?
Wait, who did?
The guy who wrote A New Science of Heaven, Robert Temple. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Temple, yeah.
I already forgot that chapter. Jeez.
That chapter
Yeah, I
was
think,
incredible.
yeah,
If you
I think
want, I can
Red
read
read
some
that.
of that chapter. If you want me to.
Yeah, you guys
Like,
need to show me. What's the name of this book again?
A New
You guys have been
Science
talking-
of Heaven.
New Science of Heaven by Robert Temple.
Yeah.
Robert
Okay,
Temple.
yeah. You guys have been talking about this. I'm not too familiar with this work, but yeah, I'll look into it for you guys for sure. But yeah,
I think I quoted from it before a few months ago.
But yeah, the thing I'm thinking of is like Tao of Physics. Very popular work. You guys know about that one, right?
Yeah, I know about it, but I haven't read it though. But I know about it. Yeah, I haven't
Right.
read it.
I can send you the PDF.
Yeah, I should probably read that one too. So that's by Capra, right?
Right. I've not looked into it I've not looked into that one either, but yeah, it looks kind of like the same project that Dom is talking about, like combining the science with the ancient.
It's going slow.
Yeah, I know that they are doing it, but I think it's just that they're not doing it at the pace I want them to. But I understand. They have to take baby steps. It's a slow process, but yeah, I see they are doing that.
Say some interesting things though. So basically, this Robert Temple, his thing is a kind of, so far as I infer it, is a kind of panpsychism, because he claims that the dusty plasma, around the moon, they have this big cloud, kind of, that's like, it has a lot of dust particles and dusty plasma, and it's self-organized.
2 clouds.
Yeah, 2 clouds, beside the moon, and
in the Lagrange points.
Yeah, the Lagrange points, yes, and he argues that also he talk about plasma balls. I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard of lightning balls. Like lightning balls, like
lightning, yeah.
There's a phenomenon where lightning balls can like literally go through the wall or go through solid objects. You can even go through people. Like a lot of people, they claim to see balls floating, and that's real. It's real and stuff, like the lightning balls and stuff. And the reason I'm talking about that is that he, in his chapter of the Gnosticism, he talk about how a lot of discussions in Gnostic texts, they resemble plasma phenomenon, like dusty plasma. And I can read you one. He taught the philosopher Philoponus of Alexandria. He wrote, there is moreover beyond the soul another kind of body that is forever attached to the soul, which they call radiant or starlight, and it forever keeps its radiant body, which is of an everlasting nature. And then he talks about from the Nag Hammadi, he has something called Marsanes. The narrator says, the third shape of the soul is spherical. There is considerable unanimity amongst many of the mystical texts of antiquity that men and higher entities alike have souls that are radiant and glowing spheres. Men who become too attached to earth cease to radiate light and go dark, thus resembling the fallen angels who have become demons of darkness or something. And he said that. But basically, plasma is ubiquitous in the world, and it's kind of like pneuma. Basically, they found something like pneuma in the recent astrophysics. Space is not empty. That's what I'm saying. Space is full of 99% plasma. And it's like the animating principle.
I think of plasma like blood, and I think that space could possibly just be the inside of a giant organism, for all we know.
Yeah, and the thing is that the filaments, they're like filaments that they call it Birkeland currents, that all of these planets and the Earth are connected, and they're streaming like solar winds and plasma. They're like streaming plasma. Like our sun is powered by streams of electric currents from a filamentary web of gigantic current streams linking all the stars in the galaxy. On this view, Birkeland currents supply huge currents of electric power, and they are surging around the universe in filaments. So that's kind of like the brain, what I mean? It's like the brain, the cosmic. But yeah, it's a fascinating book, Yeah. And the way and another thing is the way the plasma goes through the universe is kind of like a double helix. You believe it's like a double helix, like it's like roping around like a double helix. But yeah, I do recommend the book.
That's because everything moves in a spiral. That's just how the waters of life flow in a spiral or double helix.
Fractal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a fractal. Like, yeah, I would definitely recommend you the book then. I think you would like it. It's Robert Temple's A New Science of Heaven. I'm about a third into it. Probably finish it Monday or Tuesday. And so maybe Tuesday. But it's very fascinating stuff. You know, it's actually some of the stuff I see kind of resembles fungi also. You know, in the fungal networks I learned about the hi-fi and the nature of the mycorrhizae and mycelium is kind of behaves like the plasma all around us. You know, 99% of the universe is plasma. And so, I think dark energy and dark matter are not right about that. It's like
what? Did your mic just cut out, or was that me?
No, I think T-Mel was starting to play music in the background, so it
Yeah, I don't
affected
know
the
how that
quality
happens,
of the audio for
I think I
Baby.
need to put automatically adjust my volume and then do it. So I think that'll. But yeah. So speak now, Ivan.
Oh yeah, I said that. I don't
Yeah,
think
there you
dark
go.
energy or dark matter exists. You know, the universe is plasma, which is basically like pneuma or ether. You know, and and there's a lot of like ancient wisdom is being seen in this scientific discoveries. But the thing is, they have been trying to hide this stuff because defense contractors and other people at DARPA, they try to like take this plasma.
Because it ultimately leads to 0-point energy, would it not?
Yeah, maybe the free energy could be possible with plasma and stuff. My background in physics is actually not as strong as many people, but maybe it is possible. Yeah, it's like pneuma, basically. It's like pneuma, and maybe I don't know. Maybe the ancients knew how to harness plasma in the ancient past and stuff. Maybe,
It might tie into the mysteries. If they've had psychedelic experiences, they might have gained knowledge that way through plasma.
I think they also had access to magnetoreception. I was looking at that today, and it's how birds know where to fly because they can basically see the Earth's magnetic sphere around them in a way that humans can't comprehend.
Yeah, this will blow your mind though. Yeah, the magnetosphere and the ionosphere are plasmic too, right? They're plasma. They are plasma. Yeah, there are 4 states of matter: solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. And plasma is the one that's like ether, and it's like the magnetosphere and the ionosphere. I have to double check that. Am I correct about that rating? I think so. I'm not sure.
It's either like a 4th state of matter, or I think it's also could be described as like a proto state where the other 3 can either originate from, or that it's like an intermediary between the 3. I forget, but I might be incorrect about
No, you're right. Also, the magnetosphere is majority plasma. Yeah, I just looked it up. It's a plasma environment. It's filled with ionized particles, electrons and ions, whose motion is strongly guided by the Earth's magnetic field. So it's highly structured too. But yeah, it is plasma. Yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is this book is interesting because it makes you see all of this stuff in a spiritual way and all interconnected. It actually kind of reminds me of Indra's net from Buddhism. If you look up Indra's net, it's very close to that and in like certain principles. Because it's interesting. Yeah.
It sounds like hallucinogen in the background. Simon Postford. Maybe Schwangel.
Yeah, I used to listen to a lot of Schwangel. It's interesting stuff. Also, the plasma can create matter. It can precipitate matter, and that matter is also otherwise precipitated out of nothing. And you have like dusty particles in the plasma clouds, or whatever, and they have like certain lifelike intelligent aspects to them. It's very interesting.
So is things like Aurora Borealis plasma?
Yeah,
Borealis
is plasma, yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it's relevant because this could explain like the mechanics of the what for the state of becoming, right? I mean, not the state of being, rather.
I'm just thinking right now, that's what the Native Americans said we used to be. We used to be plasma beings. And then these gods came along and put us in these flesh suits somehow.
Yeah,
I think we still are plasma beings. It's just we have this atomic matter overlay of physical bodies.
Yeah, they trapped us in this carbon suit.
I mean, yeah, like you could use the word trapped, but I mean, there's still a lot of debate on whether that's the case or not.
Well, I would say it is. You know, if we're going to take the Bible, it says right there, the mark of the beast is the 666, and what's the carbon? It's 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons, and you know, they already said that or something superior than this. That's where transhumanism comes in. It's just going to try and sink us lower.
I think there's a debate on whether that's the actual number or whether it's 616.
I know 616 comes from neuro. I know that, but in the modern day, 666 is associated with Satanism. It has to do with being out of alignment with 777, which is a holy number, because you know you're either tuned in with God, which is 7, or you're not tuned in with God, which is 6. And then 888 is God's number. It's just not us.
Yeah, let me just say something.
That's
I'll say
definitely
that
strong.
the capacity for natural self-organization, based on my research in biosemiotics and also the third way, like various thinkers, I think it has to evolve some kind of intelligence, some kind of mind, mindedness, and that's why I think panpsychism is most certainly better than physicalism. Panpsychism is better. So I think David Skrbina would have liked this book too. Maybe he's already read it.
Possibly.
But consciousness is more than the mind. It's the force which allows being to exist. Most force. Not like thinking, creating things, and then they just appear. It's actively bringing together the forces of order and chaos, which I think happened when they say God split itself. It's been that one. I've heard that one. I'm pretty sure the Gnostics will tell you that God basically split itself like you split a walnut. And then falling, it's producing all these fractals that we're basically living in. And then the force in the middle, which is the magnetism, or if you want to call it the plasma, is what connects the order and chaos together.
In a way, the whole universe is one body breathing in fractal complexity, and you cannot separate that motion from the body itself. And that breathing, the breath, our breath is connected to the sun and the whole universe, and that's what the Upanishads gets at. Upanishad says when you die, before you die, your last thoughts and your mentality mix or mingle with your breath, and then when you finally let out your final exhalation, it's like you either go to the moon or the sun. You know what I mean? Because the moon is involved with, I think, transmigration, and the sun is at least in Upanishadic wisdom, it's more like where you go if you achieve moksha or something. Like some of the Upanishads argue that. And so because underneath the sun, the surface, there's big river of plasma, huge river of plasma, and you know, it's crazy, like the river of plasma, and it's way bigger than the Earth and other stuff. But yeah, it's a fascinating stuff. Yeah, and you know, the book actually didn't mention Upanishads much, but it did talk about some very other interesting stuff. But there's a lot of stuff with Upanishads that I do think mix well with this too, so which is interesting.
When you talk about breath, it makes me think of what, Brahma.
Yeah, that's right. It is connected to Brahma. Yeah, he did mention Brahma now that you mention it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's pretty cool stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for watching, Sophia. Blessings. And yeah, so maybe I should proceed with this poem. What do you guys think? What do you guys say?
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. It gets pretty weird. You know, for sure. You know, we were talking about sort of a bunch of stuff there. Yeah, maybe I'll just play this again. Yeah, you guys were right. This is Splongle. And so it is what it is. Maybe I'll turn it up a little bit. But yeah, so we'll read some of this. We'll let that sort of get back to the beginning of the show. I appreciate you guys. Blessings. But yeah,
Postword probably likes to put a lot of McKenna quotes in his tunes, in their tunes.
Right. But yeah, I tried to turn it up, but it looks like the song is ending. But yeah, let me get back to this poem here. It says, on this path, on this path I was being brought. On it, wise mayors were bringing me. Straining the chariot, and maidens were guiding the way. The axle in the center of the wheel was shrilling forth the bright sound of a musical pipe. Ablaze! For it was being driven forward by two rounded wheels at either end. As the daughters of the sun were hastening to escort me, after leaving the house of night for the light, having pushed back the veils of their heads with their hands, there are the gates of the roads of night and day, and a lintel on a stone threshold contain them. High in the sky, they are filled by huge doors, of which avenging justice holds the keys that fit them. Holy smokes. Avenging justice? That's pretty, like, biblical, right? The maidens, he says, beguiled her with soft words and skillfully persuaded her to push back the bar for them quickly from the gates. They made a gaping gap of the doors when they opened them, swinging in turn their sockets, the bronze posts fastened with bolts and rivets. There, straight through them, the maidens held the chariot, and horses on the broad on the broad road. As the goddess received me kindly, took my right hand in hers, and addressed me with these words. Young man, accompanied by immortal charioteers, who reach my house by horses, which bring you welcome, since it was not an evil destiny that sent you forth to travel. The road, for indeed it is from the beaten path of humans, but right and justice, there is need for you to learn all things. Both the unshaken heart of well-persuasive truth and the opinions of mortals in which there is no true reliance. But nevertheless, you will learn these too, that the things that appear must genuinely be, being always, indeed, all things. Come now, I will tell you, and bring away my story safely when you have heard it. The only ways of inquiry there are for thinking, the one, that it is not possible for it not to be, is the path of persuasion. For it depends upon the truth. The other, that it is not, that it is necessary for it not to be, this I point out to you to be a path completely unlearnable. For neither may you know that which is not, for it is not to be accomplished, nor may you declare it. Thinking and being are the same, and it is all common to me from where I am to begin. For to there shall I come back again. That which is there to be spoken and thought of must be, for it is possible for it to be, but not possible for nothing to be. I bid you to consider this. For I bar you from this first way of inquiry, but next from the way on which mortals, knowing nothing, two-headed wander. For helpless in their breasts guides their wandering mind, but they are carried on, equally deaf and blind, amazed hordes without judgment, for whom both to be and not to be are judged the same and not the same, and the path of all is backward turning. For in no way may this prevail, that things that are not are. But you bar your thought from this way of inquiry, and do not let habit, born from much experience, compel you along this way, to direct your sightless eye and sounding ear and tongue, but judge by reason and heavily contested testing spoken by me. There is still left a single story of a way that it is. On this way there are signs, exceedingly many, that being ungenerated, it is also imperishable, whole, and of a single and unshaken complete. Nor was it ever, nor will it be, since it is now, altogether, one continuous. For what birth, will you seek it? How and from where did it grow? I will not permit you to say or think that it grew from what is not. For it is not to be said or thought that it is not. What necessity would have stirred it up to grow later rather than earlier, beginning from nothing? Thus it must either fully be or not. Now will the force of conviction ever permit anything to come to be from what is not beside it? For this reason justice has permitted it, neither to come to be nor to perish. Relaxing her shackles beholds fast. But the decision about these matters lies in this: it is or it is not. But it has been decided, as is necessary, to let go of the way that is unthinkable and nameless. For if it is not the true way, that the other is and is real, how could what is be in the future? How could it come to be? For if it came into being, it is not, nor if it is ever going to be. In this way, coming to be has been extinguished, and destruction is unheard of, nor is it divided, since it is all alike. Nor is it any more in any way which would keep it from holding together, or any less, but is all full of what is. Therefore it is all continuous, for what is draws near to what is, but unchanging in the limits of great bonds. It is without start or finish, since coming to be and destruction were banished far away, and true conviction drove them off, remaining the same, and in the same and by itself it lies. and so stays there fixed, for mighty necessity holds it in the bonds of a limit, which pens it all around, since it is right for what is to be not incomplete. For it is not lacking. If it were, it would lack everything. Thinking and the thought that is are the same. For not without what is, in which it is expressed, will you find thinking. For nothing else is or will be. There it is, folks.
But what about feeling? But wouldn't feeling come before thinking?
Not if thinking is being, right? It said thinking being earlier.
Right.
Which kind of throws me for a loop, but I think I understand it, sort of.
Like he says, if you think of something, it has to be part of what is, right? You can't make something up.
Yeah, and I do agree with that because, if you think of lies or lies people tell, they can't just make things up. They have to take things that are real and then they use their imagination to twist it to be any which way. But yeah, people cannot imagine something they have no frame of reference for.
Right.
Yep. Well, that kind of ties into the anamnesis, doesn't it?
What was that?
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, because see, anamnesis functions in the way because on the level of thinking, there's nothing that isn't eternal. Right? So he's saying like yeah, you can remember everything, or know everything by remembering, right? Because what is part of an eternal framework, right? It doesn't change.
So when I think of an animal that perfectly emulates being in the material world, I think of like jellyfish, because all they do is they're in the ocean, they go with the flow, and whatever comes to them, they take as their food. And they're the ultimate beings. And as far as I know, they don't have thoughts. They just feel.
What about coral reef? Coral reef.
Those think.
Coral reef are pretty incredible too. Coral reef live for millions of years. So.
Yeah, I haven't looked into coral reefs specifically, but I'm sure they are incredible.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, a lot of the animal kingdom has so many incredible stuff. Like birds can see ultraviolet light. We cannot. Like a crow doesn't see another crow as being black. There's a different color. Like they're kind of purple from their perspective or first person perspective. They're unwell, and they can sense electrical fields. Like they can actually throw it and they can sense the electrical field. Like yeah, and I remember reading somewhere they can do something where you can I forgot, like with your eye or something where you can see impossible colors sometimes, because there are some colors that we don't see, and that they can do something where you can temporarily see impossible colors and stuff. But I remember reading that somewhere. Have you heard of impossible colors?
No, but I mean it sounds real to me because we can only see
so much on the visible.
Yeah. So there's absolutely impossible colors to us. Unless you mean impossible colors as in science can't possibly explain how it would exist at all, which I would just say is pointless to do so in the first place.
Yeah, this is yeah. Let me think. What else I was gonna say? Your cat, when they see a TV or your computer, they see it as flickering. Because the refresh rate of a computer is calibrated for our visual perception. So we see it as smooth and continuous on the screen. But cats or dogs, I think, not sure about dogs, but they see it as like distorted image, like it's not connected in sequence. It doesn't seem seamless to them because they can see with more acuity. This is interesting. Like owls or eagles, they also can like zoom in. Not owls, but eagles, they have like a kind of vision where they can zoom in onto prey, like a binocular and stuff, which is kind of interesting. And so I remember reading about that about eagles, like the way their eyes work and stuff. It's just very interesting. Yeah, but unwelton of other animals is just something we can only like try to imagine or infer, but we can never know what it's like. You know what I mean? Like what the actual experience is like. Just like I can't know what your experience of life is like because there's a privacy to the first person perspective. Yeah,
That's right. Yeah, that's why I don't think I'm the only one to say it, but all we know is as long as we're alive, at least, from the moment we're born to the moment we die, and a lot of people forget a lot of stuff. But I think when you die and you return back to your higher self or your soul, then I think you probably would have some knowledge, but I can't really say what that would be.
Well, personally, I believe in karma. Though, is people do bad things, then they get bad karma, in their repository consciousness, and that prevents them from going to their higher self, maybe in their future incarnations or something. But also, I want to say this too. Did you ever hear about the rubber hand experiment? Did I tell you about it? Because I told this to other people, but I'm not sure if I told you the rubber hand experiment.
Oh, right, that one.
No, I didn't tell you, Dominator. Basically,
I think so.
if you take a hand and you put it, and you take a rubber hand, and then you like cover your real hand, and then you're synchronously rubbing both the rubber hand and the real hand. Eventually, you will start to feel the rubber hand as your own. It's called the rubber hand experiment, and they have done full body versions of this with virtual avatars, where they're like rubbing your whole body, and then you see a virtual avatar being rubbed in front of you too, and your sense of the felt sensation is transposed on either the rubber hand or the virtual avatar. So that's pretty interesting. So yeah.
Yeah, now imagine how they could warp your brain even faster in a virtual reality simulator, right?
Sheesh.
Yeah, I saw something like that. I forgot what it's called, but I'll post it. They have something for prisoners now where instead of going to prison for years, they're just going to hook them up to this machine, which is going to subject their mind to their own personal prison. And they can serve out their prison sentences in like days or something.
Jeez, that sounds like a Black Mirror episode.
Yeah, and then they'll be let loose on society where they're like totally deranged. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they've done psychedelics in MK Ultra. They use psychedelics, to reprogram people and other crap like that. Yeah, that's not a conspiracy. I mean that's definitely they've done a lot of crazy shit, like MK Ultra and stuff. And Timothy Leary was a part of CIA, I think, right? Like, yeah.
When you said that, I was thinking of Dennis Leary.
Yeah, Timothy Leary absolutely was. And there's some evidence that Terrence McKenna was like some sort of FBI guy. But the Esalen Institute, it's like a lot of CIA people were in the Esalen Institute. I think Bateson taught there. It's, I don't know. So definitely linked to the CIA. Gordon Wasson and Timothy Leary were like CIA agents. Definitely. This has been proven. So where do we go from here is the question.
Oh, I'm gonna try and find what that thing's called.
What thing?
That device I told you about. They want to hook the prisoners up to.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like in a Black Mirror episode. I think it's called White Rabbit or something like that, where this lady has to relive her. Or this guy has to like relive his sentence of his prison. I don't know what he's, or like the circumstances that made him go into prison. He has to like relive them and on loop for like 20 or 30 years or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's
I don't know. It seemed like they're gonna subject them to whatever the hell they wanted to subject them to.
right.
I don't know what criteria they have.
Yeah, that's very frightening stuff. The people don't realize that the oligarchs and the system itself is perpetuates and complexifies not because it wants to help people or help nature, because it wants to find ways to manipulate and enslave us more by forcing dependence and such. And some of the stuff they do is very sick. I do think Black Mirror is predictive programming, definitely. Like, I don't think Black Mirror was just by artists or by just creative people. I feel like it was predictive programming. A lot of it is like coming true, at least that's what it seems like to me. But yeah, that's definitely the case. Yeah. But that thing you described, I saw an anime with something like that, where they were like, I think it was called From the New World. That was an interesting anime. And near the end of that anime, they're like torturing someone and they're like constantly revive him again to torture him more with their weird ass technology. Yeah, that anime was pretty crazy. But it was a well written anime though. But yeah, because yeah, that's what that does seem like. If they have the capacity, they have stuff like technology to like torture people or get more information out of them, that stuff, they'll use it and stuff. They probably already have stuff like that we don't hear about and stuff. Yeah. Have you ever heard of Manchurian candidates? Some people claim that they had brain chips put into them and that they have a certain like tick, like if they see like, I don't know, a hand gesture or they see certain blinking lights, it puts them into kill mode. And Jesse Ventura, I actually do like Jesse Ventura. He interviewed someone on his TV show about that. But yeah, Reddington, I have a question for you. Have you ever watched Jesse Ventura's TV series?
Oh, bits and pieces of it.
Yeah, it's very good. Some of the episodes are very good, though. I do recommend watching it. Not all of the episodes are good, but a lot of them are, yeah.
I think like the whole brain chip thing is probably old technology at this point. I think they're probably more into manipulating frequencies.
It doesn't exist, guys. I was wrong. That's what it was. Yup.
I think that frequency stuff is old too. About V2K, voice to skull transmission. That stuff is pretty old too. Yeah, but it's probably
it is. But I mean, it's probably way more refined now, where they can trigger certain parts of your brain remotely.
Yeah, that's the pattern we see. That just gets worse and stuff. But yeah, that's right. Yeah, it does seem to be the case. Yeah, I was talking to Bronze Boy about this kind of stuff, like how most most scientists they're not true intelligent intellectuals. Like I've said this before. I'm sorry if I get repetitious. But I had this very good AP chemistry professor. She was a very kind black lady. She used to work at neuropharmacy, and they were making antipsychotics for elderly people. But she knew what she was doing was wrong. She actually had direct evidence that the meds they were making was killing people. Like they didn't care about old grannies. They just wanted to push out those meds to force more dependence and fuck them over. And so she left, you know, because she has a conscience. You see what I mean? She has a conscience, and
It's
she
their
believes money.
Malthusian, that's why.
Yeah, Malthusian. Yeah. Yeah.
Or at least that's part of it anyway.
What Malthusian means? They want to depopulate, right? Because
Yeah, basically. But depopulate in their sense, make money off you slowly as you slowly expire.
That's definitely the case. And she was a good professor. Yeah, she told me this stuff. She has a conscience. You know, the thing is, I noticed is that the industrial system or modernity, the system we're embedded in, is about trying to destroy people's conscience. You know what I mean? Like, that's what materialism ultimately amounts to. Because if there is no higher purpose, no dharma, no any kind of metaphysical principle which you can base a moral scheme on, then everything is permissible. And if you think about it, Timothy Leary, he was kind of social engineering the masses. He said, if it feels good, do it. You know, but I don't think that kind of mentality is good for, you know, spiritual cultivation, or it's good for social stability. You know, if it feels good, do it. I mean, that's not.
Yeah, he said he was the. Yeah, he said he was the reincarnation of Aleister Crowley. You guys know that?
I didn't know that. No, but
Yeah.
that makes sense. Yeah,
He's a weird guy.
It certainly doesn't work for sadomasochists, I'll tell you that.
But if everyone were to have a conscience, like, I mean, if everyone were to be encouraged to cultivate their conscience, or to look within, or something, you know, in Zoroastrianism, it's called Soros. Sorasha is one of my favorite yasatas.
Well,
You know?
what I think it comes down to is people need to develop principles instead of letting the state be their principle for them. The government wants people to look to them to be the guide on how to live, instead of people learning how to live on their own, which people are perfectly capable of, but people are fearful of one another. And because of this, we basically put these huge restraints on ourselves, which fantasizes the whole species, because you got this entity known as the government, and even the priests too, who act like these gatekeeping teachers or these parent figures who just basically keep adults like children and dependent on them, because they don't know. Because they don't know how to develop their own principles, and they don't know how to live a free life outside of their slavery that they've created for themselves.
Yeah, we agree with that. And the thing is, let me think. You know, the whole point is they're trying to the topper echelon, like people like Elon Musk or the technicians or the oligarchs, they're trying to select for psychopaths because the system thrives from having more psychopaths. You know what I mean? That's really a problem. You know, psychopaths don't have empathy. You know what I mean?
Right. They try to create secondary psychopathy, because, you know, there's two types of psychopathy. I don't know if you know, but primary psychopathy are the people who are born that way. And then secondary psychopathy are people who, because of the world they live in or the environment they live in, they develop psychopathic traits which they were not born with.
Yeah,
and that's what they want to make.
The second one is due to conditioning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I think primary psychopathy is much more rare. Like, I don't think it's as common as the second one.
Yeah. Thank God, huh? Then we'd be screwed.
Yeah, there's actually a neuroscientist guy. I forgot his name. He was a neuroscientist, okay? And they got, you know, he was raised by by his aunt or something, and he turned out to be a good guy. And so he got a brain scan or a CT scan, I forgot. And he was able to tell from the scan that he has the traits of psychopathy. Like, he didn't know he was a psychopath. And then he asked his aunt about his actual lineage, his background, and he learned that he had descended from a bunch of criminals, like literal murderers and criminals. And I can find you his name if you're interested again.
I think I've heard of this guy. I don't remember his name either.
Yeah, I can get his name though,
It's
because
like
I
a
remember his face.
YouTube video, maybe.
Yeah, I could give you the video too if you're interested. Yeah, because he actually talked about it in his video. But the thing is, when he learned he was a psychopath, he started to reevaluate himself, and he realized that he did have certain traits of psychopath, but he doesn't like harm people sadistically because he had a good upbringing. But he did say he holds grudges, and that he tries to like if he feels like someone slighted him, then he holds that grudge, and then he waits for the right opportunity to uh to mess that guy over. You see what I mean? So he does retain some of those traits. So he's like a primary psychopath, but turned out good because of good upbringing. Because his aunt was a very good woman. But that's interesting. So that's like a strange exception. You see what I mean to what I'm saying? But
I wonder if that is related to maybe like the good social conditioning, like being related to how the genes were expressed during his upbringing. It's something to
so the
think
brain.
about.
Yeah.
Let me say that. Let me respond to that quickly. See, the genes and the neural network, their relationship is so complex, because the brain is plastic, so if your upbringing can kind of override the primary psychopathy to some extent, if you have very good upbringing. So yeah, because the brain is plastic, it changes based on your critical period and your conditioning.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
Rewiring
say.
of the neural networks and all that.
I absolutely would think that you could teach a primary psychopath to be less psychopathic by basically teaching them in a very gradual way that they are a psychopath. And the way that you teach a psychopath not to harm others is that a psychopath basically recognizes what is not good for them, but they don't recognize that it's not good for others or care. So you have to make the psychopath realize that when you're hurting other people, you're hurting yourself. And I think that's part of what happened with that guy.
Probably the main battle for that is to somehow be able to get the psychopath to learn how to be empathetic.
Yeah, and that's why I was going to say also, like the way they separate special ed kids, they need to be separating potential psychopaths and sociopaths, but they don't do that. They don't seem to.
Yeah, I found his name again, and his name was James Fallon. James Fallon. Yeah, he has videos on YouTube where he talks about it and stuff.
Well, the education, that's a whole different can of worms. The education system, it's like really extremely outdated, and it's geared to only make, basically drones for work.
Yeah, and also destroy.
Plus, it's really dumbed down now.
Also, it's meant to destroy your enchantment in life. You see what I mean? Like they don't.
Oh yeah, your creativity, your imagination, all of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
exactly. Yeah. Because the way they teach everything is based on the paradigm of you can dissect anything, you can break it to components, and you'll learn everything. That's reductionism. You know what I mean? It's very reductionist and it's very soulless, basically. And that's they just want to make you a drone, like you said. So you're right about that.
The Prussian model and the outcome-based education system at work.
This is why I like Winston A. Price. I mentioned him before. Winston A. Price was a diet and nutritionist. He went to Africa and he was looking at the tribal people, their teeth. And, they didn't have like dental hygiene. They didn't brush their teeth, but their teeth were healthier than people in like modernized Western countries. He knows that. He's like, why is that? Because they ate whole foods. No sugar. Yeah. No sugar, no processed carbs. And their teeth was so clean. And yeah, he realized the best approach to diet and nutrition, Winston A. Price, is, your ancestral diet, like the way that people ate whole foods, the way they ate, good quality sourced meat, because, most of the meat we eat now is grain fed and it's from factory farm animals. And that's a very toxic stuff, because it's not real meat, and, you know, but yeah, you know, that's the thing is that a lot of the problems brought by uh in the modern world is self-inflicted. Yeah, it's like, you know, like glyphosates and all of that. You know, glyphosates, and you know, like, and I heard they spray at something like, I think it was ammonia or anomia on your
Oh yeah.
the food now in supermarkets. Like they actually spray it on like your fruits and vegetables. Like they spray it. So
I
even
wouldn't
after
be
they
surprised. I'm sure they're gearing up for large scale distribution of synthetic meat.
Yeah, they're planning a lot of stuff. Yeah, they are doing that kind of crazy stuff. Yeah.
Because some of the stuff like get like already pre-made meatballs from like the grocery store. Like those don't taste like meat to me anymore. There's something about them that isn't right. So I don't know if it's fully synthetic or if it's like a mixture or whatever it is.
Yeah, you know, local food. You know, I actually have interacted with local farmers. You know, his name is Carlton Farms. He was a good guy, and the thing is, the people like Bill Gates and many others. You know, they're buying up the local farms, and you know, they're just trying to monopolize everything. You see what I mean? That's the, you know, like, you know, I used to be a pet food salesman, and I noticed that the smaller local businesses, they actually sell better brands and better food than the big ones like Petco and PetSmart. Okay, so it's a kind of pattern. You know, you see it like as something grows bigger, it becomes more concerned with profit, and you know, so they lower the quality, and so that way they can increase their profit of margin, their margin. And you know, that pattern exists in everything. You know, like you know, like industrial farming, big pharma. Oh, you should probably put that warning now. It exists in, you know, pretty much any industrial complex, even in war. You know, like military industrial complex. Everyone knows that.
Gates wants to technicize farming, I believe.
Yeah, he wants to technicize it
I
and
mean, more than
monopolize
it already is. I mean, like really technicize it. And I think that's going to be really bad. I think this could have really bad consequences, in my opinion.
Well, he acts like a demon disguised with human skin because, you know, he wants to block the sun. He wants to technicize farming more. He wants to.
I mean, I guess I can't say he turned into like an evil villain. He probably always was one. Now it's just really obvious.
Are you talking about Bill Gates? Yeah, he became an evil villain the day the dudes threw the pies in his face.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Well, I'm gonna get off. I'm already tired.
Yeah, blessings, Dom. Yeah, I appreciate you joining.
It's nice talking to you. Have a
All
good
right. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, peace, bro.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hit them with some music then. You know, making some coffee here, and it's pretty much a good time to hit them with some music. We'll move to a different topic here, right? Which is the Jewish elements in the Corpus Hermeticum. So we'll kind of investigate this idea here before we move into some St. Thomas Aquinas, and also look at the finer points of Gnosticism in Elaine Pagel's book. So we're looking at a few different elements here. In the next hour, we'll be focusing on the text of the text of the 2nd century, right? All right, and what that does to a brother. What that does to a brother.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
We don't seek that knowledge. So yeah, so let's get up in this. Appreciate you guys. Let's see what I got on the table here. I know I got some good things here for you guys.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby. So Oh yeah, so robot love. Maybe we'll summon Access with this. Robot love. Robot love. AI robot ladies. So yeah, enjoy. Blessings. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Berlin motherfuckers do it my style. Berlin motherfuckers go my way all the time. It's that beat. That beat. Come on, Berlin. Watch my back. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Do you love me? Or do you love me? Or do you love me? Or do you love me? Now that I found out, do you love me? Or do you love me? Or do you love me? Now that I found out, shake it up, baby, and go real crazy. Feel my wrist, just do it like that. Like a tornado, I'm in that mood. Who girls like my style when we do it real good? But there's a girl that I don't feel. She's a machine trapped in a woman's body. Robot love, robot love, robot love. I don't feel a thing. Robot love, robot love, robot love. Come on, Billy, motherfucker. Oh, baby, 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 baby Jane. Is paradise still the place to be? We might even die in a plane crash before it's too late. Oh, baby Jane, just pursue your dreams. Oh, please. Robot love. Robot love. Robot love. Robot love. And I don't feel a thing. Sometimes I think the girl ain't for real. And now I found a wire in her body. Tell me your code, baby. Tell me your code. What is your code? The code to your soul, baby. I know. I know. Check my love. Check my love. Check my love. I check my love. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Now that I found out. Do you love me? I mean, do you love me? Now that I found out.
Is Robot Love by Alec Empire. It's a pretty interesting song, honestly.
I thought that voice sounded familiar.
Yeah, he really honestly, I like the way he went on that track, where he's like kind of like rapping and singing at the same time, but it's kind of he's like whispering. It's kind of weird as fuck. It's like I wonder what got him into that, weird style. But yeah, definitely a very strange style in that song. And it was made before they had these AI videos, but I thought the AI video kind of went well with the, with the track or whatever. But yeah, it says here, Tractate 1 of the Corpus Hermeticum is a document of considerable importance. considerable importance for the history of Greco-Egyptian religious syncretism and the history of Gnosticism in general, entitled The Poimandres. The Poimandres, after the name of the god who reveals himself in the document. It is attributed in the early tradition to the Egyptian god, thrice great Hermes, equals the Egyptian Tot, T-O-T-H. Right, you guys may have heard of this guy. He's kind of like the god of knowledge. Right, and he's somewhat, akin to Enoch. Right, Enoch gave Methuselah these books, and they contain the knowledge of all the stuff that was taught to Adam and to Enoch, right? And they learned everything about the heavens and the earth and all this stuff, right? So, so in the Bible, there's sort of this narrative that, humanity sort of lost knowledge over time, not gaining it, right? That we started out with pretty much all of the knowledge, right? So, I mean, in that way, it's like, where does this Hermes guy show up with all the knowledge? Right? It's kind of a good question, right? Because Hermes or Tot or Enoch, right? I mean, they would be already having the knowledge, right? It's kind of interesting. So it's kind of interesting. Some say it's kind of like interesting links to like, these angels that showed up in the book of Enoch, right? Because they teach human beings certain things too, but it's not for the good of humanity. It's for the worst, right? They teach people like metallurgy and things, and genetic manipulation and stuff. And they basically use this knowledge to plunder the earth in the book of Enoch, right? So there's a sort of a tale in the book of Enoch about how knowledge isn't for the best. But this Hermes character, he's kind of good. He's bringing knowledge in terms of it's all good. So it's weird. But yeah, he's the one who reveals stuff, right? Probably the earliest document in the Hermetic corpus, it consists of a number of elements that apparently served as a sort of canonical basis for subsequent development of the Hermetic religion. As a reference and allusions to the Poimandres in later Hermetic texts would tend to suggest. The tractate consists of the following elements. An introduction depicting the epiphany of the god Poimandres, or mind, the highest god, to the prophetic visionary unnamed, whom the tradition identifies as Hermes Trismegistus. A revelation consisting of a cosmogony, an anthropological section including an anthropogony. What the fuck is that? Anthropogenesis. Okay. Anthropogenesis. Anthropogeny.
Beginning of mankind.
Right. So it's how mankind is created.
Origin of mankind.
Anthropogony or anthropogenesis. Okay, so we're getting smarter every day, folks. You see how this goes? The most important element of which is the story of man's quote-unquote fall. A section consisting of anthropological and ethical teaching. I wonder what that could mean. Eschatology, the teaching of the way of the ascent to God. an account of the prophet's apostolic mission to humanity with an appeal to people to repent. So it says it's consistent with the fall. It has an eschatological scope, right? It has a prophetic and apostolic mission to humanity in which people ought to repent. But the most important elements are addressed to God, which is a monotheistic sort of deity, right? So it's saying that it shares all of these elements in common with the Jewish text, right? Hermeticism, right? So similar to Plato, right? I was sort of mentioning how Plato has these elements that are very much common to, that certain elements sort of, related heavily with the monotheistic concept, right? Including the certain ethical teaching, right? Which is being also reflected here in this sort of path of sort of salvation and ascension and, and also repentance, right? So it says, it has been long noted that at least from the time of the Byzantine scholiast, I don't know what that means, Michael Psellus in the 10th century, that is, the document is replete with Jewish elements and even contains extensive scripture, quotations, and allusions. In modern times, C.H. Dodd is a scholar who has investigated these things most extensively. He has argued that the cosmogony and anthropogony, I'm sorry, I have no idea how to pronounce that. I would take it that, I mean, I've read like tens of books and I've never come across this word. So I don't dozens of books on the subject of theology. Never came across this word, right? So I don't know what's going on here. Anthropogony. Anthropogenesis. I'll definitely start using it more. Anthropogenesis. Let's talk about anthropogenesis, right?
Yeah, I've never seen that word either.
Right. But yeah, the anthropogony of Poimandres is based on large measure on the Genesis account of creation, says Dodd. Dodd has also noted the extensive influences from portions of Greek Bible other than Genesis, and refers to influences from the kind of Hellenistic Jewish literature represented especially by Philo of Alexandria. Okay, we went over him recently, right? That's in the other chapter that we read of Pearson and Berger. But they spoke heavily about Philo and how he complained about certain antinomian sects within Alexandria, right? And then some of these sages apparently seem to criticize text of, the Christians, and they seem to use certain phrases for certain Christian groups that are maybe applicable to Gnostics as well. Right? So there's this whole entire strange thing going on there in the Jewish literature that bears, sort of panning out there. But yeah, give me a minute. Let me walk over to the other side of this room and grab this coffee here, as I said I was going to do. Okay. So, so where are we now? It says, of course, it may well be the case that Dodd saw some allusions to Genesis that really turned out to be illusory. Upon closer inspection of the text, Ernst Heinchen, I don't know how to pronounce that, has argued this rather forcefully. The latter is perspicacious analysis of the structure of theology of the Poimandres, has also shown that the author of the tractate has utilized a number of sources from which contradict one another. In any case, it is possible that both Jewish and Gnostic elements in the cosmogony and anthropogony are attributable to one or more Jewish Gnostic sources. Okay, so I wish I could show you guys this. They do like this thing where they do a side-by-side comparison. You know what? Let me actually just take a snapshot of this, and then I could just put it up on the screen here real quick. So that seems like a good way I could do it. Let me save this Poimandres and Enoch. So I could show you guys this because this is on the available on a different browser. So yeah, let me pull this up. Because maybe it's better to just have this up while we read this. So we could look very professional. So you guys see this? Side-by-side comparison of verses of the Poimandres with the second Enoch. From this book that I'm looking at, right? So anyways, let's get into where they're at here, and then we'll get back into this. He says,
Yeah, quick question.
Yeah.
I haven't looked into Hermeticism deeply, but in Hermeticism, is the world created by the word of the one, or like a breath, or like a word, or not? Like, or it doesn't mention that. Like, I'm just curious.
I'm not sure, but there is a sense in which God created the world, and also like that God is like sort of like figuring out like what this creation is going to be, because it says the two are all there is, what comes to be and what creates it. So it's almost like this becoming exists alongside this unchanging mind, right?
Hermeticism would say all is mental.
Right.
Yeah, this is interesting. So, you know,
So it'd be it seems real to us, but for the all, it's mental for the all. So it's what the all creates.
Yeah, I looked into it. It said in Hermeticism, the creation is often described as arising through nous, divine mind, and logos, word, reason, but not as a single spoken command like in Genesis. In the Corpus Hermeticum, the divine mind emanates the logos, which orders pre-existing chaos rather than creating ex nihilo. So it's closer to intelligible ordering through taught word rather than a one-time verbal fiat. So I don't think it's tied to words.
I believe Hyperborean would say it's demiurge. What's he called? Demiurge or whatever, the plasmator, plasmating.
Demiurgos.
Yeah, his view is a little is kind of closer to Hermeticism, but in the sense of the Itziliki and being enchained to the material world of becoming, but the origin would be beyond all change. So, but that
Right.
one, yeah. So yeah, it's yeah. It would be like the Hermetic. It would be like the Hermeticism is evil. You have to escape the Hermetic world or something.
He might be lurking around. I don't know.
What?
Hyperborean, I mean.
Yeah, sorry for derailing. I just thought that was.
And right when we said that, it also turned 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds.
Here's to
in
you,
the recording.
Hyperborean.
So
Freemasonry confirmed.
So Freemasonry confirmed. Yeah. So Illuminati
That's one
confirmed.
synchronicity right there.
So yeah. So yeah, blessings to
Hopefully
Hyperborean.
I'll watch it. Hopefully I'll watch this later.
Right. Because that was actually funny as hell. Because you can confirm it if you go back.
But yeah, Hermeticism, bro.
At 11:06. Alrighty. Let's move right along here, folks. Let's see how many hours into the Oh yeah, I just said 3 hours and 33 minutes. Good lord.
Sad drum on.
But yeah, let's get up in this. Get up in this thing. So he says, so somebody says that the connection is so strong that it must have been written by a Jew. Holy smokes. H. Luden Jensen, in a very interesting article, has argued that the Old Testament Jewish emphasis in the Poimandres is so strong that it has to be written by a Jew, right? Who had personally lived through all the mystical experiences described in the autobiographical sections. He thus implicitly denies any connection between the Poimandres and Hermetic religion. Though he does see it as a Gnostic document. Interesting. Its author must therefore have been a Jewish Gnostic, he says. Unfortunately, Jansen's treatment, though rich in insight, is poor in documentation. Moreover, he takes no account of the problem of the sources and redaction in the tractate. In this study, I shall first look at the structure of the document as a whole.
I have a quick question. I don't want to cut off, but it's related to this stuff, though. You know about you know about that one scholar. His name is Asman. Asman, what's your opinion on him? He claims that Moses was actually an Egyptian or something. I don't know. Like, you know who I'm talking about, or his name is like Asman. Like, I could get you his actual name. Like, his last name.
Yeah. Send me his stuff. We'll take a look at it. But yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, you have no idea, because this is kind of connected to Hermeticism.
Moses was what?
Huh?
Moses was what?
Was actually Egyptian. He wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, Savitri Devi wrote a book on this too. That Moses is
really?
Akhenaten.
Right. This is not really new.
Yeah, it's not new at all. Yeah.
It's not new.
So this guy's claiming
no, he's
this.
an actual scholar. His name is Jan Asman. Jan Asman.
Yeah.
And I can here you go.
Asman?
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah, that's his name. Asman. Yeah. Why is it not giving me the look? You can Jan Asman. Yeah, you can.
It's probably that's probably not how it's pronounced. It's probably Jan Ausman or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jan Osman. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyways, send us
actually.
the
Yeah, writings on Egyptian and other religions. Let me read this quickly. Asman suggested that the ancient Egyptian religion had a more significant influence on Judaism than is generally acknowledged. He used the term normative inversion to suggest that some aspects of Judaism were formulated in direct reaction to Egyptian practices in theology. He ascribed the principle of normative inversion to a principle established by Manetho, which was used by Maimonides in his references to the Sabaeans. His book, The Price of Monotheism, received some criticism for his notion of the Mosaic distinction. He no longer holds that idea, though, but he actually wrote a lot of stuff. Like, he does talk about Atlanism, cosmotheism, exodus from Egypt, and the Israelites. He does talk about he's like similar things to Savitri Devi, but he is like an academic, though. So that's kind of strange. Like,
Yeah, I'd say so.
I never read his stuff. I just always thought it was strange. Yeah.
Yeah, check it out. We'll check it out soon. Yeah, send me some of his stuff. We'll check it out. So it says here, Poimandres in the Hermetic religion. Oh yeah, blah blah blah. Right, he sees him as a Jewish Gnostic. Who wrote it? Right. Obviously, the thing is that Alexandrian Judaism, as we talked about, right? Gnosticism and Hermeticism or alchemy, right? Like from Zosimos of Panopolis and all these other people, right? It seemed like they were all blossoming up around the same time, right? So you had, Hermetic, Christians, you had Gnostic Jews, you had, and also another weird thing is that Neoplatonism develops around the same time, right? So around 200 AD, you have tons of sects of Christianity, tons of sects of Judaism, tons of sects of Platonism, tons of sects of Pythagoreanism, tons of sects of Zoroastrianism, tons of sects of Hermeticism, and they're all competing. So it's like this explosion, right? And you could kind of see how this was a time of sort of cultural explosion, right? And it sort of bled out into the religious modes, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if this is relevant. I do think it's somewhat relevant, but maybe the time period. Yeah, he wrote this book called Moses the Egyptian, Osman, and I'll just read a quick summary of it, 'cause I haven't actually read it. I'll just keep it short. To account for the complexities of the foundational event through monotheism was established. Moses the Egyptian goes back to the short-lived monotheistic revolution of the Egyptian king Akhenaten. Osman traces the monotheism of Moses to his source. Jen shows how his followers denied the Egyptians any part in the origin of their beliefs and condemned them as polytheistic idolaters. Thus began the cycle in which every counter-religion, by establishing itself as truth, denounced all others as false. Osman reconstructs this cycle as a part of historical abuse and tracks its permutations from ancient sources, including the Bible, through Renaissance debates over the basis of religion to Freud's Moses and monotheism. One of the great
It's just really interesting that he came to a conclusion that's just the same exact thing that the Freemasons have said for 400 years. It's just like through scholarship, through intense scholarship, he came to the same conclusion.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Who would have thunk it?
Maybe a lot of academia is Freemasonic.
He's one of those brick boys. Yeah,
it's possible. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I actually was just wondering what you thought about it. Is Freemasonic? Yeah, maybe he's a Freemason. Yeah,
I don't know. I think, bro. Yeah, I mean, there's similarities in Hinduism too. So it's just kind of odd, if you read the Upanishads, there's similarities. If you read, Shang Di, right? There's like the Chinese believed in a creator deity for a very long time, right? So there's creator deities popping up all over the place, right? So I don't know why you have to focus, why anyone would just focus on Egypt, right? Probably because it's just really close to where the Jews started out, right? So that you could like pin it on that, right? But I don't know, I'm not sure about that. But yeah, it is interesting that during the time of the Egyptians, see, the problem is that we don't really know when the Egyptians were. And I think that this whole idea that, I think like this whole idea that like, that I think Moses was a lot earlier than 2000 BC or something like that. I don't think they existed in the time of Ramses. I think there's important reasons to think like that's a false.
Ramses was 1200 BC, I believe. You're saying it'd be earlier, like 1400s.
Yeah, I think it'd be way earlier.
Because there's debate on when the actual exodus happened, or whether it was just fake or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I think like anything beyond like maybe 2000 BC is like too hazy for us to like understand like what actually happened. All right. But yeah, I mean, there's you know interesting links between Zoroastrianism and Judaism, right? The Egyptian thing and Judaism, right? So why would it be just coming from one source, right? It's more than likely that the Jews absorbed a bunch of stuff from all of these people, right? They absorbed stuff from the Egyptians, they absorbed stuff from the Persians, and they absorbed stuff from the Greeks, right? That's probably more than likely, right? So, so I mean, they existed for I think for a long time, right? But yeah. And then there's also similar things between the pagan religions, right? There seems to be like the same pagan religion all around the world, where they got the same planets, and what's that all about, right? Who started that thing up? But yeah.
Yeah, maybe they're hiding like stuff about our true past. It wouldn't surprise me. And sometimes they speak in code words, or like recently I told this to Browns Boy. They discovered a 20,000-mile tunnel underneath the Swiss Alps, and I'm like, no, they didn't discover that. They already knew it was there, and they're just telling us now. Like, so I think Browns Boy is right that they're hiding a lot of stuff. Like, there is a lot of stuff underground and other stuff. So it makes you wonder, like,
100%.
yeah, it makes you wonder what the hell is our true past, but
Who was that author? There's an author that wrote a few books about underground tunnels and shit. I can think of his name.
Yeah, if you find that, I would actually be interested in reading that too. Yeah, I would be interested in reading that. It's good to know this stuff because I feel like people act like history is perfectly recorded. That's not true. The reality is that history involves a lot of messy stuff. Like this guy said that guy said that. You have to like reconstruct it, and it makes you wonder like who is doing the reconstruction, who is setting the consensus of what is history. What is the
Richard
true history?
Sauder is who I'm thinking of.
Sauder. Yeah, how do you spell that?
Sauder.
Oh, that's interesting. That actually seems pretty cool. Yeah, Sauder. Yeah. It probably goes even deeper than what our government made. Maybe it goes to like because in Irish Celtic mythology, I mentioned this before. The Tuatha Dé Danann, the children of Danu, which is like the mother goddess in Irish Celtic mythology. They all exist underground. They will go walk to mounds, and when they touch the mound, mist appears, and then they like are in like this secret world that exists underground and stuff. And maybe that's like maybe these beings or something. I don't know. Like maybe it's all underground. The Jays, they had underground tunnels in New York City. That was like 2-3 years ago, and so like there's a lot happening underground.
Yeah, those are probably way shallower than the stuff I'm referring to.
Yeah, it's probably. Yeah.
That's those tunnels wouldn't. They would have to be able to dodge the infrastructure of like New York City. So I mean, who knows? I mean, what kind of crazy shit's going on?
Yeah. Let me see what else I was saying. Yeah, it's interesting. So it's possible that there is like a kind of conspiracy going back to ancient times, and they want to keep us in amnesia or something, or like not looking at stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the Moses thing had a little bit to do, but you guys are going way off the map here, right?
I
we're
was
kinda
just
like
thinking that.
Hermeticism and
apologies.
Yeah, let's kind of get back to the text here, right? But yeah, Yeah, it says its author. Oh wait. I'm on the second paragraph here. It says, in this study, I shall first look at the structure of the document as a whole, that is its final composition, then concentrate on the sections that appear to belong to the final redaction. At the same time, show features that are most characteristically Jewish. Then a tentative thesis will be proposed to account historically both for the Jewishness of the document as well as its pagan, yes, Hermetic thrust. See, this is the thing. It's like we can't even figure out if documents that are near to us, like in the 2nd century, are Jewish or not, or what Jewish elements they contain, or whether they're influenced by Judaism, let alone going back to the 2000 BC to see if, Judaism is influenced by, Egyptian, that's way out of our, right? That might be way, in another, focus. But the thing is that this is what the Hermetic texts are claiming. They're claiming that this knowledge came from ancient Egypt, right? Namely from Tot, right? Which is actually pretty interesting, right? So they would be possibly one of the first to claim this, right? And then obviously the Freemasons had picked this up, right? So as we discussed, right? They sort of, formulated a similar idea. Right, so it says, then a tentative thesis will be proposed to account historically both for the Jewishness, as well as its pagan Hermetic thrust, right? In looking at the form and the structure of the Poimandres, one is struck by the similarity of the tractate to certain Jewish apocalypses, most notably to Slavonic Enoch, a document that probably emanates in its earliest form from the 1st century Egypt. Indeed, 2 of the documents show a remarkable degree of similarity, not only in structure, but also in the specific content. Here are some examples. And of course, we have it up here. Poimandres, Hermes, almost asleep, receives a vision, chapter 1. A very large being appears and calls him by name. God reveals to Hermes the secrets of the cosmos and its origin. And so Enoch, asleep, receives a vision. He gets called by name. And then God reveals the secrets. So indeed, it's very similar document here. Surprising. Surprising. I kind of, people were actually enjoying the discussion you guys were having. But now that I'm back to this, it seems like we lost a lot of viewers. It is what it is. But yeah, so anyways, there's a lot more of this. But I have to sort of, I'll have to sort of snip this up and get more of this popping here. But there's a lot of this here. Poimandres and Enoch 2. So let me pull this up for you guys. And then there's one that gets cut off, but it just says, Hermes is sent to preach errant humans. Enoch is sent to preach to errant humans. Right, and it says, I depart into life and light. And then Enoch says, I shall go up to heaven. So it sort of ends the same way too. But first, let's go to this and look at some other comparisons. So it begins and ends sort of the same way. But here's some other text here. I guess we'll have to go this way. So it says God reveals Hermes the creation of living things. God reveals to Enoch the creation of living things. The creation of man sevenfold. The creation of man sevenfold. Now that's pretty shocking. Eros is the cause of death. Death comes to man through his wife. Huh. Two ways, possibilities for man, life and death, light, darkness. Two ways for man, light and darkness in the Enoch as well. Blessings and curses. That's kind of too general. But it's just interesting
Yeah,
that
that's what I was thinking.
yeah. But it's still interesting that the Hermetic text sort of refers to like salvation and blessings and curses and stuff, right? You know, and like and that
Right.
people are like have to be saved somehow, right? And like people got to be preached to about Hermeticism. You know, it's kind of strange, right? I never thought that her like Hermeticists really saw things that way, right? That they're more like closed off, cloistered and whatnot. Cloistered monks.
That's interesting because I see some Zoroastrian parallels too here, like
right.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, way of ascent. Enoch ascends to heaven. Now this is really weird. That this idea about the seventh heaven. And how there's these celestial spheres that are sort of like the heavens. What's really weird is that it says that the that there's holy that it says holy, holy, holy 3 times.
Yeah, my first name actually is in Persian celestial spear. That's what it translates into. Like
That's pretty
spear,
dope.
Yeah, spear and my first name are etymologically connected. Yeah.
Yeah, somehow we're back on the map here with the numbers. What is going on here with these numbers? Did we say like, you know, did we talk about Jews too many times or what happened? This is so weird. But yeah, I mean, we're just kind of talking about Judaism, not like we're not talking bad about Jews. We're just talking about Jews of the 2nd century and what maybe
Who
their
they
possible
is.
religious choices may have been. Yeah, I think it's like anytime you want to mention this stuff, it fucks with you. But yeah, holy, holy, holy. It's really weird. The powers sing to the Father in the 8th sphere and in the 9th. Holy, holy, holy. The powers. Angelic powers sing to God. Now, it sort of inserted the word powers in there. But if you see the powers as angels, which they really are, right? Angels are sort of like the power of God is reflected in the angels, right?
And Apostle Paul talks about there being principalities and powers in the heavens.
Yeah.
In Ephesians.
Yeah, God is above the 8th sphere. God dwells in the 10th heaven. So God could also dwell in the 10th heaven in the Hermetic thing. This is super weird. How many connections there are, right? So actually, I'm actually blown away by the connections, folks. I got to put this away for a second because, god damn.
Holy smokes.
Holy shit, man. And Valentinus and fucking Marcus are basically like talking about Christ Jesus, man. They talking about Christ Jesus, man. They talking about Christ Jesus, man. So yeah, I feel like the 2nd century is fucked, dude. It's like Hermeticism, all these things, Hermeticism, Neoplatonism, Judaism, Gnosticism had already combined in the 2nd century, folks. And then we fell asleep for 2,000 years.
Kind of goofy.
And they didn't go away. You
The
know,
same
like
thing
because
is
Saint Augustine was a Manichaean Gnostic, so these things did not go away. But yeah, go ahead, Avian. What are you saying?
I was gonna say the same thing is happening again. I think so. Like a big,
Right.
yeah.
It's similar to the Library of Alexandria. Right. It's like the internet is the digital Library of Alexandria. Isn't there something called that? Digital Library of Alexandria.
Probably.
Yeah. Wait. Now that I think about that, your avatar kind of relates to that. Do you know what anime your avatar is from? Cause
No, I don't. Yeah.
No.
Please inform me.
Yeah. I actually don't know what it's from. Maybe I can try to find it.
Oh, I thought. Oh, I thought you were
Yeah.
gonna tell us. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Sad trombone.
Yeah. Interesting. So yeah. So this is actually quite wild. And then of course we saw that, Enoch says, I shall go up to heaven, and Hermes says, I depart into life and light, and they just peace out after they preach to the humans. So they both did the same thing too. So it's kind of weird how it ends the same way as well, right? And then he goes on to say, now there is no solid evidence for the mingling of the Hermetic and Enochic traditions before the 4th century. It is not out of the question that the author of the what? It is not out of the question that the author of the Poemandries was familiar with one or more apocalypses in the Enoch tradition of the sort represented by 2 Enoch, perhaps even 2 Enoch itself. Yeah, I'm assuming that the 2nd Enoch is 4th century. Let me see when the 2nd Enoch was released by the Jays. 2nd Enoch. 2 Enoch. Hmm. Okay. All right. So dates ranging from the 1st century to the 10th century have been proposed. The 1st century BCE. So no way, dude. Get the fuck out of town, dude. So we're looking at 1,000-year span that this thing could have been written.
It's basically saying, yeah, we don't know.
So they have no fucking idea when the 2nd Enoch was written, folks.
The margin
Let's
of
just put that-
error is way too high on that one.
Yeah. So that is staggering. It said anywhere from the 1st century BCE to the 10th century. I'm not making this up, folks. Let me read this to you guys. Like, this is what it says. Like, this is insanity. So there's no way we're knowing when this thing was written. And what's the source for that? I'm actually curious. Marquette Educational.
It's probably basically like, dude, trust me, bro.
With the late 1st century often preferred. Why would that be preferred? Manuscripts, even reference to 2nd Enoch, could be found in origins on the first principles. So that still puts it at least in like close to the time period that I'm talking about. Affirmations of the value of animal sacrifice and Enoch's halakhic instructions to Enoch 59 also appear to be fashioned with preservationist Mishnaic style. So it's saying it looks like it's similar to products of Second Temple Judaism. All of the evidence, I mean, for me, sort of suggests that it's like 2nd century document. But yeah, anyways. In any case, as all earmarks of the Jewish apocalypse, says this guy. Right. Here, hold on, let me see this. Oh, look at this. It said now there now although there is no solid evidence for the mingling of the Hermetic and Enochic traditions before the 4th century, it is not out of the question that the author of the Poimandres was familiar with one or more of the apocalypses in the Enoch tradition. And then it cites Zosimos of Panopolis, who was immersed in the Hermetic tradition, utilizes Enoch material. So yeah, so there's a good point, right? Zosimos, obviously he utilizes Gnostic, Jewish, and Hermetic material. So Zosimos is a good link to show like how like Plato and Neoplatonism and Gnosticism and Hermeticism, and there's guys who followed all of that stuff, right? Together. So yeah, so there's our boy. Right, according to Muslim tradition, Enoch Idris is equated with Hermes and is credited with building the pyramids. The churches and monasteries of Egypt by Abu Saleh. So that's very interesting, folks. So I have heard that before as well. The material from chapter 27 to the end of Poimandres is especially important, for herein we see most clearly that the basic thrust of the document as a whole, and precisely here the Jewish elements are pervasive. Here too we find the best evidence for reconstructing the document's historical Sitz im Leben. That's got to be German. I don't know what that means, right? Looking first at apostolic preaching section, especially chapters 27 and 28, we see the number of elements reminiscent both of scriptures and such Hellenistic Jewish literature, and is preserved in the writings of Philo. For example, the use of the term power as a designation for angelic beings is common in Philo. And related literature. Indeed, even the name of God in the tractate Poimandres may reflect a Jewish biblical reference or belief in God as shepherd of men.
Yeah, can I ask a quick question? How common knowledge is it that power could be associated with angels? Like, you ever see that before? Because you said power is associated with angels, right? Or archangels or something.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He's saying that it's not that common. It's only Philo who uses this.
Yeah, that's weird because you see, in the video game series I play, they actually do that too. There are these archangels or angels that are called power, and see that game is Japanese. So how did the Japanese
Right?
Power can refer to angels,
Right.
Yeah, that's weird. Also, Gnostic stuff in it too. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
And it says also that he is called the Father of the All. And this is a designation for God that occurs very often in the Philo. Father of the All. That's interesting phrasing for sure, for Philo for sure. And this is a designation for God when Hermes addresses mankind as earthborn men. Earthborn men. Interesting. He is using a term that reflects Hellenistic Jewish interpretations in Genesis 2:7. The metaphor of drunkenness, familiar from Gnostic texts, is not absent from Jewish material and is found in the prophets of the Bible as well as in extra biblical Jewish literature. In Philo, drunkenness and sleep are used together. And in a metaphorical sense. Moreover, when Hermes appeals to earthborn men to repent, he is using an expression virtually restricted in antiquity to Jewish and Christian materials. That does seem really weird, right? I never heard that before, that the Hermetic corpus tells men to repent and that goes around preaching that they should be saved. And
That's goofy.
yeah, that is actually really wild. But there is some of this in Zoroastrianism for sure. Saying that about good deeds and bad deeds and stuff like that, and about preaching to men and so on and so forth. Okay, so how much more of this shall we go into? Let me see what time it is. 4:10? Man, we're getting our ass whooped today. I wonder what's going on out there, like in the YouTube streets. Because, like,
it's like desolation and tumbleweeds.
Yeah. It could be like a lot of people on or something like that. Who knows? But yeah, I appreciate the people that are watching, the real people that are out here for us. And yeah, we'll see what we can get into, honestly. We got like another hour here or whatever, that we'll at least stick around for. I don't think anybody's joining the conversation. See, that's the thing. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, you got to repent in the Hermetic corpus. That is pretty wild stuff, actually. If I had to think, it's actually quite strange. So yeah, so let's see what happens. Okay, so the results of Hermes' preaching are summarized in chapter 29. Some of the hearers reject the message, thereby choose the way of death. This phrase reflects the Jewish, quote-unquote, two ways tradition, whereas others wish to be taught more and thus to enter upon life, quote-unquote, seeds of wisdom.
Oh no, Masa got him. Maybe. Just kidding. Hopefully you come back.
Oh, Rubro.
Yeah.
He must have crashed out the stream. It happens.
It happened to me too. My computer froze, and then I had to come back.
Yeah, sometimes it'll like just make an error or something, and then it'll give you a pop-up box saying something went wrong, blah blah blah.
Yep. I have the Corpus Hermeticum. I haven't read it yet. I have the translation by Brian J. Copenhagen. A lot of books to read. I think his name was Copenhagen. I have to double check. There's a lot to read, but yeah, Copenhagen. Yeah, I have that translation.
Do I have that? I forget.
Did you read the Kybellion? I think you said you read the Kybellion, right?
Yeah, I have.
Did it seem hermetic to you? I think it may have been influenced.
I
by
mean, it's hermetic, but I think Hyperborean was saying it's not quite correct or something.
And maybe it's more like a repackaging of it to the point where it's no longer.
I mean, it's like it's basically like I think what he meant was that it's kind of slanted to the bias of the translator or the author. So it's like not quite the same thing, but a lot of the same principles that overlap, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
This medicum.
You know, there are these some occult texts I wanted to read from Japan by Seimei Abba no Seimei. Yeah, like there are some texts that are about him, but they're not translated into English. Yeah, so Seimei was a Japanese. Abe no Seimei. He was a Japanese occultist. It's kind of interesting. From Heian period, you see him a lot in in anime and other movies and stuff. He's like his star and other stuff. It is interesting. Yeah.
See, medical.
I think this one book that Twilight recommended, the Tao of Craft, Food, Talismans, and Casting Sigils, and the Eastern Esoteric Tradition. I think that
G.R.S. Mead is the one I have.
I think that influenced Seimei. This book seemed interesting. The occult from the West seemed very different from the occult of the East. It's very strange. I have different characters.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's coming from totally different, different, what's the word?
Spheres,
the influences. There's another word, but I'm having like a senior moment right now. Different angles, different backgrounds, etc. Man, usually he's back by now. I hope he didn't lose power or something.
Yeah, that would suck. Yeah. I just guess just stay until 5 o'clock.
Me read.
Sigil.
What the hell?
What in Sam Hale?
So when did it kick me out?
Like 5 minutes ago.
Was I in the middle of reading the hymn?
I think so.
So I was reading this hymn. It says hymn in chapter 3. It says, "Holy is God, the Father of all. Holy is God, whose will is accomplished by his own powers. Holy is God
Yeah,
who wishes."
I don't remember you saying that part.
Okay, so goddamn, dude. Here, let me go back and see in the episode. What's the last thing I said? This is actually pretty crazy. I don't know when it kicked me out. See, this is the problem I'm having.
Satramone.
Yeah, so I have too many things open here. And the computer's like sort of crashing out here. Yeah, fuck it. Let me just go back. But how long was I gone? Like 5 minutes, 2 minutes? Like
it was at least 5 minutes. It was longer than usual.
Okay, let me go back then. So I was reading a bunch of stuff from the Poimandres and how it was talking about how, in chapter 29 through chapter 32, there's fragments of a Jewish liturgy that seem to be coming from the Shema, right? And it sort of talks about how this whole idea of blessing and catechesis and sort of seeds of wisdom and this whole thanksgiving and offering that's being offered. right? And it says that, in the Shema, it says, you shall love the Lord God with your whole soul and your whole power, right? And it says in the chapter 30, with my whole soul and strength, right? And it also calls God the Father of all. So there's all these elements, that are really strangely similar to Jewish liturgical prayers. And then it says the hymn in chapter 31 reads, holy is God, the Father of all. Holy is God whose will is accomplished by his own powers. Holy is God who wishes to be known and who is known to his own. Holy are you, who by your word have established all that exists. Holy are you, of whom all of nature became an image. Holy are you, whom nature has not formed. Holy are you, who are stronger than every power. Holy are you, who are greater than every supremacy. Holy are you, who exceed all praises, except pure spiritual and sacrifices from the soul and heart that is stretched out to you. So it says, blessed are you, O Father, in chapter 32 as well. So it's saying that it really seems to echo parts from Isaiah 6:3 and a bunch of other prayers, especially saying that, God is sort of the Father of all. So it's kind of interesting how it echoes the Shema from Judaism, right? And the powers in heaven who constantly sing the praises of God, right? And how God exists in the 10th heaven. I mean, it's all just really strange how much it lines up. I mean, I didn't think it was going to line up this much, honestly.
Yeah. Very strange.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some pretty occult shows and stuff, but this is just a scholarly work. Right? Like, none of the occult shows I watched went this deep into similarities between Jews and Gnosticism and Hermeticism. Really,
what book is that again? I forgot. What book?
It's Pearson and Berger. Here, hold on. Let me look this up. Gnosticism, Judaism, and Christianity by Berger A. Pearson. Berger A. Pearson.
Yeah, I got
Pearson
yeah,
A.
got it,
Berger.
yeah. Yeah, this book isn't even popular. It seems pretty good. It has few reviews though. Yeah, that's interesting book.
Yeah,
Where
it
did
is
you find
weird.
the book? Where did you find it? It's interesting.
I was looking up this information about if Gnosticism is sort of how many Jewish elements it has in it. And so I was trying to see if there's any elements in Gnosticism that are pre-Christian. So, as research for the second edition of Christ's Protagonist, right? Because they need to update a lot of the information that's in the book. So I found tons of interesting material to bolster my findings. I find tons of stuff that agrees with my initial reflections.
Yeah, it's interesting how not many people look into this stuff besides you and some other people. Not many people though. So, yeah, that's interesting.
Right. Yeah, it's like how far back do some of these ideas go, right? That's pretty. I'm interested in that sort of thing. And where do they converge? Right, it's all pretty interesting. Yeah, not a coincidence. Yeah, it seemed like not a coincidence for sure. Talismans are real. The real occult is purely science, quote unquote, and academic through methodological understanding, maybe even as an application. Yeah, it's funny. Like when we have the lowest viewers, we get into the highest level shit, and that just goes to show you, like, the people that stuck out for that, they got a real treat, and the people that sort of come in when everybody else is watching, they get a real trash show, right? Where people are sort of yelling and you know, it's sort of not a lot of deep stuff going on, right? But if you come to a show like this, it's sort of all me talking about a bunch of different ideas, and yeah, we get to some serious reflections, and yeah, I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm really proud of this show, honestly.
Quick question. When do you think the second edition of Christ Protagonist Logos Dethroned will
Oh
be?
my God, maybe 4 or 5 years from now.
Well, 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, there's
Maybe I
no
should
way.
just read the cause I'll probably just read the first edition then. 'Cause,
Oh yeah, that'll give a strong foundation for a lot of the things. I think there's only like 200 or so pages I could possibly add, you know, with the material that I found. But there's significant amount of material that I want to add in there. Stuff about King Herod, stuff about the developments with the people that are coming up with the theories, and there's been some new people that came out with some research that really agrees with what I said. So
yeah, and for a quick remember, you know, you said you recommend reading chapter 4 before the rest of the book. If you don't have strong foundation in Abrahamic theology, read chapter 4.
right, yeah.
I just wanted to see if I remembered correctly. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like some of those ideas that Paul talks about, they're really strange if you don't have a conceptualization or contextualization of like how he talks about sin or other things, or really what Jesus really represents, right? Because like there's a lot of people who don't have a concept of what Jesus represents in the teaching. Right? Like I had to talk to a lot of Christians for a long period of time to like understand from their perspective, what does Jesus really mean to them, right? So yeah. And I highly respect their beliefs for sure. And but it's more about the history of, you know, like I think it's about the history of so many other things that are related to that. Like for example, like we just looked at in the 2nd century, right? Zosimos was reading Gnostic scriptures, and he was an alchemist who was a proponent of Hermeticism, obviously, but he was also sort of you know, incorporating Neoplatonic elements. So he's like all into like all different sort of ideas. So when we're looking at sort of the foundation for a lot of this knowledge, right?
Yeah.
We're looking at different streams of thought that don't always converge.
Yeah, well, just say something. Yeah, I think what you're doing is very important, but when at this level, I really don't have much expertise. So sometimes some stuff I'm not able to retain it as well, but other stuff I do retain. You know, like yeah, there's a lot of information. Like this stuff is very important. So yeah, I think people should just do it. So yeah, like Zosimos. Yeah, I forgot about him. It's very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Maimonides was heavily, you know, influenced by Aristotle, right? I think so. Am I correct? Maimonides. Or was it Plato? Or,
yeah, definitely Aristotle. Yeah,
I remember.
Yeah, yeah. I think Maimonides and Aquinas hugely influenced by Aristotle.
That's right.
Yeah, Aquinas is like, you know, he's basically just Aristotle. Like even according to the Catholics.
Isn't this antiquity, right? This is like the religious development during antiquity, because 200 AD is considered antiquity, right? Right.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
I have a book on that too. Actually, I did flip through that book a bit, and I do recommend that book because it has like Manichaeist stuff and it has a lot of like crazy Platonic stuff and Jewish stuff. It's like a hodgepodge of so many things, and maybe that's related to your interest. I could recommend that book too. I actually read parts of that book because I was studying Manichaeism, and there was a lot of stuff in it, even Hermetic stuff, even Mithraistic stuff. I was like, what the that book, yeah, maybe it's good to check that out for you too. I think so. Let me see here. Let me see here. It's that book is yeah, Religions of Late Antiquity and Practice, by Richard Valentesis. You know, here you go. You can look at it a bit. And so it like has magic stuff, it has Greek stuff. It's like it's like a lot of stuff. Like it's weird. Like I did read a lot of it and stuff, but quite a bit. But yeah, here, but here, yeah, that book, if you want, you can. Yeah, it's by Richard Valentis. Yeah, it says here, religious life and performance during this period comprised diverse, often unusual practices: philosophical assent, magic, legal pronouncement, hymnography, dietary and sexual restriction, and rhetoric were all part of this deeply fascinating world. Religious and political identity often intertwined, as reflected in the Roman persecution of Christians, and a fluid boundary between religion and superstition was contested in daily life. Many practices, including ascetic training, crossed religious boundaries. Often others, such as incubation at specific temples and certain divination rites, were distinctive practices of individual groups and order. And there's like a lot of mixing with Neoplatonism too, and rabbinic Judaism. Yeah, that book was I read. That was the book I was reading about Manichaeism too, but it has a lot of other stuff in it too. And but yeah, I think it's like early and late antiquity. That's right. Interesting. So it also has writings from Maimonides. Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm trying to find this file here. Oh yeah, here it is. Let me see how. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out how long some of this stuff is so I could maybe create a music mix to end this stream. So I could because they are killing me today with the numbers. So I'm gonna figure out what.
You want to end it early? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like maybe 10 minutes early, but not like.
Oh.
Not like. Yeah, I mean we're already 4 or 5 hours in. It is what it is. But
yeah, that's weird how there aren't many people coming on. Yeah, that's interesting.
Right, as compared to last time. Last time there was a lot of activity, or compared to this, but not a lot more. It was maybe just 5 or 6 more people. So I mean, I'm really inflating how many we're missing, honestly. But yeah, let me move to some music, and we'll be right back with some more of the material here. We'll move to sort of Elaine Pagels and St. Augustine. So that'll be a sort of good way to round off the material here. Right, and then I'll basically play some interesting stuff for you guys. I think you guys will like it. Right, I got some fascinating sort of material that we procured recently that is very significant. But yeah, let me play this up for you guys, and we'll be right back. And let me close this Pearson and Berger and this other internet, because my laptop is basically just about to explode for no reason. I don't understand what's going on with that. But yeah, so hopefully that's not affecting the stream. But yeah, so sorry if the music skips and stuff. But yeah, blame the StreamYard. Their shitty technology. But yeah, this is a great song. called Kings by War Ghost. So yeah, enjoy this.
Voltron, Robotech, Megatron, Slash, Biomechanic, Disaster, Blast, Wreck, Devil's Playgrounds, where magnetic disturbances wreak havoc and people feel called to their deaths. When he assigned some of his crew to an archive where relics note, and his men return to the main ship to fetch a telescope, then notice approach, the ghosts in the walls, 3 doors fall, and each door contains slowly a dying crawl. The court held men that would hang, what shoveled the range, before the footprints led to the range. That cracker's cage, the elders were the dragon that kept eye taught by the pageant. If any darkness could imagine the after past, warpath to a times tragic. The people became heavy, the candle blew out in a medley, and MCs are trapped in an asymmetric room killed by symmetry. One chair was used to hang one picture. He laid under a fixture before his turn to die. He forgot the birds above the ledge. In the morning it had burned his eyes. If he was called out the next day to dig another grave, it was demanded by the centurion. With his shovel he felt ashamed. The sky broke morning, the flower had felt the day. The thorn trees were winded and the wicked could not escape. A man carved his last name on the side of a wooden plate, and the blast from the landmine caused the physics tank.
They burned my skin so bad, it became sensitive to light. Now wear a porcelain mask and only come out at night. The sacred father makes you naked, disgrace and horror. I could take you farther. Offer your daughter with honor, murder a man with my hands, and do some years in the can. My hammer slam, send you to the land of the damned. I'm a madman from a bad land. I used to bag grands but never had fam. Fuck around and catch a backhand. Ain't no fear here. I'll crush you like a bear can, you damn queer. Then I will put you in the wheelchair. You can't save shot. My house was built on the same spot as a grave plot where I lay in place pot. Someone passed the knife. I'ma send him back to Christ, the devil's paradise. Another human sacrifice. You get strangled by angels that hang you and drain you. You dangle between dimensions near the Bermuda Triangle. I don't need light, cause I can see in the night. The weed in my pipe came from a meteorite. I glow in the dark, you get blown in the spot. Open up my rib cage and let me show you my heart. I could spit sober, throw you in a pit of cobras. My 6 soldiers with full clips hit Jehovah. A bad hit when I was young. I never had shit but never sad, bitch. I got a Mac and empty mag clips, you bitch punk. I will rob all of you big stunts, roll up a thick blunt, and then I take you on a witch hunt. Took every kind of drug to combine with my blood, so I could get high, fly in the sky like a bug. You can't fathom, I smash and split atoms. My mind emits photons of light beyond imagine. I spread like disease, I'm deeply rooted like trees. I blow like the breeze and conquer the 7 seas. If you get lost, I chop your motherfucking head off. Grind up your body up in my meat to make a red sauce from heaven and hell. I summons thunder and hail. They need to throw away the key and lock me under the jail.
And every kind of sickness among the people. Perhaps light armored vehicles, bizarre and Superman and cells behind walls you cannot see through. At the same time, courtyards and graves beneath you. A woman who tried to teach you. The warrior and his prowess intrigue few. There is an ocean that is inhabited by what the seas knew. There is a man who has died in a house among his sisters who seek you. But the end thereof are the ways of death. Many moons ago in the forest an Indian brave slept. A female serial killer, the activities of a strange fiddler. Abel was a keeper, sheep, Cain of the ground, a tiller. A man has become stolen from at the market. Hawaii is home to a volcano goddess. Such violent things were given to a swamp tar pit. Blood has stained the carpet, this is found in the hearts of darkness. Aliens promise to serve man, in the sky a starship. Leading to a troubled boy, the identity of his source. One wields the universe with force, the other intrigued along the torch. Their military genius is seen in the eye of the phoenix. At night may be painted like a fly which lands between us. It is your turn to die for city in the sky. The U.S. chooses to confront work evil on the ground for the first time.
Yeah. Blessings. Okay, let's move forward here. I appreciate you guys. And yeah, I mean, where were we? Let me open this up. Marcus claimed the divine truth revealed itself to him in feminine form. Right, so that has certain elements to it. He talks about the Kabbalah. I mean, she talks about the Kabbalah, right? And she says the late Gershom Scholem, professor of Jewish mysticism at Hebrew University at Jerusalem, far more sympathetic to Marcus than Irenaeus was, explained that those who take the path of the Kabbalah seek to know God, quote, not through not through dogmatic theology, but through a living experience and intuition, unquote. Like other Jews, Kabbalists interpret the scriptures. Remember, she's talking about this idea of divine visions and how the Montanists sort of talked about how they had received the gift of the Holy Spirit so they can prophecy and speak about visions. Right? So this is the main aspect of why Marcus is sort of expanding on this whole idea. And also, there's another concept that's ancillary to this. It's the idea of this divine speech, right? This divine speech, right? Which is sort of like, you know, what it, you know, this divine speech is akin to what we were reading in the Haggadah, right? Okay, about how it's sort of talking about how the letters accord this divine relationship with God, right? Remember, it said that, and I was talking about how it's sort of similar to Pythagoreans, right? How it's saying that 1 and 2, or Aleph and Beit, right, are sort of like the beginning of the universe, right? That God used one to compose the Decalogue, and he used another one to create the universe, right? So there's interesting relationship between sort of words and speech and sort of these divine relationships, right? So it says here, how can the invisible and comprehensible God become manifest? Marcus' vision tells us that the whole alphabet, all of human speech, can become a mystical form of divine truth, a conviction that many Kabbalists would share. Like many others, Marcus was fascinated with Genesis, right? And we just saw another sort of tradition that was fascinated with Genesis, right? Which is the Hermetic tradition, right? And I think sort of Valentinus actually rewrote Genesis to a certain extent, right? Let me actually pull up on this. There's sort of another part of this book where she talks about how Valentinus sort of like rewrote Genesis. Let me see if I can find this for you guys. And I may not find it. I'm sort of just. Oh yeah. Whoops. Oh yeah. Me and Twilight, or actually, I was trying to tell Twilight where this was from the other day. The Gospel of Truth. Shit. Oh, here it is. Valentinus. It may be written by Valentinus, it says. Depicts a world devoid of God as a nightmare, a world
Okay, so it says the world which seemed to lie before us like a land of dreams, so various, so beautiful, so new, hath really neither joy nor love nor light nor certitude nor peace nor help for pain, and we are here in a darkling plain, swept with confused alarms of struggle and flight, where ignorant armies clash by night. Huh, so that's not the part I was looking for. Oh, here it is. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Saturn.
Yeah, it says, we know little of Valentinius himself, since only a few fragments of his writings survive, but he too wrote a poem reflecting on the mystery of how the visible universe emerges. The invisible source, as Genesis 1:2 says, the spirit moved above the depth. All things I see suspended through spirit, he says. All things born along through spirit. Flesh depending on soul. Soul bound to air. Air depending on ether. From the depth, fruit brought forth. From the mother's womb, a child. So that's interesting, huh? It says, all things I see suspended through spirit. All things born along through spirit. Flesh depending on soul. Soul bound to air. Air depending on ether. From the depth, fruit brought forth. From the mother's womb, a child. So yeah, so Valentinius, whatever he was teaching his followers, he definitely was no dummy. He was like trying to sum up a bunch of weird shit of what he knew about, right? Just to give you guys a taste of what this dude was saying. And of course, we looked at some of the fragments of Valentinus about creativity and man's creativity, and how man's creativity sort of enslaves him through this power of speech and words. So it's kind of interesting how he sort of thought this, right? So we have this idea of the divine logos being embedded within this thing, speech, which if man misuses, he could sort of imprison himself. Right? So it's sort of the misuse and the good use of speech, where we either transcend nature or get, sort of guided by our own creations, right? Our own miscreations, misinventions, right? So yeah, so it's a fascinating idea. Obviously, I sympathize with this concept. And of course, I could see how this sort of idea of this archontic virus or whatever, this may come into this. Right, so it says, how can the invisible, incomprehensible God become manifest? Marcus' vision suggests that the whole alphabet, all of human speech, can become a mystical form of divine truth, a conviction that many Kabbalists would share. Like many others, Marcus was fascinated with Genesis, as he wondered what happened in the beginning, and even before the beginning of the universe. And like the author of Thomas and John, Marcus interpreted Genesis 1 and suggested that, quote, when first the unbegotten, inconceivable Father, who neither male nor female, notice he just threw that in there, right? So God is androgynous. And we saw this, there's certain, sects of Mithraism, and of course Orphic Pythagoreanism, that seem to suggest the same thing, right? That Mithras or Phanes Protogenus was a sort of hermaphroditic god. And of course, remember he said earlier that the that the truth had revealed himself to him as a goddess. And of course, we've been hearing this all day, right? Isn't that what Parmenides said? So maybe he stole this from the Parmenides, right? He also says, for the world could not have borne the truth coming in masculine form. So maybe he's thinking like the male truth is like higher than the female truth. I don't know. I wonder what that says about like sort of sex magic, right? Because think about it. The only way the truth can be born in to humans is in feminine form. So doesn't that say something very interesting about the nature of our existence? About the matrix, right? Which comes from the word mother, right? So it's like interesting, right? But yeah, so he says the divine truth revealed itself to him naked in feminine form with the Greek letters, 24 Greek letters adorned on her body, and she spoke the mystical name Christ Jesus. So there's a lot going on there. There's the divine language. Secondly, it's the Greek language. Thirdly, it's a female. Fourthly, it represents how truth comes into the world via the feminine, the divine feminine, so to speak. And then lastly, it's appearing to understand and speak about Christ Jesus. So this is Marcus, a student of Valentinus the Gnostic. And of course, we could look at the second Enoch too. I'll do that in a minute. Because of course we were looking at the second Enoch or earlier, right? Yeah, blessings, Rachel. I appreciate that, guys. Verp. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, thank you guys, man. Been a great conversation. Yeah. Thank you. So let's move forward. I appreciate you guys that are watching. So he says, when the unbegotten, inconceivable Father, who is neither male nor female, willed to bring forth, he opened his mouth. Wait, why does he say his then? Whoops. But yeah, and spoke the word logos. Sorry, that's a redundancy. Right, spoke the logos. It's supposed to say, right? Marcus explained that as he revisioned this process, each separate letter that God spoke at first recognized neither its own nature nor that of the others. Doesn't that sound oddly familiar to the Haggadah? Good fucking Lord, dude. Do I have to open this up again? It literally says, "22 letters of the alphabet descended from terrible and august crown of God, whereupon they were engraved on a pen of flaming fire. They stood around God, and one after another they spake and entreated, create the world through me." And what does it say here? Each separate letter that God spoke at first recognized neither its own nature nor that of the others. Dude, that sounds exactly similar, doesn't it? Am I tripping? Because if every letter is like, no, God, me first, me first, me first, and then it's they're basically not recognizing each other. What the fuck? And I'm not even looking anymore. I mean, I'm not like thinking about Pearson and Berger when I'm reading this. But he's haunting me, right? Because now I can't unsee the connections between Gnosticism and Judaism, honestly. You know, it's weird, right? Because they're literally like Marcus, the Gnostic, is literally saying that each letter wanted to realize its own existence and not that of the others. Whereas in the fucking Haggadah, it says, each letter stood around God and said, create the world through me. And this is tripped out, man. But yeah, anyways, Marcus explained that as he envisioned this process, each separate letter God spoke at first recognized neither its own nature nor that of the others, for while every one of them is part of the whole, each one imagines its own sound to be the whole name of divine being. Yet Marcus continued, quote, the restoration of all things will take place only when the illusion of separateness overcome and all these elements mingling into one sound shall join unanimously in the same song of praise. In the same song of praise. Yo, what's going on? Yeah, you there, Neuro? Oh shit.
Yep. Sorry, my bad. I was trying to restream you to get you more views. Just
No, it's
busy.
all good. Yeah, but what's really weird is check this out, dude. This shit right here.
I heard Valentinus, and usually if someone says Valentinus, I appear. So I was like, okay.
Where
Like
is this? Oh yeah, whoops. I'm trying to share a video instead. Let me share an image. And I'll show you guys this quote I have by Valentinus. And then I'll reread this quote by Marcus, and then I'll reread this quote by the Haggadah, because this is actually really crazy stuff. Yeah, it's talking about this divine language. Right? So this is Valentinus on technology. Oh, whoops. Right here. And it says, something like fear overcame the angels in the presence of that modeled form, i.e. Adam, because he uttered things that were superior to what his origin justified. Owing to the agents who had invisibly deposited a seed of higher essence and who spoke freely, so too the races of worldly people, human artifacts become objects of fear for their creators. For example, statues and images and everything that is made by human hands as representing a god. For Adam, modeled as representing humanity, made them stand in fear of the pre-existent humanity. So he's kind of talking about Adam Kadmon there. For precisely the latter stood in him, right? Adam reflects the Adam Kadmon, right? The universal man. And they were stricken with terror and quickly concealed his works. So there's that. Now here's Marcus. He says that, oh, whoops. He says each letter thinks its own sound to be the whole name. So it's like each of the elements of language, they're sort of like selfish, right? So language itself is kind of selfish because they descend from the crown of God and they want existence to start with them. Right? So it says none of the other letters recognized neither its own nature nor that of the others. For while every one of them was part of the whole, each one imagines its own sound to be the whole image. And then in the Haggadah, 22 letters of the alphabet descended from the terrible and august crown of God. Whereupon they were engraved with a flaming pen of fire. They stood round about God, and one after another they spake and entreated, create the world through me. After the claims of all these letters had been disposed of, Bet, B-E-T, stepped before the Holy One, blessed be he, pleaded before him, O Lord of the world, may it be your will to create the world through me.
That seems pretty interesting. So what's the Haggadah exactly?
It's Second Temple Judaism, pre-Talmudic.
So I have a question for you that may or may not be related. Do you think that you can find roots of Kabbalah in Valentinus?
Well, that's what. Well, that's what I was just proving, right? Because it says here that that here she says the late Gershom Scholem, professor of Jewish mysticism at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, far more sympathetic to Marcus than Irenaeus was, explained that those who take the path of Kabbalah seek to know God not through dogmatic theology, but through the living experience and intuition. Like other Jews, Kabbalists interpret the scriptures, but in their hands, the scriptures become like a language of spiritual exploration. Like Kabbalists, and here's the key part, more than 1,000 years later, Marcus asked, how can we speak what is ineffable? How can the invisible, incomprehensible God become manifest? Marcus' vision suggests that the whole alphabet, all of human speech, can become a mystical form of divine truth.
Yeah, it's so funny you say that because I had a TikTok thing I did yesterday, and I was talking to like a gay guy, atheist, and then like another guy who just hates all of existence, and then a Catholic, and I really triggered all of them, honestly, but particularly the Catholic, because he was saying, well, Aquinas says, you know, instead of Nietzsche says, it's like Aquinas says that we can know God through reason, logic, and I was like, well, I mean, you can know aspects of him maybe, but you're definitely not going to know him directly, right? Like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know that Aquinas is saying that particularly, right? Like, it's a very strange thing. And then it kind of dawned on me, it's like, this is kind of why I reject Catholicism, is because they kind of run with that and say, well, I mean, there's no problem with, you know, mixing all these things together and kind of worshiping the Kabbalistic language of all this stuff. You know, again, I think it's like, what you seem to be saying is kind of what I've assumed, you know, since I was probably like 16, which is that the English language is basically a Kabbalistic invention. I didn't know it was Kabbalistic at the time, but I could figure that it was basically like a way to like universalize Kabbalistic incantations to everyone. If that makes any sense. I know that sounds totally insane, but it seems that what you're pointing to is that there is a case to be made that this kind of goes back pretty far as like a way to look at language as a technology, as like an actual like hardcore technology, essentially.
Yeah, it's tripped out. But mainly it just seems like, you know, all of these texts seem to be pointing to a similar, you know, sort of concept about this sort of divine language, and it sort of relates to another concept of divine reason, right? So,
Well, that's what I told the Catholic and the atheist and the guy who's just like doesn't believe in anything. I was like, your God is reason, right? And I think a lot of people, and they were like, that's not a God. I don't worship him. And I'm like, you do. Performatively, you do worship reason, right? Like you just said, well, there's no God, but I do believe in this thing called reason, and I put it above all else. And you basically like don't question it, right? And so you kind of, and I say like basically you're a slave to reason. And I mean, honestly, I don't know how to argue that really well, but I definitely know that that's true for the average atheist or Catholic or people in the modern world, right? And I think you've really shown me that, about Hegel and Marx. They kind of release this spirit of the world that becomes kind of like I guess people would call it a demiurge, right? Like maybe there wasn't a demiurge, but if there wasn't, then definitely Hegel and Marx and these people seem to have created it, I guess, perhaps. Maybe that's a terrible argument, but I'm going to run with it anyway.
Well, they certainly say as much, right? They're basically saying like, look, reality is just fiction, so they could sort of invent. See, because if it's language, then you can construct reality through words, right? So this is the thing. If reality is just language, if it's composed of language, then you can sort of re-engineer the matrix, so to speak, right? So this is the thing is like, so if they sort of reverse engineer the matrix, right, through language, right, then they could create a sort of pseudo eschaton that does sort of push, people into sort of something like the call of Cthulhu or something. Well, they could bring this thing into existence, right? They just sort of wish it into existence, right? And with language, they could change the scope of reality. If enough people believe it, then it'll change the structure of reality, right? So they believe that they can, sort of meme things into existence, and that is obviously it's deeply Kabbalistic, is what I'm sort of pointing. Right?
Did you watch that video by Southern Israelite by chance? I'm asking because I think it relates to what you're saying.
Not yet, but I did watch his sort of documentary on it that he put on Rumble. Which is interesting. But yeah, I know like a lot of interesting.
The only reason I say is because what you're kind of reminding me of is that it seems like they've kind of used this universalism, as you put it, as like a way to introduce the meme war into everything, I guess, or something.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's kind of interesting how he says all the elements mingling into one sound shall join unanimously in the same song of praise. So that sort of sounds like universalism right there. Right? Like all the languages will combine, all the words will combine, they'll all sing the same song of praise. Right? So that sort of sounds like, so Marcus the magician, Marcus the Magi, he sort of laid this all out in the 2nd century, right? He says, for the universe itself came forth from the glory of that sound of praise. Marcus believed that this is something everyone knows intuitively and acknowledges from the first cry a newborn utters, emerging from the womb, to the moments of anguish when a person's moans cry out in difficulty and distress, saying, oh, such sounds, Marcus said, echo the divine name. And there's another huge concept in Kabbalah that Marcus is sort of echoing here, right? So the Gnostics are sharing this concept of the divine name of God, right? Because language itself is divine, right? So you could have a divine name, right?
Well, you could definitely, if everything you're saying is the case, which I'm not doubting it is, then basically, again, it kind of reinforces the fact that, in some sense, at least, atheism, like the age of reason, and also whatever Judaism is today is essentially just like repackaged Valentinian-esque Gnosticism or something like that.
It seems like that's is what I'm pointing to. But just to be fair, this isn't me. This is Elaine Pagels and also Gershom Scholem. So it's not just me. I'm actually piggybacking on a lot of people that the small hats are going to use anyways.
Right.
we
So
might
whether
as well
it's
use
true
it.
or not, that's definitely the revisionist history that they're basing their new
Exactly.
age structure on. I got it. Yeah.
Exactly.
So-
Right. So
Well, I
so
could tell you when you read history, it definitely is definitely trying to point you to believe such a thing. I mean, that's all I know for sure is like you read history just in plain English, quote unquote. I mean, it basically points in that direction the way
well,
the way it's taught. And
oh yeah, she says in this book many times that she thinks like that Gnosticism is an improvement on modern day Christianity. It seems like that seems to be a central theme in her book. So
well,
yeah.
well, I like to say that, like, and again, I've said it many times, but I'll just say this really briefly because I like to make this point because people misconstrue it, and I know it's controversial, but I think that Valentinian Gnosticism is useful in the sense where, like, it's probably pointing to things that are somewhat true, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that like I accept their conclusions, if that makes any sense, right? Like,
Right.
like obviously I believe that there's one God and and he's basically what created everything. But at the same time, that doesn't discount the fact that there's other entities that are pursuing their own interest, if that makes any sense, right? And I think to deny that would be foolish for people to do, right? Now, it doesn't mean that I think we should go like worship them or work with them or something. I mean, other people would say that, but I'm saying to just pretend that that's not the case, I think is very foolish.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, he's kind of like dreaming of this world where like, it's like the Bill and Ted Excellent Adventures, where everybody sings the same song of praise. We will all be excellent together. And yeah, and he says like whatever exists, like everyone will chant amen. Their unanimous voice anticipates how all that exists finally shall be restored into a single harmonious whole.
Do you think that's kind of what the Catholic Church and all these other churches are trying to do with the one world religion? Is basically just try to find some way to merge them for some like Matrix meme war magic or something?
No, but I'm kind of understanding how sometimes Twilight says like the point of Gnosticism is not to destroy the world. Well, yeah, that's exactly what Marcus is saying here. It's like going to become one unified whole. Right? So it's not going to be destroyed. It's going to be like fixed in a way. So it's kind of like more going towards like a world where everything's going to be perfect.
Well, that's kind of what Christianity thinks ultimately is going to happen. It's just that we don't. I think at least my understanding is that we don't try to like accelerate that or participate in that. Like we just see it as something that's kind of inevitable, and we try to do our part to like correct ourselves. However much we can.
Well, it's interesting you say that because here comes Irenaeus, right? So so it says here, Irenaeus says that he tried hard at a friend's request to investigate Marcus' teachings in order to expose him as an interloper and a fraud. For by attracting disciples, performing initiations, and offering special teachings to spiritual Christians, Marcus' activity threatened Irenaeus' effort to unify all Christians in the area into a homogeneous church. Irenaeus charged that Marcus was a magician, the herald of Antichrist, quote unquote. Nice. A man whose
sheesh.
Well, he was probably just trying to bring in the dark logos.
Right. So he says a man whose Okay, so he calls him the herald of Antichrist, a man who's made up visions and pretense to spiritual power masked his true identity as Satan's own apostle. He ridiculed Marcus' claims to investigate, quote, the deeper things of God, unquote,
and mocked him for urging initiates to seek revelations of their own. And this is what he says. He says, while they say such things as these about the creation, every one of them generates something new every day. According to his ability, for no one is considered quote unquote mature or initiated among them who does not develop some enormous lies. And then he says, Irenaeus, or she says, Irenaeus exposes dismay that many other teachers, too, within Christian communities, quote, introduce an indescribable number of secret and illegitimate writings, which they themselves have forged to bewilder the minds of foolish people who are ignorant of the true scriptures, unquote. He quotes some of their writings, including a part of the well-known influential text called the Secret Book of John, discovered among the so-called Gnostic Gospels at Nag Hammadi in 1945. I wonder why she calls them the so-called Gnostic Gospels when she wrote a book about it called The Gnostic Gospels. The fuck? Is she now, reversing the course of her previous writing, right? Pretty weird, dude. She's one of the most famous authors of on the subject, and her book is called The Gnostic Gospels. I'm pretty sure, right? So yeah, so she says here that so the Secret Book of John, he refers to many others, including the Gospel of Truth, perhaps the one discovered at Nag Hammadi, which he attributes to Marcus' teacher Valentinius, and even a Gospel of Judas. Irenaeus decided that stemming this flood of secret writings would be an essential step toward limiting the proliferation of quote unquote revelations that he suspected of being only delusional or worse, demonically inspired. Now, of course, Pagels is an atheist, so she's taking the view that neither the Christians nor the Gnostics are coming up with anything divinely inspired. So she thinks you might as well just qualitatively look at it all and see which ones you agree with and which ones are more feminist. And since the Gnostics have prophetesses, she just picks them, right? So that's essentially her, the depth that she goes through, to come to her conclusion, apparently, right? But it says, yet the discovery at Nag Hammadi show how widespread was the attempt, quote unquote, to seek God, not only among those who wrote such secret writings, but among the many men who read, copied, and revered them, including the Egyptian monks who treasured them in their monastery library, even 200 years after Irenaeus had denounced them. But in 367 CE, Athanasius, the zealous bishop of Alexandria and an admirer of Irenaeus, issued an Easter letter in which he demanded that the Egyptian monks destroy all such writings, except for those he specifically listed as quote-unquote acceptable, even canonical, a list that constitutes virtually all of our present New Testament, quote-unquote. But someone, perhaps monks at the monastery of St. Pachomius, gathered dozens of books Athanasius wanted to burn, removed them from the monastery library, sealed them in a heavy 6-foot jar, and intended to hide them, buried them in a nearby hillside near Nag Hammadi. There, an Egyptian villager named Muhammad Ali stumbled upon them 1,600 years later. And him and his brother discovered the clay pots. They fought over them. I think one of them killed the other one. And their mom burned some of the fragments, apparently, which is really weird, right? So some of the writing may have been lost to history. So anyways, she's an expert on the subject, right? But there's a bunch more of this. She's gonna talk about the secret book of John. And yeah. So anyways. So what else, guys? Yeah, we're not going for much longer. And I kind of do want to get to sort of St. Augustine here. So let me just move to St. Augustine, right? Because I know me and Neuro were talking about this earlier too. About his view on evil. So I think this will be either, pretty interesting for Neuro too. If I had to guess. But yeah. Let me move over here and grab this for a second. All right. So he says the supremely good creator made all things good. So he does some interesting things, right? He says evil doesn't exist. Right? He said God is completely good. Right? The world is made in a fallen state. That the world is made with sin and death already contained within man. But man has free will to overcome this. Right? So God does not cause all the evil. Right? You can
Who said that?
escape it. This is St. Augustine, right? His view, right?
Yeah. I pretty much agree with that point personally.
Yeah, he's got some strong arguments for it. He says the supremely good creator made all things good. Says by the Trinity, thus supremely and equally and unchangeably good, all things were created. And these are not supremely and equally and unchangeably good, but yet they are good, even taken separately. Taken as a whole, however, they are very good. So he says, by the Trinity, thus supremely and equally and unchangeably good, all things were created.
You know what's strange? Sorry to interrupt you. What's strange about this is like even knowing this, it can make you supremely unhappy, even though you know that this is true.
Yeah, and he says he's not saying that they're all supremely and equally and unchangeably good, but they are good. Separately, they're good, but taken as a whole, they're very good. So he says some of the things may seem like they're not good. All of them are good, but taken separately, they're pretty good. So he says, what do we got here? We got a lot of goodness in what's been created, right? And he says, in the universe, even that which is called evil, when it is regulated and put in its own place, only enhances our admiration of the good. So that's another point he makes. He says, say you get some evil, you're going to really enjoy the good now. So I said, not only is most of it good, but the little bit of bad stuff that does happen makes us really enjoy all of it, which is good. For we enjoy and value the good more when we compare it with the evil. For the Almighty God, who as even the heathen acknowledge, has supreme power over all things, being himself supremely good, would never permit the existence of anything evil among his works, if he were not so omnipotent and good that he could bring good even out of evil. For what is that which we call evil but the absence of good? Now, here's the main thing. For what is that which we call evil but the absence of the good? It says, in the bodies of animals, disease and wounds means nothing but the absence of health. For when a cure is effected and does not mean that the evils which were present, namely the disease and wounds, go away from the body and dwell elsewhere, they altogether cease to exist. For the wound or disease is not a substance, but the defect in a fleshly substance. The flesh itself being a substance, and therefore something good, of which those evils, that is privation of the good, which we call health, are accidents. Just in the same way, what we call vices in the soul are nothing but privations of natural good. When they are cured, they are not transferred elsewhere. When they cease to exist in the healthy soul, they cannot exist anywhere else. So what he's saying is like, if you have a disease, that doesn't mean that the disease is now taken over the person and the person is akin to the disease. Right, but a disease reflects a malady of the whole, which is actually good, and that, you know, such natural evils are pretty much just random, you know, sort of minimal instances, whereas if you take all of what's happening, you have to reflect on how most of it's pretty much good. So that's his view so far, right? So he says that he's describing evil in the same way, right? He's saying that when evil pops up in the world, right, it just means that there's no good there, right? It doesn't mean that there's something such as evil. No, it's all good. It's just a lack of something good within the good, which causes us to perceive evil. So it's kind of like the evil is an illusion, and it exists because of the good. It's kind of like how we were saying earlier, that falsehood exists because of the truth.
It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way too, even though that's probably not a good analogy, but
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the truth can't be based on falsehood, but falsehood has to be based on some sort of truth.
it kind of explains dreams in a sense too. I was listening to Quantum of Conscious. He was kind of going on about this too, where even the delusion kind of proves that reality is real, but it's like super real, but it's also not something that you can really fully know either, right?
Right. I'm going to wrap it up soon here, but let me just read his next point, and we'll come back to this next time. You know, he says, all things that exist, therefore, seeing that the creator of them is supremely good, are themselves good, but because they are not like their creator, supremely and unchangeably good, their good may be diminished and increased. And for good to be diminished is an evil, although however much it may be diminished, it is necessary, if the being is to continue, that some good should remain to constitute the being. For however small or of whatever kind, the being may be, the good which makes it a being cannot be destroyed without destroying the being itself. So he's saying everything has a part of good, which is part of its indestructible nature, so to speak. So the thing that's sustaining it is the good. So if you take the good out of the thing, it ceases to exist.
Well, that sounds like hell.
Yeah, he's saying things exist only because they're good. So existence implies goodness. Because God is sustaining all things. So he's saying the fact that something exists entails that it's good. You know, and the good is also what sustains the thing. So take the good out of it, there's nothing there. Interesting thought. He says that some good should remain to constitute the being, for however small or of whatever kind the being may be, the good which makes up it which makes it a being cannot be destroyed without destroying the being itself. An uncorrupted nature is justly held in esteem. But if still further it be incorruptible, it is undoubtedly considered of still high value. When it is corrupted, however, its corruption is an evil because it is deprived of some good. Damn. I lost my place because Neuro hopped out there. Oh, okay. Here it is. Oh, Avian's still here. Blessings. Okay, so yeah, so we're about to end this soon on our end. Let me just start this again. Therefore, so long as a being is in the process of corruption, there is in it some good of which it is being deprived, and if a part of the being should remain which cannot be corrupted, this will certainly be an incorruptible being. And accordingly, the process of corruption will result in the manifestation of this great good. But if it do not cease to be corrupted, neither can it cease to possess good of which corruption may deprive it. But if it should be thoroughly and completely consumed by corruption, there will then be no good left, because there will be no being. Wherefore corruption can consume the good only by consuming the being. Every being, therefore, is a good, a great good. If it cannot be corrupted, a little good if it can. But in any case, only the foolish or ignorant will deny that it is a good. And if it be wholly consumed by corruption, then the corruption itself must cease to exist, as there is no being left in which it can dwell. Confusing, isn't it? Right? You wouldn't think like a Christian would say like evil doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, privation and all that.
Yeah. Thing is that, you know, I feel like every tradition is different. And one of the earliest texts in early Buddhism was the Rhinoceros Sutra. Rhinoceros. And that sutra, you can actually, there's a Wikipedia. It's about being like a rhinoceros who is a solitary ascetic and being unhindered or not grasping anything, kind of like the Taoist non-doing, you know, just for the contemplation and, you know, not clinging to things. And I think even Dogen's practice enlightenment, you know, with Zazen and stuff, it kind of gets back to that root. You see, it's very simple. It's not like meant to be like intellectually complex, and it's like Dao De Jing, because the Dao that can be named is not the eternal Dao. And the thing with the Gnostics and the stuff I'm seeing is they're very like complex, like like Valentinius, it's like, and also even Augustine, they like get into Aristotelianism or whatever. It becomes very convoluted and stuff. Yeah, so it doesn't have like an elegant simplicity or something. Like it kind of, I mean, I do respect a lot of people's views, but when things get very metaphysically complex, I just feel like it just gets more obfuscating of like the more profound inner truth or something. The present moment, or also the yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Yeah, so you got any thoughts, Red?
Do not seek the treasure.
Precisely. Well, I greatly appreciate you two gentlemen for being on the stage with me. We held the title pretty much, and Dom, shout out to Dom and Neurojack. They were also, and also Lorp, of course. The people that joined, I greatly appreciate you. The people who participated and sort of, rocked out with us in terms of the conversation. Even more so, thank you, Verp, and Heavy the Crown. Blessings to the homies that are out here. And I greatly appreciate you guys for watching. But yeah, we're gonna end up and play some music here for you guys. And of course, we have a lot of material that we're gonna play here. So if you guys are looking for some interesting conversations that are pretty much not that much available or seen or viewed on the interwebs, right? This will be the primary spot for that, right? For a little while. And of course, we'll play some music and we'll have the manifesto as always. We, past the 12-hour mark, we just play the manifesto and play music and stuff. And usually that works out fine, right? So we've been sort of, getting into that. It's been pretty fun. And so yeah, so enjoy this music, and we appreciate you guys. We got tons of more material for you guys. I wanted to lay out some of the more deeper topics today because I noticed that not many people are watching. So on the sort of sly tip, where we don't get to have conversations, we'll sort of lay down some heavy material that we can repurpose later, right, in our sort of explanations of very condensed material, right? Yeah.
Can I know people here, I want to recommend a movie. This is my closing remark. Everyone should watch. It's an underappreciated movie, but it's an art house film. It's Die Wand, The Wall from 2012. I recommend everyone watch that. That movie is very spiritual. It has Taoist themes and even Buddhist themes. When I feel when you get solitude and stuff, that's when what matters manifests itself or becomes apparent. What matters. When you truly have solitude, and it's like a cleaning of the window to see the mirror was always shining when you clean. It's always been shining when you clean, and it's not. Yeah, that's everyone has different approach and angle of things. Though, but my approach is to be like the Taoists. Keep things simple and such. But that's a good movie. Definitely check out that movie. I recommend it. Die Wand. It's Austrian.
Yeah.
It's in English. It's The Wall. The Wall. Yeah, it's a very good movie.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's
yeah,
my
we'll be
closing
doing.
remark.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, blessings to all the people, and yeah, pretty much. We'll be doing another show tomorrow on Truther Cop. So actually, we'll be streaming a lot recently, right? So and then obviously we have the stream on Tuesday, right? So we have a lot of stream time, right? So So we won't short you guys on material and stuff this week, right? Obviously, we'll be back Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday, right? But there's a special show tomorrow. Once I make the arrangements with Truth or Cop Official, I'll sort of put a link in the community posts, and we'll get that sparked up for you guys. And I don't know if we'll start from my channel and restream to his, or start from his channel and restream to mine. Yeah. We may just let Truther handle it. So in that case, it may be turned into a shit show at some point. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you guys reflecting on the various themes that we have. And of course, we're given a complex history of transhumanism, right? And if you guys observe the opening, remarks from the past few shows, you'll really be able to contextualize the issues here, right? And of course, we'll be bringing back the Shang-Zu and Ellul, this upcoming week. And I'm excited to get into some new works as well. But yeah, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies, and enjoy the replays and the music. And yeah, we'll definitely be back tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens, but yeah, busy day for me tomorrow for sure. So I'm gonna go ahead and hop to it, and I appreciate you guys this time. Here is a interesting song we played earlier called the Shang-Zu, along with some other music. And some of it is sort of horror theme. So if you're into that, that's kind of our theme on Saturday. But I greatly appreciate your time, guys. And talk to you guys soon. Blessings.
Without wisdom, no gain, yet gain must end. All men will be one, for there lies true peace and happiness too. It is invisible and inaudible and quite infinite. Can you all hear the sound?
Take you through the secrets of the J chamber, lying northward in the manger. Amethyst of the bishop clenched in my right fist, left wrist twisted, text calligraphic. Recording sacred manuscripts of Malcolm tongue meeting and reciting the ren of a Reiki healing symbol, the jewel of the Nile. Kapow Lao Tzu decided to scribe 5,000 characters out J Ching, interpreting with an unrepressed third eye. Revitalize my chi through the dive sex, wisdom, ejaculation, produce activation of the chakra system. Straining and striving, that's counterproductive meditation. Hit up the situation with Choku Ray. Say hey key, the first degree of the healing symbols of the submental.
Behold the masses of change as I descend into the 36 hexagrams of the I Ching. Within a state of meditation, Taoist monks that speaks the wisdom from the Lao Tzu and opens up the book of the Tao Te Ching. I connect the 3 pillars of sin, the incarnation of the immortal guru who stretches his chakra, breathes in the prana. I then possess the immortality of the Avatara. I recite the Golden Sutra, born in the holy city of Lhasa. The spirits of the Himalaya reside within the Tibetan book of the dead, the Analects of Confucius. I unfold the ancient teachings of Shang-Zu, swinging the 7-bladed sword of Hoshin, descendant of the Shang dynasty. The studies of the art of war with Sun Tzu, from the gates of Shaolin to the sacred temples of Hong Kong, to the great walls of China, to the deserts of Mongolia. Teacher, the Buddha tells us that in the great infinity beyond all the nothings is the emptiness of the eternal 5. Sight, sound, smell, the 5 flavors dull all the taste. The 5 tones deafen every ear. The 5 colors, they all blind the eye. But they do not pass, they are all eternal. All things come to us. I'm on sin, Hotep Ray, now cipher. Grip from the lion's paw, eagle claw, bangle tooth tiger. Scribe to the script writer, the four pitch fighter, tuning 8 octave C. Messiah saved, the first resurrected from the grave. After the image and the likeness of what God made. Not good, Elwa Hood, Mir Aswood, pyramid upward, kaput, spit 16 bars without. With the vividest look, deliverance took. Tai Chi, the all-seeing eye read. Magnificent force, shine brighter than the light from the torch. The benevolent, intelligent source. With a magnetic force to stay suspended while the planet revolves. Creating dark with a melanin spark on the periodic element chart.
I wear the iron shirt of Qigong, so retreat or be stung by the gentle palm prick. Leave your spinal with no feeling, the mental conflict. Discipline provides healing, the aspirants are kneeling in the temple of the relic. The monk's tone envelops, the heathen and the zealot turn to the middle path. The half they can go and tell it, embellish the footsteps of Siddhartha. Develop the word so the punch could hit harder as times get darker. The visionary is sent to spark a vision of nirvana. Jesus wasn't the only one born with the Virgin Mama. The Buddha was born from the side of Queen Maya, and both warned against the ways of physical desire. Urge you to acquire the knowledge which leads to the divine smile, which can be found at Anchor in the Amazon and Nile.
Universal order can be seen as the lattice which guides the growth of the vine, as an archetype that guides and supports life on the material plane. While many agents can be introduced into this machine and undergo the archetypal steps to its perfection, the one to which the most closely guarded alchemical allegory and occult law is addressed is consciousness itself. This is the essence of the great work. The application of this special key to this mysterious universal formula. The key directs the alchemical process to the materia prima of our very consciousness, our awareness, ourselves, our mental selves or spiritual selves. Consciousness is the materia prima.
Attention soldiers! Kill everyone!
Ha ha! Another fucking live ass track from the Temple of Shaolin.
What, nigga?
Hold up.
Yeah, what?
Real. The killer priest. You know what I'm saying? The prodigal son. Sons of man. Madman representing for the killer army. The killer sin. The resurrector.
Yeah, yo, I gotta get a grip and enjoy life for living type G, I'm shiesty. Now I see why nobody likes me. It might be the image projected, I selected, but F it. Shit is mad real as well as acted. Expected, the best thing I tested. Suggestions molested my thoughts, I manifested, but check it. My mind was designed for crimes, the bottom line, cause it's my time to shine with the nickel weighted knives on my spine. And there's no remorse in my source of madness. With my temper, my anger rises like my status. Because I'm known on the borough of Shaolin for wailing. Don't think that it's peace when I be smiling. Her heart stone cold is what I own. For niggas who brag, I break bones, leave them ungagged to hear the moan. I hate snakes on that fake shit. I get mad, leave them shook in the back like when the quake kick. I got a sneeze, oh that's raw, man. Another brother provoked the gun smoke, now that's all. Damn, why did he bother the father of horror? Knowing full well that he won't live to see tomorrow. Be on your guard when I start to flip shit. Sick when the guard is hard to get a grip.
I raise a streak and iron flame, hurled to still heavens. Clinks of shadows, deeping in the shallow treasure of heaven. I rush like lions through the roaring slaughter. Then I assume my human facility. I'm playing the hits on the governor. Open, behold the gift designed to kill many men. I stick them for brilliant pens and carry some world in. Flashing death like lightning from the heavens, leaving rappers suffering the thirst of a silent curse that came from the earth when the planet was reversed. Here are the needles, see that he dies, while the effect of a drug come bleeding out of his eyes. I chop off his feet so he can't walk the talk that he claimed to stalk. I shine my pitchfork and stack up dead corpse. A soldier of the darkness, kidnap an MC for hostage, then break loose on the stage, trading place places like slaves being trained. I'm under pressure. Thoughts reacting wild like a child molester. Madman terrorism, today's journalism. Going to war across the country with another organism. Kill all madness, it's how we kill them.
The calculation of time of vocal life would help the date of exploration, steady creation. Mental consumptions of the abomination. I emerge from the house of bondage, the rebellious one. Alias son of man, no longer deceived by Satan's plan. Here's a ministry fighting wars of demonology. Soldiers of idolatry, writing the sins of reality. Going through space, the black meteorite, burning satellite. I should just deep beyond the depths of my inner sight. Visions of me on the night of a solar eclipse. I'm boarding the mothership, taking my last whip from this polluted myth. Another soul vibrates, escapes his cold tunnel of fire. Joe a liar, excruciating rain from the born sire. I tie your fucking brain out with barbed wire. Confused or slap your bruise, unable to talk, condemned in the rims of hell, afraid to walk. Reaction, slow motion, and shock for the explosion. Symptoms of death, left you choking on your own breath. You better study your literature to seek your scriptures. Biblical foes and scrolls, laced in below robes. Kill a priest, recite the lessons in 60 seconds. Erase a blessing, overcome the oppression.
Hearken as the night darkens. You've been warned that the priest will soon swarm. Now you'll be done away like the unicorn, with nighttime as my uniform and death as my sword. The universal warlord, son of man, came together for one accord. You can't read about it, it's not a myth. Here's a puncture to your ribs for a gift. And the only present I'm dealing with is now the supreme slayer. I wrote the book of Isaiah, laying these bodies down by the layer. Burn them before the assembly and watch his ashes go up through the chimney. May the skies be as brass before his prayers, and though his words be lost in the air. The reason you felt shame is because I've been ordained. I'll tie you up and throw you off a fucking plane and fill up your parachute with more dead bodies. Don't ask me why, it's a fucking hobby. Burn them like the fuel. Put down your tool, I laugh at you because MCs are my footstool.
You enter the hocus pocus, perhaps the dopest. Dope this, but don't overdose it. Focus, a bloodshot your lipids with ferocious side effects, brings the glycosis. Insanity into humanity's like an enemy. Invade the central nervous system. Mathematically schematic. Trauma panic, couldn't hold a tablet. Somatic, brutal to do your system like an avid. Pump piston, watch for the blow. High deliberate, fast and slow. The road, minute, barrier, delinquent. Grabs your soul, magnetic flux beyond control. I believe in beats of the cabal, selling soul to the toilet bowl. All your possessions are owned for bio, the chemical, the clone, chromatosis, the syndrome, the rip band, the winkle, twinkle, twinkle. You're caught up with your days now. Falling is a star. What part was so hard? And you would travel so far, and even the master charge will put the arteries back apart. From the lodge, its technique is so.
The horror began in June 1984. Los Angeles was under siege. Death waited in the dark at the hands of a man they called the Night Stalker. After a 14-month reign of terror, he was finally caught. It was only then that his true identity was discovered. His name? Daywalker, Night Stalker. Daytime Joker, nighttime stalker.
Come the nighttime stalker. I stroll through the dark conditions. The Night Stalker, a top street talker. Daytime Joker, nighttime stalker. Comes the nighttime stalker. I stroll through the dark conditions. The Night Stalker, a killer machine.
And you know the deal, cause the guards always keep it fucking real. Yo, meltdown, lay rhymes, rank of the ice. I blitz now, you niggas that get whipped for this shit. Expose the raw tip, my flow's exempt. Star barbaric like once in the scorpion bite. Spread ritual with the ritual offerings. The mentally dead niggas get tricked in coffins. My bylaw niggas could die for what? Shit, get 30 laughs from the endless whip. Gatekeeper, you know I'm still serving them up. Will devour, still bloodthirst for cream chowder. Fighting with the memories behind the gate. Night
Night Stalker, I roll with Blade the Daywalker. Grimy motherfuckers is worse than blood suckers. Check the bio, authentic, wild like cryogenic. Mass murderer, most deliberate thoughts. I stay creeping, patrolling the streets of most weekend. Hunger for war, want more to bring the rebel. Gatekeep, always hold down the pick, sick and shovel. Arraignment, all out assault, for containment on rap zombies. I got enough back to raise an army. Raider of the dark, the spark will summon this. Wanna die? You think you can fuck with nemesis? Yo, I stay a threat like offshore bet. Fueling jet, long range jets and cigarettes. 20 to life since birth, for credit is debt. Yo, motherfuckers, protect your neck.
Daytime walker, nighttime stalker.
The nighttime stalker. I stalker the dark condition. Night stalker, motherfucker. Yo, born with the sinister roulette. Crush it, my fans stay loyal like Russians. Therefore, I represent with the floss. The people that I travel from the real, I'm lost. You know my steez, or what the fuck I can't see. The next whack nigga living larger than me, from the public view. Nigga, or should I take it as a clue? Of me giving up, fuck you, nigga. Never in hell, I'ma prevail, keep it real. Even if I never make a meal, I'm a bill. I keep a level headed, prevent ignorance from spreading. In my nature, original grave digger, my nigga. Crips act rich like pharaohs. Dipped in life, I'm rolling with beggars like Christ. Fucking show. If I never make ducats, doesn't mean to stop dropping signs, cause I love it, yo. I keep it real, yo.
Nighttime stalker.
The nighttime stalker. I stalker the dark condition. The night stalker, a killer machine.
Dear guys.
What was Richard's motive?
To kill.
That's it?
To kill. Hey man, what? You don't know RJ Payne, nigga? No, fucking RJ Payne, nigga. The fuck you mean you don't know about RJ Payne? Fuck RJ Payne, nigga. Fuck RJ Payne. Nigga, you onion head motherfucker, take this, nigga.
Hey, you know the drill, nigga. Real MCs with bars on your heels, nigga. There will be blood, pain, he a real killer. Who did it? It's all in the genes, let Hill figure. Police looking like there's blood everywhere. Cause RJ Payne through the speaker cutting every ear. Bleeding out your nose, bleeding out your mouth. You see this fella rock a nation without reasonable doubt.
Silly
Boy.
motherfuckers, listen close what Payne said. Last nigga disrespected GOAT, he brain dead. Pull up on your block with the coat and we aim lead. Now everywhere you go, you get the smoke like it's Bankhead. Trap ridiculous, yak conspicuous, rap ridiculous. I'm on fire like a bad batch of syphilis. Snatch back my privileges, back smack the witnesses. Duffel bag boy, bitch, trash bag solicitors. Steady mobbing, Freddy's watching, machete chopping. So much blood it look like confetti dropping. I'm Fetty whopping, eye closed, hand on the metal, hit every option. Cherry blossom niggas weak as watching Holly Berry boxing. Pussy, still irrelevant, real intelligence. Chopper long enough to kill an elephant and peel your skeleton. Suckers like to talk like they fly, I'm still a pelican. Fireworks, 4th of July, spill your melanin, woo. Evaporate your thoughts, the ratchet ain't for talk. Walking dead, off with your head, shit, decapitate your corpse. The Avengers, we go to war, you niggas fabricate the talk. But this hammer, got it from Thor, I could assassinate the Hawk. Feeding my audience, we've been recording this stupid as futuristic shit. Ain't no need for DeLorean, now peep it. The streets been fiending, we keep the Emporium. We the GCMB, nigga, we the consortium. Look, flick it to your head, click it to your dead. These bullets will set you free. Now you jiggle with the dreads. Every scripture's a motion picture. You can vision what I said. If I speak of a threesome, you can see the bitches in a bed. Bolder intensity, flow of the century. Cater to none, waving my gun like I'm holding a symphony. Ain't no way you cock blocking the dough that was meant for me. I'm rolling up this hobgoblin. I know the dispensaries is pain. I'm just dropping a tutorial. Rappers get out of pocket, turn your block to a memorial. They too pussy to fight. If we box, I'm destroying you. Just fresh off the presses, I dropped a hot editorial.
Hey, you know the drill, nigga. Real MCs with bars on your heels, nigga. There will be blood, pain, he a real killer. Who did it? It's all in the genes, let Hill figure. Police looking like there's blood everywhere. Cause RJ Payne through the speaker cutting every ear. bleeding out your nose, bleeding out your mouth. You see this fella rock a nation without reasonable doubt. Boy, here come the pain. Here come the pain. If you ready for them bars, yeah. If you ready for that action, you tuned in to the right place, motherfuckers. Redman is in the building, aka Funked Out Brick City, we here. Yes, sir. All you spaghetti leg, onion head motherfuckers, get your bars up. Yo, nephew, no more talking. It's all about that action. RJ Payne, There Will Be Blood. Leatherface, Part 3. Ow! Let's get it!
Terminology.
Check. It's pain. Now smoke this motherfucker. Check. Back on my shit like I never left. Rappers are bitches, I never rest. Package a piff in the ever fresh. Mac with the clip in the leather vest. Stacking my chicken and cheddar necks. My commit the window, that's the letter X. Bullets airborne, bitch.
Advances hidden with your.
Who cut your hair?
I am in disguise. This way no one will recognize me.
I do. What do you want?
Your head. And the prize.
On the road to no.
Who cut your hair?
I am in disguise. This way no one will recognize me.
I do. What do you want?
Your head. And the prize.
On the road to nowhere, I was uncovered waiting there. Say a prayer for all those trapped inside my glare. Unaware of your chances, my whole style enhances. Casting envious glances to see
head. And the prize.
On the road to nowhere, I was uncovered waiting there. Say a prayer for all those trapped inside my glare. Unaware of your chances, my whole style enhances. Casting envious glances to see past your advances. Hidden with the opposition, I rose from the collision. Dripping in confliction and placed down in position. Got adrift, decomposing under oceans just roaming. I'm out past the hour of your own fear and loathing. Frozen in that moment, stripped of all components. Left groaning in condolence, steadily unloading. Shape-shifting, out drifting, I'm barely existing. Still persisting, asking is there anybody listening? As the moon briefly stops and glistens on the scene. Any signs we do conquer and rule, all supreme. A fellow at tavern and brothel, I was setting many novels. The lost apostle looking on, all the more watchful. As I placed my hand against the stark freezing darkness. You fell apart there, waiting on the heartless. My forearms extending endless as I pen this. Won't you come step forth and try to apprehend this? Cast out with the enemy, the most unfriendly. My brush strokes evoke a shark, feeding frenzy. No credence placed in amongst your wretched destiny. No end to your jealousy, entrenched in all treachery. Dancing in the vestry, come close and catch a dose from me. Hanging from the rope, is this really how it's supposed to be? All rats in my gut, I regurgitate them up. Black coffee mornings and damn cigarette butts. Plucking feathers out these ducks, still clucking. Caught your bluff with a puff and brought you only nothing. I paint a figure of sus stature, avoiding capture. The White Panther anthem, slash your face with an antler. And swing the grappler, the game grabbing at your juggler. Smugglers triumphant, yet there's not much hope here. All stood unassuming as the judgment came looming. Moving with a few, I still stay eluded. Lost the plot, my image staring back in ink blots. Anaphylactic shock, one by one I watch them drop. As these dry bones rot in the valleys of distrust. Spewing out your courage over everything you touch. Over everything you touch. Sinister stricken, TCG. Dark romanticism, dark romanticism. Road to nowhere, 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 nowhere.
I see. Ramirez lied. She was not his woman. She was your woman. And she never told me.
Yeah, that's it. That's my intro right there.
I am Adolf Nigler,
breaker of bucks, shaker of thugs.
Anyway, right? Yeah, well, I was conversational with Hyperborean about the Anglos.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear. The Anglo talk.
I know. Like, let's see if he'll come through. Honestly, I don't see him here. Shit. Let's send him this shit. I mean, I wouldn't like, honestly. Yeah, I wanted him to just continue the convo, but I might have just broke it up by accident. But
I think I sent him the link too, but I'm not 100% sure. But he knows he's welcome here. I've invited him many times. So. But yeah, what was you guys talking about?
and who built the institutions, you know, so on and so forth.
Yeah. Right. You know what I mean? The Jews, the Anglos, the motherfucking Indo-Europeans. Why the Anglos are so docile today. I wanted to get into like why, like, you know, the whole like you have to have a culture to protect, you know, that type of shit.
I mean, you know, I think it's the well. Okay, so let me put it this way. Okay, here's the experiment for you. Okay, if man A has the right idea that makes things a certain way, but it's actually man B who implements it, and man C comes along, is he going to blame man A or man B?
I mean, wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
why are
so
you blaming somebody for doing the right thing?
So no, well, because it's going to go if they do the wrong thing, right? So if one person has an idea, right, and then they don't do anything with it, but they give it to somebody else and they enact it, right?
Right.
It's kind of like the whole like shouting fire in a crowded theater when there's not a fire, right? It's kind of like that argument, right? Like, you know, you just suggested the idea. You didn't necessarily like make people get up and stampede everybody to death, right? So
I mean, listen, there's the love of money is the root of all evil, right? This mentality of like saying, well, you know, listen, just because we were greedy fucks and sold our souls, you know what I mean, and the Jews offered us 10 pieces of gold and we took it, you know what I mean, does that, you know what I mean, like fucking mean that like the Jews are wrong for offering you the 10 pieces of gold? No, it's your fault for selling your fucking soul. Stop selling your fucking soul. That's the fucking point. You know what I mean?
So if somebody comes and offers you a trafficked person for sex and you buy it, it's your fault for taking the offer, not the person who, you know, brought the slave to you or something?
Yes. Of course. Of course, nigga. Like, what? Yes. Bro, listen, okay, like, all right, so, like, if a 15-year-old girl hits on you, bro, like, and, like, you know, you fuck her, it's still your fault. You shouldn't fuck 15-year-olds. Now, I'm like, what are you talking about? Yes. The answer should be no, I'm not fucking you, you're 15. Go on about business. Like, no.
Right. But if that person has a pimp and that person like groomed this person into this lifestyle, do they hold any responsibility as well, or?
Again, your job is just not to fuck them.
Okay. So like let's use the Italian you know, immigrant example as this, right? Like, shouldn't you guys just not have come and engaged in capitalism? Because now you're blaming capitalism when you as well engaged in it, right?
You were literally firebombing our country when we came here.
Fair enough. So if that's the case, then do you guys now want to firebomb us as revenge for that or something?
Not listen again. We made a home here, right? At this point, okay, and we should want to firebomb you back, right? I mean, as in a general thing, but like, it's not. We don't want you like. We want you to stop fucking firebombing shit. We want you to like fucking learn how to be humans and go, yeah, listen, you know what I mean? Like fucking, let's not bring in all the brown hordes, right? To replace everybody and then like build fucking supercomputers that can like take away everybody's jobs, right? Just so that you can be a little more profitable.
Do you think that China and Russia are not going to do that as well, though?
Yes, I do. I think that China and Russia care about Chinese and Russian people. Right? I think Russia's going to fall apart as a basket case because, you know, like their birth rate is in the fucking toilet. And China's even worse. Right? So I don't think you have to worry about them just as a general thing. Right? It's even gotten to the point where mainstream, like, fucking geopolitics guys are now recognizing that they might be short 500,000 or 500 million people.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I agree with you on that point. I mean, I think that, you know, really Africa is the biggest danger as far as I can tell. I mean, because they're not going to have any food or water pretty much.
Africa,
I mean,
yeah, no one cares. Fuck them. I don't care about them. Us, nigga, us. You need to worry about us, right? You know what I mean? Like, we refuse to worry about us. This is again.
Right. Well, my point is when they're starving to death, they're going to come to your country. Is my point, right? Like
no,
when
they're
starving,
not. They can't escape. Only if you let them come. Don't let them come. What are you talking about?
Well, how are they getting here then? I mean, obviously somebody's letting them come.
The government is, because you don't care about your own people. You would rather bring in brown hordes to motherfucking do the jobs, right? To keep the motherfucking GDP going up and keep the motherfucking pay low and then keep the fucking loans going and keep the entire system like operating that would fucking keep building up your fucking wealth rather than feeding your fucking people and caring about your own children and building your own country up.
What was Hyperborean's position on all this?
I mean, like, you know, he was explaining that, like, I don't know, we were just getting into the conversation, really, right? You know what I mean? We were talking about, like, the Europeans always infighting and everything, right? You know what I mean? Because I was blaming, like, you know, the fucking, the Britons, or the Brits, because, like, they fucking are fucking retarded, right? And fucking they're so worried about getting conquered that that's all they can think of. Right? And he said, well, like, you know, fucking Indo-Europeans have always been conquering each other. I was like, yeah, but nobody else does this retarded shit but them. You don't see Germany trying to take away their people's health care. You know what I mean? Like, what? You don't see Germany not trying to, like, make sure their people have homes.
Have you ever seen this guy named Basil the Great on Twitter?
No, I don't really go on Twitter much, to be honest with you.
Well, he's some guy who allegedly perhaps works. Well, actually, I'm sorry, I have it the wrong. It's a different guy. It's not Basil, but you don't go on Twitter, so you won't know who it is, anyways. But he's a guy who supposedly, allegedly works for Peter Thiel. And he said, well, if it wasn't for Peter Thiel, you would have never heard of Curtis Yarvin, because Peter Thiel's the one who paid to make sure all his stuff was published, or something to that effect. So if that's true, does that change your opinion about Yarvin or anything like that? Or
okay, so Peter Thiel was not the one who paid for Yarvin to publish his stuff. Fucking Yarvin published most of his shit back in like 2006, right? Long before Peter Thiel, picked anything up. And by the way, the only reason Peter Thiel picked up on Yarvin's stuff, in particular, like, like the later stuff, right? Like he got, Yarvin had an opportunity to do like a bunch of podcasts and interviews with bigger guys because Thiel paid for like the fucking articles that he wrote. You know what I mean? Not Yarvin, you know what I mean? Like fucking writing articles, but people writing pieces about Yarvin. and putting him on bigger podcasts. Fucking that shit there, you know what I mean? Fucking the only reason that happened is because he wrote his initial shit, right? He was a poster like Thomas 777 or trying to think of like other guys from like back in that time period. There was a bunch of dudes back in the day who wrote original web articles, right, that are kind of popular right now.
Yeah, Thomas 77. I don't know much about him, but he's an interesting figure for sure.
I agree.
And,
I agree.
Yeah. So, what do you think about him? Do you think he's correct in anything, or?
I like some of his stuff. I hate his style.
Yeah. I mean, I've only seen his pictures, and I heard a little bit about what I think he's about, and he looks very odd. He looks like a heroin kind of guy, so. You know, I could be wrong, but that's my impression.
He's a steroid guy.
Oh, okay.
Right?
But
heavy into working out. He's like a power lifter and shit.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Maybe I was misreading that, but interesting.
I would tend to agree with you with the way he dresses. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah. I think it's just the chic. He's like got the heroin chic or like the grunge chic or something, which, you know, I respect it. I don't dress like that.
You are right. Yeah, you are right. I agree. Yeah. Right, he has a weird punk vibe to him, like a 1990s KKK punk vibe type of deal.
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, which is kind of interesting to me because, like, I get it, right, but it's kind of like it's kind of out of place in a way because that doesn't really exist. Although, like, I do get it, right? Like, because my theory is like grunge was actually like kind of like proto alt-right, although it tried to pretend to be liberal, but that's just my theory. But you know. I know that's kind of weird, but you know, I've looked into it, so that's my kind of kick. But yeah, could be wrong. But yeah. So what about so why do you think Theo and these guys liked Yarvin so much? Is it not like, or you know, yeah? I mean, I guess that's so. Why do you think, what do you think it is about them?
Okay, so Yarvin is a systems guy. Right, in particular, he's a systems analyst. He built like platforms, right? He built a platform called Urbit, right, which is a different way to be able to utilize like the kernel system. You know what I mean? It's the opposite of how fucking the modern operating systems operate. And his writing reflects that of a systems operator, and he pushes for a technocratic monarchy. And that's why they like it. You know what I mean? And that's kind of where it's at.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. And I mean, I think that, I said this the other day, but I think like my general thing is like, I'm ambivalent about a lot of this only because like, I look at it as like, a lot of this, in my opinion, is kind of ex post facto, meaning like, I think they already knew that we were headed in this direction somewhat, but I think like where we're at now, it's hard to predict what's going to happen, right? And I think that's kind of where they're at, right? I think that's why there's like, suddenly there's like more reasonable discussions suddenly happening all of a sudden, right? Because I think they realize like they need people to actually have reasonable discussions about like how fucking fucked up things are about to get, right? So I think that's kind of my assumption about it. So, you know, maybe that doesn't seem like I'm saying much, but I guess what I'm trying to get at is that like with the Thiels and the Yarvins and the Anglos versus this and that, it's like ultimately like we're all going to be somewhat in the same boat. It's just like to what degree are we going to be in the same boat, right? And what I mean by that is like there's going to be a lot of opportunity to make money and live a certain lifestyle, but ultimately the quality of life for everybody is probably going to either raise significantly as the population goes down, or it's going to get significantly more fucked up, right? I don't think there's going to be like a lot of in between. I mean, you know, there'll be some in between, but like I think they're going to pretty much pay, like you said, pay people to stay in their pod and just kind of like disappear from society, because it's just like it's going to be too expensive to keep moving people around and shuffling people around from like house to house and job to job and shit like that. Like the energy demands of the AI and the robots are going to be too high for them to want to do that. I think that's just my opinion.
You know what? All right, listen. So they started this thing called I heard it's a term today called luxury poverty, right? And it's the opposite of what it used to be, where luxuries were very expensive in like the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and the essentials were really fucking cheap. And fucking today, luxuries are really, really fucking cheap, and your basic essentials are unbelievably expensive, right? And today we live in luxury poverty, right? Where everybody has like a supercomputer in their fucking pocket and like new shoes on their fucking feet. Whereas back in the day, motherfuckers duct taped their shoes, but their house was dumb cheap to live in. Kind of where it's at. And it will turn back the opposite way as you have less people. Where your house will be fucking cheap and your essentials will be easy, but the luxuries will be expensive because you like manufacturing has an fucking a non-linear return, right? When it comes to like having less people or more people, right? So like, you know, fucking, it's not that like one person like producing a hammer a day, right? You know what I mean? Fucking turns into 10 people producing 10 hammers a day. It's like if you take one person creating a hammer a day and then add 10 more people, it might go up to like 100 hammers a day. So it's not linear. And on the backside, when you take away people from the manufacturing process, it's the same thing. Where if you take away, you know what I mean, 10 people from an operation, you're not going to lose, you know what I mean, like 10 out of 100. You're not going to lose 10%. You might lose 40 or 50. That's the issue. So goods might be way more expensive.
Sorry, I just had my I was in another screen. I had my microphone off. So I guess I mean, based on that though, you know, does it matter if we blame the Jays or the Anglos? Because at that point then, because ultimately like the average person's not able to really think, right? Like, so shouldn't we just be like making their decisions for them and socially engineering them to get them out of the way?
No. You gotta blame the Anglos, right? And here's why. So, like, you can shame the Anglos, right? You're not gonna shame the Jews, right? Number one. Number two, the Jews don't care, right? And I mean, the Jews got a fucking place to go, they can leave. The Anglos will always be in charge here. And if you want to get treated well, you have to fucking force these motherfuckers to treat you well. Make sense? Or overthrow them, one of the two.
Yeah, strangely, it does make sense. I have to admit. Yeah, that actually does make sense. Like, yeah, that's actually a pretty good argument, I would say. Like, I'm sure there's an argument that somebody would try to make against it, but I can't think of it right now. But so, yeah, I mean,
there isn't an argument to make against it, right? So, like, you know, if how do I put this? If, like, you know, you have your like boss and your manager, you know what I mean? You have like your manager and the owner of the company, right? And you don't want to leave the fucking company, right? Because leaving the company means, like, you know, you have to like lose everything you had, like fucking start over from scratch, right? And your boss is being like a pain in the fucking dick, right? and just being extracurricular, right? You go to the fucking owner. You don't go to the boss, right? Like, fuck the boss. Like, he's not going to solve his own problems, right? You go to the owner, right? And you make the owner, like, fucking deal with the bullshit. And the Anglos are the owner.
Okay, so that's an interesting argument. So what do you what exactly gives Anglos the ownership over this thing? Like, is it the money power? Is it the military power? Is it the technology? Is it just like the English language, or
all of it's theirs?
Okay, so if we do a Nuremberg trial of the Anglos and they're going to execute everybody, right? You know, hypothetically, allegedly, would the Jews have to have a role in that, or so they're going to get a pass essentially?
All right, so if you do like a Nuremberg trial, you know what I mean? What you do is you'd probably hang every Anglo under like 5'10", right? You know, because like it's literally like the short little pieces of shit. And then, like, you know, the Jews would get held accountable by the motherfucking guys who were left. And not even like the all right, and this is the thing. This is the problem I have. Like, these fucking higher up guys are fucking you. Right? It's not that they're just fucking me. They're fucking you. They hate their own people. This is the fucking problem. They fucking throw as many people into the blender as possible, right? You know what I mean? The motherfucking stand here and like have 0.0001% more technological upgrade. Like, they don't fucking care. They hate your children. They hate you. They hate everybody fucking who isn't like them. They see everybody under them as a fucking threat, right? They're a massive pain in the fucking dick all the time, and they have no respect for anybody but themselves and continuation of their system. Like, there's a reason why they worship capitalism, which, by the way, fucking retarded. Capitalism is nothing more than an economic system. Like, it's not something to be worshipped. Fucking stupid.
Right. So if they do, so do you think that socialism? Well, so here's the danger, I think, right? Like, because like I can pretty much agree with most of what you're saying. The danger I see is like in China, they have a socialist regime and communist regime. Don't. Well, ish, you know, more. Well,
no, not
yeah.
really.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You know, I'm not. I'll be honest. You're probably right, but okay. So, you know, colloquially, people call it that, right? But what I do think is like if they were to do, you know, let's say national socialism, you know, which would probably be ideal for someplace like China, right? You know, they have somewhat cultural and lingual and you know, they have kind of like a nation and like a people, right? Versus like here, like anybody can be American and everybody can decide whatever they want, and so everybody can, you know, be whatever they want, right? So like it's going to be really hard to like organize people into a certain lifestyle, or you know, it's going to get hard. It's going to be hard to put everybody under a national socialist or a communist or whatever you say, you know, technocratic system, right? And Machine, please join in the discussion here, because
yeah, I'm just listening.
You're fucking lost. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, socialism's fucking retarded too, right? I hate socialism. I hate communism as well, right? Like, all these are just systems and they're fucking dog water, right? They all like are based off of like exponential growth and utilitarian fucking ideologies, right? They're fucking dog water, almost every fucking one of them. Not one of them sees human beings as like an animal, right? You know what I mean? That needs, you know what I mean, like basic fucking structures and shit. So I mean, like what we're looking at the moment is, I'm saying, like, you know, we should probably care about us, right? And I mean, like the people who are American, right? Black, white, you know what I mean, fucking Puerto Rican, right? Fuck the Mexicans. Like we should probably care about us, our people, right? And I mean, as an in general thing. Like motherfuckers who were born here, motherfuckers who have lived here, their parents lived here, sacrificed for this country. You want to hear something crazy, Neurojack?
Yes, I do.
Neurojack. Okay, so I've been keeping track of like some morbid shit here recently, past couple of years, because that's just something that interests me as a thing, right? When I first started looking up the stats, there was like 500,000 motherfuckers left, right? Which is 500,000 out of the 13 million Americans who served in World War II, right? And that was about like 4 years ago. Fucking last year, it was at 100,000, right? This year, they're down to like 40,000 veterans left of World War II in America. They're going to do Pearl Harbor Day coming up here soon. I think it's like the 11th or the 12th. I think it's 11th, right, in December. And when they do, they have 12 survivors of Pearl Harbor left alive. And none of them can make the ceremony. And this is the first time ever that that's happened. Has the news reported on this? Are we making a big deal out of the fact that we're losing these people at like an exponential rate? You know what I mean?
Well, of course not. It might, you know, rile up some fat black transgender lesbians and talk about how racist America was for defeating the Nazis.
Well, again, listen, you know what I mean? Like, fucking, that's retarded, right? Because there's black people who serve, white people who serve, Italians who serve, Spanish who serve, Indians who serve, right? And we don't even care that they're all almost dead. That almost not one of them is left.
Well, because they're evil Anglos who have done everything wrong in the world and everything's their fault, so they deserve to die a painful, slow death, according to, you know, most people that you would be talking to about against the Anglos, right?
No. Right? This is like a giant effort by everybody. You want nationalism, right? Like you have to have like, you know, national shit. Right?
I mean, talk to the average person who's not Anglo and see how they react to that. I mean, they're gonna be like, well, who gives a fuck? The Nazis are racist white people, and America was not racist white people, and so they all deserve to die. That's what I mean. That's the average liberal's position about white people in general. I mean, right?
Again, there were lots of black people who served in World War II, right?
Well, they'll say that they were forced to do so because, you know, Whitey wanted them to die in a war.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're not going to say that, right? Anyway. But I mean, like, it is kind of bananas, right? Ain't it?
Well, I mean, you know, I mean, there's also a lot of veterans that said maybe we shouldn't have been fighting in that war, but, you know.
I mean, but that's why we're here now, right? That's why we're having these conversations. Because the last
because
are almost gone.
Well, the fact that a bunch of Europeans went and genocided each other for 5 or 10 years, I mean, that's why we're in the fucked up position that we're in now. Yeah, I would agree.
Way more people died in Asia than fucking Europe.
I mean, what you want to look up the stats on like how many, like what percentage of like young white people died in between like the Spanish flu and like 1945? I mean, it's a pretty big number, I think.
Spanish flu was like World War I, dog. But like, listen, dog, right? Like, had this conversation with me, honestly, right? And I mean, like, fucking, this is like some big shit. I think it's big. I think it's like a giant thing psychologically, right, for a society to lose like the foundational like people who fought against the great myth.
Well, it was a big thing for us to go and fight a bunch of people we had no business fighting for in 1917 and also in 1940. I mean, I think we should have let Germany do whatever they were going to do, and we should have never let communist Russia come to exist. But yeah, but
the reason
so
you're
I'm
saying
like,
this right now is because these veterans are almost all gone. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I said the same thing when I was like 15 years old and 14 years old and 16 years old. So I mean, yeah, I pretty much have the same opinion.
Highly doubt that shit, right? But like again, right?
Well, that's
like,
what I said.
Yeah,
I
do highly doubt that, right? When you was a kid, but again, also at that time, like they were on their way out. Again, the amount, right?
Well,
like
George Lincoln Rockwell was saying it in
numbers,
1965, though. So I mean, it's not like it wasn't being said for like 40 years before I graduated high school, right? So
yeah, this was something that was never spoken, right? And I mean, at least openly, right? It wasn't common parlance, and it's becoming much more common parlance today.
George Lincoln Rockwell said it in 1965, and then somebody put a cap in his ass because they didn't like that, right? So I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, like, it was said, it just wasn't very popular, right? And then they did the whole hippie movement, and then everybody got gay and on drugs, so that kind of fucked everything up too. So, and again, like, I'm not really disagreeing with what you're saying. Like, I do think it's sad because, you know, it's a tragedy that these guys went and did all this stuff. And I mean, watching Saving Private Ryan, like, I do think that like there's probably a lot of good men who did what they thought was right. You know what I mean? And like, I do respect that. And you know, I certainly don't blame those people really for doing what they had to do. But you know, I mean, you're pretty much in a fight for your life regardless. So, but you know,
I'm just saying this is the end of an era, right? And I find it strange how like the screams against the Jews correlate with the death of the last of the veterans of this war.
Right. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't even like really hate the Jews or scream against the Jews. It's just more of like the recognition of like, you know, if we're so in charge, like, where's our money at?
Like,
where
yeah,
all the white people I know are
like,
broke in trailer parks. So I mean, it's like, where's the money for whitey?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Right. That's literally what I'm saying. Anglos don't care about their own people at all. All those institutional investors.
So what you're saying is like, if somebody were to go and you know, Zyklon B, all the trailer park whiteys out there, then that might help the world too, because even if those whiteys got into power, they still wouldn't care about anybody.
I mean, I feel like they wouldn't, right? You know what I mean? Because, like, you know, libertarianism has been just pervasive as fuck. Right. But, yeah, listen, like, so again, we get back to fucking, when we have these conversations, right? What I'm saying is like the anti-Jewish, anti-Zionist rhetoric, right, is really ramping up now that the World War II generation is almost all dead. That there's no reminders of what's left anymore. Right? I don't know, I kind of find it like bananas. You know what I mean? Like fucking, I don't know, I think it's like a topic worth exploring. Don't you think it's a topic worth exploring?
Well, I mean, wouldn't it be interesting if the same Anglos that you think are in charge are the same one putting out that propaganda? Wouldn't that be, what would that mean then?
I mean, I know that like the Anglos hate the Jews, like with all their hearts. In particular, like the poorer ones, right? You know what I mean?
So
Because they don't want
So they
to-
hate the Jews, but they let them run like the psyops. They let them run Hollywood. They let them run international banks from Switzerland.
whites.
I mean,
listen. This is well known by guys like me in CML, right? Fucking like anybody who's ever like been in America and not part of your main culture, right, are well aware that like the poor fucking Anglos in this country fucking hate the Jews. Like y'all blame the Jews every time you stub your fucking toe, bro. Like legit, right? And the upper class people have like they don't really care if somebody's a Jew. They have no.
I mean, honestly,
Jews at
like
all.
I grew up in the South. I never heard anybody say anything bad about Jews. So I mean that maybe that's true, but I literally never heard that in my life until I went to California. So
Yeah, like every poor white person I've ever talked to has hated the Jews.
must be a Yankee thing or something. I don't know. I'm not. I've never really met someone in the South who's like rubbing their hands together, worried about like the Jews have done X, Y, Z to them. I mean, it might be better if they did, but I just never experienced it, to be honest with you. Like if it's happening, it must be a recent phenomenon.
No. I mean, like this is well known, right? Like the poor whites hate the fucking Jews, right? And it's, they fucking hate it with a passion.
So all those evangelical poor whites who are like sending after paycheck to Israel for the last 200 years, like those people hate Jews or something. I'm kind of confused. Like, what percentage of America is like Jew worshiping Israel lovers? I mean, I don't know. So I mean,
Well, no,
I know it
those
has been a
are-
high amount of people.
Those
but
are usually like middle class whites, right? Those aren't like poor whites, right? Those are middle class whites. Like the poor whites hate the fucking Jews. They blame them for every fucking thing that's ever happened, ever.
Well, do you think and why would that be why is that a bad thing exactly if that were true? I'm just trying to like go with your argument. Like what is it?
Why is that a bad thing? Oh, because it takes like your eye off the fact that like your own people are running the government and they're the ones who, again, we get back to if they're blackmailed, they did something wrong, right? If they're fucking taking money, they're being bribed, right? And I mean, like, they're the ones who are selling y'all down the river. Either way it goes, they're at fault.
So we should give Jeffrey Epstein the Medal of Freedom, and these poor whites need to go to the gas chamber. Is that what I'm hearing?
Sure, why not? Yeah, I mean, like the upper class ones, I'd put them all in the gas chamber. So Epstein's dead, so I don't really care what happens to him at this point. He's dead, right? But like, again, your politicians are the ones who are being blackmailed. The Anglo politicians are the ones being blackmailed, though.
Well,
that means they did something wrong. Like, you know that, right?
Sure. So, but the people who blackmailed all the people, you know, nothing is probably going to happen to them, and you don't seem to be very concerned about that. You're like, well, you know, they're just smarter, so I'll give them a pass.
Yeah. Okay. Again, right? We get back to you should not get caught having negative shit happening, right? Because you shouldn't be doing negative shit. Right?
Okay, so
now listen.
okay, great.
No, wait.
Hang
on, wait a minute. On top of that, here's the other half of this as well, right? You should stand here and be able to tell your constituency and say, yeah, listen, you know what I mean? I fuck a prostitute every once in a while. That's like I need fucking laid, I need my dick sucked. This should not be outside of like the norm for any human male to be able to say. I don't know why it is y'all have such a hard time with this. I don't fucking get it. Right? In any other European country, especially like the South, this is just like, you expect a French politician to have like 4 or 5 different fucking mistresses. That's just normal. So what the fuck this shit is here? It's weird.
Okay, so here's my proposition for you, hypothetically, allegedly. So let's say that you were let's say that you had a way to get, you know, the Appalachian clan to take power, right? And obviously, in order to do that, you have to overcome all the blackmail from the system, or you know, whatever that is, right? So the people that have collected the blackmail on the people who are currently in charge, they have a lot of leverage, right? Now, let's say that somehow or another you've managed to put your people into power despite all those obstacles of the blackmail and all this, right? And then they want to come and make a deal with you to say, well, let's make a deal, and let's assume they have some sort of leverage that will basically like grant you access to everything you need to secure your thing. Let's just say that they make you an offer you can't refuse, right? Now, would you continue to battle against them and give up the power, or would you make a deal with them? And secondly, if let's say that you got into power and you found that the only way that you could maintain the power that you needed was to do the exact same thing, which is becoming the blackmailer and trafficker and do all these evil things in order to maintain that power, would you do it?
Oh. Okay. So, like, what you would do, right, as an in general thing, okay, is you would leave office, right? You know what I'm saying? Or not get elected, either way it goes, right? And then you'd open your mouth and you'd explain exactly what the fuck happened, right? And you take one for the team and be a fucking man and go to fucking jail for the shit that you did, right?
Right, but
eat it, right? But you let these niggas know. Wait. You let these niggas know. Listen, when I was running for office, right? These motherfuckers here. Here's their names. Here's their photographs. Here's their goddamn motherfucking date of birth. Here's their passports. Fucking whatever. These are the motherfuckers who fucking did it to me, right? They're the reason I'm not in office. And I'll be honest with you, you know what I mean? Like, listen, I fucked up a long time ago. It's what it is. I bet you, and I'm saying I'm going to end up in jail, and I'm fine with that. But these are the people who fucking did it, right? And I would open my fucking mouth and let them know and take the motherfucking charge, right? For the good of the goddamn country.
Right. So
right, because that's what a fucking man does, dog. And by the way, Brad Neurojack, you missed it, right? I chewed up a motherfucker earlier, right? I forget what the fuck his name is. Machine, what was his name?
Landry.
Oh, you
Larry?
you encountered Landry. Interesting. Landry.
Yeah. Yeah, I punched that motherfucker directly in his face. He just shut up and sulked away.
Yeah, I've still not encountered this person personally yet, but I've heard the rumors of what was his deal?
He came in being a woman.
Nitwit.
Right?
Nitwittery.
Yeah. Tried the Zelensky motherfucking rules for radicals thing. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, I'm not surprised, that's for sure. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense, actually.
Yeah. Make act like it'll fucking deny everything, make accusations.
Yeah, I would expect nothing less, to be honest with you. And again, that's not even a knock on him. I don't know the dude, but based on what I do know, it makes perfect sense that his associates would do the same thing as that, I would say. So interesting, very interesting.
There's an example of a J who influenced a lot of Anglos.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
What about Bernays? Another great example.
Oh my God! Listen, wait, hang on, wait a minute. Are we better or worse for having Bernays?
Who's we? Like in that equation.
I mean, me and you, machine.
I'm worse for Bernays' whole existence. If his existence was obliterated, I would not care.
Hang on, though, right? Wait. That knowledge that he dropped on us with propaganda, it's really fucking good.
Yeah, I mean, is it really not available in other places?
Not the way he fucking broke it down.
So why are Anglos not better off for it if we're the ones pulling the strings over here?
Have you ever read Bernays? Did you ever read Bernays, Neurojack?
I did a smattering of him and Freud. I read more Freud than I did Bernays, so not really. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's why I asked Machine. Not because like you're an Anglo, but because I know Machine read it. I mean, and I did too. Right? Like me and Machine pull quotes out of fucking Bernays all the time. Right?
But
You
it's
know what I
like
mean?
there's
Fucking
so many examples of that. Like there's there's Ellul, there's Walter Lippmann, right? He actually claimed that Walter Lippmann stole the idea from him, the CFR guy, right? The whole idea of manufacturing consent or whatever. I mean, so it's
that was
pretty-
manufacturing consent was whatchamacallit?
Chomsky.
Chomsky, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you read Chomsky, he'll cite Walter Lippmann, and Walter Lippmann, he was accused of stealing it from Bernays by Bernays. Right, this is in the Adam Curtis documentary, I believe. So it's interesting. So if you follow the train of thought, it seemed like Bernays was the first one to come up with like the mention of the notion, but like you could look at many different aspects of it. Like, for example, Ellul, right? You have agitation, propaganda, integration propaganda, right? How Ellul puts it, right? You have the whole other
Who
aspect
came
of things.
first, Kaczynski or Ellul?
You mean Bernays or Ellul?
No, Kaczynski or Ellul, because Kaczynski said agitation and motherfucking integration propaganda too.
Right. He took that from Ellul. The systems
Okay,
need is correct.
alright.
That's him copying Ellul's ideas from propaganda, right? So
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but the idea is that he's sort of expanding on notions and all this stuff. Like, yeah, of course he doesn't say it the same way, but I mean, it seemed like McLuhan said pretty much the same thing. I mean, it's pretty simple, but it works. Medium is the message. It's the same concept. Or I mean, Plato's cave. I mean, Plato said it in the cave, right? I mean, it's it's like it's obvious, right? I mean, Plato literally said, "Look, we could literally from your birth to your death, we can control what you think, all right? And you won't even know who's doing it to you."
Well, I guess what Pinoid means is like Bernays was like doing I guess he was doing applied propaganda, meaning like here's how you go about it. I guess is that correct or?
No. Yeah, Bernays broke the game down. I'm always appreciative of people who break the game down. You know what I mean?
Right. But like, the question is he special, right? Or are we better because he had these ruminations? I mean,
Are we better because like he broke the game down to us so that we could see it better? I think yes.
but he created advertising, right? Didn't he?
No, he did not create advertising. No, he did not.
Yeah, but he helped create advertising.
No, he did not help create advertising. Advertising
Yeah, he
existed
did.
before he
Yeah,
was
he did.
born.
No, he absolutely
No,
did.
he created. No, advertising existed long before fucking Bernays was born. What
I
he
understand.
created was
I
modern
understand. I
living.
understand that advertising exists, but I'm talking about in the sense that they're using symbols and emotional things. This is the whole thing in Century of the Self. What he's saying that Bernays used Freudian psychology in order to create subliminal messaging within TV ads. So yes, modern advertising was in part created by him because he would take the same principles for advertising and use them for propaganda or public relations. This is essentially the same concept, right? So, I mean,
Yeah,
you
I
can
mean,
say it, but he's very
Bernays,
innovative in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, like Bernays stood here and picked up like ancient motherfucking like traditions and Machiavelli and fucking like Roman shit, and basically brought it to like fucking modern day with the mass fucking manipulation, right? Because like this is shit that the Romans did back in the fucking day, and like when it really comes down to it, like fucking the Romans back in the day when they had different bread, different flour, whatever it is, whatever company was doing it, like they would sponsor like the fucking games at the Coliseum and shit, and they'd pay for certain gladiators and spectacles. You know what I mean? That way, like, more people would like recognize their brand and all this type of shit, right? And even Julius Caesar, right, fucking sat here and wrote about his escapades, right? So, like, you know, these escapades that he wrote, most of them were like false. You know, I mean, when it comes down to it, you know, to be technical about things, right? So, I mean, like, this is not new, right? But Bernays took it and applied it to mass media, right? And then he created public relations, which again is nothing more than kind of statecraft in the end of the day, but with the ability to like use the new media that existed at that time.
Yeah.
So,
What about Louis B. Mayer?
I mean,
Louis B. Mayer. Yet another.
like I kind of
They're stacking up, aren't they? We got Louis B. Mayer, we got Saul Alinsky, we got Edward Bernays. A lot of very influential J's at the heart of American politics, isn't it?
Oh, listen, I mean, you can also throw on motherfucking God, who's the guy who wrote the Machiavellians and fucking the Managerial Revolution?
Is that
Burnham?
Rothbard?
Burnham, right? You throw him Burnham, Rothbard, motherfucking Iran, Mises, right? Like, listen, fucking Keynes, right?
Friedman.
I fucking hate Friedman. So much I hate Friedman, right? But like, none of these motherfuckers are a problem because they're Jewish, right? They're a problem because they're a goddamn problem, right? They're a problem because you have this society, right, that is being influenced by like democratic and liberal values. And then you have dudes like Disney and Dr. Seuss selling all this shit to them. These ideologies that are just complete trash and are basically infantilizing the population. Like, if you want to say Jews shouldn't be part of your society, I fucking agree, right? But at the end of the day, why are they?
Well, it's either because of the cunningness or the weakness of the Anglos. Now, I think it vacillates between saying that they're incredibly weak, but they're brought themselves in an incredibly dominant position, right? So it's quite a mix, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's because like they don't know how to say no, right? Whether it's like the good part or like the motherfucking greed part.
But they're winning, right?
I mean, like, yeah.
So why should they care about us? Why should the Anglos care about us?
Because eventually they're going to have to. Because as a nation, like, you should care about your people.
I mean, they have Israel. They don't need us.
I mean, they need us, right? There's only like fucking 5 million people in Israel.
Yeah, but they have a lot of Christian Zionists here in America.
They're all like fucking 80.
The Christian Zionists?
Yeah.
They're 80 years old?
Yeah.
What about all of the followers of like all those like white nationalist groups that hate all the Muslims, but they say Israel is fine?
I don't think they exist. I think that's proper. I think that's like a bad op.
Are you sure they don't exist? Because I see them all the time, like every day.
I almost never run into them, and like I think it's a bad op.
Well, what about like Andrew Wilson, for example? Like he says that.
I mean, Andrew Wilson's fucking retarded, and the vast majority of his guys are moving to Nick Fuentes.
Right, but Nick Fuentes doesn't necessarily, like, for example, right? Like, what's his whole like Nick Fuentes ostensibly gets paid by Jays to be an anti-Jayish spokesperson. Am I right about that, or am I wrong about that?
I think you're wrong about that.
Why am I wrong about that? Because how does he appear on all of these top flight channels and things? If that are literally owned by Jays, and he's literally propped up. I don't understand.
I don't think he's appearing on Jewish channels.
Like PBD? Is that a Jewish channel? It's totally Jewish.
No.
It's 100% Jewish.
Patrick Bet David? Nah.
Yeah.
Well, he's like an Armenian Christian.
No, he's not.
Well,
yeah.
Well, he says he's a Christian, but he also like had Dennis Prager. So Dennis Prager came on Patrick Bet David's show and said, he's like, if you don't like Jews, that's fine. You remember what happened to the German women when they got raped by the Russians coming in? He's like, that's what's going to happen to you if you don't support us. So go ahead and don't like us. That's what's going to happen. And Patrick Bet David said nothing to him. So I mean, take that for whatever you want it to mean.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, I've heard on all of the little channels that like Nick Fuentes shows up on that like Muslims are the scum of the earth, but like they've never said anything about like for example, like here's the thing that Nick Fuentes now says, right? And he's held this position. He says, don't help Palestinians, but don't support Israel. So he says you don't support Islam, and he also says that Muslims got help from the Jews, which is totally just, I mean, I'd like to see him, lay this one out. And he says, actually, the whites are going to defeat the Jews. So, I mean, make it make sense. It's totally stupefying.
Okay. All right. So I can actually help you out with that. All right. So.
Like, where to begin?
All right. Qatar and Saudi Arabia in particular, right?
Are
those two countries
working with the Anglos.
Are working
Not
with the
Jews. No, they're working with the Anglos. No, they're working with the Anglos.
They've been working with the Jews for years.
And the Jews are working with the Anglos.
Wait a minute, dog. Wait a minute. Where do you think all of Israel's oil come from?
So let me get this straight. The Anglos are against the Jews who are working with the Saudi Arabians. Am I getting this right?
No, not at all. I don't.
Because that's retarded. That would be retarded.
The Anglos are never against the Jews. I'm saying that like motherfucking the goddamn fucking Qataris and the Saudi Arabians, right,
who are working with Anglos.
By the Jews. Yeah, but they're also working with the
Anglos. Yeah, but you previously said they're not working with the Anglos, but they are.
Who? The Jews?
The Qataris.
No, I never said
the
that
Saudi
the
Arabians
Qataris aren't working with the Anglos. No.
Yeah, they are because they're working with the Jews.
Minute. Oh my God, listen. So like what you said is that the Muslims are being supported by the Jews. Right? And
that's what Nick Fuentes says. That's not what I said. I said that's what Nick Fuentes says. Make that make sense.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Okay, so where do we go? So you're in the middle of doing that, right? Because you're not done, right? Because I still doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, all right. So the Qataris and the Saudi Arabians work with motherfucking and Bahrain and trying to think of Qatari, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and UAE, right? 100% work with the Jews on a regular basis.
Okay.
Right? And like fucking, they've been feeding them like fucking, energy and fucking money. And
So there's a billion Muslims.
in the diamond trade.
So let me show you how retarded Nick Fuentes is, right? There's a billion Muslims on earth, and those are like 3 Arab countries.
Yeah.
Which most Muslims in the world don't support. So either he's lying or he's falsifying. So what is he really? So let's get to the bottom of it all. What is he really saying, or why is he spreading disinfo? Because he's a disinfo agent, 100%. Like, he works with people like Destiny and the leftists, so it's 100% true. He led people into January 6th with Alex Jones and stuff, so he's a literal Fed. Like, I would venture to say he's a literal like Fed, all right? Like, if not just Fed linked, I'm comfortable with just saying Fed linked.
I don't know, right? Like whether or not Nick's a Fed or whether Nick's Fed linked.
But wouldn't it be important, like, to determine whether he's a disinfo agent? Because what I just laid out is literal propaganda, if not halfway to Zionist propaganda, something very bad. You know, like, it just doesn't make any sense in terms of international affairs. Like, it makes zero sense.
All right, so the Jews work with the Chinese, right? The Jews work with the motherfucking Arabs.
And they work with the Anglos. And they work with the Anglos.
They work with everybody, right?
Right.
Like the Jews work with fucking everybody, right? In the end of the day. One of the biggest problems that, like, you know, like, that was like brought up with the motherfucking Jews recently, I think that's not discussed enough, is the amount of technology they steal from America and like drop it off to fucking China. Right?
Well, they own all the info to the NSA. You know that, right? They have backdoor info to the NSA. There's Israeli companies that have info to the NSA. Then that's a huge security breach. Like, for example, Michael Chertoff, who ran the 9/11 Commission report, he's a dual Israeli-American citizen. How the fuck did we let that happen? How the fuck did we let that breach of security happen?
Oh, listen, because again, the Anglos don't know how to fucking say no. They don't know how. They don't know again.
But they let Jews run them, right? And they got power.
Wait. Again.
They got
motherfuckers who run this bitch, right? Just getting rid of the Jews is not enough.
Wait, if the Anglos got power from the Jews to run this shit, or they let the Jews get in power, then they don't run this shit.
Oh, goddamn it, shit. I can drop my headset. So I was trying to scratch my ear.
It's all good.
Right, yeah. Listen. So the problem is, right, is that like the Anglos run this shit because the Anglos started this shit. The Anglos are the institutional fucking power. No, they got power from themselves. Right?
But didn't you say that they let the Jews run? They let the Jews run this shit?
They are infiltrated and owned by the motherfucking Jews at this point, right?
Right. So like, they don't run this shit. They don't run it. Right, so they don't run it. So they don't know. If they're owned by another group, they don't own it. They don't run it if they're owned by another group.
The politicians and the government are owned by the fucking Jews.
Then that's who runs it.
Infiltrated the whole way. No, again, the Anglos are the ones who are actually in power. They're the front-facing part of this. They're the institutional investors, right? The problem that we have is that you have like the politicians and most of the bureaucrats are motherfucking either A, dual citizens with Israel, or B, motherfucking heavily bribed or blackmailed by motherfucking like Jews.
So I agree with that. Now, I agree that they let Jews run them, but the reason they let Jews run them is because of Christian Zionism, right? It's because of the Council for National Policy, the CNP, and the International Christian Jewish Fellowship, blah blah blah. You know, that's ran by the ADL and so on and so forth.
All right, wait. Okay, so here's the problem, right? This is my problem with you with Nick Fuentes. You need to go watch his fucking show that he literally broke down how the Jews took power in America. You need to go watch it.
Okay,
because like legitimately, right? Like legitimately, it is fucking fire. Right, I will 100% send it to you. I'll send it to you then, right? I can't at the moment because I'm driving up the fucking road.
Yeah,
But,
yeah,
like,
for sure. Yeah, I'll remind
and,
you.
and if I leave the scene, I'll fucking, you know, what I mean, I'll end up fucking like losing connection and come back and pay me ass, right? But Nick sat here and broke this motherfucker down proper, right? And he started, you know, what I mean, like back in the fucking day to where, like, you know, how the Jews infiltrated fucking everything.
Did he start in Rome?
No, he didn't start in Rome.
Oh well, he missed a lot.
Nah, because I get like the whole like Jewish influence over Abe Lincoln and shit. You know what I mean? And Abe Lincoln was having conversations with Marx, and you know what I mean, his letters, the fucking lawyer who fucking trained him and shit in Illinois, right? You know what I mean? All that fucking shit, right? You know what I mean? I think it was in Springfield, Illinois, right? Like fucking like I know that like, you know, fucking Jews have been an integral part of like fucking America for a long time. Right, and I get like the whole like Lehman Brothers was started as a plantation in the South. Right, I get all these type of things. Right.
Yeah. What about Monsanto?
Monsanto?
Yeah, that was a slave plantation.
Oh, I mean, was it?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is what I read.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Monsanto was a slave plantation. I think Monsanto is a newer invention. I think it started off as Bayer.
Right.
Right, which is German, right, which wasn't Jewish. But
Well,
like, you know,
it started off as IG Farben.
Okay.
And they were
there we go.
implicated in World War II. This was Prescott Bush. And two of his sons ended up becoming president, even though they're the patriarch of their family committed treason against the United States.
Prescott Bush also ran the CIA at one point. You know, fucking
Right.
so is what it is, right? But fucking
Yeah, he ran it into the ground.
well, I mean, no, like, you know, that's the problem. So like it started with the OSS, right? When it really comes down to it, like the heavy duty Jewish infiltration of the government started with World War II, right? And it started with the OSS. And Nick did a fucking amazing job at breaking all this shit down. Right? And breaking down like how all this ended up like being where the fuck it is today. Because we sold out our national interest in the name of beating the fucking Soviets. Right? And beating the Nazis. That's really what the fuck it was.
Right. It's Bernard Baruch. He invented the term the Cold War, another influential J.
Yeah, I mean, Burnham, fucking, shit, man, there was a bunch of fucking guys.
Was Burnham a Jew, by the way? Was Burnham a Jew?
Yes. He was a Trotskyist.
Well, see,
Jerome Wisner.
Well, see, like this is the thing though, is like the Trotskyist Burnham was like running a proto CIA by like pumping out like the equivalent of like billions of dollars to like pay off all the artists and the radio people and the writers to like heavily propagandize people. That's 100 years ago, right? So like imagine how much more sophisticated the propaganda is now after Bernays and, you know, Silicon Valley and a supercomputer in your pocket and all that, right? See what I mean? Like, so it's like, you know, like you're blaming Whitey, but like Burnham was a Jew and Burnham was like running extremely sophisticated psyops 100 years ago, right? So I'm just saying, like, does he hold the same amount of responsibility, or is it because the Whitey let him do it?
Is he alive? Is he alive anymore?
I mean,
no. Right. This is kind of the problem. You can't blame dead men, right? At this point, right? But what you can do is you can look at motherfuckers who are in power right now and go, "Yeah, listen. I understand we don't have a culture, right? I understand that, like, you know, we sold all that a long fucking time ago in order to like be successful, But like, maybe we should at least hold fast to our fucking morals and have a conversation about like where we're heading and where we came from, and you know what I mean, like fucking at minimum put some goddamn guardrails on this bitch.
So if I argued that all of Western civilization as you know it now is like Jewish, like
There's another
was
link
in-
there that proves what I said earlier.
What's that?
Another what?
I'm talking about in the studio. Yeah, it says Monsanto family is a historical Sephardic Jewish merchant and banking business. And it says down there, the family engaged in the Atlantic slave trade and owned African slaves.
Okay.
Anyways,
I mean, there's a lot of these type of things, right? You know, like a lot of these, like, again, this is institutional investors, and you can take this back to like fucking, you know, guys who were in like fucking Puritan in New England, and there's a lot of them fucking guys left, families left, who, you know, have generational wealth and are institutional motherfucking investors in most of these American companies, right? And most of the fucking stock market.
yeah, the Sephardic Jews almost basically like bankrolled the entire Atlantic slave trade almost. It's crazy if you look at the history.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, like, yeah, like, listen, that was the whole, like, fucking Christians couldn't fucking do usury and shit, so they let the fucking Jews do it. And it's the same thing with, you know what I mean, like the insurance contracts, all that type of shit.
Loopholes.
You can share your screen machine, so you can just bring up anything you want. You don't.
Who's up in here? Who'd that be?
Shinrod.
It's the Dark Lord himself.
What up, Mr. Dark Lord? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, he's the dragon can't talk yet. He didn't get his magical gold coins inserted yet.
Yeah, we got what do you call it? What do you call that shit? I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, I'm on very low sleep here.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting there myself. It's like fucking 1:30 in the morning.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, I
don't,
mean-
well, if you sleep, there'll be a Indian to take your job though. So
Yeah, there's no point now in sleeping and shit. Just to stay awake till dawn at this point. There's 3 hours left. Anyways.
3 hours. Damn, you must be far up north.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. Same as Pinoid. It's just, you know, it's like 5 a.m. Like, yeah, that's pretty much
The sunrise.
Yeah, it's pretty much
I forgot you guys up there get like the when I used to live up north, the fucking sun does, it's like weird, man. The I don't know, especially near the lakes. I don't know if you get lake effect shit, but that shit sucks, man. I know it's not like Chicago, but lake effect shit is horrible. But because like I didn't see the sun for 6 months when I lived up north, so I was like, that's why I hate living up there. It's just horrible.
I did not see the sun for 6 months.
Lake effect clouds and lake effect snow and lake effect rain and lake effect everything else. Like it just like the sun will come out like one time and then it'll disappear for like 3 more months, right? So like it'll come out like randomly like once a month maybe or something, but like
yeah, it's not like
it doesn't really come out all the time.
Yeah, it's not like sunlight, like where like shit's like yellow and shit. Like shit
Yeah,
just
like
doesn't-
I did.
Yeah, it's like
I
gray.
didn't
as
be-
fuck.
Yeah, I didn't believe in like seasonal depression. I thought that was bullshit. But then when I lived there, like I definitely went through that. Like I was like, it makes you really depressed.
Yeah, actually, I got some of that like the yellow sunlight like the other day, and like that was when like I went from show to show, and I was just talking to people, and yeah, dude, that shit felt like a warm ass like nurse, like just like squeezed life into me. Like it actually felt like I was high as fuck. Like I was like, I'm stoned. Like just looking at this motherfucker.
Wait, what is it?
Like the sun got me high as fuck after not seeing it for a minute.
I heard there's some people who say that you can survive just only on sunlight if you, I mean, like for like a long period of time. Like, you just drink like a little bit of water and get some sunlight. I don't know if that's true, but
It is not.
probably somewhat true.
Yeah, I felt like I lit up like 1,000 blunts. Like it was crazy. Like I was like, I just want to sit in this thing.
All right, Pill Eater. Who's in charge, the gay Jews or the Nazi
Nazis.
pedophiles?
It's a hard one. I mean, if Scott Wiener is saying that basically, these kids out in middle of nowhere, white America, who is in San Francisco, are doing a swastika condemning the Jewish finance, I wouldn't say theory, and actual truth to it, then it's weird that he cares about it only to be on X's platform to cater to that National Socialist leaning, and yet at the same time is okay passing bills to legalize a child sex trafficking ring. And yet at the same time, it's okay to call Nazis pedophiles if they get out of line with it. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's really confusing here. It seems like when Nazism is no longer an argument, National Socialism is a virtue, the liberals cannot harm you anymore because it's rational. So they move the goalpost and call you a pedophile. And I've been seeing pedophile panic everywhere. Now, the irony is, if you believe in pedophile panic, you must believe in a pedophile elite. That's the oxymoron. Like Jeff Epstein, okay, we know they're pedophiles, Scott Wiener, whatever. Well, if that's true, how come elites can do it and you can't? So it's just like whatever's going on here, it seems like we'll move the goalposts of Nazism to pedophilia and pedophilia to Nazism. It doesn't matter. You're just unwanted, regardless if virtue is correct or not.
Yeah, I've been saying, the pedophile panic thing is fucking wild. It's just as a whole. But Britain went through this like 5-6 years ago where literally like the government didn't have any power, so they just ran around screaming pedophile at everybody all day long.
Correct. That's pretty much what I'm saying. But at the same time, some of them are actual like pedophile elitists, but then use Nazism to their advantage. But then the actual Nazis will call, or then the actual liberals will call Nazis pedophiles in return. So it's like sheep onto cattle against the cattle master, but it's like all 40 chess games of sorts. But
I keep saying we need to have a genocide of everybody under the height of 5'10" and get rid of the fucking snake breeders. I think this will solve a lot of this shit.
Well, it's getting weird where there was a really good tweet the other day on X where there was a girl, dressing up as an anime girl, getting men's attention. Some guy writes hot. She's like, excuse me, I'm a 17-year-old. But it turns out she's turning 18 in 3 months. And then people digged in her profile and found out she was already dating a 20-something-year-old guy when she was 16. So how can you call a guy a pedophile if you are entrapping guys with, the American law stating, age of consent is 18? Does it really make you a pedophile if this is just a socially constructed ideal that if a woman is whoring herself at a young age, that sounds like entrapment. And I think people came on to that. But it's showing you how crazy it is where even the most youngest of girls know if I can be a whore as soon as possible, I'll get lots and lots of money. And I can call men pedophiles when I don't find them attractive.
Yeah, that tends to be how it works. We were in here having a conversation about fucking the Jews versus the motherfucking Anglos. And I was like, yeah, listen, I mean, maybe the Anglos shouldn't fucking be like, having sex with children and getting blackmailed. maybe that's the problem. You know what I mean? And not just the Jews blackmailing them. You know what I mean? Like maybe that's what. Maybe you know what I mean? Like we should ask for a better.
I think it's like this. I think there's this magnification of Chris Henson's To Catch a Predator. Everybody watched that show 20 years ago. Then when you had Justin Payne 10 years ago doing it DIY and on your own and finding the weirdos behind it, there's this kind of magnification that if somebody is politically not wanted or not on the Liberal Party lines, obviously you must be a pedophile. And the thing is, it's not that you're smart or intelligent. They think you just are a quote unquote weirdo, or basically worse than a goth kid or something. And to me, this is just as imaginary as scapegoating against feminists saying that there's an evil patriarchy, or, even to some extent, magical Jews. But I do think this blame to a non-existent pedophile, not elite, proletariat. I mean, I'm thinking about this. I thought about writing an article about this. Richard Hanania also brought this up as well. There seems to be not targeting the pedophile elite. It seems to be targeting pedophile common people, as if there's this masses of people who've been raping children for 20 years now, or having the mere thought of it. And that's funny because you could be the most intellectual person, and you see this in academia all the time, talking about analytical philosophy, criticizing the liberal system. How they get you out is they make a claim that you had sex with an underage girl. Always, every time. And you've been seeing this exploding. And I think
like 86% of all divorces now have a claim of motherfucking like sexual molestation. Right? Because it makes it way easier to win a fucking custody case.
Right, but a lot of it is just slander, and a lot of it is just misinterpretation. It's all just like how much dirt I can shame someone's sexuality, and it's like it turns out most gay men are the ones who were raped as kids, and a lot of gay sex is just trauma bonding over their nature of child abuse.
That in the news.
Well, so what we were talking about earlier, and this kind of reminded me of what you and me were talking about, Pillator, is that you were talking about earlier that like he just said, like, okay, well, it's the people who are doing the abuse that are the problem more than the blackmailers. But I was saying, like, well, can you really run society without blackmailing? And that's kind of what you were talking about in a weird way, Pillator. So like, how would you introduce that? Because you had a very specific thing. I can't remember exactly what you said, but you said something very specific about that.
The problem right now, well, that's what the whole thing is. People, we are in a new Puritanism. The Puritanism almost 30 years ago was Nazism. How could you ever envision a national socialist government against liberal democratic free capitalism that rules the world? Now that's kind of being defeated. As you look at Scott Wiener's tweets, people are literally, whatever you want to say, this Fed posting or not, saying we will burn books, we will get the Jews, all, things that are not even possible. But now, X is allowing it in a weird Fed entrapment platform. But at the same time, I mean, this is like the same thing when Kanye West was selling the swastika t-shirts during the Super Bowl. Why is this being, imposed by the state? Are they collecting tabs on people, finding your IP address, making sure they're not going to arrest you? They'll just create a survey who is sympathetic to National Socialist interests and race realism. So I think now, if you can't defeat an argument like that, they're going to try to say you're either a serial killer, child rapist, whatever, and supposedly that is the same as National Socialism, which is almost like a boogeyman in and of itself. And this is where it's the gay weatherman conundrum. You have a weatherman on TV and he says he's gay. Well, we can't prove he's gay. There's no photo of him putting his penis up another guy's butt, and because that's the only way we can really prove if someone's gay or not. And so we just take it for granted.
And now with AI, you could fake that. So
right. And the funny part, regardless of William Gibson AI blackmailing, we just took for granted this guy's gay and he's in a position of power and he deserves that because, minority, whatever. But it turns out the weatherman who said that isn't even gay. And then all of a sudden is I got to find this case, but basically is just starting a family, and he just did that to get the job. And so how many other people have been doing that in Machiavellian ways? And I think the same could be said about this horror movie ghost-faced Texas Chainsaw Massacre of a dream called The Child Rapist. There's no way to prove it. You can't take a picture of, people talk about, child pornography and assume that that's like, oh, it's everywhere. It's like, no, because like it's illegal to have or attain, and it's like it's bad. And so, but it's like assuming that Mr. John down the street in suburban Pennsylvania has it or something, which is almost like a liberal attack against whites, really. And the whole Uncle Lester thing. Well,
Pinoy was saying that that's a good thing, that whites need to be attacked and basically, gas chambered, essentially. So.
Well, I mean,
listen again, what I said is that like the Anglos are the fucking problem, right? Like, can't keep focusing on like the Jews every time you stub your fucking toe, right? And going, oh my God, the Jews made me stub my fucking toe. Like, you have to fucking stand here and go, yeah, listen, these motherfuckers are in charge. You have to hold them accountable. You can't keep screaming Jew, 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 because it gives them a scapegoat.
Right. And that's what I was saying about the scapegoat of feminist and, patriarchy, and that I think, Anglos, the United States of America was for Anglos. It was like Anglo exclusive. And, somehow that just meant of white character. And then that extended to Italian and Polish and unwanted Anglos. And now it means everyone, which is instead of one citizen, one vote, it became one man, one vote, whatever that means. And I think that's ultimately the end of everything. It's this kind of, you could say, Anglicization that's now bastardized and not even. But yeah, just going back, I mean, to make a long story short, it's like, if you look at the dialogue on X, it's an entire psychological operation. There seems to be this witch hunt puritanism where if you are succeeding with the truth and people do want to hear you, you will be immediately psyoped, blackmailed into not being called a Nazi anymore. That doesn't work because they cater to it. It's now pedophile. And I've been meaning to write an article on this. It's just too busy with normal things, not normal things, but whatever. And it just seems like pedophile panic is the new satanic panic.
Yo, Neurojack. Fucking spread it out, bro.
Yo, what's
Like,
up?
this dude.
What's up?
Yo, can you hop in your Discord DMs and read that that link that I sent you fucking from Substack about like what the fuck that person called me, right? Like after I put out that post about like fucking 10 rules for dealing with women.
Oh, yeah. Hold on one second.
Yo, listen, this comp was fucking. I'm super proud of this. Like, I'll be honest with you, right? I mean, like, I'm really, really fucking proud of being called all these things, right? And by the way, Pill Eater, how often do you post on Substack, right? I never get notifications of your shit drop.
Well, actually, I've been taking a break from writing recently. I've been doing a DJ gig, so if any posts do come on, it's from my DJing sessions on Princeton Radio. So, I mean, most of my articles already have been organized and archived on my website, and they're there on the art and culture tab and as well compiled in my book, Suicidal, Asian, and Promiscuous. I'm just saying if I start a new season of writing, if next year, then obviously every week I'll be writing an article. But right now, DJing is taking up my time.
Gotcha. I try to drop an article every day, right? Just because I'm trying to grind that fucking algorithm. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's really funny. I get a lot of sleeper hits. My one sleeper hit, the Mishima Delusion, is actually being liked and shared because people are. When it first came out, everyone hated it. I basically argued that bodybuilding won't make you a good writer. It's true, and people got so ticked off on it that they just threw it away. But it took a year later, and now out of somewhere, people are sharing it and they're liking it.
Do you take steroids?
No.
There we go. But I don't know, like, I get listened, so, like, what I found is that slop hits hard on fucking Substack, which I fucking hate, but on the same level, I get it. You know, like fucking, I dropped off.
That's why you should only write for yourself. And imagine if you were to make a book in about a year, what would you be your best articles in 80,000 words? That would be on, Kindle Direct Publishing, and then take time, take a few months off, recuperate, and then start a whole new season and do like one article per week. Or right now, I just do DJ sessions and they get views, but eventually I'll just write new articles. And if I do things like pedophile panic replaced the Nazi panic, I'm guarantee you, like, that clickbait will get views.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, I'm writing a book right now on Substack. Like, I got a novel I'm working on. It's called 2035. Right. Basically, it's like post-apocalyptic, motherfucking rural, fucking techno, fucking sci-fi. Right. Basically, like fucking, after AI comes through, it does like the full-on, replace everybody's job thing. America collapses. Elon comes out with the pods, right? And like fucking the majority of the population lives in pods, but like, so these like rural communities, and it's like then like the rural communities end up having to defend themselves from like fucking escapees from the pods and shit. There's like a whole like Game of Thrones, Machiavellian, like fucking shit, the town type of deal, right? Fucking, I don't know, interesting shit, fucking, pretty cool. And I got like,
I did the same
10,
thing on
minute shots at a time.
In 2022, I just wrote my articles for an entire year, and then within the year and a half, it just became my essay collection, Suicidal Asian Promiscuous. And once I did Save Sleazy on TikTok, everybody found out the book, and then on Know Your Meme or on X, they're like, hey, I found this interesting book, and it got 2K likes. And it's like, oops, Suicidal Asian Promiscuous by Joe Nally. Oh, that's me. So it's weird. A lot of things I believe are sleeper hits. I think the slop rage baiting really only works if you're a celebrity than compared to, say, an actual serious thinker. Because when people get serious, it takes them at least a year later and to figure it out and be like, oh, because I think, for the Mishima delusion article that I wrote like 2 years ago, people are slowly understanding there's been a grifters of, Arnold Schwarzenegger bodybuilder types who now say that they're reactionary or race realists. And it's like, no, there's no correlation between philosophy and growing muscles. Never was. And now people are, and I was the first to write about that. People got offended over that, but then it's like, oh, now I see.
Yeah, like, I don't know, like, I'll be honest with you. I'm like, what are you?
That's
like,
right. You can become the next Mr. Olympics. That's right, because Mr. Schwarzenegger told you so.
Well, just,
what if you get for posts usually?
My posts? Well, his thing is like this. If you have, like, let's say, I think a decent Substack would be like 1,000 followers. I think that's kind of common right now. If you have 1,000 followers and you make one article, on average, you should get 3 to 5 likes. If it's a really good article, you'll get 10 likes. If it's popular, 30 likes. And if it's 100, the algorithm's boosting you.
All right. So, like, I have articles that, like, have, like, 300, 400, 500 likes.
Exactly.
Right? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the slop works. Like, I have fucking articles with 10,000 views on them.
I've done the same stuff where you'll post the slop of, hey, look at this Indian guy insult a white woman, and it gets 50,000 likes, right? You didn't make it, but the algorithm chose you and boosted it.
No.
But
no. Like, I made it. Like, these are like my posts, like my writing. Like, so, like,
right. It's
it's like boomers are fucking delusional. These type of things, right? You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly.
Like, how to, like,
that's
10 rules every man should know for dealing with a woman.
What you're doing, it's like you're playing Weekly World News. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I wrote an article saying pedophile panic is replaced the Nazi panic, I guarantee you that would immediately. Like, I had an article. I had an article 3 years ago. It was called "Pedophilia, Satanism, and Violence in the Chipmunk Adventures," and I think that got 100 likes on. I have to go check again, but that was like deliberately made to get your rage bait. Now, here's the thing. The word rage bait didn't exist 3 years ago, but now people saw how you break the algorithm. They now call it rage baiting when you're deliberate. But it's like, well, it's not really rage baiting when you want to talk about listen, because under liberalism, we're supposedly are players in a game where we can talk about any serious topic, right? That's not verboten, correct? Well, if it is verboten and they still shame us for even mere speaking of it, then it's like, well, then this must be a setup of sorts, you know? I think that's the problem, is that a lot of people are trying to say we must be a Nazi if we know so much about Nazism. We must do child abuse if we know so much about pedophilia. And it's like it's irrelevant to the actual content or the argument that you're saying, because it's showing people are illiterate. They only care. And so it must be something else. It's not that people are reading these things and actually thinking like academic philosophers. They are regurgitating a silo type of echo chamber of sorts, and we're under that.
No, I think it's Pavlovian, right? I think that's what it's just literally Pavlovian fucking training for most people in America, right? And we talked about this earlier, fucking me and Machine, and when we were in Discord, right? I think there's like a lot of Pavlovian training when it comes to like our society. There's people have like just say something, and then they go, oh, blah, 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 blah. Like it's an immediate fucking response. You know what I mean? It's like whatever the fuck it is you're saying, because they already have trained responses put into them. You know what I mean?
think
so
the
anytime they
Pavlovian
hear
thing
something
is
outside
like,
of the norm.
I think the point is they Pavlov you into thinking, well, if you don't do this, you'll get a job and money and you'll be accepted. And that's a very basic, almost animal instinct to be like, we'll give you resources if you do this. But what happens is like, well, what if you don't get the resources for being Pavlov's dog anymore? You're not the mouse that gets the cheese or the dog who gets the biscuit. So then people, I think, start thinking and realizing, well, this was meant for a sheep crowd to evaluate and give more freedom to the people who live in Lake Tahoe.
I mean, all right. So, like, for instance, that's why I was like having Neurojack pull this shit up, right? Like, so, you know, every once in a while, like, I go on, like, you know, my red pill, big towel type of fucking shit, which, by the way, that does really good on fucking Substack. Like, I hop on this shit and I talk about women or whatever it is, you know what I mean? And, like, you always get the same 3 fucking Pavlovian responses out of women. It's not all women are like that, you know, who hurt you, and, oh, you must be an incel, right?
That's correct.
You know, and, yeah. Right, so it's literally, these are Pavlovian responses to, like, when motherfuckers hear some shit that they don't like. Or when they hear some shit, they're taught to say these things, right? Like, these are the natural, inculcated motherfucking responses that are put into people, like, you know, from, like, fucking childhood. And so, like, anytime, like, for instance, I tell Neurojack, like, I'm like, listen, capitalism is just, like, a fucking economic thing. Like, it's just an economic system. It's not something you should worship. Then he goes, yeah, but socialism is fucking bad, right? You know, we should never do socialism, right? That's just a natural Pavlovian thing that's trained into you as a fucking kid.
Right, especially National Socialism, which they made Nazism, which must now mean main genocidal maniac, which means serial killer. So you're no different than like Freddy Krueger or something.
Yeah.
Which is crazy and like complete Hollywood. But no, going on that, it's like
that's right. That's right. Everyone complains about the stuff in reality, but we'll go and watch a movie like Freddy Krueger, right? Complain about the pedophiles in real life, but we'll go watch a movie about a magical one.
Right. That's the horror movie aspect. I'll go watch a movie about a crazy, depraved, evil person through an exploitative film and enjoy the violence and create a subculture around it. But I would never do those things. I mean, it's just like the Satanist who would never gets offended over being called a Nazi, pretty much. Or, you know, we like these things like Mortal Kombat and violence, but no, I was just saying is that, you know, some of the things that Pinoid is saying, it's like, well, even if you did have a dumb group of masses of people, as I was talking to Neurojack about this, well, why would they all be logged into X, which is a right-leaning platform to push, you know, far right, you know, anti-liberal agendas, which then it must mean that there are gang stalkers and CIA sock puppet accounts that say those 3 responses and they actually don't mean them. Like, you look at these accounts, they're under 20 followers, the DMs are closed, the picture looks like a boomer-esque Facebook account, and they are literally speaking NPC lines. So it's like, is this really a real person? or is this some kid in Mumbai being paid $25 an hour to shut down any opposition against the American empire? So in a very Philip K. Dick way, I don't think these are real people. I'm now starting to believe this is a horde of robots, AI, paid CIA agents, or Indonesian Instagram workshoppers who are trying to stop algorithm boosting.
I mean, I would say it's a bit of both. I know for a fact that Facebook definitely protects pedophile groups. Oh, everybody ran away.
Yeah, it's great to see that guy. It's always. But yeah, blessings, Lord.
You too, man.
Yeah, I'm experiencing brain death unless Neurojack wants to.
Well, what happened? My bad. Shit.
Everyone
just
left.
went boop boop.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I just had to step away for a second. I can't hear anybody except for you, Shinron. So hold on one second.
I had to check and see like where the fuck I was going real quick, and like anytime you leave the fucking screen, like it fucking logs you the fuck out.
Right.
I was like, am I going to Lockhaven or Backlahat? Like they're on the same road, but I'm not sure like which one I was going to. Right, so I had to check real quick. But like, yeah, man, fucking listen. I always try to pick the brain of motherfuckers. I mean, who've been writing longer than me about how shit works.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what I'm looking at here. But what I was thinking of, I was like, dude, how does this dude have only like. Actually, you know, when I first opened this up, there was one participant for a very long time. Like one of his mods or some shit. And I was like, all right, bro. So this 18 people watching this, I don't know. This dude need Alex Stein to promote him or some shit. This is crazy. This shit's crashing out.
Yeah, sorry, my shit was fucking up. I couldn't hear anybody for 5 minutes. Okay, so what happened with Pinoid? I mean, what happened with Pillager? He just dropped out.
Yeah, Pillager just dropped out. Yeah, he naturally dropped out. Pinoid left.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he does that. He does that all the time.
Yeah, I guess he like thought like because he was talking to Pinoid and then Pinoid left and he just like dropped. He's like, all right. Peace.
Yeah, I just had to check where the fuck I was going real quick. I was like, God damn it.
No, he's all good. He does that a lot.
He does that all day.
He's got family. I had family shit I had to deal with too. So I was trying to bring up her stuff, but I had to go take care of my son and everybody. So
yeah, like
IRL shit, which is good. But let me see if we can get him back.
I'll be back in a minute. I gotta make a phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, you're good. You're good.
yeah, this dude walked up in the Discord and he goes, okay, so TML, let's assume that you were right about everything. That everyone's an actor, but not me. He said, I'm not one. And then Pinoid just started like wrangling him or whatever.
Okay, let's do a mic check. Can I hear? Machine, can you talk for a second?
You can't hear me because I've been talking for like 2 minutes.
So I can't hear you. Fuck. Okay,
yeah.
Interesting. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, bro. Shit, I'll just say what I said again when he comes. It's crazy, man. This shit's crashing out. You win some, you lose some. Yeah, you there?
Yeah. Okay. Now I can hear you. That's so weird, dude. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, but
yeah, I was saying that this dude came up in our Discord and he's like, okay, TML, let's assume that you're right, that everyone's an actor, but he's like, how do I prove I'm not one because I act the same way I do off stage? He came up in the private Discord, and then Pinoid started like asking him all these questions or whatever. He started saying like he's malicious because he is, you know, or whatever. The dudes start like trying to lie to us and shit. It's crazy, man. LARPing Lion Landry.
Wait, so wait, you're talking about Landry? Landry did that?
Yeah, he did that today. Yeah.
Very weird. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Pillator's back. Cool.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just on the bed.
No, you're good, man. Yeah, we are. Well, I'm sure me. I know me and you are always gonna drop out or and shit. But
Exactly.
so I wanted to tell you this really quick. So this dude that Machine's talking about is like
he's
tied
Alex
to
Stein's
Alex Stein. Yeah, he's tied to Alex Stein. So I thought that was pretty weird connection there.
Behind the scenes at Cupcake Studios.
His little like goy slop or whatever.
Yeah. Yep. You know, I should write new articles, but I'd rather be DJing for Princeton. So until the meantime, if I do have the time, then I will. But in this day and age, just be prepared when the masses of gang stalkers and bots are coming after you, because that's now where the discourse is, that we're in a false reality.
Archontic jihad.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, again, I could just literally take something on TikTok, upload it, literally steal a bot's tweet, a gang stalker's tweet, and then it gets 50,000 likes. So is it really plagiarism, or is this rewarding you for saying the correct party lines and then giving you followers in return? And then you bait and switch these followers to follow your original quote unquote content. And then, so it's like, when is ever art just art and not content? It's very strange.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what's interesting is like you get gang stalkers no matter, basically, like if you have any original message or if you steal people's message or what, anything it's like literally, and then it's like, well, you're paranoid or something. It's like, well,
exactly. And then the gaslighting starts. The CIA gaslight, and that's what the Stasi did. Correct. Right.
Yeah, and until like you've experienced it, like, you know, you wouldn't think it's real, but it is. Like until you've actually seen it. Then you're
I've
like,
been cited by SPLC as for talking to Hank Yu. I had a dossier written against me. I have an Instagram hate page against me, and I have routinely gossiped from, you know, Neurojax did this, from YT Combinator people who are making shit up about me. Now they could go to the primary source and go to my website or email me or DM me, but guess what? None of them do, because it's not about the truth. It's about power. I know it's a very Foucaultian thing,
right?
But it shows you it's a spirit that we, and I mentioned this in my Dark Data article 4 years ago, that there's no, in a very anti-realist statement, I'm not a real person. I'm an avatar called Pill Eater. There's a human being named Joe Nally that's talking to a smartphone, and then you're hearing it in a very weird radio program, which then creates parasocial realities to other people in Ohio, to Nebraska, and then this is a thought that is a problem. I think having that thought is a very weird Godhead-esque way of saying that you can't think of certain things. Liberalism prides itself as if you can think of all possible thoughts, but when those thoughts are verboten, forbidden, then that's the crime. It's not that you did these things, it's merely thinking about these things. And so I think the process is wrongthink, and it's pretty much in dehumanization that you do not exist. If there is an existence of an opposition, it will break down the program. So you must dehumanize, say that you have an opposition, but you can't know who really the opposition is. It's kind of like what liberals tell themselves about an ever-present Ku Klux Klan, yet there's no such thing as the Ku Klux Klan anymore. It's just a boogeyman. I think that's what's happening right now. And if there were solid arguments and rebuttals against the liberal world, then you must be the most evil, vile serial killer in existence, and it makes your arguments moot, which is absurd. But people can't believe it because I'm just a cartoon character.
No, yeah, and it's weird because like on YouTube, it's the exact same pattern as on every other platform, but it's always like a different like manifestation of it, right? So like for example, right, like on Instagram, right? So there was that video I sent you, and I'm probably gonna play it in a second if I can pull it up. But so it's this video of this. It's like some Asian woman covering like a grinder conversation between two gay guys, and the gay guy's like, the gay guy is saying something to the effect of like, well, I have a Nazi fetish. And he's like, and the other person's like, well, that's kind of weird, but can you explain it to me? And he's like, well, here's a hint. I'm Chinese, right? and so it just is, and then the Asian, right? And the Asian woman saying like, oh, this is really bad. But see, she never mentions that this is two gay people. She just says this is two people. So like, she never actually specifies, right? But in the comments, people comment that that's what's going on.
Well, it's all about semantics. It's a classic Richard Rorty thing. It's like, well, first of all, what are you doing on Grindr? You're not even gay. Second, the user who says I have a Nazi fetish entraps themselves as the bad guy. That's like literally saying, hey guys, I'm a pedophile. I rape kids. Whoever says that? Nobody. So it's like you use the enemy's words. So by saying, let's break it down, National Socialists bringing to power to something irrationally. Well, do people actually say, hi, I'm Joe Nally, I have an Asian fetish? Nobody does that because it makes you, it's basically like, you wouldn't call Holocaust denial when really what it is Holocaust revisionism. That's what it is. It's just the opponents made up that term. So if you were to reread dialogue properly, and you have to be careful of what English, I mean, this is like what George Orwell says with English and politics, English language and politics. You would rather have to say like, hey, I'm really into the ideal of, racial differences in sexual play and desires. Like I have a desire, I have a white sexual, he could say, I have a desire for someone who's white. It should be more plain and blunt. It should be like the tagline, it's okay to be white. Because white nationalists use that line, it's okay to be white, to, make the opposition upset. But as long as you use enemy semantics, it makes the opposition weird. So it's like for an Asian woman who clearly speaks in English and not presenting this in Chinese, that's a big takeaway because language is a category of the mind. And she's saying, well, this gay Asian guy, I can't believe, well, he doesn't even say it, this person wants to be Asian and does this. Can you believe that they can think these thoughts? That's the crime, which is absurd because that's a self-defeater in liberalism. That means, possible worlds or even rhizome theory. If it's true, it can. So why do you think these rhizomes and possible worlds are bad? But again, it's all fabricated evidence from human lampshades to whatever, landing on the moon. So I'm not surprised by any of this.
Well, my comment to them was, so I put a comment that says something to the effect of like, well, are gay people even real people?
Exactly. That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Right.
Does gay even exist?
Right. Well, and then obviously like a gay transgender white person had to respond and said, oh, this is they didn't say anything directly like, oh, this is offensive. They said something like, well, I gotta look it up. What do they say? Right. It was really interesting.
It could be a bot for all I care. It's not even real.
Well, no, but I did as an experiment because I was like, let's see how, if you play with the semantics, like how do people react, right? And so let's see, what was it? They said, see if I can find it. I might not be able to find it anymore. It probably deleted my comment or something. But
well, TikTok shadow bans when you say certain words too, unless it's upvoted by algorithm.
Yeah,
that's weird too.
Yeah, I'll probably have to go back to where I sent it to you.
But I always look at this. Some people say they're musicians, but they really care about performing and looking cool. So is music even real, or is that just an accessory to veneer what they're really doing, which is acting? And that's the same thing over and over again, a dialogue. And a classic one that's been happening recently is gaming culture and video gaming. There's been a school of thought that really enjoys game design and gaming, but over time, technology has advanced so much where video games just become movies that support the liberal regime of transhumanism. And so they use games as these open vessels to then say and promote values of, you know, it's about a narrative. We're telling a story. Well, telling a story and narratives have nothing to do with game design. And yet they change the definitions to assume games are this because they have a poor understanding of games, or that they're stupid and that there never was games. That was just a veneer to justify a Trojan for liberalism. And that's exactly what's happening. If a gay person's really real, then it doesn't exist. And I think that's ultimately the problem with these artist types, is that they think they're saying something more that was never really about art. They are this role-playing as an artist because of the words they're using. Right.
Yeah, sorry, I have my thing muted here, but well, where'd everybody go? Yeah, hold on one second. I can't see everybody. Hold on one second. So yeah, you guys are still here, but I just couldn't see you. I hit the wrong thing. So no, I was gonna say, do you mind repeating that theory you gave me about, like,
I mean,
Greg Johnson?
Something exists. I mean, this is like Derrida style deconstruction. It's like, does the thing even exist if you are? So, for example, somebody says, I'm a game designer, but they're not really designing a game. They're telling a story. So they're a novelist role playing as if they're a gamer, or basically this. They're a musician, but they're not. They don't play a single instrument. They don't compose their songs. They just wear gaudy clothing like CTUHLU and get up and say they are a musician. Well, according to Derrida and deconstruction, none of those things are real, because they are conflating terms and tricking you through literal deconstruction that the substance does not exist. And I think the same thing is like, you know, I've even seen this in art school too. They say I'm an artist. I'm like, well, what's your medium? Well, it doesn't matter about my medium. I'm just expressing myself. Well, everybody expresses himself. Are you saying you express yourself by the clothes you wear and the things you do and the Umberto Eco signs you show? And they're like, yeah. Well, that doesn't make you an artist. Then they get upset because it wasn't about art. That the substance of art does not exist. It was a vessel to be an expressive consumerist individual under liberalism. And this is why critical art makes you think. And if you're thinking, then you know there's a substance to it. But most of these things, you know, long story short, like you said, how can you be gay? Then there's no substance of being gay. It never existed in the first place. These were just buzzwords to open vessel for another, you know, goal-changing wordplay they're doing here.
No, so hold on, I got too many screens open. Okay. Okay, I had to close one. Okay, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Very cool. No, I was gonna say on that note, do you mind describing that connection between like Dugan, Greg Johnson, and Giorgiani or something? Like, okay. You don't have to. I'm just saying, like, or no, can you give me like, can you re-summarize that point? Because
and then in deep Derrida terms. Okay, so like this. Greg Johnson calls himself a white nationalist. Whatever he feels like and whatever his values tend to be is white nationalist. There's no objective reality to be a white nationalist. But if we were to semantically take the seriousness of being white and a nationalist, we can make up our minds and say the definition of white nationalism is an admixture European person who wants a nation state and is in favor of that. But then Johnson will twist it around to say, no, it's ethno-nationalism for all European peoples. And if you're conservative, that doesn't make you a white nationalist. Or if you're right-leaning or a fascist, well, you might like this, but the priority is always about, and he wrote an entire book called The History of the Alternative Right. And he just wrote an introduction that said, the alternative right was never white nationalist, but it catered to us. Or John Derbyshire with a Chinese wife tried to plead with us white Notice the plural pronouncing constantly. So it's really just a one-man army. It's just like the Church of the Subgeniuses or AXA. this is what I try to prove for my movement. It's a one-man army. It's just me. There's no other people who say AXA. But if other people do say it, that it's like we are anonymous or V for Vendetta. It's like a collective Kilroy was here effort. And that's why meme culture is powerful, is that you can partake in Pepe without, joining anything. It's decentralized. But Johnson clearly says there's no substance of white nationalism unless I make it about what I like. And I think Jason Rezajani was sympathetic to Johnson's point only in that white nationalism, quote unquote, meant American liberalism in the 1950s way of retro culture life. And I don't think Giorgiani was full-fledged admixture European people supporting a stagnation natalism of sorts. I think Giorgiani wants transhumanism and what he calls Prometheanism, which he will use the terms to say, it's like the Charles Haywood guy says, I'm a foundationalist. Well, it's vague as possible, because to say you're into philosophy is more like something about thinking about new things, which I'm pretty sure Alexander Dugin would be okay with, so as long as these anti-literal, quote-unquote, countercurrents are destroying the liberal democratic capitalist empire. And it's pretty much all one thing, whether it's from Joe Rogan to Doug Stanhope to Adam Carolla or Jimmy Kimmel, they're all in one party, regardless if they're a MGTOW man's world.
So, but you were saying like it's kind of like they bifurcated things. So like they're trying to like funnel certain people to like Duginism and like funnel other people towards like nationalism.
Yeah, it's like this. It's like Haas's American Communist Party. He's saying, as you're young, don't be a groiper. Don't be a diva like Hitler. You don't want to be gay. You want to be a man. If you want to be a man, worship Joe Stalin and join the American Communist Party. They like switch the rhetoric around to say you're only anti-liberal because you want to be masculine against degeneracy. Well, being anti-degeneracy means being a communist.
Do you think that's who's behind the whole like homesteading work of like there'll be a homesteader?
I think it's social Darwinian. I think the strategy is social Darwinian, or the classic H.L. Mencken move of here's gamer Nordic gamer Chad and here's the virgin. You want to be the former, not the latter. So there's one conclusion here, and nobody wants to suffer as the loser. Nobody wants to be like Jesus Christ on a stick suffering here, or Socrates drinking the hemlock. It's pretty much, I want to be this strong Alcibiades warrior killing things, and you cannot be a loser.
So it's almost like they're appealing to like white men. So it's almost like they're appealing to like white man's like version of honor that we've been like the stoicism that's been imparted.
Because again, like, if you read Diogenes or you're a classic nihilist, none of it matters. I mean, whatever happened to crust punk anarchists who just did not care about winning and losing? We just wanted to exist another day and be as lazy as possible. The Athenian class is lazy and could care less because they have all the money. And so I think everybody. Let me wrap this around. If Haas is in the same room with Patrick Casey and he's having sex with Nikki the Hegelian e-girl and they're all doing cocaine together, that shows you it's one big party and you're not invited. You're just some trans kid in Cleveland working with the gang stalkers in a mirror maze where you're gaslit to do some candidate Oklahoma City bombing.
Yeah, and you feel as if you're a part of the party because you like stalk somebody because somebody said, I don't like this person or something.
Correct. And it has happened to me. And guess what? They report back to their masters, who are basically white collar entry level working for Frank Hassel, Sam Hyde, Paul Town, back to break the rules. And it's crazy in the network. They might apologize for you doing that, but until you raise the ranks in a white collar way, will you get your own gang stalkers and such? There's been quite evidence that Jim Goad uses gang stalkers against people, and he's directly writing for countercurrents.
Right. And so the point is like, so the main thing you think they're scared of is that if you point out that they're all in one big club, that's what they actually get angry at. They don't get mad if you talk shit about them, right? It's more that you're
right. That's normal. But what the problem is, if you figure it out, it's just one big post-capitalist system of we're all post-boomer, beatnik hippies, Gen X, white collar class, and we're all in this together. This is why Zoltanis, the American fascist, supposedly is doing drugs and celebrating it and writing articles on his fascist Substack to celebrate drug dealers who misrepresent National Socialism. They said that, well, being a National Socialist means being the bad guy and being a criminal. Well, that's perfect for the American empire to keep up the boogeyman that Nazism is for.
Well, what's funny is which is funny is though, because like your friend actually did like gangster Bolshevism, which was actually promoting that. But see, like that's what's weird is like, it's like, at least that's makes more sense. Like Stalin literally was a gangster, right? So like that actually is on brand, but like calling Hitler like a gangster doesn't really make any sense.
Right. And then it's like, well, if you point out and say you're straight edge and I condemn drug dealing and drug hustling, then they get really mad at you because obviously their clientele are Jeffrey Epstein and the elites who are evil, because they say, if you're a girl, you might as well be a prostitute for one of them. If you're a guy, you might as well be a drug dealer for them. But if you bring it up, it's just like any rap game. They want to hit on you. You're a snitch. But this is for white people. Think about this. The Asian girls are the prostitutes. The white kids are the drug dealers.
Wait, say that one more time.
The Asian girls are the prostitutes and the white kids are the drug dealers, and they're pretending everything's fine and anti-liberal, but it's not. It's a one liberal.
Yeah, that's actually pretty
right. And so
there's a lot of Asian guys that are drug dealers too, though.
Because I'm like, Zoltanis, this is perfect for the opposition, because if they describe Nazis as drug dealing, free loving, motorcycle outlaw people, you're saying it makes you a man and against quote unquote moral fagging, when really, no, that's exactly the entrapment of liberalism. And that's exactly what boomers were doing 70 years ago. But again, it all relates back to, I don't want to be a loser in high school. I don't want to be a nerd. I don't want to be weak. I don't want to be this. I want to be strong. So this is the suffering of Christ, or Socrates drinking the poison. It just doesn't, nobody wants to sacrifice.
Right. Well, and do you think that's why everybody's so hard set trying to like destroy Christianity, because it creates people that are willing to be martyrs, essentially?
Exactly. Yeah. Or, this is why you have hostility where they say, well, Christianity is Jewish. It's just trying to create the Jewish ideal for the entire world and create a bourgeois state of mind, which is also true. But the real truth we should be getting at is, and this is what Machine says, if Socrates, killing himself is the same as Jesus drinking wine, then obviously there's something that predates here is the Plato myth, is the start of Western civilization and the ideal of the Socratic method and thinking about the pursuit of wisdom and having a bond between, people like Socrates with Alcibiades representing the promiscuous guy, the manly Jack Donovan type, Rushfi, and Socrates being ugly, saying, no, you need me, and there's better pursuits in this life. It was written in the first dialogue with Alcibiades. For all I know, this is a fairy tale made up by Plato, but I think this has evolved drastically into the Middle Ages to be like the Cat and Terry Tales by Chaucer, and this ideal that people have become hyper aware of their class and we should ridicule people, and role-playing this ridicule created satire, which started, as Umberto Eco stated, the birth of irony, and we are drenched in irony. And to make a long story short, it's just like what Milo Yiannopoulos said on the Tucker Carlson show with his interview recently, saying, listen, the state doesn't want everyone to be a transhumanist leaving the body. They just want everyone gay, because if you're gay, you are desired. You're not doing the desiring. And if you're gay, you won't have children. You start gossiping. You become hyper aware of things because you want to be desired. And it's the only way a capitalist system could push itself, is that you become the product and not the soul.
Well, that's definitely what they're pushing in the whole tech scene. Like the whole tech scene is literally like trying to make everybody gay. So and that's hard to describe, because like all the things that you and I are looking at, it's like these young kids, they're not hypersexualized in the traditional sense.
They want to be
hypersexualized
desired.
in a very gay way. It's like a
Right. And they want to
like,
be
like even if
desired.
they're having right, yeah.
Right. And they want to be protagonists to an anime nobody's watching. So everybody's equally narcissistic in a Christopher Lashley, you know. And then once they're 30, go kill yourself.
Well, and I think the difference is like I put it like this. It's like I think we've all been in the situation. We've all been in some sort of situation where we've been offered, like, well, you do X and you'll get something out of it. And I'm pretty sure everyone on this panel has been like, no, I'm not going to like do that because I don't want to like play a role that's been given to me where you hold all the cards and all the leverage, and I'm just like at your mercy, like a beaten down dog, right? And I think that like these people who they're recruiting are specifically like the type of person who are willing to do it. And again, I think Asian women fit that very well because, and Asian men, frankly, but because they are, like you said, like in a Confucian way, like very willing to take on a duty given to them by their master, not because they're like necessarily subservient, but because they see it as a part of their ethical system.
I think Confucianism, they want to belong. And here's the funny part. If you create a Confucius hybrid liberal system, the Asian girl who's even a 3 out of 10 or Chinese girl is going to be really confused of what is considered popular. If her boyfriend's a gamer guy, she wants to be in the gamer subculture. If the guy's a punk rocker, she wants to be in the punk subculture. Rap Asian baby girl, doesn't really matter. The point is, as long as the patriarch, the white patriarch, has a Eurasian child, then it would continue Eurasian lines. And this is what the white nationalists are getting upset over, because they think in binaries. There only can be white or Asian, right? There can only be 2 umbrella terms. There can't be just solid Korean, solid Chinese. But do you really call Korean people if all Korean people are now half white? What's going on here? And this has to do with the genetics is language. If language is a category of the mind, if you speak in English, you start to think of the world as one egalitarian whole. You start projecting other people are English like yourself. So you tell an African to speak English, and then all of a sudden he's talking about equity. And if you make an Asian speak English, all of a sudden she's talking about getting with the white husband.
So give me the like honest definition of equity. Like what is like the definition that most of these people with the quote unquote mind virus, what do they think it means versus what does it actually mean? Like how would you actually?
Well, first, mind virus is a term coined by Michel Foucault when he referred to Deleuze and Guattari's work on capitalism and schizophrenia. He said that there was a fascist mind virus, as if fascism was no longer National Socialist and you just picked it up and you couldn't practice Marxism anymore. And that was the definition of being a post-Marxist. But I think, it's not that I think, equity, what it is not equality. Equality means you would have equal access to something. Equity means certain people have certain reparations and abilities over you. If there's a strong person, the strong person shouldn't be in a group full of women. She'd be limited to that. And the weak person should be in a group with more women because he has more access to women. The point of equity is that you level the resources to everyone's advantages. So if someone is born without legs, you give them robotic legs, or that no one should have legs, or you cut off the person with legs. And that's exactly what the American system is. It realizes that even if everything was of equal access, the strong prevail. Strong, and then the stupid suffer. So now you have to harm the smart and give more shit to the stupid. And now we've created an equity state of funneling money, and Republicans are calling that socialism, which is even more funnier. And guess what? The Party of Socialism and Liberation says, why, yes, it is funneled by the CIA.
Yeah,
and even Fox News says it too.
You reminded me of what the conversation was. So like I said, like, well, that person's gay. No, I said, like, are gay people even people? And they said something like it was a gay transgender white guy, right? And they said something like
won't be having children.
Yeah, and they said something like I remember now. They said Nazis are people and that's a tragedy. And I said, well, I was like, oh yes, you're right, because but what's interesting is that I was like, well, first of all, I said, well, I was just joking. Maybe that didn't translate well. But by the way, did you know that the Republicans are actually mostly gay, and that's why they have Nazi tendencies? And they said, that's not true. And I said, oh, that is true. And they said, oh, your mom's hopping up and down on my dick right now on my lap.
Right,
exactly.
like, wow. Because I know. So it's just like, that's a gang stalker or some, like, how can a really smart person, you know, they're doing it to spread disinformation, because it's like this. If let's use that logic around for a second. If it's a tragedy, people can be Nazis. Well, are Korean people a tragedy? Are Manchurian people a tragedy? And that here's a fun one. Are Palestinian people a tragedy? Yes, because they exist through genetic. Are Eurasians a tragedy?
So look at this. Part. Look at this video I have on the screen. Can you see this? Okay, I'm gonna. The person who posted it said, when K-pop is too popular.
So, hold on a second. I'll tell you this much. Do you know what North Korea says about South Korea? K-pop, capitalist imperialism, supporting race mixing. That's what North Korea says.
Well, I mean, I don't see any evidence for that based on this video.
But, you know, and then guess what? Then the Korean Times from the South says, oh, what kind of vile, out of touch reality? Why would the North even say that about the South? Because there's socialist tendencies to say that capitalism ultimately, at the end of the day, supports the destruction of a nation.
Well, I mean, I will say this. I think if you send a bunch of inner city African Americans who have done crime to North Korea, they will learn a new way of life that probably won't involve crime.
Well, they're going to send them to the concentration camps in Hamhung for eternity, if that made it. Or they'll use them as, or put it, I'll say this about another reality of Korean culture. Foreigners are not allowed to drive cars in Korea and South Korea. So that means blacks just can't come to South Korea and drive a car. It's just illegal. You can't do it. And they've delivered. You can do that in Japan, however. So that's really interesting. So what that means is that there are certain laws where the foreigner must use, you know, a bus or walk or use Korean assistance to get anywhere. If that's the case, then you just congregate all the unwanted people in Seoul touching the line to North Korea and deliberately attacking them with a gate of Camp of the Saints style ideal. But I would say there's something out of touch where people are listening to K-pop, but most Koreans here, you know, don't take K-pop with, it's just their mainstream music. So why is K-pop being forced into G7? Well, I think it's an attempt to create geopolitical stability of Koreans over the Japanese.
Right. Just like how Nirvana is a worldwide phenomenon. Like you can go to like the bush of Africa and people will be wearing a Nirvana
t-shirt.
Oh, I like cocaine. It's good.
Right. The point of exporting K-pop is to show Korean dominance. But the funny part is that might as well be supporting North Korean interests as well, because they're Korean too. And what that entails is that ultimately K-pop is consumed more by non-Koreans than Koreans to support a geopolitical message of stabilizing the peninsula if World War III breaks out.
Perfectly.
Right. And so, but I'll guarantee you this, it's going to be really difficult to tell whites and blacks to stop watching anime for 50 years and tell them to switch over to Korean media when things don't go their own way. It just doesn't work like that.
Right. Well,
that's the crazy, and that's why people are getting mad.
Well, that's why all these girls are on here saying like, I'm not even Japanese, but every guy I meet says, do you like anime? Are you Japanese?
Because that's the G7 standard of the good Asian, right? It never was K-pop. K-pop was only pushed in 2010. That's the funny part. So how can you tell all those people who like sushi, anime, hangtai, pornography, video games, and then say, no, you got to listen to K-pop now? That seems kind of betrayal, you know? Then am I supposed to assume you like K-pop? Right. So it just doesn't make sense on many. And then if you're in Korea, There's no really trace of anime here because that's a Japanese thing.
So I wanted to show you this one too. Check this out.
So last night I was invited to a YC party by this company Aside, which is a competitor to CTUHLU. So I flew from Philadelphia and went straight to this party. And here's three things that I wish any founder knew before applying to YC. Number one, you're perfecting your YC application. Every founder I met at the party was like, yeah, I basically scrambled to get my application in, and look at this crazy video that I took on my selfie. So YC isn't looking at the perfect application, the description, or a video. They're looking at the idea and the talent. The team is what makes it shine. It's not the YC application or the video. Number two, this certainly doesn't apply to every team, but every founder I met at the party at least had a co-founder. Some of them I met literally just before YC, met online, and then became a co-founder. This was so interesting to me, so I went back home and did some digging. And in 2015, back when Sam Altman was a partner at YC and was actively choosing these startup companies, and he literally said they prefer co-founders and would highly encourage people to spend 20% of their time looking for a good fit. Number three,
but
you're not showing your guts.
No, I'm just saying, is the founder that tan guy, right? Is that the founder?
Gary Tan's like the mafia boss over YC.
Okay, so I mean, she's saying all the how's to get YC. Why would Gary Tan ban me before I even knew what YC was? Does that mean I'm talented?
It means that the people who are trying to get into YC are influenced by your work, and they don't like that you're influencing their people.
Exactly. So I think that's a little unfair, Gary. Gary, you should at least give me some internship.
Well, see, what you need to do is you need to apply. You need to apply and have like a great.
I could be a director here, and then he just bans me without telling me.
You need to find Arvind, the guy from Upper Pradesh of India, and he'll be your co-founder, and then he'll let you in.
I mean, another thing too is that I'm questioning her credibility because she flied in from Philadelphia. Why?
Right.
Because JFK
to go
was
to a
expensive.
party. To go to a party, quote unquote.
Okay, I'll tell you the hack here. It's like if you were to take a plane from, say, Sacramento Airport, right? That's what it's like. You're going to the Philadelphia Airport because it's cheaper than JFK. Well, that doesn't make any sense. If you were really serious, you'd fly from JFK, not Philadelphia. Philadelphia, you're going to Nashville or something. And I don't know why she would ever, because there's nothing in Philadelphia. Nobody wants to live in Philadelphia. It's on Detroit level depravity. But she won't tell you that. That's why she moved to SF. But yeah.
Well, she's trying to move to SF by going to a quote unquote party of YC people.
But with all the decadence and depravity and nothing.
Well, like so how did she get the invite? Did some guy who's like working at YC say like, you're kind of cute, do you want to come to this like
exactly they're doing international Tinder dating, and then he's like, I'll pay for your $500 ticket, here you go, come to American Airlines.
Don't worry, we got like some cocaine and
right, and you don't want to live in Norristown, Pennsylvania, do you? Right, and that shows me like it's sad when you're in Philadelphia because that entire generation was like people in Palo Alto. They were just like white America, and instead of giving their jobs to like a blossoming Philadelphia, it kind of went the way of Detroit, and everyone just moved to New York or DC or just left. Philadelphia is a shameful city.
Yeah, and for the chat, these are the people that the tech pros are trying to like groom into being like quote unquote founders, aka like here's a bunch of money.
And here's the weird part: why would
have
some
an
of those
idea?
people know who I am and call me a bad person, even though I never talked to them? And then when I say they're bad, they supposedly twist the story as if they know me. That's weird.
Yeah, well,
no, I found that's often the tactics I deal with too, since I've been doing my LARPings.
Right. Yeah. So it's like just what Neurojack says, we do have underground influence. It's just that we're kind of worse than Baltimore. Utter our names. We're kind of a dark secret in the underground.
Well, and it's weird because like, it's funny because like we're kind of targeting white guys, but then it's like all these brown people that are like picking up our stuff, and we're like, okay, like it's like it's kind of interesting.
I only wrote one scathing attack against brown people in an article called, I wrote it in 2017, and it was in my book and manifesto about stalking Patrick Hyland, but I said, listen, Tyrone, pull up your pants. If you put a gat at me and insist where the Asian women at, you won't get it because you'll have to take it from me. And so I would say that's the most controversial article I ever written, but no one ever brings that one up, which I think everybody just knows is true. Everybody knows that.
You want to know how I know that an Asian woman don't want a black man? Because their own kind don't want them.
Well, I think it's more about female sexuality and being sexually attracted towards violence, which is a manifestation of.
That's right.
Desire.
That's right. Beat me as my fire alarm beeps.
And so that's the problem, is that I think that's ultimately bad. Like what Andrea Dworkin says, we can't feed into the female desire for male violence because it's irrational, and societies decay, families break up because of it. And then we're told, well, if you want a woman, be violent. Well, I don't think it works like that. You know, it forgets why chivalry.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you can't deny that, like, not just like regular media, but pornography and shit like that plays a big role. Because, you know, a majority of it teaches men that women like to be, like, you know, spit on and dominated and all that stuff. And like reality, I mean, you know, my wife likes it rough during naughty time, but, you know, it's nothing to the effect of what I've met from the majority of male society. So
correct. Yeah. I mean, Andrea Dworkin wrote the same thing in pornography, right? And that was her findings, is that the female desire is violence, but when projected, it's not really the case with men or women, either one. Right. But yeah, you can roll the clip. I don't know if the YC commentator, Korean American woman, is going to say anything original.
I think there's a very strong philosophy that to become a really successful startup entrepreneur, you need to be ruthless and risky. And even yesterday, I met a 19-year-old who dropped out of high school, just 4 credits left. Someone that lied to a security guard just to take a picture with Sam Altman. And even the host of the party literally flew from South Korea to San Francisco to just be part of the Silicon Valley ecosystem and meet customers. I mean, these are real entrepreneurial spirits that don't necessarily show up in your application. But if you did a little bit of digging, you would know, oh, these guys are serious. Obviously, there isn't a secret recipe into getting into Y Combinator, but here are 3 things that I would recommend for you to consider before applying. I did a bunch of interviews with YC founders yesterday. I'll be posting them throughout the next couple of days. So follow my account if you want to see more.
Well, it's just telling me that if you lie to a security guard to meet a stranger, to shake his hand, and then beg for a job as if you're their friend, the economy is fake.
But we already know that everything is fake. That's why there's cops that can be like, you know, 200 pounds and yet can still have a badge and a gun. You know, Mr. Porky is really supposed to chase me down after I robbed a bank. I mean, come on.
Well, they're all stationed in the country. They're not even stationed in the city. That's the funny. They're stationed in Harrisburg, not Philadelphia. That's the funnier part. And they're overstationed in Harrisburg because of property taxes.
And a majority of security guards that I've met in the last 15 to 20 years are usually ex-military off-duty police officers, and they abuse their powers severely.
Exactly, because and then they suffer from trauma of wartime, whatever that means. They're like, I can't do a proper job. I have PTSD flashes. Okay, just
no, but they have absolutely no problem harassing and abusing the rights of their fellow civilians with a smile on their face. So
exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm protecting this property, and I'm like, well, no, it's just like you're doing nothing.
Well, look on this topic. I have the perfect video that it describes. This is the current economy that we're in, and what this lady was just talking about. Are you ready? This is, and guess what? Sure. You're the black guy. Ready? Here we go.
Please don't shoot me. I'll give you however much you want. Whoa! You think I want money? A big angry black man comes walking in waving a gun, and you assume he's robbing the place? I'm looking for a motherfucking job, bitch. Excuse me? So quit stalling.
Yeah, this video is a psyop for sure.
40-hour-a-week position. Let's go.
That's
Help the next motherfucking person in line.
I'd like to deposit this check, please, into my savings account, and then I need to withdraw.
Yeah. Just shut the fuck up for a minute. What the fuck you doing, Lizanne? You calling the cops? No.
And she actually gives them a job.
Who the fuck is this? You a cop? Yeah, well, what I recommend is that you keep at least $500 in your check and just avoid the minimum balance. Right. You have a nice day, sir.
Armed gun.
Yep, I wonder how much they paid him for it.
Watching you, and I must say, I'm impressed. How'd you like to be our new customer services supervisor?
Thank you.
Everybody down now! Get the fuck down, everybody!
Ha ha,
Give me all
hee
the money.
hee,
Hurry up!
hoo hoo.
Hurry up,
And I
bitch.
thought my
Close the
racist
damn
jokes
door.
were bad.
Close the damn door.
You sicken me. Asking for a handout instead of raising yourself up out of your situation through hard work. Why don't you get a job like the rest of us?
That's funny.
There's your economy. I mean, this is a genius.
Right, that's very
That's
powerful.
Dave
Very
Chappelle
powerful.
level right there.
No, but it's like it shows you like that's their actual economy. Like be ruthless, like you said, like be ruthless, be a fucking,
And then
worst-
liberalism teaches us all throughout middle and high school. Oh, we got to apply yourself. Well, why would I apply?
That was a
myself?
lie.
I need the money now. That was the biggest psyop ever. They believe we live in a voluntary society where we pick our slave master. I mean, Richard Wolff put it, but it's like, no, we need the money now just to go buy. And then they justify and say, no, debt's normal. You're supposed to be in debt. This is why you go to college and everything. But like, what if I can't pay it? It's like there's always this target on our head, like the mafia. Nobody can imagine a debt-free society without credit cards. And they go really crazy when you don't have debt because interest is what perpetuates the capitalist system. And if you don't have debt, then the system breaks down, ironically.
And would you say that the majority of people who do seem to get around it are far lucky and few?
No, we gotta introduce it right.
The people who get around are just nepotism. They already have a trust fund.
Uh-oh. You hear that, Ed Boon?
You rocking with that? I mean, and all of these magazines are empty, just for future reference. Block 19, OEM magazine.
Well, I was just, it was in reference to what you said about video games. As someone who wanted to get into the film and video game industry, I realized really quick that the quality of what it was in the 90s that I was growing up with, they did not want the same quality by the time I wanted to go in.
Right. Because
and
the
if you weren't,
conflation of technology,
if you weren't a certain way, also, if you weren't a certain way ideologically or spiritually or gaily, they didn't like you all that much.
Right, and you have to understand: was Mario or Sonic or any of the traditional arcade games ideological? No, they were just pixel places and what a game was and a function of a computer, and it no longer became a game; it became a Mass Effect movie of liberal propaganda and CGI actors.
I would agree.
The game is not real, and that's the whole criticism of Gamergate. And like what some of these people, like Shredded Nerd, what they talk about is that the deconstructed games mean nothing, and so we're back to the Stone Age.
Let me know.
Well, I can tell you, as someone who takes, certain games like Mortal Kombat and Tekken very seriously, seeing the degeneration of things that, one time were very, advanced for their age. It is sad to know that, like with Mortal Kombat, obviously the first thing Ed Boon did was sell out. So, I guess that's the only way to really get ahead. You got to sell, like Kay Reno told me, you got to sell your soul and your whole.
This is what you want right here? Is this what you want? The Goliath in the 26. Is this what you want, my boy? Hold on, I got one better for you. If you don't want the Goliath,
that's why they like to promote games like Hitman now. Hitman, it's kind of funny. I've been doing all these talks about Hitman, and they've been updating the Hitman game here lately, adding new people in like Slim Shady and Bruce Lee. How funny. But,
this time, a lot of flavors, yo. Which one you picking?
It's one big LARP.
Make sure y'all check out the merch. First link in my bio on IG.
Yeah. But it still all leads back to transhumanism, right? Or the depopulation. It has to come back to one of the two.
Well, that's what he was just saying. He's saying like, well, actually, they just want you to be gay because then you'll stop having kids and you just like seek status and like everyone, the guy, like you'll just be a gay black guy, like give me your job, bitch. I want a job. And then when somebody else tries to come and get money, you kill them and say, well, you should have just worked hard like a slave like me or something, like this is
Block 19.
But you see,
well, I mean, I think maybe that makes the purge.
All the different magazines, like you can get a 10 or a 30 or a 40 or a 50 or 100 round. magazine. Like, who is he trying to sell magazines to? A nice young whippersnapper who's trying to defend himself from 35 black people trying to rob him on the street. All right, go.
I mean, let's just be real here. I mean, the social and mental decline of society is inevitable. So whether or not it's from social conditioning or eventually natural, degeneration and de-evolution of the mental psyche or genes, I mean, I guess that remains to be seen. Do we have enough, test data to really sit here and say that it was a normal decline of mental, IQ drop across, the board, or was it, conditioning through, institutions that slowly, through genetics and doctrine and academics and healthcare, like Bill Gates told you, was just able to eventually decline the population. I mean,
don't you want a gun with a 50 round mag?
Well, I mean, let's face it. If there's, none of us are John Wick, so and the real case is you're not allowed to really have what people really have. Think about what that dude did to John Wick in the movie, where he goes and takes the grenade launcher out of the trunk and just starts shooting up John Wick's house. There are people who had that type of clearance where, I think in reality, I think a lot of the things that you hear about in the news are cover-ups for things that these powerful people do in daily life and get away with, and they just use the news as a cover story and said it was something else. So,
Which one you picking?
I think that's another thing that a lot of people don't realize. A lot of the things that you hear about in the news is just a cover story for what these rich people are doing. So, what it really comes down to is that, we're never going to have the full story on everything, no matter how much of an insight you have, unless you're, rubbing elbows and masquerade mask, putting Diddy oil on your butthole.
This is a newest cop right here, so
look at this guy though. Like, he's trying to sell, and the comments are funny. Guys, I'm reading the comments. I'm just like eating.
You gonna go OEM? 10-round magazine. Rocking with that.
So,
and all of these magazines.
This dude here is like
just for future
selling magazines and stuff.
Glock 19 OEM magazine with a +5 extension. I don't know, you rocking with it. Some people might not
sell magazines to get rich and shit. Okay, this dude has like $1,000 of accessories at least on a $500 gun. So it's like, not counting all the bullets that he's gonna buy to put them inside.
Well, I mean, if he's working within the legal parameters of his state, I mean, is it really illegal?
24-round magazine.
No, but my point is in what scenario are you gonna walk around with a 100-round magazine in the end of your Glock and say, "Oh, it's just
You're not. But I mean, again, it comes down to
people who are like literally criminally intent. Like, oh yeah, I'm just a guy with needs to defend myself with 100-round magazine, right? But if you say that's, if you say that, people say, well, you're racist. But then these same people say, well, guns are really bad. We need to get rid of them, right? Like, are you racist then?
I might just go ahead and pick this.
Oh, I'm not racist.
But low key, I gotta rock with that.
Well, I mean,
come on now, we take
people.
50-round jump. Let's 50-round jump into 26. Is you rocking with this?
Well, my point is that the reason why they don't mind black people having guns is because they will kill each other with the guns. When white people have guns, they want to overthrow the government.
Is you rocking with it, my boy?
I mean, yeah, but I mean, that's the end goal, right? Like I just said about making society. Eventually, I think it comes down to they want to make society have like a snap. And where we'll, basically, just we won't take it no more.
You gotta want this.
I mean, I can tell you, like I said, from the mentality of the white dudes that I meet on DMZ, it is kind of concerning how fucking violent some of them are. Whether or not they're LARPing, I don't know, but I mean, they get pretty violent.
First link in my bio on IG. You don't even gotta ask for it, son. I just told you, man. Man, y'all know what time it is.
But I mean, again, it comes down to the, you know, I mean, what's their end goal? I mean, if they're trying to control everyone, I mean, why not let everyone kill each other off?
You said right. We're gonna start it off nice and simple, bro. Some people like
you sound like a
you gonna go OEM?
Oh, well, I mean, you know, I'm just seeing the facts for what it is. And I mean, you know, I'm always supposed to, you know, hold out for the good, but I'm not seeing that in society. So, you know, am I saying that, you know, we're going to die in the next 20 years? I mean, no, I thought that 20 years ago, but, you know, it's,
Glock 17.
you know, you literally live in a time where one country can release a nuclear weapon that can, you know, take out 500 miles of, you know, a coast. So, you know,
24 OEM Glock.
what really is going to happen is, you know, yet to be seen. So,
Y'all rocking with that? Y'all rocking with that? Let me know. Let me know.
I mean,
33 rounds.
it wouldn't make sense that these people want to destroy the surface of the earth and leave it uninhabitable. Like Isaac says, they want to leave this resources intact. So, you know, is it biological virus? Is it, you know, slow, you know, civil war? Is it, you know, legalize the purge and, you know, once a year, you know, you're allowed to go and do what you want for 12 hours? I mean,
Let me know. Let me know.
who knows, dude? You know, I think we're going to be constantly doing this every single day until it happens.
I ain't gonna lie. But low key, I gotta rock with the official hold that. Come on now, we take it. Let's go.
No, I assume that I'm going to die a violent death anyway.
Is you rocking with this, my boy? 50 round jump. Hold on. I got something better for you. Goliath in a 26? Is you rocking with it, my boy? This is the one you want right here? Is this what you want? The Goliath in the 26? Is this what you want, my boy? Hold on, I got one better for you.
Oh, dear God.
You want the Goliath? You gotta want this. Come on.
Thug mentality is so cringe, man.
You gotta want this. 26 Gen 4 with the 100 round drum. Which one?
Like, it's not even an original attitude. Like, it's so copycatted.
Like, it's not funny. I mean, it's funny to me, not because, like, it's not, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, having guns is cool, but everybody who, like, glorifies guns, I think, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like this weird,
I can tell you, anyone who's a true professional wouldn't be acting or doing what he's doing with them, so no.
Nice and simple, bro. Some people
nice and simple, bro. I mean, just like listen to the way he talks. Like, that's the problem, right?
10 round.
Yeah, we know. We get the point.
Just for future reference.
Can we not listen to him anymore, though?
19 OEM magazine.
I don't need to listen to him. I can already hear the beat.
Some people might not like the guy. Some people might not like the guy.
And it's not Twilight.
Out for y'all boys. So Glock 17 OEM magazine with a +5 mother of all extensions. Rocking with that. You copying this one? Hey. Come on. 24 OEM Glock magazine. Or 24 round magazine.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Let me know. 33 round OEM magazine.
Can he even spell 33?
No, he's educated. That's why it's funny to me. Yes, he's this is an educated person. He's just doing
Y'all rocking with this? Let me know. If we got another 33 round magazine.
I even filed out the serial number before I asked you $10.
Y'all rocking with this one? Let me know.
Oh, dear God.
Just on the trolley aspect, I might just go ahead and pick this one. I ain't gonna lie.
Jake. Forward embrace on it. With the forward embrace on it. Oh, man.
That's right. More brain rot.
You ain't racking the K like this, you don't know what you're doing.
No, God forbid you learn how to swing a pair of nunchucks or, Taekwondo.
Look at his facial expression first.
Look at ready for it. All right.
Okay, here.
Good thing I can play a fighting game full of big titty bitches.
When good people are hurt, they don't scream. They don't fight.
That's right.
They don't.
You want to know how I got this penis in my
They
ass?
simply archive the pain and walk away silently.
That's
No
right.
revenge, no drama, just distance.
You know, you remind me of my father.
Still smile, but something changes forever. The
Look,
trust,
it's my
gone,
twin.
the closeness broken, the connection dead. Good people don't change into bad people. They just become
That's
more
right.
careful, more guarded, and more selective with their energy. So
That's
if a good
right.
person walks away from you without a word, just know they gave you
Why
more
so
than
serious?
you ever deserved. And when they're done for good. When good people are hurt.
I read 4 Stephen King.
Super fucking cringe.
Your 20s are so hard because it's
A lot of these brothers, when shit get difficult, they just go blow weed. Damn.
Grasshopper, when you can grab this pebble from my hand, it will be time for you to leave. Sorry, not this time.
Oh, come on, ancient master. It's been almost 20 years. I gotta get out of here. Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we just say I grabbed it? We don't have to tell anybody. It'd be my little secret.
I cannot do that. Remember, as it is written, life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alone. I hear you call my name, and it feels like home. Just like a prayer. In other words, you don't graduate until you grab this pebble.
All right. Wow. Look over there. It's Julia Roberts and Jason Patrick.
Where?
Use this sound to show me a gun that everybody hates on. But still put bullets in your. Use this.
Listen, this shit right here.
That's right. My brain is officially rotted out.
How do you know Buddhism is from a creator? Maybe God gave humanity a thing and Buddhism is not that thing.
I guess genetically and biologically, we are predisposed to feel like our life is going to continue from one moment to the next. But we've already been born. We're already alive. So what is next for a human body? Death. Realizing that everything is impermanent, I don't worry so much about what I believe in or what I understand.
But if a creator gave humanity instructions on how to relationship, how to fulfill the purpose of life, you're basically saying, I'm just going to do my own thing. Who cares? I feel like this is the best way. Let's do it this way. For Judaism, it's not a leap of faith religion. We have evidence. We have so many proofs after proofs that there's no way the Torah, the Jewish Bible, is man-made. I know that when I'm following Judaism and I'm keeping the Torah and I'm keeping the mitzvot and I'm studying the Torah, whether you're Jew or non-Jew, it doesn't matter. When you know you're living by the Torah, you know that you're doing what God wants you to do. There must be a creator. I don't know how else this world would have gotten here. How do you know?
Well, you have enlightened me. I am awoken.
I mean, I'm convinced I could die.
That's right. I have reached the 33rd stage of fucking retardation.
Well, I don't know about you. I'm a voice slot personally. I'm in a voice slot.
I read.
Yeah, let's see if I can find some stuff.
Man, y'all know what time it is. Which one you picking?
Oh, yes.
Glock.
There's that beautiful man. The big man yelling. Got him. Look, this is the moves.
You sound really far away.
Really?
Did you stick your head up C-3PO's ass?
Oh, wait. I don't know.
Good.
Is that better?
That's much better. Yeah.
You can hear me now going, oh, yeah.
What's up, YouTube? Back again with another little gun video today. I got two 357s out here. One, a snub nose,
I want to leave it.
And
the reason why they made the 357 Magnums because they was having so much trouble with the gangsters and the criminal crime rate, and the 38 was not having penetrating power getting through the automobile.
And he said 38 got to penetrate.
Had more power to him. Around.
He said he a redneck who can rhyme.
In a fight against crime.
Yeehaw,
I'm
he's
gonna
gonna be
shoot a
next
38.
that right
Guns,
ball,
I'm
right
gonna
there.
shoot a 357, and we're gonna see if we can tell the difference and the knockdown power out of the 38 and 357. All right, you two. The pistol we're gonna be firing is this Ruger.
Pistol we're gonna be firing this one right here. I don't know what it's called, but I'm gonna use it.
Little snub nose right here. This will be our setup. I'll be shooting 38 special, 357, 38 special,
38
357.
special. My
Now y'all can
38
see the
special
power and the
gun.
difference of
And
it.
that's because I like
I'll be
38
shooting
special.
right
And
here.
it makes me
Watch the
fun.
swing. 38 special.
Some people are addicted to alcohol. Some people are addicted to drugs.
I'm addicted to my wife's pussy.
I don't care if they talk shit. I don't talk to them.
Cringe.
If you hate me, that's just fine.
Sounds like AI.
Get in line. They try to tell me what I need, and it sure ain't nothing. Got tears stuck in my butt, now I'm feeling
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
to enjoy my beer. Can't pop before, and I sure can't sit.
Oh dear God.
Such a tight fit.
My songs are better than that.
Stagecoach looks so dumb. Country music sucks. You'll never catch me at that event.
But you know, the alleged demons won't give me no shekels.
has a horse.
Hey, ladies. Y'all want to ride a stagecoach?
We got room on the back of our horse.
No, we all have boyfriends.
Weirdo. All right, for sure. Yeah, we have girlfriends too. Yeah, we got girls. Let's get out of here. Stagecoach looks.
I like country music, but I like old country. Give me
Fucking dudes in the back of my truck.
Oh dear God.
Gay, but I do gay stuff. Like fucking dudes in the back of my truck. That slap don't mean I'm queer. I just suck some dick when I drink my beer. I ain't nothing wrong with a little squeeze. It don't mean shit if you're on your knees. I love my guns and I have my rights. And I fuck
Alright, well, I might go and take a bunch of ibuprofen now.
Come on,
I'd rather get off of here.
Now hear me out, I just like men and I say it proud.
Oh my God.
We hit the lake and cut off jeans. Rub each other down with sunscreen. He grabs my waist.
Okay, Jake Gyllenhaal.
Just two men who like to smash. We share a tent and share a chew. I suck his dick, but just us two. Don't call it gay, don't make it weird. It's just what bros do with a couple beers. I ain't gay, I just love my bros and taking back shoes. I watch football and I spit my chalk and stroke my
Yep, this is what Jesus died for.
Now hear me out, I just like men and I say it proud. I ain't gay.
All right. Now, before we start the show, I want to remind you guys, Tyrone is his own man. I am not controlling him. Isn't that right, Tyrone?
Damn straight, bro. What do you say we start with some crowd work?
Okay, that's a great idea, Tyrone.
What's up, motherfucker? What's your name?
Josh. Okay, what do you do for a living, Josh?
Well, actually... Hold on, Josh. Before you answer that, let me guess. I'm thinking either a rapper, a basketball player, or probably something gang affiliated.
Oh man, now that you play this reminds me of something. You heard that allegedly racist song that came out about that old white pastor dude? He's like, Jesus Christ is my, whatever. And it's got the
I know what you're talking about.
okay, but do you know if you listen really carefully, either him or the wife actually they say the opposite, while they, like, one of them says Jesus Christ is my, but the other one says Jesus Christ is a. if you have to listen very close, but you can actually hear in one of the parts where one of the other actually says he is a N-word instead of he is my N-word. So, you know, they're not dumb when they do these, especially when the videos become real famous like that one did. That one became real famous, but you have to listen very well, but you can distinctly hear where one of them says he is a N-word. So, you know, again, what does it come down to is, you know, is it to racially silence out the masses? I mean, what good does it do if a majority of people, allegedly a lot of black people, find that song not racist? So, you know, I don't know what to tell you, but I mean, they, again, you know, if you're really attuned to listening to the song, you can actually hear, I think it's the white that says it, but you know, again, if you listen to it, you know, listen, the next time you listen to it, listen real well, and one of them, like I said, actually says it. So, you know, they know what they're doing when they sit here and they release them kind of charged videos, whatever. They're not stupid. If you're dumb enough to, you know, get involved with it. But I'm done with the brand rod. I can't do it. Yeah, I am.
Alright, I'll change it up.
Let me tell you, them bombs ain't dumb.
Why you gotta be a hater, man? I got the perfect one for you though. This is a good one because this is about Star Trek. Come on now.
Man, it's gay.
Is Captain Picard gay?
The final frontier.
I don't know. He did kiss Gandalf, who is gay, so you go ask him.
Its continuing mission to explore strange new worlds,
To sigh up the masses and make them believe that they can go to the stars. Oh dear God.
Come on, man. Why are you hating? I thought you liked gay music.
Not that gay eye.
When I had a total recall of 3 titties in my face, gonna chop up with my tractor beam. There's no stopping the ship from docking. I'm from Mars and you're from Venus. I wanna fly to Uranus with my penis. Outer space is the place to be. Where nobody.
This is extremely gay.
Outer space is the best. The only place where no always means yes.
Yeah, it's about rape, by the way. Space rape.
Yeah, I know. We've heard it before.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you played it before.
Huh. How about this one?
Ah, look at all the homeless people.
Oh.
Ah, look at all the homeless people. Eleanor Nigby picks up the cans at the church where a wedding has been. She likes to scream, waits at the subway, asking for change that she keeps in a jar by the door. Now she wants more, all the homeless people. Where did they all come from? All
No, I think that's a new one.
Yeah, well. I don't know. I thought more people were going to come join the LARP, but I guess they just probably passed out. Pure boredom. I mean, I do have material to cover, but yeah. How about if I watch my own show on my own show? That'd be kind of cool. Okay, let's watch this. I want to show you this.
Designers are going over $100. Niche are going over 200, 300, sometimes even 400. And they club the Nuit Intense Men line. Then you're gonna like this one.
Okay, is this a man or a woman?
One as well. Think of that mixed with Yves Saint Laurent, myself, and then on top of that, a heavy dose of fresh cut open
We'll take a vote from
pineapple. That is what this one
the
is. So very
commenters as well.
fruity, very fresh. You can wear this all year round. And it is just a sexy, manly fragrance. Check it out. Then we have the new Reha Obsidian.
So I'm getting to the car.
Cala boca, puta.
What the? That's too much for me. No opinion there? Man or woman?
I mean, don't really matter to me.
Oh, it matters. Well,
Nope.
It's good.
Because I know my woman's a woman, so.
Pretty good so far, I admit. It's pretty good concept. I like this.
Friends, it's fun. Load up on guns. Bring your friends, it's fun to lose and to pretend she's overboard and self-assured. Oh no,
The voice sucks, but the music's pretty good. The music's pretty accurate, though, I have to say. Well, aren't you silent today? Silent night, holy night. There's another
Ooh.
Resident Evil game? Jesus.
Yeah, fucking Gas Requiem. More like.
Oh, it sounds like Rectum.
Yeah, there you go.
Rectum to me.
There you go. That's what I meant to say.
Uh-oh, Unsolved Mysteries. Uh-oh, Gurdjieff. AFI. You ever seen Michael Jordan?
What was it like playing against MJ your rookie year? Shaking in my boots.
Was there anybody that you kind of avoided talking smack to because if you did, your spirit got bigger and they wanted to beat you? Or
Michael Jordan, you don't want to mess with God.
That wasn't Michael Jordan out there. That was God
Right.
disguised as Michael Jordan.
Is that? I bet Kevin Hart felt the same way as you violently humped him on camera.
Got his drink.
Magic
So
peanut.
how old is he right now? He's 26, 27?
Yeah, young.
Young
you know.
boy.
Yeah.
So
I just want y'all to know. There's a new
No,
sheriff in town.
Michael Jordan really is the best, though. Like, did you ever watch Michael Jordan play? Yeah, you're right, Mutan. That woman is done.
Banks on Wilkins, backs him out ahead of the key with a scissor dribble, nearly lost it. Now takes it right side, cuts back left, down the lane.
Like, I don't like watching basketball, but I do like to watch Michael Jordan play basketball.
She had to go high to get it.
Like, I would love to be able to move like that, to be honest with you. So cool. Watch this thing dunk.
Can you do it out of the way? 4-on-2, Michael Jordan. Oh,
Just dunked on his head, pretty much. And he did it in the Jordan shoes, which
he has scored the last 8 Chicago points and 2 no good. Tipping the rebound. Back to Jordan down the lane. Whoa! Woo! Dunk right over Sigma.
Moncrief tried to get it away, but broken up by Daly and gets it away to Jordan.
Wow.
Showtime for Mr. Jordan.
Look,
And we are
this is like I've never seen anybody really play like this.
Michael with a slam. The bad choice in either case because Jordan took it up. Went up over Parrish and Bird.
Watch this
Second
one,
ago, Michael drove the baseline, and we're very excited about a dunk he had.
Jordan over the timeline into the forecourt, drives the middle, bam, with the right hand. And Jordan has decided to take this game into.
You know why I like Michael Jordan? Because he never had to cheat like fucking LeBron, the gay James. Like if you watch LeBron, he cheats like every fucking play. Basically.
I'm introducing my block. Jordan to Ron Marley. Yes.
Michael is dangerous when he gets the rebound, and he can come, go. He's on dunk on two guys. What a lane opens up. No one closes down. You've got to get to Michael sooner. You let him get inside the foul line there. Good team defense.
Out of there is Jordan. He's got Paxson and Davis with him. He doesn't.
Boom.
Well, the crowd, let's see. They gave Jordan a 50. He did.
The free throw and has one more.
Oh, yes, here comes Mike. Oh, what a play. We said he was on the runway. Herb Williams with a follow-up. Blocked by Jordan. Cleared by Jordan. Here come the Bulls back looking for the lead. 3-on-1. Michael Jordan in for the right. For the monster.
Block shot by Jordan a second ago. To Michael. Yeah! And a foul! Oh! Michael gets the ball back here to Pax. He gets going down the lane. Pax feeds him. He takes one dribble, and it's a power slam.
It's a pass stolen by Jordan. It's a 3-on-2 for the Bulls. Michael on the drive. In for the right. For the jam.
Oh, man. Kelly Tripucka couldn't run out of the play quick enough. Jordan was bearing down on him from the sky.
Jordan trying to shake off Starks.
Oh, please, let's see that again. 100 times.
Come on, man. You're not impressed by that? Actually, you know who I like to say watching that better? Dennis Rodman. Best.
Dennis Rodman. Unbelievable. 4-3.
Hey, Dennis. And guess what we've got here?
And they take the ball away. Hornacek throws it right to Rodman, and Jordan is all alone, and he saunters in.
That's winning basketball. Those are the plays that Dennis Rodman does to make his team great.
Black with the ball. He's double deep to Perkins. A pump fake. Rodman blocks the shot. How about that? Michael Adams got it swiped by Rodman as he dribbled across the timeline. Ahead to Sally. Back to work. He'll come.
The Wesley Snipes of basketball right here. Come on, man.
But Rodman's doing.
I'm gonna get Inner Darkness back on the stream right now. Come on, man. I got Resident Evil up here. Come on, man. You gonna leave me hanging like that? Jeez. This is North Raccoon City, 11:07 p.m.
No, I just don't care to see it 1,000 times.
Even Resident Evil?
Yeah, I mean, I literally, play it like, at least once a day. It gets kind of old seeing it.
Resident Evil 2? The old school?
Duh.
The old one? You play the old one every day?
Yeah, I own it on, multiple devices.
Why'd he bite me?
What's your favorite part?
None.
So it's a compulsion?
Who knows?
Let me psychomonologize.
Maybe it takes me back to a time that no longer exists.
When you played some Japanese stuff.
I don't care who made it. I just know it's nostalgic.
What have we got here?
Who made that?
Rest in peace, Paul Haddad.
Hello. Is anyone here?
Hello. All right, whose voice is this, man? Smarty Pants.
Hello.
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 What are you gonna do if you see that, man?
Not stand there and talk to her the way that dumb bitch does.
What could have done?
Why are you so misogynistic?
Nobody.
What was that?
Wondering why I'm not making millions of dollars right now.
All right, that's far enough. Don't move. Don't move.
Are you willing to sell your soul or whole or both?
Starting to get fucking tempting. Oh, that's right. My soul's not worth anything.
Who did you get appraised by?
Society.
I thought Flow State gave you an appraisal.
Who?
Flow State.
No. Let's not reopen old wounds. I want one that, not be controlled.
Modern man, not again. Had to throw the pot button in the house down. The gentleman guy to the way. I've never seen this guy's stuff. I don't know. I heard he's a creeper. How did
Everyone's a creeper at this point.
Creepers. They're still exposing Bohemian Grove.
Man, nobody's exposing anything. The thing's been exposed forever. No one just cares. Nope, we'll all go and allegedly try to storm Area 51, but not Bohemian Grove, right? Yeah. We're really changing things.
Sounds legit. One dead after shooting in San Jose's Willowwood Park. You know what they say, if it bleeds, it leads. 10 things you should be buying at Costco. I'm the deal guy. There's Yoda's secret final conversation. Darth Vader. What do you think? Is this true or false?
No, those fucking AI things they're fucking controlled.
So Disney's putting them out?
I mean, I don't know if Disney is 100% supporting these real top level AI Star Wars, but it's very clear by them never answering my questions that obviously someone is paying these YouTubers to use this AI to make these stories because they're not official canon Disney stories. So now sometimes they are. Sometimes they'll use the AI to use canon stories that are like in books or something, but a majority of these YouTubers are getting
doing that. They should be getting sued by Disney, right?
They should be. I mean, technically, not even I'm supposed to like use anything Star Wars-ish, but they obviously didn't care because when I make the Star Wars AI songs, they get pushed in the algorithm, so they obviously like it.
Man, ain't this some white boy shit? You can go out there in the snow, start digging shit out for what? What you be doing this for? What the hell wrong with you, boy?
Well, it's probably not even real snow anyway.
It's AI stuff?
No, it's probably, artificially created by whatever they're putting in the air.
Come on, man. He hiked all up in this bitch. Come on, man. Look, he's shelling the shit out right there. That's been there for like years.
Yeah. Just like dinosaur bones.
All right, let's see what this white boy is doing. Man, what the hell wrong with this white boy? So, okay, you got a plastic tent with a fire inside. That seems very intelligent.
Well, nowadays you can just, get on YouTube and watch, lo-fi fireplace. So why settle for the real thing when you can have the artificial?
Okay. What is this dude doing?
He's gonna cook his goldfish.
That's right, boy. So he's got a drone too? So he brought a drone all the way out there just to do the one shot with the drone. Interesting. Like, I don't know, but I get a feeling like like you said, like somebody's paying these people to like do this. Like this equipment is like expensive, dude. And the time off of work and
Well, yeah,
you know what
it's
I mean?
just like what I pointed out about the red
very
and
weird.
blue, about how certain YouTubers, use red and blue things in their videos or in their thumbnails or in their profile pictures. And then, you see the kind of content, how many subscribers they have. And it's like, it makes no fucking sense. But then you realize oh, well, now it makes sense.
So hold on, let me check this out. Ice House chainsaw or something like that. Let's see if I can find this thing. This dude built a, yeah, here it is. I think this is it. Yeah, so this is in Alaska. This dude, look, he cuts a hole in the ice in a lake, right? So this is on top of a lake, right? Oh, this isn't even the one. This is another one. Wait, I gotta find this other. So there's another one similar to this. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Yeah. Yeah, check this out. So this dude's standing on top of a lake, right? This is some white boy shit right here, man. See, I don't think I'm a white person compared to this person. Compared to this person, I'm definitely not a white person. Like, this is some real white boy stuff right here. Like, would you ever think of doing something like this, Inner Darkness?
No, not if it didn't serve me no beneficial purpose other than to fucking get views on fucking GayTube, which about everything is.
He builds it for his dog, allegedly.
Allegedly, that's right. Man's best friend. I guess he's probably also screwing in the ass. I just want to fuck a dog in the ass.
Are you racist against people who do that?
I mean, whatever floats your goat, right?
Yeah. So check it out. So this dude's chainsawing a lake, right? Like, you see this, right? Like, this dude's chainsawing a lake.
Yes, I have eyes for now.
Okay, and then so look. Like, this doesn't look like much, but wait till you see the end of it. So, hold on, I'll keep going. It's too early for this. Exactly.
Well, for me, it's late, so what does it matter?
It's midnight, and we are. All right, so check this out. Look. So he built a second story. So this is a 2-story igloo.
That's racist. Only Eskimos can dig igloos. I mean, make igloos, whatever they're called.
This dude takes his shoes off and walks around barefoot in an igloo.
Well, he should be getting hypothermia, right? Or is that or well, I mean, either way, he's a white boy, right? I thought white people don't do good in the cold.
I guess he just culturally appropriated the Eskimos so much. You know, this is stealing the Eskimo culture of two-story luxury.
He's a xenomorph, so he can adapt to his surroundings.
I've summoned Twilight. What was it?
Yep, he's alive.
Yeah, that's actually backwards. White people are good.
Oh, I thought we did better in neutral areas. I mean, I can do warm or cold, but
Technically, I'm Latin too, so I'm kind of like mixed, like off-white.
So
we get both here.
So were you Latinos building two-story?
No. I'm not Latino. I'm Latin. They're Latino. See, they copied us, right? No.
Them damn Mongolians.
So did the Latins build two-story igloos back in the day?
No, fuck that. No, you've been to Italy, it doesn't get that cold.
So who's culturally appropriating who then?
Well, I mean, look at all these fucking like supposed gangsters, right? They all like run around with guns and shit, right? Like I saw that. I was walking around actually. I jumped on and then fucking I had some shit pop off like right as I was getting on. So I was like hearing bits and pieces and shit. But like I saw them with the guns and shit.
Did you use
like an actual gangster would never fucking do that. It would never happen.
Well,
like,
I mean, I don't know. Some of them. Some of them are pretty. Some of them are pretty dumb to kind of like post themselves, like gloating their guns and drugs. But yeah,
No, but they're not really gangsters. Dude. They're like the low level.
That's a gayster.
Oh well, yeah, for sure, yeah. Like the real ones, you'll never know who they are. Like they wear like ripped clothes and drive like normal cars, Like the whole idea of what they do in movies and music videos and all that shit is a trap. It's legitimately a trap.
You hear that? You hear that, Lil Wayne Birdman?
Right.
What's wrong? You don't want to be like Hobson said and be like your favorite rapper, knowing that that's not the real lifestyle. But I mean, what does that go to say for people like Tom? I mean, I said the same thing about Tom McDonald. I mean, his song's talking about I'm gonna get out of the system before it chokes me out cold. But then he turns around and makes songs against the system, but then turns around and gets supported by Trump. So I mean, make it make sense.
I like Tom McDonald. I think it's pretty cool. I don't
even though he's a sellout. I mean, look at his tattoos.
Yeah, I don't really trust him. No, I don't really care. I don't care if he's a sellout. Everyone's a sellout.
You don't care? Okay, so can I sell out now?
No, they're all sellouts, dude. There's no one left. Like there's really no. I'm saying like legitimately, to be a part of the industry, you have to be a sellout. There's nobody in the industry who's not a sellout. That's what I'm saying.
What's wrong? You don't want to help. You don't want to help perpetrate a system that's going to keep us Ouroboros until y'all die or
No, I don't. I fucking hate it, or else I would have been in it because when I was younger,
But you just said you like Tom McDonald, so that's a lie.
I like what he does. I mean, I don't like him as a person. You know what I mean?
Like what he does. You like him LARPing, claiming he's against the system while being promoted and paid by the system. But he self-supports himself, right? So it's okay, allegedly.
No, see, I don't care what he does in his personal life.
Oh.
I just like the fact that he puts the shit out there for people to see.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Right. At least he's real, not AI, allegedly. Maybe he's a synthetic.
Well, that's debatable, but he could be like a clone. Yeah.
Well, it's funny that he can culturally appropriate it, but Eminem did it first, right? Oh, beep. That's not racist, though.
Well, Eminem was actually like real, and then they just kind of totally
real gay.
No. He was actually real, dude. In fact, he was a Christian.
Real gay
in the beginning. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, I mean, he got Justin Biebered.
Well, that's another example. Well, see what I'm saying. What I'm actually saying, dude, is that you have to understand that, like, when you're born into that, you don't really have a choice.
I'm
That's
tired.
kind of like the
boss.
subject.
I know. Go tell that to Jaden Smith.
Right. So what I'm saying is you don't really have a choice in the matter at that point. Okay. You're born into that shit. So like your family decides that you're like going to be a part of whatever industry they want you to be a part of. So like, it doesn't really matter what you do. Okay. So like anyone who decides they're going to go against it, they end up dead. So what I'm saying is the little bit of good they can do. So what I'm saying is the little bit of good that they can actually do, I'm okay with that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like go listen to Eminem's song "Say Goodbye to Hollywood," right? Like listen to that song, and the song "My Darling" and shit. Like he tells you straight up, like it's not like he has cryptic songs, but he has other ones that are like straightforward, and he's literally telling you, like this whole thing is a trap. This whole thing is nothing like they tell you. Like I thought, I thought that this is everything I wanted, and I realized that the more I have, the more I'm enslaved to my own fame and my own possessions and my own,
so much so that he's still making music and getting paid for it. That's right.
Because he's a fucking slave, dude. This is what people don't understand about the way the system actually works.
He could just, schedule a concert and come walking on stage and be like, I've been paid to do this to white people for years or whatever, and just expose it. But I guess he's got to think about his sweet little daughter he used to rap about, right?
Huh?
Beep. Oh my God. The point is that if anyone in the system had a fucking conscience, they would come out and speak about it, and allegedly they'd be star-wagged. So if they haven't been star-wagged already, then they're not against the system.
They do. They do get star-wagged. And that's exactly the point.
Oh, is that why Hitman made a mission about killing Eminem here lately? Because it literally just came out. How convenient.
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me.
Well, everything's a LARP.
I'm just saying, when you have something that's so absolutely just like drenched in evil, okay, like hostile to level evil, okay, it's just like you can focus on all of the negative and drive yourself fucking crazy, okay? Or you can like
I didn't need that to drive me crazy, but yeah, I get you.
Well, it will.
No, not really. I would say what really makes me crazy is just the fact that I'm forced to live in it. There's not really much I can do about it but LARP and not get paid for it.
Yeah, but would you really want
But
to? Anyway?
I'm supposed to do it for the soul, right?
Yeah, but would you really want to anyway?
I mean, in the materialistic sense, it sounds great, but I mean, gotta choose a LARP one way or another.
Yeah, but what the fuck does that do? As I just told you, even artists are still slaves to the shit.
I mean, everyone is. I mean, no matter how virtuous you try to be in this world, I mean,
right?
You're involved in the system at some point, some way. You never know where that dollar was. You might work an honest job to get it, but that $100 you just got in your paycheck could have came from a mob boss. Hit on a family. So who knows?
Right.
I guess that comes down to whether or not you want to blame it on God. Does God have a moral responsibility for his creation, or whatever. Again, it comes down to that we're all just trying to understand the LARP that we're living in, which is reality. Well, you know, most people worry about materialistic things. Most people don't care about spiritual things. So, I mean, that's the reason why you're living in the world. You know, they say there's more spiritual people than there is now materialistic, but I'm not seeing it. I think, you know, even I myself can be materialistic, but, you know, like you said about selling your soul, no mansion, no yacht, no big titty strippers, and, you know, 5,000 PS5s would not make me happy. In reality, the point is, you know, I seek, you know, purpose with whatever put me here, and I don't know what that is yet, allegedly, except for my experiences. So, you know, what do you care about in this reality? I mean, I care about the fact that the people who I love and care about, including my friends, are going to die one day, and that, you know, reality and nature dies. Unfortunately, it's depressing, but what can you do about it? You either care about your materialistic life or what society says is life, which to me is a LARP. One day a bomb can just drop in your fucking country and end your existence, but, you know, go to work. You know, it's okay because it just hasn't happened yet. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you. I think we're all living in a reality that's completely controlled, not by humans.
Right.
And they just, you know, manage to keep life somewhat mundane enough that you don't realize what's going on behind the scenes. Well, mundane in the sense that, you know, you don't see UFOs and, you know, chimeras running around the streets. They got to keep you distracted with your movies and music and, you know, the other stuff that goes on in the world. But again, that comes down to is, you know, are we all technically in a bunch of fallout shelters? Are we really just a bunch of experiments just to see what the perfect formula is to get what they need? I mean, that's what it seems like to me.
Well, are you telling me that you wouldn't want to be like this guy and go stay in the most expensive hotel in the world, underwater hotel in the world?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, as much as I would love to see the world, I mean, no offense, but what's the difference between one side of the world or the other? Not much.
Hey, you don't want to go to a Diddy party under the sea, under the
That's
sea.
right.
I was better, I was sweater, take it from me.
That's right. And no one batted an eye at the fact that Ariel was underage, if I'm not mistaken.
We got the seaweed off the hook.
I don't know. I guess it goes to say, is every man going to be judged according to his works? And guess you'll find out.
But see, isn't this funny? It's like, okay, you get on a plane and then you go to one place and then you go to another place and get on another plane and then you get off that plane and you get on a fucking golf cart and you have a dude playing bongos. So you travel like 10,000 miles just to go like into a room under the ocean and then go to sleep in it as a accomplishment or something.
That's right. Welcome to the LARP. Go get on a cruise thinking that this is what life is about. That's right. Yep. That's why people go to Disneyland and pay $5,000 to stay for what, a night, if even that, and that's not including expenses and everything else. Yeah, a bunch of dumbasses. Well, it's because you're poor. No, I'm telling you right now, even if I had the money, I still would not take my son to Disneyland because, you know, you're lucky if you don't have a pedo working in, you know, Mickey Mouse suits. So. Oh, bother.
Disney is the top of the predator list. Don't get me started with Disney.
Oh, I mean, of course, man. That's why they bought Star Wars. As much as I love Star Wars, you know, I mean, Star Wars has its up and downs, but like, you know, what they did with the Obi-Wan series was okay, but I mean, you know,
this goes back to what I was saying. Everything is corrupt. So you can either swear off everything or you can breathe. Because all of it is corrupt. Star Wars, Marvel, Hollywood, the record industry, NASA, every fucking thing. There's nothing.
I would agree that everything is corrupted. Yes, but
Twilight, would you stay in this hotel under the water?
Video games, all of it, dude. All of it. I'm running a book on this shit.
that's right. That's why Spider-Man's costume is red and blue. The illusion of choice.
Is this toilet under the sea corrupt? You get to look at the fish while you take a dump. Come on, man.
That's right. I can go and piss in the water right beside them.
No, but I mean, like, what do you think about people who go under the sea to stay in this?
I think you got fucking issues.
Why? We don't think
It's like the same people who go and stay in them tents that are able to hang on the side of a cliff. Are you really that fucking suicidal? It's the same thing about hot air balloon.
But it is
I
cool,
mean,
man.
I'm sorry.
Cool,
yeah,
though.
it's cool. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
And not only is it all corrupt, it's all connected. Hollywood and the porn industry are like fucking revolving doors into each other. Okay?
Yeah, so this
Which
is
tied to intelligence agencies. Okay? And black markets and cartels.
So you're saying they're trafficking children to this ocean?
Dude, what do you think Paramore is? What do you think all this shit with Epstein is? They only talk about the low level. Oh, he was touching teenagers. No. It was, first off, it wasn't teenagers. Okay, and second off, he was into AI, genetic engineering, fucking transhumanism. He wanted to start his own farm, basically, breeding farm. Like, there's a lot of shit that they don't talk about. He had scientists and everybody else. Not everyone on that list is a predator. He had scientists and shit, too.
All scientists
all
are
involved in
predators.
it. Huh?
I said all scientists are predators.
Oh.
Man. That's a heavy accusation.
Allegedly.
I don't know about that.
I'm just saying.
I don't even know if allegedly would protect you under that.
$15,000 a night, man. Come on, that's worth it. Think of all the starving children that could have been fed, but it's worth it. Come on, bro.
Okay, but I mean, no one says the same thing about everything else. I mean, everything is constructed in a way that you're going to constantly complain or either participate in it. I mean, let's just face it. That's the truth. Either you complain about the situation or system you're living in, or you participate in somehow, or, you're lucky to be one of the far alleged few who are, born into it, who can, manipulate or whatever. So,
Sexy dirty bastards, welcome back. Hello, my handsome and sexy dirty bastards. Welcome back to my channel.
Oh,
So
dear
today
God, she's
we are going to
smackable.
battle the popular sweet men's fragrances. All of these get a lot of compliments, actually. We're going to battle Jean Paul Gaultier Ultramil, Versace Eros, Paco Rabanne Invictus, and Stronger Review Intensely. Now, the reason I'm battling these fragrances is to find out what the ladies like the most. And at the end of the video, I will talk a little bit more about each one of these fragrances, but I know that you are here for the battle. So grab yourselves a cup of coffee and put your balls in a good position, and let's get into it.
oh, dear God.
See, if you like a man, he comes...
I'm playing this for Moontan because she said that this person's from Dutchland.
I believe it. I fucking believe it.
It's funny. Oh my God. That's
What's
right.
funny about that?
Nice other words. Well, which one?
I'm from Deutschland.
No, it's just funny because Moontan said, "The fuck did she just say?" Because she's Dutch and she's Dutch, so it's like she's like, so she doesn't.
Oh, Moontan's here.
She's in the chat.
First and the last. First one.
I like watching
First one, definitely.
Because she's.
If men wears this,
She's
how
really
good is
funny,
it from
actually.
1 to 10?
This is a 9 for me, definitely.
This is sexy for you, actually, then. Because 9 is pretty close to 10.
Yeah, well, it's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think definitely.
Definitely.
If he smells like this, then
Definitely.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hey, she likes something. Which one did you like the most? I'm starting with you. Do you remember?
This or this one? I don't
Okay.
know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you like Jean-Paul Gaultier,
All right.
Ultramale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Nice. Yeah. Thank you. The second was Eros.
Yeah, I would like this weirdly for myself.
It's not weird. You can wear
Yeah.
it. I wear
Okay,
it myself
right?
as well. Yeah. Third
That
was
one I didn't
Invictus. No, you didn't like that one.
no.
This one you also like. It was Stronger With You Intensely from Armani.
Okay, yeah, I would like this on a man.
And this for yourself because it's pretty sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for myself.
Okay,
yeah.
interesting. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Super.
All right, thank
Do you
What about you, Twilight? What's your?
Oh
favorite?
yeah, I forgot to mention fashion. That's also like connected to like modeling and trafficking. Yeah. Like I said, every fucking thing is corrupt. So as I said, you can scream at absolutely everything and just not enjoy life at all, or you can just realize, that's just the fuck how it
There are
is.
some things beyond your control. Yeah.
And that most of these people
That's why I LARP
themselves.
for free. That's why I LARP for free. Twilight.
Are you saying
Well,
that? Are you saying that these
what you
women are
gotta
being-
come to a realization of that's really fucking hard for a lot of people, but almost everyone I talk to, really, it's hard for them to understand this, is that the people that are involved in this shit are themselves even victims because they're born into it. From the time they're children and even before they're children, they are traumatized in every
That sounds like
imaginable
that
fucking
sounds
way
like a
that you
cop
can
out.
think of.
That sounds like no
It's not a cop-out.
accountability.
It's not a cop out when you're being
A
molested
cock
and,
out.
and
A
tortured.
cock out.
And,
Put your penis up,
bro.
bro.
I'm just saying. Okay.
I know, bro. Calm down.
So this is a Gucci show. Are these women?
I'm not
being,
making excuses. I'm just saying it's the truth.
I know.
Are these women-
I'm being a Jew. Calm down.
Are these women being trafficked in Gucci?
Most likely.
Dude, modeling is 90% trafficking, bro. Prostitution is 90% trafficking.
I would agree with that.
I mean, but look at this jacket, though. I mean, this jacket's beautiful. Come on.
Well, maybe not 90%.
Like I'm
I
telling
think
you,
that's a
this
big
is
number,
the
but
fucking
it
reality.
could be.
And I can show you like Freedom of Information Act and fucking FBI disclosure and all, like I can show you like legitimately like actual fucking evidence for everything I'm telling you.
I wonder if I get in trouble for like replaying Gucci. That'd be interesting. I'm promoting their sex trafficking. I mean fashion. Excuse me.
Dude, it's all the fashion, all the cosmetics, all that shit, dude.
That's right. You know you want a Balenciaga.
It ties into black market.
I mean,
yeah, Victoria does have a fucking secret. It's who do you think was in charge of Epstein?
Well, let me ask you
Estee
something.
Lauder.
It was
Estee Lauder.
Just keep swimming.
Estee Lauder.
Just keep swimming.
Look into Estee Lauder. Then look into the name Estee and realize it's a black nobility family. Oops.
That's racist.
Well, I have a
Estee
question for
Savoy.
you, though.
Yeah.
Have you ever put baby seal spleen on your lips for lipstick? I mean, it's breathtaking. Come on.
Dude. Right. Yeah. Made from like animal fucking like guts and shit. All these like vegans and shit screaming about animal abuse. They don't realize all these cosmetics are full of fucking animal parts and shit. It's sick.
Well, I mean, let's face it. I mean, you know, who cares about really anything?
I mean, I'm just fucking a realist, dude. Like, people can scream about all this shit going on, but the fact of the matter is there's nothing that isn't corrupted. So it's just like, you got to get to a point to where you just fucking live your life. Because they do this shit to their own. Okay.
They said live your life through heaven's eyes. I'm supposed to want to do good for my fellow man, even if I get nothing out of it.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh. Allegedly. Well, don't worry. As long you can join ICE and get $50,000 from them. So go arrest some illegal aliens before they probe your ass.
Right. Well, they're not aliens. They have liens on them. That's a different. Anyway, this is word magic. In law, it's called a lien. You have a lien on it. It means you owe us money. And we don't care if you're in an underground base in Iraq. We'll find you.
Well, that's what happens when you put a bunch of people with criminal records in shipping containers.
They can't find Osama bin Laden, but they sure as fuck will find you.
Country.
Yeah. They can't find Osama bin Laden, but they sure as fuck will find you.
No, they found them. They found them with the help of Google Earth.
Oh, right, yeah. Totally. No. They use remote viewing.
Well, I mean, you have to remember, I mean, you know, come on. I mean, a majority of alleged, you know, terrorists use, you know, like very early 90s type like gadgets. And you can't tell me that these phone companies, even though they're using burner phones, like they can still trace them. So, yeah. Anyway, they know who's doing it because why they're funded by big governments like Saudi Arabia. So what does it matter?
Well, you know, Saudi Arabia is a bunch of
all terrorism is funded anyway. So what does it matter?
The Saudi Arabia, the House of Saud is fucking Sabbatean, Frankish, Don May, motherfuckers. Number one, the whole House of Saud is.
What about the Druze?
And yeah, that's another level of it. And then you had the Cairo Lodge and all that, which is way before Freemasonry. But yeah, the House of Knowledge and Wisdom. Yeah, well, it's the truth. It didn't start in the West; it started in the East. It's about time people got up to that understanding.
Well, but Pinoy told me earlier that everything's white.
Well, Pinoy's fucking wrong. I don't give a shit. I lost respect
I'm
for
not
him,
gonna
so I
lie.
have no reason.
Anyone who really has the patience
and,
to talk to Pinoy is annoying. So you know.
No, I used to agree with him on a lot of shit. To be honest with you, there was a few things we have sharp divergences in, but I agree with him on a lot of shit. But after he and his little fucking fuckboys like came at me all at once, acting like they were something, and I basically called them out and said, "Okay, well, why don't you come on my channel and try your bullshit there?" And they wouldn't do it. And then he started like trolling me, basically saying, "Well, why are you running away?" And I'm just like, "Because I have no fucking time for this." And so then I blocked him.
Oh, it's only because he loves you.
Yeah. Yeah, well, too fucking bad. I don't have time for that shit. I don't suffer fools. These guys got fucking a combined IQ of fucking 70. I'm sorry. I'm not arrogant, but I'm light years ahead of them.
That's right. Ludicrous speed.
Yeah.
What's the deal with the furries? What do you think what's the psyop behind the furries here?
Oh boy,
the furries, bro, it's getting people to accept animal and humans. What do you think? It's a very subliminal way of doing that.
Well, it's not. I don't think it's just that, but you know, if there is a God, it's also to get people to participate in bestiality, which is a very bad sin.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, dude, it's in UNICEF. Like it's open in UNICEF. They want to legalize like every perversion imaginable. It goes all the way back to pi. If you know what pi is, back in the UK in like the 60s. I have a documentary about this, like 2.5 hours long. It was scrubbed from the internet a long time ago, but I downloaded it. It's incredibly dark. I do not recommend it for the majority of people. But it was called the Pedophile Information Exchange. And they were trying to lower the age of consent to 8. This is like in the 60s. And there's been like groups like that since then.
What do you think this is about?
What, the fucking mannequin?
Dehumanization.
What do you mean? What is it about? Like, what is that, a sex toy or some shit? Hell yeah, dominatrix.
But see,
it's probably a man. It's probably a man anyway. So what does it matter?
No, but like when you
I
look
mean, there's nothing wrong with dominatrixes.
No, but when you see look at this, see, okay, like so this is a.
There's nothing wrong with doms either.
Yeah, but look.
Anyway.
But Yeah, but look what they're doing. Like it's like they say this.
I
is
won't
all
say
like
anymore.
occultism. No, but they said this is all like occultism, right? Like this is like.
There's nothing wrong with occultism, but that's a hot take.
No, but
I
no, but you're
mean,
saying,
let's
like, this
face
is a
it,
part
it's
of
sexual.
occultism.
It's sexual perversion. I mean, look. I mean, yeah, it's sexual perversion. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, even
it is.
sexual perversion is okay if you're not pushing it on others and that doesn't become a compulsion and you become consumed.
I mean, yeah. Look, dude, you're getting into.
Okay, so are we all gonna act like we're all fucking perfect white knights?
It's right, exactly.
We're all perfect, pure white knights. Bullshit.
That's right. You never stuck a finger in the bum.
I'm calling bull fucking shit. Okay, so I'll be the one to tell the truth. All right. I'll be the one to tell the truth.
No, but my point is, like, look at this. Okay, look at this one in particular. Like, is this dehumanization or is this?
This is disturbing.
Say that again.
I said this is disturbing.
Well, I mean, what are you supposed to walk up to it and stick your dick in his mouth? I mean,
well, I thought you said you're not supposed to judge. Like, is this? Like,
I didn't say no. I said if you don't push it on other people, this is clearly advertising it for other people. I'm talking about what two people do behind their own closed doors.
Well, how else are they going to get a hold of their rubber if they don't let people know?
No. See, I'm talking about what two consenting adults do behind closed doors.
Right, but if you're into rubber and you need to find other people into rubber and find the rubber.
Okay, cool. Well, that's fine. If you want to wear rubber, that's fine. You can do that with your partner behind closed doors.
Splish splash, I was taking a bath.
And I'm fine with that.
This shit's blowing out my eardrum.
Okay, so like, okay, when you see this, is this bad though?
What? No, not. I mean, that's not necessarily.
Okay, well, let me put it like this. This is on YouTube. So, I mean, look, obviously YouTube is going to have adult content, but, you know, it really comes down to...
I wouldn't really say that's adult. Not really.
It's an adult. I can tell you, Twilight, hush. I have a child, and I can tell you, my child on kid games has gotten adult TikTok bitches in bikini ads. Like, he's had full-on women shaking their vaginas in his face, and he's on a kid game. So I can tell you, like, no matter what you do, if you're on the online space, you're going to somehow, no matter how much you filter out content, even someone like me, as much as I don't want to view other types of adult content, I still get adult content.
So like I've gotten so many
Okay, let me put it this way. Like, since the 80s and 90s, man, what's considered adult and what's considered like acceptable in the mainstream has changed so drastically that this is no longer adult. Okay, if you really want to get into like the disturbing,
is, Twilight, you can't complain about a gay man wearing a gimp mask and a butt plug at a gay parade if you're okay with that being shown on just regular YouTube for, you know, someone under the age of 18 to see. That's what I'm getting at.
What I'm saying is, do you know what Elsagate is?
I know what Heaven's Gate is, and I want to get on a UFO and get the fuck out of here.
Okay, you don't know? Have you heard of Elsagate?
Allegedly.
Okay. Well, what I'm telling you is this is like a level 1 compared to the shit that they have out there for kids. It's not as in your face. That's what I'm saying. So the bar has dropped so far that what I'm saying is this is pretty much normal in comparison to the shit that's actually on YouTube Kids.
Well,
itself.
yeah, no shit, because every single kid has access to porn. All they have to do is get a hold of the device and not be around the parent, and the parent not be notified by the, you know, phone or internet provider that their child's looking up porn, and they can go and wank off. Yeah, I mean it.
So look.
No, but I'm talking about YouTube Kids.
Okay, but no.
Yeah,
okay,
even YouTube Kids is not good material. They sit there and put basically, you know,
Jack, look up Elsa Gate.
Nihilism in your face.
I know it. I
Look
know
up Elsa Gate.
I know what it is.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Well,
it's evolved. It's worse now.
Yeah,
look up 764. Then you'll understand why I'm saying like okay. What's your point?
But look at this video here. But look at this video in particular. Like, is this one here?
Like, there's shit like light years worse.
I know, but I'm saying, like, should this be allowed on YouTube? Somebody like wearing rubber, getting with slime all over them.
Yes, I think it should. I say just let everything fly free and see how it goes, because it's going that way anyway, right?
Well, I mean, it should be parentally. It should have 18 plus. You know, that's what I think.
But I thought you said that people should do this behind closed doors and not advertise it to the world, though.
Well, I mean, explicit shit. I mean, honestly, they probably shouldn't be. But the fact of the matter is, it is. And what are you going to do about it? It's kind of what I'm saying, dude. It's kind of late in the game.
I want a cheeseburger. Someone buy me a fucking cheeseburger.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, sure. Okay, well, then.
So what I'm saying is, it should have parental guidance. There should be like something that actually blocks it out. Like they're supposed to have shit where it's like, this is 18 plus, and it's supposed to actually lock it out, but it really doesn't. You know, a fucking gerbil could get around the lock. You know,
right. Well, the first
just like the porn shit. But what I'm saying is, compared to what's out there, this is very like tame. And the fact that I'm saying that disturbs me more than it does.
Sure.
More than you realize.
Well, how about?
But I'm just saying that's how far gone we are.
Right. Well, in 20 more years, when it's normal to see a man having
20
sex with a dog in the middle of the street.
20? No, we don't got that one.
Right, but I'm saying, like, let's assume, you know, that
well, as long as I get my human cheeseburger. But nobody likes me enough to donate, except for 2 people. I guess I'm too gay of a LARPer.
Excuse me.
According to Hyperborean, I'm too gay.
I think they should have better protections against children being able to access it. That's what I think.
Wait, so what?
I think they should have better protection so the children can't access it. That's what I.
Yeah, but let's face it, a majority of parents don't really fucking care.
Well, I know that. And this goes back to what I was saying about we're kind of too far gone.
Yeah,
remember that episode of South Park where they're like, are we lowering the bar again? How far is it going to go? Do you remember that, Brother Man?
I mean, I'm like sure I've seen it.
Or whatever. And it was basically talking about how things became more and more and more deplorable. This is what normalization is. Okay. So like pride festivals were not always what they are today. Okay. Like as an example. You know? So like that's a thing. And you can see that in real life.
It's called Trojan horses. You know, we pass it off as everybody just wants to marry, you know, we want to love who we want to love to, you know, now we can slowly, you know, allow everything. And if you don't, you're a bigot.
I mean, like I said.
Or homophobe. And you should die, and your family should get cancer, and your child should get run over by a car. Just a few of the examples.
Yeah, you hate puppies and kitties, and you probably are. Anyways, but
the frogs are gay, so you should be gay.
Right. Yeah. Why are you against the frogs being in the first place?
Yeah, it gets kind of old, but you know.
So what do you guys think about this? I mean, what
homosexuality is normal in nature, don't you know that?
Isn't this these
So who are
people's
you to
right
judge?
to come out in the street and do this in the middle of the street?
But doesn't that mean that God made the frogs gay? So who are you to judge?
But doesn't this mean isn't this what these people have a right to do? Like just live in the street like this? I mean, come on. That's
sure,
a human
yeah.
right. Look,
Well,
really,
you know. But then when someone says, "Hey, we need to get these people out of here," they say you're a dictator. So you know, just saying.
well, I know.
Yeah.
I've been told that I'm very insensitive because I don't let these people.
Right.
I don't want to allow these people to live this way. Essentially.
Yeah. No, you're a dictator and you're a racist.
Yeah. I mean, like literally, I think that the drug dealers out here doing all this should be like beheaded publicly. Personally, that's just my personal opinion, but you know, that's just my opinion. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it in Kensington or something, right? Like, I think San Francisco might be worse than Kensington, but I don't know. Kensington looks pretty bad, so I don't know.
Right. You're also talking to someone who was exposed to like 10 times worse than any of that shit by the time I was like a teenager. So maybe I'm the wrong person to ask.
Right.
You know.
So
I mean,
same people doing this that's doing the other stuff we're talking about.
I saw this shit too when like
no, but
I saw
but
people
I mean,
getting shot, like you know, and robbed
I feel like
home
getting
invaded
shot and killed is not as bad as like living like this on the street for like 15, 20
No,
years.
it's pretty
you know,
bad.
you know?
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. If you actually like it's pretty bad. When you're a kid, especially if it's like someone you know, and it's like what happened is, oh well, there's a drug dealer. Bad. You know, you find out years later. Yeah. No,
Well,
it's pretty traumatizing.
So, but my point is, like, are all the sex trafficking people doing this, like,
For
doing
sure.
the drug trade like this too?
Well, see, this is the thing, man. A lot of drug addicts and prostitutes are themselves trafficked. Like 90% of prostitution, they're not doing it because they want to.
So, do you think that a lot of these
There's a
people living in
direct
the street? Do you think a lot of these people living in the street in San Francisco are like victims of this whole system or something?
Some of them are. I can tell you this, that, like I said, 90% of prostitution is non-voluntary. That's a fact.
Yeah, I mean that should be common sense. I mean, really, who really wants to sell themselves for money? Who wants to be done by 100 old, nasty, fucking, disgusting dudes for money? I mean, nobody.
Yeah, and there's a prostitution, you know, Hollywood, porn, escort, you know, pipeline. They all, like I said, they all link together. And in the music industry, you know, and Hollywood also connected to the cartels and the fucking intelligence agencies. Like, this is the way of the world, man. Like, they give you a mask, and then under the mask is a mirror. You know, you burn the mask, and then there's a mirror. And that's what they do. That's how they do, like, with all the whistleblowing movies and shit. Because while they're exposing one thing, they're hiding another thing. Now you have some like Stanley Kubrick and shit who really did try to tell people shit, and that's why they killed him. You know, or like David Lynch. You know, but you know, there's always two levels of deception at once. It's always you know a dual layer. And you look at like the Mickey Mouse Club and shit. You know, and all these like pop stars and shit. Where do you think they all came from? You know, and you like look at like Nickelodeon, right? And they're always like super innocent, and then they get to like 17, 18 years old, and all of a sudden they're all whores, right? Well, I can show you that, like, and this is what I mean by like some of them are victims. And be like, well, fuck them, it doesn't matter. Well, no. If you really have empathy and you say that, then you got to question yourself for a minute, because the fact of the matter is they're brought into these fucking cartels, you know, and it's like Mary-Kate and Ashley is one of the best examples. Before they turned 18, like the last two years before they turned 18, there was literally a countdown when they were 18, and there was like news articles talking about they'll be legal soon, they'll be legal soon, they'll be legal soon.
Well, yeah,
You know, then they released like
made
sex
a
tape.
bunch of jokes.
Yeah,
about
but
how
I
he
mean,
wanted
but
to-
I mean, everyone knows that. I mean, let's face it here. As taboo as what the subject of what sex is, everyone knows that one of the, other than war and drugs, one of the biggest things in the world is sex. I mean,
Well, but here's the other thing, though: is like who runs the media, though. Let's be honest. I mean, you know
Right.
what I mean?
The Anglos, right?
Yeah, of course, 100%. It's Billy
well, I mean,
Bob and
of course,
Arkansas.
white people like fucking.
I mean, who doesn't? I mean,
That's right. We're rabbits. That's why we're, Judy Hopps from Zootopia.
yeah, but the point is like, I don't know. It's just, Bob Saget was making jokes about that stuff when they were kids. So I mean, maybe that's why he died allegedly. He was a
Yeah,
bad
well,
little
I
monkey,
mean,
jumped
let's
up and down the bed and fell down and bumped his head.
yeah, well, he was a sick motherfucker. So
I support Israel. I support Israel's right to exist. Right?
Of course. If you deny the right to traffic children, then you are a
Right.
anti-Semite.
that's right. There's absolutely nothing wrong with humping life-sized representation of.
Yeah, it's not their fault that they traffic children.
Kids.
It's your fault that you allowed your children to be trafficked or something. Right? So
Well, yeah.
Well, speaking of which, I wanted to
Sorry to
show you
hear
guys
that.
something about
Sorry, John Benet Ramsey. Sorry.
Blame the Anglo, sure. Yeah.
Oh, I'm all about it. I want to show you guys this one. I think you guys will like this one.
Because I'm pretty sure that Barbara Lerner
Given two people files, and then hoping they would, and they gave instruction. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, fuck this guy.
Maybe he gave them the files early and said, "Hey, listen, I'm going to publish
guy.
the key." And then when his life was in real danger, he published the key, thinking that they would take that key and open the file. Maybe that was his dead man switch, and no one had time to do it or did. Or maybe Tracy Twyman did it, called the FBI, and they took it and killed her.
Atwood does not believe him. I can already tell by looking at him. Atwood does not believe him. I can tell just by looking at him.
Yeah, I skimmed about 15 minutes of this, and like Phoenix Enigma, I don't know anything really about him, but he did not look credible to me when
Bro,
the video.
he's tied with Schoenberger.
Well, he said something bad about Schoenberger in this. He said like,
Yeah. I know, but that's what they do.
But he said it in passing. And again, I don't know much about it, but they're probably watching the show right now. So
Schoenberger is what hijacked the planet. Patriots in control.
Well, I have no clue. None of them are.
Next
So
question is from Lydia Shows. Does anyone have all his videos before the videos were deleted and taken down?
You go to the Isaac Cappy Mind Map.
I really don't care, to be honest.
Right hand corner. I got about 80 something of them on there.
Wow.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of them on there. Full hour and a half videos on there as periscopes. It was a month to get that done. There's other ones out there. If you got one on there that you don't see in there, send it to me. Send me the link and I'll get it burned off and put it in there, guys.
It's so much fun to go and watch them.
Kathy wants to know, why were Isaac's dogs going crazy in the last recordings?
So they're in the last periscope, you can hear a dog kind of barking in the beginning. I believe that somebody was with Isaac that night in the background, and you can't hear.
That wasn't, that was a couple of times. And it was maybe 3-4 minutes before he got up.
Tonight at 11:30, and post reports tomorrow. I found out where they were posting to, and there was a Twitter feed to where they were manifesting the world through their own consciousness. Okay, it's dark. There are some bad people on the net that will psychologically tear.
This is what I wanted to show you, Twilight. This is what I wanted to show you. Watch this. This is what I wanted to show you. This part right here.
Dippers, can you tell us more about the 5D section of the mind map? I'm intrigued by this too. I've read it.
Yeah, there is a place that I discovered on the internet. If you get down to the 5D, it's connected to remote viewing, CIA. It connects to targeted individuals in V2K, social media matrix.
Right.
There, in going through this, and Sean, it's dark, man. It's dark. There are some bad people on the net that will psychologically terrorize you and get you worked up and spun up into a. A lot of people don't go there. Some people do. That's what the puzzles are all about. And the whole group you'll find over at Schoenberger, that whole mess is all about mind messing and puzzles and stuff like that. And I think Isaac fell into some of that. But not to answer that, the 5D Earth belief is a meditation. It is a belief system where they're ascending their conscious outside of 3D to 4D to 5D into the perfect. They're manifesting the world through their own consciousness. Okay. I found when I was getting into that, because Isaac, I think, mentioned 5D once or twice, and I'm like, what is this? And I started looking into it. And I found a gentleman, I'm not going to say who it is. This guy over on Twitter put together was following him for quite a while. I was just what do you call it, lurking, and I'm watching it. And I said, all right, I need three people to go in tonight at 11:30, and post reports tomorrow. I found out where they were posting to, and there was a Twitter feed to where they were giving orders to go in, and there was another feed to where they were reporting on the operation the next day. They were remote viewers. It was a band of psychic remote viewers who were going in, and or psychics that were attacking people in the other realm. And when I tracked them all back, they all had in common this 5D. So I started reading about 5D, and they're like, oh, come on in here. It's kind of a new, it's basically mysticism, meditation, consciousness, that whole Eastern, thing, repackaged, merchandised, and redeployed. And I think it is a hiring, it is a, what do you call it? It's a crowdsourcing where they can find people with ability. And once they can find people who can really good, the talented ones, they pull them in, and again, they bring them over to the dark side, to the Siths, right? Like, hey, you can do this.
Operation Stargate.
And then I saw about 6 people regularly that were in this. There were more of them that popped in and out. And they were taking orders from this one guy. That guy has since gone dark. His Twitter feed got killed. I can't find him. He is from LA as well. He's from California. All this ties into LA. So this whole 5D Earth belief thing has a dark side. And I believe, again, they are recruiting people with real psychic abilities and or remote viewers, and they're going in and doing attacks on people. Mercenaries. Isaac was talking a lot about prayer.
What did you say, Twilight?
Yeah, it's Project Stargate and Sunstreak. That sci-fi program. That's really dark shit. I actually know a lot about that. It's part of my codex I'm writing. My lab, and all that type of shit. That's where like 90% of the UFO shit actually comes from. Like you have the close. The 5D is connected to the Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind with like Stephen Greer and the Disclosure Project.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, they try to manifest a UFO in real time.
Right. Right. Yeah. Well, it's mimesis. It's a psychic phenomenon. It's not physical craft. It's a psychic phenomenon.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I tried to do that one a couple of times. I downloaded his app and like followed the instructions, and I fell asleep and had good dreams. So maybe I'm not psychic.
Right. Well, I
just thought it was like an interesting thing. I was like, okay, so they're like, okay, just lay down and like imagine flying up and like there's gonna be.
Oh no, it is possible. That makes it dangerous.
Oh no, I believe it. But I was like, let me just see what happens, and like, maybe I didn't believe enough or something. I don't know.
Right. You have to believe, man.
But okay, so tell me a little bit about this. Explain what he's talking about here. Why is he bringing this up?
What, the 5D shit? That's new age shit, which is straight out of Alice Bailey. That's what they hijacked, bats, and then they created like,
but why is he bringing that up in relation to Cappy and stuff?
I guess he's saying like they probably did stuff to fuck with him, because he's saying they're like chaos agents, from what I can tell, and trying to like make people go crazy and shit. There's a really good how do I put it? Like, okay, the gateway process? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
You don't know about the gateway process? It was declassified. Okay, so the intelligence agencies have always been interested in the occult. Okay? For a long time. Going back to John Dee. Okay? So this is an enormous topic. John Dee was trying to contact pan-dimensional entities that he called angels. I would call them archons. And John Dee was actually the one who first used the term British Empire. Okay? Just for the record. Okay? So John Dee and Edward Kelly came up with this Enochian language, like after Enoch from in the Bible. the one who was with who walked with God and then wasn't because he was taken, right? And then you have the Book of Enoch, which really, if you understand the Book of Enoch is like what became Jewish Kabbalah. It's actually the root of it. It's the proto, I guess you could say, what was known as Merkaba mysticism, right? Well, the Enochian language, okay, if you like break it down, En stands for within. So what I mean by that is it's a prefix. Okay, so En like enter, right? To go within somewhere, right? Entheogen, theos is divine or God. Gen is to generate. En is within. So entheogen is to generate the divine within, right? So anything with the En stands for within. Okian means ocular, or to do with vision or the eye. So Enochian, really, what that means is it's the inner eye or the inner tradition. So that's really what that means. So Enoch is a cryptogram, basically. So this Enochian language is just the initiated tradition. Okay. Well, he called these like pan-dimensional oversouls. Okay, this is in his writings. This isn't something I'm making up. Okay, and they were trying to open up stargates to allow these beings to come in. Like you have like CERN today, right? Which CERN is also based off of an ancient god in Gaelic, actually. Called Ceranos, and he was a god of gateways. Okay, literally.
Yeah, isn't that kind of like what the movie Stargate was about too?
The liminal realm. He's the liminal realm. Well, you have like Stargate Atlantis. They're telling you the truth here.
It's not just that. It's, Stranger Things has been putting that in your face here lately.
Right. Well, Stranger Things is actually about what I'm talking about.
Uh-oh.
Because it's all about Monarch and Stargate and Sunstreak and the gateway process and all this type of shit. But like it all started with John Dee and Edward Kelly. And what it basically was is John Dee was 007. Okay? Like that's actually where it comes from. He when he signed his name, his epitaph, his sigil, when he would write his name was 007. So the guy who created the series Bond, Ian Fleming, was a part of MI5. So he's just writing about his own order.
Goofball boomer podcasts that are blowing this out of proportion, that push a lot of the alien nonsense, and they're talking about this as some sort of like vast MK Ultra experiment, which I think is a bunch of nonsense. I can recount most of what I recall, unless I was put under hypnosis and my alternate memories are suppressed, and I don't exactly recall all the programming that they did to me. I'm kidding. But there are some dark sides to that project, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But first, I want to mention the fact that it's not impossible, implausible that there have been these kinds of programs where they did test people, experiment with people, and so forth. People have heard, I'm sure, of MK Ultra, and there's the GATE program is something that they're remembering and recalling being a part of. This is the Gifted and Talented Education Program, particularly back in the 80s, 90s.
So Jay Dyer admits that he was a part of the GATE program, but it wasn't anything to worry about. It was just like art. And
No. Well, I can tell you this right now. The gateway process was the Monroe Institute, which was connected with military intelligence. Okay.
Right.
And it was supposed to be astral projection training. But what it really was to produce synthetic mystical events using the binding and the projection of basically the rewiring of the hemispheres of the brain through entrainment. So like if you know what hemisync is, it like basically it disrupts the neural gate and it stimulates like out of body perceptual like.
That's right. I like my deprivation tanks. That's right.
And shit like that. Okay. So like gateway.
It didn't political.
Be in the poop.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to play this over you. I'm trying to show you that like Jay Dyer often begins his streams by playing the 007
No.
music.
Oh no, yeah, no, I see it. No, I know,
Yeah,
bro. You're good.
and he's obsessed with John D. He loves John
Yeah.
D.
No, yeah, I know. Yeah, and John D was one of the greatest black magicians ever.
Right. Like he
Like,
makes fun of
everybody-
it, but like you could tell that he secretly like has a hard on for John D for some reason. So
Yeah, there's a really good book by this guy Jason Lube. I have it. It's called The Empire of Angels, and it gets into this whole thing, how the angels that he communicated with legitimately set the foundations for what became the British Empire. For real. Because, you know, if you really look at it, like Britain wasn't exactly the biggest, you know, place in the world with the most resources. You know, it was. There's a supernatural element to it. Okay, not to mention the history of the occult and
it wouldn't have nothing to do with giants.
Not at all. No. But they were opening up doorways to all this shit, hence Gateway, right? Without actually knowing what the fuck was going on. So you know,
like,
it's oh man, I don't even know where to start.
no, you know, like I'll tell you this: if you want to see a really interesting channel, Jamie Henshall's Jay Dyer's wife's channel is extremely interesting. It's more interesting than Jay Dyer's. Like she is very astute about occultism. We'll just put it that way. Like she does a lot of shit about the occult.
But they all copy John D. And what John D called angels and macrobes, I would call archons. Okay? And what's really insane is the whole point of him contacting them is because they were trying to leave the earth. I'm not kidding. I can show you this. Okay? And they're like, you can't do that.
That's what you and I were talking about last night, huh?
You can't leave the earth. And they're like, well,
But we
why?
already
And
know
there's a
that.
member-
We already know that because Hillary Clinton said that they couldn't shatter that glass ceiling. That's why they did all the high altitude nuclear testing. You know, Operation Fishbowl. Remember the alcohol commercial
So there's
about
an etheric
Picard?
membrane. There's an
You know, he
etheric well,
goes up
you
there in
can
the little,
leave.
you know, hot air balloon, and he touches the atmosphere, and then come to find out the atmosphere is actually water.
So D used astral and intelligence gathering. Okay, he was
Boldly go.
Yeah, but like you have to understand that the occult and intelligence has always been hand in glove. Okay, always.
And so that
Well, yeah,
And it
there's
should
a
be
reason why
obvious.
it's called a spell.
Captain Obvious. You're
It
you're the
should
smartest
be-
man in the world. Like,
It
you know
should be
about what's
obvious
going on
why
in a
that.
person's life and in their head.
anyway, he won't send us
Because it's the
children
devil,
to
boy. It's the devil.
shut down in our
Right?
no.
But you heard of Walt Disney.
Mm-hmm.
And so Elon does the thing. He ubs his colleagues.
Yes, he does. That's how he got started in like SpaceX with the rockets.
Mm-hmm.
He totally did that. He recruited the best of the best. I remember there was this rocket.
Did she just
I don't
get
know, I've
him
been-
confused with Elon? I mean, Mark. Wow, it just good
I don't know
God.
what they're doing right now.
I
No, so I don't know where I'm looking for the clip. I don't know if I can find it. I probably can't. But Twilight, what would you think if you knew that she was a student of the Church of the Subgenius? What would that mean to you?
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean anything because, I mean, anyone can be a member. You know, just like anyone can be a member of the order.
Well, but like, what's the
You're talking about
significance
groups
of the
that
Church
have
of the
no.
Subgenius?
Well, you're talking about groups that have no hierarchy. You know, so basically, being a member just means that you operate with their material.
Well, what I
Or
mean
their
is like,
philosophy. You know what I mean? There's no like initiation. There's no like lodge to meet up or order to go to or anything like that. It's all individually based, so it doesn't really actually mean anything. Now, if there's adjacent, orders or military or whatever the fuck, then that changes it a lot. But to be a Discordian Pope is literally to say you're a Discordian Pope. If you follow Robert Anton Wilson, he lays it out really clear. Like there is literally absolutely no merit. There's no merit. There's no like obligation. There's no degree. There's no nothing. Like I'm a Discordian Pope. Now I am. Like that's it.
what does that mean? Discordian Pope. What's that mean?
Well, are you familiar with Robert Anton Wilson?
I mean, not a lot. I mean, I know a little bit.
He basically believed in absolute agnosticism. He actually had a lot of good ideas, and it was kind of like a precursor to like what became chaos. That basically all things can be true sometimes, but never always. But then even that was, also, possibly not completely accurate. So basically it was like, he had what was called the 8 circuits of consciousness. And I'm going to get into all of that, but, it essentially like was very little that we can know. And I actually agree with him on this. And so because of that, he just had this like, perpetual like agnosticism to everything. Because we can always know more. And everything can change our perceptions of what we know now. More information can always change our perception. And what we see isn't even really completely to be trusted. So I actually agree a lot with what he was saying.
Well, what's the Church of the Subgenius, though? What is that? Is that Discordianism?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what do they believe in exactly?
Well, I just told you. They don't believe in anything. That's what I'm telling you. They believe that it's not really possible to. It's literally satire. It's a parody religion.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that.
I've heard claims that it's not really. Well, let me show you something. Let me see what you think about this. Let me see what do you think about this? Let me show you a theory and see if you agree or disagree.
Okay.
Let's see. Hopefully I can find this one. I don't know if I can find this, but I'm gonna try. We'll see. Oh yeah, I found it. Hell yeah. Damn, I'm good. I'm good. I am good. Okay, here.
Bang of modern conspiracy culture. The Illuminatis trilogy provided a template. It took niche, seemingly disconnected theories like JFK, UFOs, the Kennedy assassinations, infused them into a single, sprawling, meta-narrative of hidden control. It gave a generation of budding cynics a framework, a language, and a sense of secret knowledge. But this was more than just storytelling. It was the unintended birth of a new magical technology, The Discordians and Robert Anton Wilson had stumbled upon the principles of chaos magic. Chaos magic is the punk rock of the occult. It throws out centuries of rigid ritual. Its core axiom,
Yes. Yes, for sure.
Nothing is true.
I would agree.
A chaos magician doesn't become a Buddhist. They use Buddhist beliefs to achieve a specific result, then discard them. The only truth is what
Now,
works.
see, I agree with that. I do that myself.
Applied to society. This
Okay, but you said it's not a real religion, yet you're saying that like it is a real religion because you can
It's
use
not
it as
a religion. It's the lack of a religion. What part are you not getting where it says that nothing is in stone? Nothing is to be held as dogma. Nothing is, permanent.
Well,
It's
that
what
is
works,
that
works,
is
and
a
that's it.
religion though because you're
No,
saying
it's
nothing's
not.
true.
Well, allegedly it's not a religion, but in in the Christian view,
You need
in
to
the
look up the
Christian
definition
view,
of
it would
religion.
be yes,
You
no,
need to
in the
look up the
Christian view.
definition of religion. I'm not going to do this with you again. You need to look up the definition of what a religion is before we
You
have
really
this
want to have that debate? Let's just watch some of this and
Yeah.
I'll look that up in the middle of this. So
Yes,
then we'll have
we
that
do.
debate.
spell was the Illuminati
I can do
conspiracy.
it before
The
you if you
actual
want.
act was spreading
That's
it
not a
through
religion.
flyers, books, and conversation. The result was the creation of a shared belief, an egregore, a powerful thought form born from collective belief that began to genuinely influence world events by influencing the minds of those who believed in it. And if you are enjoying this video, hit that like button, drop a comment. It reads system. The internet of chaos magic into a global operating system. The internet was simply a breeding ground into a global operating system. The internet was simply a breeding ground.
So you're saying that chaos magic is not a
Religion.
religion?
Belief and reverence for a supernatural power or powers regarded as creating and governing the universe. Particular variety of such belief, especially when organized into a system of doctrine and practice. A set of beliefs, values, and practices based on the teachings of a spiritual leader. The life or condition of a person in a religious order. A cause or principle or activity pursued with zeal or conservative devotion.
Boy, that sure does
The
sound like
outward
the
act or
Illuminati.
form by which men indicate their recognition of the existence of a god or gods, having power over their destiny, to whom obedience, services, or honor
Well,
are
that's
due.
multiple definitions.
The
of a-
feeling, or I just gave you all of them. Do you want me to bring
Okay,
into the
let me
etymology
give you
too?
let me give you a very simple one. The belief
No,
in and
no, but you're
worship
no,
of
you're not going to give imaginary definitions. I'm
no,
giving
this
you
is
the
not.
etymology.
This is yeah,
No,
but listen.
it's
Hold
not a
on.
religion. I'm telling you, it's different. It's a practice or a philosophy.
So
That's as far as you can take it. It's not a religion. Not everything is
I
a
don't
religion.
know. I would take the Los Illuminados as a cult, but
So hold
sure.
on. Okay, here's two definitions. Okay,
Of a
a
religion.
particular system of faith and worship is a practice, not a system of worship.
Uh-oh.
No. Worshipping what?
Okay.
Yourself, your practice.
What? Yeah.
How are you-
Can't your religion be in anything? I mean, if you
How?
create your own religion, you can worship whatever you want.
You're not
You
worshiping
say
anything.
practice, I say religion. So okay, you
Yeah.
call it a practice, I call it
All
religion.
it depends is, your
So
words
can I
and.
say,
There's
well, I could
no
say I'm a
worship.
practicing Christian. So I could say I'm a practicing Christian, but I'm not religious. So there you go.
There's no worship.
That's a lie.
worship?
Okay. Look.
What?
Look. Twilight. Would you not say that
What
the people who want to join the Illuminati don't worship it? That's why they put the all-seeing eye
Some
symbolism
do.
in your cartoons
Don't
and
you
your
worship chaos
666.
magic? Don't you worship chaos if you do chaos magic?
No.
Oh.
No.
So if I
No.
don't put belief in anything, okay.
So why do it if it's not an act of worship?
It's not an act of worship. It's a technology. That's what people who are religious don't
it's a
understand about
technique.
things that aren't religious.
Right. So when I jack off, it's just a technique. It's not a worship of the jacking off.
It's not a worship of sexual pleasures. Sexual
no,
gratification.
What you're getting
unless
out
it
of it, right?
consumes-
Like my point is that you're using the technology to get something, right? So
That's not worship.
why not?
How?
Okay.
If you
look at the
drive a
definition of
car, are
worship.
you worshiping a
Okay.
car?
Okay, so everything.
Some
ties
people
down
do
to-
worship
If
their
you drive
cars.
a car, are you worshiping a
Okay,
car?
here we go. Are you ready?
If you make
Feeling
food, are
or
you worshiping
expression-
food?
Some people are gluttonous.
the feeling or expression of reverence and adoration for a deity. If you are a deity and you're doing
Okay,
it to worship yourself, aren't you
but
worshiping
no,
yourself?
no, that's not literal. No,
Well, but you're
no.
getting something for yourself, by yourself, for yourself, right?
Yeah, it's self-responsibility and accountability.
Right. So it's
Not literally
self-worship,
worship.
right?
Not literally.
So you turn
Not
yourself into a
literally.
god. So
It's not literally worshiping anything.
well, what
No,
else? If you're the only real thing in the universe, then why wouldn't you?
it's not worship.
But under the doctrine, you don't believe in anything is real except for whatever you think is real. So then you're worshiping your thought, aren't you?
No, I said I take parts of that. Again, what did I just tell you? I don't hold anything as 100% true because nothing is 100%
Well, we're
true.
not saying
There's
you,
little bits of
but
truth. There's truth in everything and lies in everything.
Including
That's what I'm
yourself?
telling you. I'm not a
Including yourself?
Discordian. I'm saying I take elements of it as well. Just like I do of animism, just like I do of esoteric forms of Christianity, just like I do of fucking parts of Islam from what I've talked to Muhammad about, just like I do of Luciferianism, just like I do of Gnosticism, just like I do of everything else.
For OMF, it was a testing ground, a neutral
That's what you're not
playground
getting.
where belief goes. The internet is the magic first century, and memes are the new weapons.
Okay, so
But I
the
still don't think
practice
everyone
itself is
fully
not a
understands
bad thing in
exactly
and of
what
itself.
memes
So a
truly.
Discordian can be trusted when they believe in nothing and for nothing.
It's a joke. Most people don't even know what the hell, like, it.
Well,
I mean, I think it's
this is
paranoid.
specifically
And
talking
why
about
they
it
are so
becoming a
powerful.
practice,
A
right? So
meme
this is
is the
so how's a
weaponization
practice
of
a
thought,
joke?
a psychic virus encoded in images, language, rhythm, and emotional charge. Richard Dawkins described memes as a unit of cultural information that acts like a virus, ideas that replicate and evolve like DNA. He had no idea he was outlining the mechanics of mimetic warfare. OMF was a meme before memes existed. Every meme carries a symbol. This is the visual glyph, the face, the archetype. Every meme carries an emotion, the payload, the humor, disgust, awe, contempt, fear, irony, or euphoria. Each emotion is the payload. Every meme carries a script. This is the worldview, the behavior, or interpretation it is meant to normalize. When people remix, repost, or parody a meme, they are charging it with emotional energy. This is the
that is
exact same way
true.
chaos magicians charge a sigil through obsession, desire, or attention. The more eyes it reaches, the more belief and emotion it absorbs. A meme is a living idea, evolving to bypass
This is where this is where the fun
lenses.
begins.
But memes did not begin on the internet.
That's understanding how energy works.
And the
That's not a
intelligence
religion.
communities recognized this early. As early as the 1980s, the U.S. intelligence community had been
Nothing
studying
to believe
memes,
about it.
idea contagions.
It doesn't require belief. That's
There he
just
is,
how
the
energy
man,
works.
the myth, and the legend, Michael
That-
Tana.
That's how energy works. It doesn't require belief. It doesn't matter if you believe in it or not. It's still true regardless.
Right, but you're still like using
Okay, well that's
the
it.
technology.
Well,
Okay,
I'll
but
put it
the
like
technology
this.
is not a religion.
I'll put it like this. Apply it like this,
Do you
Twilight.
worship YouTube?
Let me finish. Let me finish, Twilight.
Do you worship YouTube?
I'm using it,
In the sense of dead space.
It's
Okay,
absurd, dude.
shut up.
It's
Let's
absurd.
say that the markers were actually natural, okay, which technically in the dead space universe they are. Now, they took the markers and made it into a religion called, if I'm not mistaken, unitology. Yeah, unitology. So again, what we're saying is that you can take something natural or supernatural in a sense, but turn it into a religion. That's what we're getting at here. That's what we're saying. You can apply it in those terms. Just like with Resident Evil 4, with the parasites with the Los Illuminados cult, what were they worshiping? The bugs, because they thought that even though the bugs are technically natural in the Resident Evil universe, the cult saw them as gods. So, it depends on what context we're applying it here. And the way I see it is they'll take something completely natural and, go and worship it like, the sun, like George Carlin said,
Right.
well, at least I can see it, So again, it depends on the kind of context that we're wanting to say here. I mean, let's face it.
I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't people who treat it as a religion. Yes.
Let's just say this: people worship everything. I mean, there's someone out there who worships literally everything that's under the sun. So, I mean,
yeah, they worship power, they worship money, they worship sex. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
sure. It's an idol. Yes. No, I get what you mean. Yes. But it's not in and of itself a religion. That's like saying science. Well, I mean, scientism. But, you know, that's like saying cooking is a religion, you know, or fucking, you know, YouTube is a religion. Like, what? You know, no. It's a technology.
yeah, I would say some things inherently aren't religion, but I guess in a way, in some contexts, you can turn it into a religion, even though, and it still wouldn't make sense in some contexts.
Well, no, I mean, there's people who I saw a documentary not too long ago, where they had like cult, where they it was like a Final Fantasy like what do you call it? Like fandom type deal, and they had this girl and this guy who were telling people that you know, in the fandom that they believed in what they called soul bonding, and they basically believed that they could be reincarnations of Final Fantasy characters, and they started an entire cult about this. You know, so there's all kinds of kooky fucking you know, religions out there, cults. You know, whatever. They're cults really. But the only difference between a cult and a religion is one is massively accepted. Difference. But you know, that's what they did, you know. And come to find out, you know, the people who started it were really just predators and using it to get, you know, they would be like, oh, you remind me of this character, and I think you're that character. Then they would, like, you know, be they would play out, you know, whatever character they were, and then, you know, get them close to them and, you know, try to get more out of them and manipulate them. And, you know, it was really dark. But yeah, and then they went from Final Fantasy, and then they went to like Hannibal, and I can't remember the name. It was pretty wild. But yeah, people create all crazy cults and shit, for sure.
What's wrong?
Yeah.
You don't want to be part of the My Little Pony cult?
You know, there probably is one. In fact,
there is
I'm
one,
sure.
and most of them are pedophiles.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, you'd have to be that.
Well, I can tell you from my dealings on Facebook, I can tell you a majority of the pedophiles that I caught had My Little Pony all over it. So,
yeah. Well,
no, trust me, it got pretty fucking dark, and no matter what I sent, nothing was ever done about it. And then, like I said, all the Facebook pages magically disappeared, and there was some pretty fucking disturbing shit on there, and they did nothing about it. So,
well, you know, I mean, they don't do anything about it. They're
of course not. It's too much money in it, just like the health system, just like the drug system, just like the judicial system.
You know, I sent Jack videos about, you know, how bad Discord is now.
Oh, Discord, look, I don't use WhatsApp, but I keep getting those WhatsApp ads about, you know, your messages are secure on WhatsApp. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's why Nigerians are over here hacking people's shit and stealing their stuff. But, you know, again, it goes to say that, you know, in this digital world, you know, think about like before, you know, modern crime abilities, you know, even back in the early, you know, 50s and 60s and 70s, they were collecting hair samples and samples. So that way, when technology did develop, you know, eventually they could. But look how many cases still haven't been solved because, you know, there's such an overload of unsolved cases. So, I mean,
yeah,
you know, it comes down to, you know, how many people are really trying to, you know, do good in your day. And let's just face it, a majority of people are just weird. I mean, let's face it, everyone has some weirdness to them. You know, let's not shy away from the realism here. Everyone's got something weird about them. But, you know, some people are just a little bit more open with their weirdness, and other people are a little bit more shadowy with their weirdness. So, I mean, I guess it really comes down to, at the end of the day, what are you as a person? You know, someone like me who has put their life on the line to save a child, you know, if you're ever around me and I catch you harming a child, you know, you probably won't, you know, like what Hardigan does to the yellow dude on Sin City, you know, you get my drift. So,
right.
You know, you're probably not going to be walking out with nothing but, you know, brain scalp pieces. But again, you know, that's the kind of world you're living in today, where obviously that's the kind of stuff that they're allowing to, and that's the kind of stuff that they're promoting. Like I said about the stuff that I was finding on Facebook. I won't go too much into it, but like one of the pages I found, the literal profile picture. Now, I don't know if it was AI generated because it was pretty blurry, but it was a literal picture of a child with, you could tell it was like a pink or purple condom. And it was like just in her mouth. It wasn't, you know, like I went on the page, and the page was literally called I Love 11s. Or I Love 10s or something. And I went and I screenshotted everything. I immediately reported it to Facebook. And I always have 2 or 3 tabs for the 3-letter agencies usually open. And I sent it to the missing child's link. The actual thing where they're supposed to upload it automatically and begin searching for the child. And I never got an email back. I never got a phone call. I left them all my information. With not even 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes after I reported them to Facebook, I was still stalking the page, and I saw one of the people who were a member of the page comment and said something to the effect of like, they know, or someone's saying something. And by the time I had went back to the page, it was completely gone. And there's a few other, you know, just in the people you may know, like I don't understand why it gives me some of the people that, like, it'll give me like luchadors, it'll give me trans people, and then like you go and look at some of these trans people friends, and then you go and look at their friends, and then you go look at their friends, and then you keep going down the rabbit hole, and then you get, you know, your furries, then you'll get, you know, your normal like gay person every once in a while, you're lesbian or something, but then like you get someone who looks like they're dressed in a diaper, and then like, what the fuck? And then you go and you'll click on the people who are friends with the diaper people, and then you realize that they're in a group full of people who literally, no shit, dude, who will go and dress like babies and defecate and piss in the diapers and shit. And these posts, dude, have hundreds of fucking hearts and likes on it, where grown men are sharing pictures of each other wearing diapers where they have soiled it. And it just goes to show that, like, dude, this is the honest to God truth of like the mental capacity of what, like, if I'll just put it this way, someone who just a few years ago I said to a trans person that you would drag me out by the head of my hair and crucify me and spit on me like y'all did Jesus, got me banned immediately for 30 days on Facebook. But yet you can sit here and have a bunch of grown men sit here and fucking dress up as babies in a room with a crib and pacifiers and diaper bags and baby bottles, and sit here and sit on the floor like a baby and shit in their diapers and post their pictures. So I mean, and dude, that's not even half of the shit that I know for a fact that YouTube pushes. And Denizen can sit here and say, well, it's because you're viewing this content. I'm telling you, I myself, let me tell you something.
a lot of the stores in my city, especially in the ghettos, are ran by Middle Easterns. Well, not really Middle Easterns, but they range from like Hindus to like maybe definitely Middle Easterns, Indians and stuff like that. The not Ibutus, the bibbity bobbities and stuff like that. I'm trying to give a general range, but they have a weird obsession with especially our child. The men will sit here and go out of their way and will buy candy for our kid, and no matter how many times you'll be like, no, don't buy no kid. There's sometimes when I go into the store, I don't want to buy my kid something because he has already candy or something at home. I don't need to buy him anything. But they'll go out of the way to be only extra nice to my kid. Now, sure, it might be because it's the only white kid, maybe, or, maybe not extremely, dark kid, because, not everyone who goes to my store is black, but, they do deal with a lot of black people there. So maybe they just, appreciate when, because we don't ever get involved with anything. We get into the store, we buy our shit, we get out, so, still the point is that I know for a fact that, let's just put it this way, that at 4 different stores with those people, they have a weird obsession with our child. Okay. They will purposely go out of the way to like rub the top of his hand. And I expressed concern one time with the dude about it. Like, dude, I don't really feel comfortable with you putting your hand on my child. Like, even if you're being nice, like, I don't mind a fist bump. Okay, or an elbow touch, like we were doing during COVID or something like that. Or if you like want to walk behind the counter and say, go, like they do sometimes, they'll go like, go pick out something. But like 2 of the dudes, first of all, they're not someone who you would let around your child. I'm sorry, I know you're not supposed to base people based on their looks, but there's just some people who you would not let watch or let alone with your child. And then on Facebook, and the algorithm, dude, it gets very disturbing. And I'm telling you, YouTube knows it. I mean, not YouTube, Facebook. There's disturbing videos on Facebook where Indonesian or like usually like Filipino type people are purposely sexually, they don't like always show like their child's parts or stuff, but they will go out of their way to expose their children in compromising positions. And it's got like 5,000 hearts, and it makes no sense if they know what this shit is really going on, but then you turn around and like look at the war content. Like, if these images of these people being crushed by the rubble, being blown apart are real, then what does that go to say about every other bit of content? Like with the OnlyFans things, you can go and literally look at your teacher if she has OnlyFans. So I mean, as long as you have an account that's 18. So I mean, again, that comes down to the point that like, well, how do we counter?
OnlyFans actually got in trouble for getting kids, like 16, 17, and forging their shit, or like they were just turning 18, and they like had like this whole cult.
Yeah, but in the end, unless like unless 4,000 people are going to all sue these people all at once, you're never going to bankrupt, something like Facebook,
No, but I'm just saying, I know exactly what you're talking about, man. So I don't think you're crazy or anything.
I know I'm not crazy. I know for a fact that there are things.
No, I know, but I know a lot of people are probably like, that's crazy. But I know for sure that you're telling the truth because I've seen it with my own eyes. And people sell their fucking kids. Like, it's really sick and twisted. And they do that
for sure.
Sometimes that's what they're doing, man. They're putting them out there like that because it's like, hey,
what's wrong, Twilight? Twilight, you don't want to go to the Philippines and go eat some bok bok and purchase a child. Well, I hate to say it, but if you go see, it's not just the prostitution, but if you go and see some of the conditions that these little kids and children are living in some of the slum parts where they eat that bok bok chicken or pack chicken, whatever it's called, it's where they take chicken from the restaurants, of the finer restaurants, and the trash, and they dig it out of all the nasty trash and they rinse it off and cook it and sell it as chicken, and the people eat it, and it's called like bok bok or something like that. But if you go and see the condition, obviously most of these like third world countries are the hot spots for human trafficking. And, what it really goes down to is that, what are we going to do about it? Can we really go over there and stop, 2.3, 3 million people from doing what they're doing? I mean, you can only do so much in a system. Even here in the United States, what these people are doing on YouTube by exposing the pedos, whatever. If you're legit, it's good and all, but I can tell you right now, as someone who did a neighborhood search, there's like 200 within a 10-mile radius of me, so it's pretty disturbing.
Yeah.
There's a guy who doesn't even live not even half a block down from me, who's not even supposed to be living around children, but he committed a grape in 1980. But yet he literally has a woman and a child who lives above him. So, I don't know what to tell you, but obviously, like, I understand, you do the crime, you pay the time type of stuff. But again, they're allowing a system, like with the crime that's been happening, with the people being able to be able to steal. If someone like me right now were to go to my Dollar Tree, which I wouldn't do it to the guy who works the store anyway, but if I were to go and steal $900 from that store, I would probably be arrested, regardless if I were white or black. I would be arrested right now and put in jail for like a month for doing it and given a court date. Where like you have these people who are just brazenly, like, these jewelry stores or whatever, where they're just, 20 or 30 dudes are brazenly just breaking in, and no one's giving an absolute fuck whether or not if, they have, a Draco and their pants are not ready to open fire on anyone who's inside the store or surrounding the store. So, they're controlling the chaos, but like, I mean, again, it's coming down to what's the point of it other than creating a societal snap? I mean, are they really just trying to put us in a test tube, like Kenneth Copeland said about demons, and just trying to see how much we're willing to take before, as a society, we're actually tired of the living conditions? Again, like the Matrix, you have to realize every single way that we all live is a part of the Matrix. You're not free in any aspect, from no matter whether you're Bill Gates, like you said, Twilight. If you really don't have a say in your role, if you're a human being and not some supernatural entity, you are a part of the Matrix, from Neo all the way up to, who was the most human out of the programs. Well, I don't know about you, but it's Sati and
Neo
the
was in the
family.
Matrix. Right, exactly. A lot of people miss that. Even Neo is still a pawn of the Matrix.
But again, you only have so much control, dude. I mean, that's what it really comes down to. And someone like me, I'm content in my role. If I have to LARP for free for the rest of my life to try to bring people to some state of awareness, I'm fine with that. That brings me with enough content than sitting here, lying and creating drama and getting paid for it and stuff like that, But again, what more can you do other than live in the time that you're living in, and try to not be a psychopath, and try to be, a decent person? Because whether or not good is good, I don't know, because I think I'm a good person, but I know I'm not. So, that's what it really comes down to, man, is, reality is not fucking easy at any point. I don't care how intellectual you are or how stupid you are. Reality is just not fucking easy. It's not easy having 5 fingers on each hand and a nose and eyes and a brain and vessels. Like, it's not easy being what we are. So
no,
take it what you will, but
true.
As someone who has seen things, I'd like to believe that there's more beyond this realm than just caring about sex and, video games and living and breathing. As much as I love life, I know that there's something that's beyond this that terrifies me. As much as I believe in Jesus Christ, I'm still terrified.
Well, they always say, God doesn't give you more than what you can handle.
Yeah, we'll say that to people who jump off the Golden Gate Bridge.
And I always used to say, well, then God must really think I'm a badass.
Well,
I've known people who put guns in their mouths and blown half their brains out and still alive because they couldn't handle a little bullying. So I don't know what to tell you.
Right. Yeah.
I would definitely put it this way: as much as I put faith in God, I definitely believe that if He's there, He definitely has some type of obligation to at least answer a question or two. If you're going to throw me if He's the kind of God who's going to judge me by my actions and throw me in hell, then can I at least get 3 questions like a genie before that happens? Can you at least give me some type of satisfaction as I burn in eternity? Because I'll just put it this way: what was the point of saving me at 9 years old from the demonic possession if you were just going to turn around and throw me in hell because you knew I was going to grow up and have sex one day? So life is a conundrum, man. Some of us play a very big, it's like that song that they play in The Prince of Egypt, the animated movie, when you look through your life through heaven's eyes, like the mountain part, is the rocks at the bottom any more important than the rocks that build the top? So
I don't see anything in the Bible that sex. Not one verse. I think people like to find it, but it actually says quite the opposite. And if you think I'm joking, I can give you an example. I mean, it even talks about how it is better to marry and to be with someone than to burn with lust. And it talks about how you should honor your wife.
I agree. I agree with that.
Her breath shall be like a joy to you, or something along those lines. Something it gets pretty graphic, actually.
Oh, I know. Trust me. One of the first things I told my father.
I don't think God has an issue with sex.
One of the first things I told my father is there's a reason why God said a son will leave his mother and father and cling to his wife.
Right, and they'll become one flesh. Right, exactly. Yes.
Oh, trust me, God.
Schizophrenia.
No, God doesn't have a problem with sex. It's as long as you're doing it with one person only.
Yes, and I believe it's also the intention.
Yes, it's also the intention.
Yes, because people have sex and they do so completely blindly, completely animalistically.
Well, maybe Bonnie Blue has good intention when she sleeps.
First off, Bonnie Blue was a male at one point. Okay,
well,
so
what I'm saying, what we're saying here, Neurojack, is God going to throw me in hell because I don't get my wife pregnant every time I have sex with her if I'm doing it in a love capacity compared to a woman who goes and has, sex with 5 guys and gets railed on camera?
No.
So
no, I don't think God cares at all about that. I think what God cares about is like I said, the intention. People have sex and they have kids and they don't have a plan at all. And they have sex out of lust without actually loving each other. That's what's corrupt.
Oh, what's wrong? I thought you liked one night swinging.
Nah, bro. Maybe when I was a fucking kid, but no, not at all, bro. Not at all. Not at all. I have to have a deep connection with somebody on a mental, physical, emotional, spirit, all levels. And all relationships I've had have been long-term relationships. I've never had a relationship that was less than a few years. No.
That's why I always thought it was funny
you sound very religious right now.
When people want to deny that angels fell from heaven to have sex with women, because I'm like, I would have. I can't imagine.
Aren't you judging people? Isn't that religious of you to judge people based on their free will choices?
I'm not judging them. They can take that up with their conscience and whatever they see as the divine. And if they don't see anything as the divine,
that's right.
Well,
how can you call us?
I guess they can judge themselves.
How can you call us a Christian nation if we execute people? We're not a Christian nation.
I said I don't have any one religion. I've never once said that I don't believe in God.
That's right. He can worship the spaghetti monster if he wants to. Who are you to judge, Nuero? Remember, ye without sin cast the first stone.
No, I believe in a God that transcends everything. So no, I believe in an almighty God that is beyond anything that we can even begin to comprehend.
I'm sure the glowing pair of eyeballs would agree with you.
And I think that's actually the problem, is because so far beyond our understanding. That's how people in power have had a way to, control people and make shekels off of them and put them in fear and guilt and shame and, whatever the fuck. And this is why I am so convinced that, whoever Jesus was, whatever his true message originally was, was manipulated and twisted and distorted to control people, when really the whole thing was about freedom. And they turned it into slavery. Like, that's really how I feel about it. I just don't believe it's the only truth. Test tube breaks. Yeah, right? Well, that's what they want. They don't.
Yeah,
they want to get rid of women completely.
Well, maybe if we're all having a bunch of gay butt sex, then, all of our problems will be solved.
What's wrong with that?
Now we're having butt sex.
What do you think about this background here?
I think it's cringe.
Are you saying that men can't get pregnant?
That was a good one.
Hey, only one way to find out. You're a scientist, aren't you?
That's right. In the name of science.
Take one for the team, Tommy. Just for the sake of science, though.
I don't know.
You want the communists to win, little Tommy?
I think everything's rigged.
I mean, we all know that men have periods. What bothers me the most is that
maybe I need to write my movie.
Technology. They get to a point of technology where they actually make that a possibility, and then they're like, "See, we told you." It disturbs the hell out of me because they already want to create babies without wombs and shit.
Listen up, people. I am here and I want to help. This is our planet. Can I get a hurrah? What am I, invisible? Doesn't anybody care? Listen to me!
I want one with relish.
And I want mine with mustard. I want you to stop this insanity. What do you think you're doing?
I'm trying to make a living here.
And the planet is dying.
That's right. More shopping for the
I
masses.
can't get a pulse.
What the hell are you talking about?
There are 50,000 hot dog cows in Kansas alone.
So?
When those cows break wind, not only is it stinky, but it's cutting a hole in the ozone. Think of those hot dogs as 1 cubic foot of cow gas. Bon appetit.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't recommend eating hot dogs or bologna or really any of the meat that's on the shelves today anyway. But yeah.
Should we go vegan or what?
Right.
No, but I definitely would say that if you're going to choose certain meats, you definitely should inspect them. But, get some more irradiated shrimp. What's wrong with it, right?
just wanted to show you guys the beginning of all that.
Garrett Coleman, you better stop.
That's right. That's what I want to see. A black man in a dress. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see at 5 in the morning. Damn, can I at least get a hamburger?
That's what Chappelle said.
Well, hey, at least he's got money, right? At least he's not poor.
He's dead.
Allegedly.
And I feel vulnerable and I'm almost naked up in here.
I think so.
Fear not, my love. I have crossed oceans.
I do.
To be with you. You so crazy. You could have just called. I want you to be mine for all eternity. Listen, you don't know what you're getting into because I'm telling you, I'm just like a virus. Grind it up, huh?
See, now how much money would you get paid? This is even gayer.
I know, right?
I'm pretty sure it's anti-Semitic as well. So.
I think it actually makes. I think it actually
let's
makes.
face it. I think if you want to become famous, you're going to have to do something morally that goes against your code that you stand for. Right. Which is why I never got to go anywhere with my voice acting, because I wouldn't take a dick in my ass.
Yeah, well, it's never too late.
No, that's right. Just to do Marvin the Martian for a Saturday morning cartoon.
It's never too late. The timing of that was just perfect.
Hi, boys and girls. Your friend Pee-wee has been on a new adventure, which is why it's time to buy the new improved Pee-wee doll. This one's even anatomically correct. That's right. Just like Fu Manchu. The new Pee-wee doll is a master of disguise. Not only that, the new Pee-wee doll comes with turbo fast. So little Pee-wee can beat this drum. Little Pee-wee can beat most anything except a bum rap. So hurry on down to your local toy store and pick up the new Pee-wee doll today. As always, pull my string and I'll talk. I have the right to an attorney. I have the right to remain silent. And what if I did some charity work instead?
Yes, it's the new and improved Pee-wee doll from Sleazo. Pee-wee's born.
That's right. Hee hee ha ha. They hire actors to keep you docile, to make you laugh.
I think Jim Carrey's trying to sell us the truth.
Cable access. Channel 62 presents.
Are we done?
Well, like, have you ever had $50,000? You wouldn't wear a dress for $50,000 and put on some lipstick.
Think of all those hungry children you could feed with the game.
That's right. Think about all them human dollar hamburgers you can buy. Well, with inflation, it's probably like $5, but I don't know, man.
Because it's not about putting on the dress, what the dress symbolizes. And it's that you're their bitch.
It's letting out your inner femininity. Like Nemo.
If it was just putting on the dress, then maybe. But what it actually symbolizes and what it actually means.
Probably.
Well, duh.
For real though.
I agree.
I think it's fucking hilarious.
I Adolf Niggler, breaker of bucks, shaker of thugs.
My food is cold and my EBT stamps got canceled. This is unacceptable.
So is this what we've become?
What did it make you laugh?
The normalization
Is this better? Sorry, let me make you feel more at home. Is this better for you?
What the fuck? A little.
Okay, good. Okay, at least we're on the right track. I had this one going earlier. I thought this was really good. Tell me if you detect the pattern.
No, look at there.
What the fuck is with the brooms though? For real, that's a little strange. What the fuck?
That's how we do it.
This is how we do it. That's a good song, dude.
Get used to it.
Oh, there you go. Spin that droodle, that joodle.
This is a real event. I heard this is what
Is that like an amusement park? What the fuck?
I don't know, but I think I want to go. I think I want to go.
How are they doing that?
It does look like a pretty fun ride.
This is probably.
How are they doing that shit?
This is probably the. This is probably.
Is that like
Quidditch? This is like.
Are
Quidditch.
those, yeah, right? It looks like it. Are those,
I'm gonna get
are those
snitch.
like? Are those like? What do you call it? They use like. You ever see like the Masked Magician? Yeah, like tables and shit. You know. You ever see like the Demon Magician shit? You ever see that?
Yeah, I have seen that.
Some of it's really ridiculous, but some of it they actually have a point. Actually, this is me.
I think some of it's real. To be honest with you, like I think.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying it. I'm saying I agree. I don't think it's all necessarily nefarious, but I do believe that they are using false powers to do it. Some of it. Some of it's just like really wild.
I think you're right.
Like mostly the stuff that's like right there, like in front of normal people. I mean, I guess some of it could still be somewhat, altered. Could be some people that like appear like they're normal people and they might not be, but like there's a small percentage of it. I would say most of it is kind of like, no, they really are just really good at magic. But there's some of it that is just like, whoa, like, I mean, that's better than the gay shit. Sure.
I try to keep you entertained.
And it's like AI too, and that just shows you how like.
No, it's actually not. I think that's real, actually. But...
Wait, what?
Yeah,
no,
it's real. Yeah, it is.
It didn't look. What?
No, that's real. That is real. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Well, I didn't see any faces, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, I don't know why I got cut off, but there is faces actually in the.
Okay. Well, just the skin looks like not quite natural. Are you sure?
It's where they're at. It's when you go to the other side of the world, like the sun does look like that. So I know that's like I'm not joking. Like it actually does really look like that.
No, I've seen a lot of different skin tones. Well, I mean, that's really like. I like that. Let's put it that way then. That's real. No, it's nice. Yeah. Yeah, man. My favorite transgression by far.
What is this called?
Gay.
Pay.
Oh, pay.
What is this called?
Gay.
Yes.
Yes.
What is this called?
Wait, what? It always mutes it a little bit before, so I don't always like notice immediately.
No,
I don't know why it does that.
No,
But
the
it's
pictures
always
are
annoying.
showing like two men in a situation, and it has like words that are like it. So it gives you like an empty word. It's like all the words are 3-letter words, and it looks like two gay guys, and so she says like gay, and then the word is actually like pay, and then it's like it's like two other gay guys in the thing, and it says, and she says gay again, and it's like two, and it says like gas, and then it's like, so the whole time it's like she thinks it's two gay guys because the picture is like intended to make you think it's gay, but she keeps saying gay over and over, but it's actually like
Oh, shit. Yes.
But yeah, no more gay stuff, I guess.
Yeah. I like straight stuff. That's cool. But yeah.
This whole thing has been gay.
It's pretty gay from the very beginning.
No.
We have a lot of viewers, but there's like nobody commenting, so I don't know what that means. But
Yeah.
it's always interesting.
I get that. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, are you guys tired and sleepy?
Sleep.
He
Sleep
disappeared.
Sleep is the cousin of death.
Sleep is a side effect of being gay.
I sleep when I die.
I know it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a side effect of being gay.
That's right. It's only for the gay. Well, I guess we'll end it here just because I will be gay and sleep. So
Everybody is being gay right now.
getting all tired.
Maybe they all fell asleep.
I think so.
No,
We're
that's
the last
not.
two men standing, so technically speaking, we're not gay as them.
Yeah. We're hetero. Hero.
Yeah, unlike some people in the chat. Sitting down there ain't saying nothing. But yeah, I will end this. I actually just wanted to let it run all night, but that's probably not a good idea because nobody's here. So, I mean, you're here,
Right.
but I don't want to, unless you want to just host it by yourself. I mean, I'm cool with that.
Well, I mean, if I could share screen and shit, that would be great. But
Yeah, I mean, you definitely could if you can, but I don't know if you can or not.
no, I can't. That's the problem, unfortunately. Because I'm on my phone.
Well, that's gay.
So, right, yeah, it is kind of gay.
Phones are gay.
But I'm not. I could just be kind of funny.
Huh?
That would be kind of funny. But I couldn't like do anything if anybody tried to like come in or.
Yeah, I know. Well,
that's the thing. So I'd be like completely.
Let me see. I don't know. I'm trying to
by
figure
my
out.
own. By my own.
There's probably some way I could do that. I don't know. Let me see.
Lonesome and hetero.
All by my own lonesome out here. All right. Well, I will sleep. Let me see if I can figure this out. I'll see if I can make you a something or another. Let's see. Oh my God. I'm seeing some more. No. Do you really want to host?
Oh wait, you know what? I forgot. I am gay because I'm in a relationship with a woman, and according to Nick Fuentes,
that's the gayest thing possible.
I'm fucking gay, right?
I knew it.
Yeah. Yeah. Read some of my book. Oh man, Jesus Christ. It's becoming a monster. I had to use AI just to fucking like get all the different topics like coherent, because I kept having more and more ideas, and I created this like master list. I can send it to you, like the index, and it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, send me some of your book when you can.
It's ridiculous, man.
I know it.
I can't see it. Yeah, right? Yeah.
All about them daggone walk on going over there trying to some day, you know, I'm saying to come over there.
I'm telling you, man, them things is real, bruh. Them things is real. Them things is real. But they don't have any power
I was out
outside
there in
of.
the pumpkin patch one night and I saw them Marcon coming over down there and they was on there and talking about it. You know,
Right there. You sound like Boomhauer.
they're gonna try coming over down there trying to tell me what to do, and I don't like that very much. I'm trying to tell them, I ain't gonna leave you, boy. You told me what I'm gonna do. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, and you tell me what you gonna do, and then we're gonna have no problem there, no way.
It's them goddamn Anglos. You don't blame no fucking Anglos. Blaming them.
I ain't gonna come out here and have fun Bullshit. We just offended everybody today.
Good.
What's sad is like I really don't want to.
I feel accomplished.
You feel like what?
I feel accomplished.
Uh-oh.
When I've offended people, I feel accomplished. Yeah. I think it's great.
You're one of them damn offenders.
I think that God made the frogs gay, and so we shouldn't judge them.
How dare you, sir?
Look, man, gay and bisexuality is normal in nature, okay?
Well, did you find that out in one of your books?
Yes, sir.
I know. Should have burned them damn things a long time ago.
Richie Dawkins.
Hey, that's Saint Richard Dawkins to you, boy.
Yeah, right.
I always knew he was one of them dang old suffering succotashes.
Yeah. He's a fucking charlatan. He's a charlatan.
He has a cool name though, Dickie Dawkins.
Yeah. You gotta read The Science Delusion. That's the good one.
Sounds like something a homosexual to read.
He wrote the God Delusion. You know, he wrote the God Delusion.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's a book called The Science Delusion.
Was that written by Jeffrey Epstein?
No. But Jeffrey Epstein did not hang himself. And he probably isn't dead either, but
yeah, I'm happy about that. He's my hero. Saint.
Yeah, I think he actually gave his life.
Gave his life for the game.
Well, he came. I think he's coming back though.
I was gonna say something really blasphemous, but I'm gonna stop myself from saying.
I think I covered it for you. I didn't realize how bad it was till I said it. And I'm not even religious anymore, and that was still kind of fucking bad.
That's funny though.
It's kind of funny, right? No, because I mean, how the fuck could Epstein be a good guy? Like, what the fuck? I know, like, his niece did this interview talking about him, and she's like, he had his problems, but he wasn't like some of these other people, you know. And it's like, you know, maybe to some level, but I mean, there's
He was
like
he was a sex trafficker with a heart of gold. They're probably gonna make a Broadway musical about it.
well, no. See, they try to say that he actually wasn't. That's the spin, right? And then he kind of got caught up. And Ghislaine Maxwell, I know, actually was the one in charge. I do know that's true. And she was with, you know, our most trusted ally, you know, because her father was like a super fucking spy. He was like a quadruple agent, legit.
Well, she's definitely an Anglo, as far as I know.
Right. Yeah. So definitely. All.
I mean, I'll admit though, she was pretty though, for an Anglo.
Ghislaine Maxwell. Wait, what?
You don't think so? Come on, man.
I don't think I've ever looked at her. And considering what she did, I don't think I ever could. I guess I will, though. I don't know. That's terrifying to even think about. To be honest, considering what she did. Like, even Virginia Duffrey said that that she was way worse than Epstein. Now, does that mean that he was like some fucking like, you know, blackmailed fall guy? I don't think so. I mean, even his niece said that he, you know, he had fucking problems. He was like, but what she basically said is that he was like with like teenage girls, like older teenage girls, and he wasn't really like torturing them or like any of this crazy shit. And she said that this cult that has existed within her family for millennia is up to the real shit. The blood drinking, the fucking, you know, the ritualistic torture and murder and sacrifice and cannibalism and all that crazy shit.
So what do you think of this one?
And so she said that he like didn't have anything to do with that. And so I think this might be where this idea is coming from.
So what do you think of this picture here?
But she herself was a survivor, so it's weird. Like, why the fuck? What picture? What am I seeing? What am I looking at? No. I mean, she has assets, but I mean, that's about. No.
Come on, man.
But again, nah, man.
All right, you're verging into anti-Semitic territory, so we're gonna have to have a conversation about that.
She has nice assets, though. I'll give you that for sure.
Daggone straight, you're gonna give it to her.
No.
No, I'm making fun of this because like everybody takes it so seriously, like to the point where like I
Right.
think it's just like a part of the psyop where like, oh my god,
Well,
moral outrage, lower.
I mean, yeah. Well, no, it's just, I mean, think about this for a second. Anytime you think of her like that, just remember, like, what was inside her.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if she's fucking legitimately, you know, doing things to children, bro, like, what does that mean?
Well,
where was her body parts?
Look at this right here. Oh man.
Well, that's clearly older. That's when she was young.
That's when she was still like
okay. Human. Well, right. Okay. How old is she? Something tells me she's probably pretty old.
Probably like 60 now, I think.
Yeah.
Something like that.
You know, what's that girl's name? Marina Abramovich is like 70 something.
Yeah.
Or some crazy shit.
Yeah.
He doesn't really age. It's kind of insane.
All that
79. She's 79.
All that blood drinking.
Fucking mental. Right. And that's kind of what, yeah.
You sound vampirophobic.
Yeah, so she's 63 now. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I am actually.
You know it.
Anti-vampire for sure.
Anti-vampirification league is gonna contact you soon.
Yeah, I'm more team werewolf. No, I'm kidding.
Say what?
I was made to watch that fucking shit by my ex.
Which one?
Twilight.
Yeah. Oh, Twilight. Do you sparkle in the sunlight?
Huh? Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. The Mind Star, that is, of course.
Mm-mm.
Twinkle, twinkle, Mind Star, where are you? Find you far. Come on, man. You know the words.
Yeah. Find far. That's crazy.
Twinkle, twinkle, Mind Star, come on, find you really find far. Then we're gonna have a mind war. Then we're gonna find far. Then we're gonna have a Mind Star. Then we're gonna find far. You like that? That's a nice little lullaby. I sing that to the iconic children every night before I sleep.
Giorgiani seems to really like him.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Right.
Or it could be like a secret hate review.
Well, I mean,
could be some of that causal compassion.
Hey man, I can get into the acausal realm. I got all kinds of.
Just make sure you don't get into the gay causal black hole. You'll never get out.
No.
The gay causal. You gotta watch out.
You never get out.
All right, I'm gonna end this thing now because I'm about to pass out. Or I fall into a gay hole. Instead of a K hole. Get it?
Yeah, I don't do. Yeah, I don't fall into a K hole either. Or a G hole.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Bad time.
It's okay. We'll figure it out.
They're run by G Unit.
The what? The jihad unit?
They're run, yeah.
Well, hopefully next time we can get this all-nighter, and we'll find different hosts and stuff. I'll set it up next time.
Yeah.
All right. Invite the peoples. Peace out.
16, child prodigy, math was specializing in complex analysis geometry. Earned a PhD in mathematics early, youngest professor ever hired by UC in Berkeley. A short-lived position. He resigned in 69 with no apologies, without an explanation given. Social anxiety multiplied silently, disconnected entirely from society. Built a cabin, became a survivalist. Rejected electricity and modern scientists. He cooked his dinner in the fire pit and watched the stars from afar where Orion sits. The wilderness where the lions live, primitive like the times of the giant pyramids the minds built. Then something causes mine to tilt. A course solidified successfully the very first time he killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? Exploding octopus, blockbuster in the six-finger hand. We'll be dropping bombs to shock the populace with wishful plans, initially ignored. Industrial society and its future, the manifesto of Kaczynski's war. Life in seclusion, Bibles and bruises, rifles and Uzis, devices reclusive, designed to confuse the FBI, throw them off plan, blowing off hands, blinding people first. Soon the results were even worse, became obsessed with teaching society a lesson, with homemade weapons to reach society's perception. The Washington Post and the Times finally printed his manuscript. That was the tip point and notified his family was suspiciously leading to his arrest. His brother recognizes by his style of mission to death. Ran up in his cabin and discovered undeniable proof of his guilt. 16 bombs, 23 injured and 3 killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? What would you do?